while others carefully chose classes like warrior, mage, martial apprentice, or knight to begin their journey of survival. Jiang Kai, on the other hand, fell off a mountain and activated a one-of-a-kind hidden class, gambler. Every action Jiang Kai takes could lead to double the loot or triple the floor wiping. He possesses his first talent, double, which gives every reward or disaster a chance to be multiplied by 2. You open a chest and get 1 gold coin. Jiang Kai opens it and gets 2. You get slapped by a boss once. He takes 2 hits, then gets up laughing like he just won the lottery. But what's crazier is that this super doubling effect has a tiny chance to multiply things by 30. His second talent is a super critical hit. While a normal person's critical hit deals double damage, Jiang Kai has the ability to land a blow with 200 times the damage. Although the probability is only 0.1%, anyone who has ever played a game understands that just 1 hit is enough to send the enemy to their grave. And so, while others were still learning how to dodge roll past mobs, Jiang Kai had already soloed the first forest boss and earned the title System Breaker. Many had laughed at Jiang Kai for choosing the gambler class, but now they were the ones fetching water for him while he carried the team. That's enough of an introduction. Let's begin. Continuing from the previous part of the story. It's the terrified scream. Only 2 were left, the lowest level, trembling and looking at each other. What kind of skill is this? Why is the damage so high? Is this kid a master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Huang Wei, the second in command, roared. You idiots! Can't you see he's good at long-range attacks? Attack together. You 2 approach from both sides, isn't that enough? Yes, young master. The 2 received the order and simultaneously accelerated, charging towards Jiang Kai. Huang Wei calculated inwardly. Jiang Kai must be an assassin, skilled in long-range attacks with high damage. But if he fights in close combat, he's definitely... Before he could finish his thought, the remaining 2 subordinates had been burned to ashes by the flames, not lasting more than a few seconds. Huang Wei panicked, his face pale, as he heard the tragic screams of his 2 subordinates. Jiang Kai, after dealing with the lackeys, slowly walked over and snorted coldly. A loser with a bunch of losers. What's the difference? They all can't take a single blow. Huang Wei trembled, continuously backing away, his voice stammering, No, impossible. The level difference is so big. How did you do that? Jiang Kai looked at him coldly, his right hand pulling a sharp iron spear from his spatial storage. I was originally going to let this grudge go, but you've really disappointed me too much. In short, Huang Wei, you're a scumbag. Well, you want to kill me, right? Looking at the person in front of him, his killing intent grew stronger. Huang Wei panicked. What do you want to do? Nothing. You want to kill me, so I can't not return the favor. I heard that being dealt with by me last time left a psychological scar on you. So this time, let that shadow grow even bigger. The spear in Jiang Kai's hand aimed straight at his opponent's head and stabbed down. A painful scream echoed through the snowy forest, ending the incident. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai's level had risen to 17, with his strength displayed on the screen at 110. He muttered, too bad. Killing explorers still gives the most experience. I didn't expect those 4 level 30s plus. That loser Huang Wei would help me get to level 17. System warning. Because you have killed more than 1 explorer of the same faction, you will receive a penalty. Bloodthirsty Killer. Jiang Kai was surprised. I've never heard of this title. When in the Bloodthirsty Killer state, all surrounding players will know your location. If a Bloodthirsty Killer is eliminated, the experience plundered will be tripled. Please use 10 Tears of Repentance to remove this state. Bloodthirsty Killer? Isn't this a harsh punishment title that makes everyone on the ghost planet want to hunt you down? A person with this title is no different from a walking experience bag. They'll be surrounded as soon as they appear. Yankee Fromnet Zodiet. System notification, double talent activated. Your rewards and punishments will be doubled, with a 1% chance of activating Super Multiplier, multiplying rewards and punishments by 10. And this damn double talent again. It can go up to 10 times? Isn't this just bad luck? If I die once, I'll lose 30 times the experience. I might even be knocked back to level 1 instantly. This is bad. From now on, I must never go to crowded places. Moreover, I must quickly find Tears of Repentance to remove this state. Jiang Kai headed towards the Huang family's garrison on Everwinter Island, which was heavily guarded. From the main tent, a middle-aged man's angry roar made the guards outside turn pale. What? Huang Wei was killed by someone else? How did you guys protect him? I just announced that the 3 of us from the Huang family will fight for the country together. Yet he died. Doesn't this make me a liar in front of the whole country? That person was Huang Tong, Huang Wei's father, the commander-in-chief of the Everwinter Island campaign. Huang De, Huang Wei's older brother, the deputy commander of the campaign, sat beside him and asked in a low voice, "What should we do next?" Huang Tong slammed his fist on the table, venting, "Just go into battle like this. We'll directly take down the king-level boss. Once we take it down, we can use our military achievements to force the army to stop protecting that Jiang Kai. At that time, the Huang family will make that brat pay the most tragic price." Half an hour later, in a corner of Everwinter Island, Hu Yin asked, "Captain, why do you have an extra title on you?" Ruan Yu chimed in, "It's Bloodthirsty Killer? You too, keep your voices down or we'll be exposed." Jiang Kai quickly stopped them, his voice worried. "I don't have time to explain what happened now. In short, I've completely become an enemy of the Huang family. We have to leave here quickly," Jiang Kai said as he pulled the two of them away. Hu Yin was bewildered. "But didn't you come here to—" Before she could finish, a horn suddenly sounded from afar, startling the entire quiet Everwinter Island. "What's that sound?" He looked towards the sound. Ruan Yu frowned, worried. "Is this the horn to start a battle? Why is it sounding at this time?" He suddenly realized. Could it be that the Huang family has started the battle ahead of schedule? Hu Yin panicked and pointed ahead. "Captain, look over there. The ice lake is breaking." From the thick ice, countless creatures called mermen emerged one after another. They were numerous, with diverse weapons, and each one was fierce and bloodthirsty. The three of them were stunned. Is that the Merman Legion of Everwinter Island? In the middle of the crowd, a giant figure stood out, holding a trident, sitting on an ice throne. That was the boss, a king level, the Ice Merman Lord. Level unknown, remaining health 100%. Jiang Kai's group of three hid in a corner, silently observing. Hu Yin trembled. "That's the boss. The pressure is too great. I am scared." Huang Tong. From afar, his voice boomed. "Soldiers on the battlefield. The king-level boss, the Ice Merman Lord, has been lured out. Everyone, get ready to fight. If we win this battle, not only will you receive generous rewards, but you will also help Holy Radiance gain territorial resources, protecting your families from the divine beasts in the future. Therefore, whether for the present or the future, we must do everything to win, even in the face of death. Warriors, when the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. In this battle with the king-level boss, fight with all your might. I declare the campaign officially begins. All troops charge. Wipe out all the monsters." The roar echoed, urging the human army forward. Ruan Yu and Hu Yin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel afraid. Hu Yin trembled. "Captain, why aren't we leaving yet? A battlefield of 200,000 people. This is a battle with a king-level boss." Jiang Kai raised his hand to reassure them. "No need to rush now. As long as both sides have started fighting, the Huang family definitely won't have time to pay attention to me. Let's just stay here and watch this battle with the king-level boss. It's not often we get an opportunity like this." The morale of the human army was high, and everyone charged into battle fiercely. Suddenly, a giant beast with red eyes emerged from the ice. Two-legged merman, common level, level 25. The monster directly blocked the army's advance. A leading soldier shouted, "Don't be afraid. Isn't it just a slightly bigger fish? We have more people. We can easily defeat it." But before he could finish, the monster's giant arm reached out and grabbed him. It didn't hesitate to stuff the unlucky soldier into its mouth. "Help me!" A terrified scream rang out. A gruesome crunch, and his body was crushed by the sharp teeth. The tragic screams mingled with the sound of breaking bones and chewing, terrifying the followers. Their steps faltered. What? Mermen eat people too? So scary. Hu Yin, hiding in a corner, covered her mouth in horror. So a normal merman is that strong against an explorer? Ruan Yu, next to her, also trembled and added, "And it feels like there are a lot of these mermen." Jiang Kai nodded slightly, frowning. "Yes, I heard that as long as the boss isn't dead, the Merman Legion will continue to appear endlessly. Therefore, the key to this battle is not the confrontation between 200,000 explorers and the Merman Legion, but the battle between the Transcendents and the boss. They are the key to victory." A Transcendent who used fire in the boss fighting team shouted, "Attention! Our team of 8 has successfully broken into the boss area. Don't let your guard down for even a second. All members, try to keep your condition at its best." We must go all out to deal maximum damage to the boss. The violent collision made the ground shake. The energy from both sides rubbed against each other frantically, creating a piercing shriek. Wanyu was impressed. So strong. Is this a transcendent? It seems the boss is about to be defeated. But Jiangkai immediately refuted him. No, I don't think the situation is good at all. He activated Ghost Eye Focus, clearly observing all the developments. Their skills look very powerful, but through my Ghost Eye, I can see that the combined attack of these 8 transcendents hasn't even broken the boss's outer defense. A warning from the system. Cannot penetrate the target's defense layer. What? They can't even break the boss's skin. A few people in the attacking team panicked. Suddenly, the merman boss swung its giant hand, a powerful blow that scattered the transcendent team. Some were thrown out of the battle, others were seriously injured, on the verge of death. The situation was extremely tragic. It laughed triumphantly. To it, this group of transcendents posed no threat at all. The explorers on the ice lake all looked horrified. Just one blow from the boss killed 8 transcendents? Jiangkai gritted his teeth. One blow took down 8 people, and so easily. Is this the true strength of a king-level boss? Just as everyone was plunged into despair, a figure in shining silver armor, holding a long spear, charged straight at the boss. Wanyu was shocked. Oh my god, don't do that. The 8 transcendents just now were wiped out, and now just one person dares to charge forward. The trident in the boss's hand aimed straight at the person. The man in silver armor stabbed down. Kid, another one dead. The people around thought to themselves. But the spear in a transcendent's hand dragged across the thick ice, then swung up, directly confronting the boss's giant trident. Surprisingly, the boss looked slightly stunned as its weapon was blocked. The surrounding explorers were even more astonished. What? This person actually blocked the boss's attack. The man in silver armor snorted coldly. Boss, my comrades just now deliberately died. Did you really think we would let you wipe us out in one blow? He was Xiang Feng, a spearman, known as the strongest expert of the Black Tortoise Guild. Today, I represent my fallen brothers and will take you down. The blessing of the Death God talent activated. For every fallen transcendent comrade around me, I gain a 25% increase in strength. Xiang Feng charged in, going all out against the boss. A spear grazed the giant monster's shoulder, breaking its support. The boss looked at the wound on its shoulder and frowned slightly. From his hiding place, a radiant smile appeared. So strong. This person actually broke the boss's defense. The explorers in the battle were also overwhelmed. This master has a hope of killing the boss. Huang Tong clenched his fists, pleased. You really think our Black Tortoise Guild is weak? The transcendents who were just killed were part of a pre-calculated plan to strengthen Death. With the blessing of the Death God talent, his strength has now increased by 200%. Xiang Feng alone is now equivalent to an army of 2 transcendents. Under Xiang Feng's dense and valiant attacks, the boss seemed to be at a disadvantage, constantly being pushed back. Huang Tong laughed loudly. As long as the battle situation doesn't have any surprises, this battle will definitely be won. Huang Tong's confidence was not unfounded, but he had no idea that behind him, near Jiang Kai's group of 3, a danger was quietly approaching. Hu Yin cheered enthusiastically. Go on, kill that boss. The 3 of them were immersed in the atmosphere of the turning battle, not noticing that an elite sea merman, level 32, had silently approached. The Black Tortoise Guild, one of the top 10 guilds, could not lack skill. Huang De, who was always closely monitoring the changes on the battlefield, suddenly noticed something unusual. He hurriedly reported to his father. Danger! I just detected a large number of mermen approaching from behind Everwinter Island. Huang Tong was startled and worried. Sea mermen? You mean an army of mermen from under the sea has been summoned here? That's right. I'm afraid there are hundreds of them, and they are all elite sea mermen above level 30, Huang De replied, his voice tense. What? This is dangerous. Huang Tong frowned. Right now, Xiang Feng is going all out against the boss. We have stabilized the battlefield, dividing it into 5 areas corresponding to the levels of the merman: Common, Elite, Warlord, Commander, and the boss's area. Each area is heavily manned to deal with them. But right now, this is the limit of our strength. If the rear is broken, the battlefield will fall into chaos. Not only will Xiangfeng be unable to defeat the boss, but all 200,000 of our people will be buried here. Huang da Kikli Sheket. Let me see. In about 10 minutes at most, those sea mermen will reach the battlefield. At the same time, at the location of Jiang Kai's group, a small battle had broken out. Life Chaser. 3 throwing knives accurately embedded themselves in the body of an elite sea merman. An explosion rang out, and the monster's body was immediately burned to a crisp in one blow. System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has killed an elite sea merman. Hu Yin was shocked. Captain, why are there suddenly so many mermen? I think we should get out of here quickly. Why should I go? Jiang Kai hesitated, his eyes sweeping across the battlefield. The situation is in a delicate balance right now. If no one stops these sea mermen, the entire battle is in danger of failing. He frowned. His heart was full of conflict. The Huang family is my enemy. Seeing them fail would probably be very satisfying. But the future of the Holy Radiance Nation and the 200,000 people fighting are all innocent. Old Wei's words echoed in his mind like a rewinding tape. Everyone must be responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Someone has to stand up and fight the monsters. Finally, he had to make the decision he thought was right. He turned to his teammates, his voice firm. Hu Yin, Wan Yu, let's not go yet. Moreover, I need you two to lure all the surrounding mermen to me. I'll deal with all these damn fish myself. His eyes shone with a burning fighting spirit. His 2 teammates were stunned, their mouths agape. What? 10 minutes later, a large portion of the Holy Radiance Nation's explorers fell into chaos. The sea mermen swarmed in from the sea, attacking from the rear, causing catastrophic casualties. Hu Yin shouted, Captain, stop fighting. Many explorers in the rear have been caught by the sea mermen. If they surround us, it's all over. We should run. Many people also began to have the idea of fleeing. In front of them was a vast and seemingly endless army of mermen. A trembling explorer said, That's right. If we die, we can't come back for a month. We can't earn money, and my family will be kicked out onto the street. Forget it. Otherwise, we'll all die. These words spread like poison through the army. Many people dropped their weapons, preparing to retreat. But just then, a soldier stood up and shouted, No need to run. Haven't you noticed? It's been more than 10 minutes since we spotted those sea mermen. The higher-ups said they would arrive in 10 minutes, but now not a single one has appeared. What does this mean? That's right. Why hasn't even one appeared? Another person wondered. Could it be that a transcendent has taken action in the rear? An explorer exclaimed, No way. The Huang family doesn't seem to have deployed troops there. The captain nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady. This means that there are powerful figures taking action in the rear. But to block such a large number of sea mermen, it must be an extremely strong elite explorer team, fighting a very hard battle. None of them could have imagined that the ones fighting the sea mermen were just a group of 3, and the only one who could deal damage to the monsters was Jiang Kai. With his nimble movements, he glided across the ice, facing 2 elite sea mermen who were charging wildly. Jiang Kai turned and said coldly, The last ones who opened their mouths in front of me, grass has already grown on their graves. He turned into a streak of fire, flashing past the 2 mermen, the sharp blade cutting deep into their flesh. The flames erupted, engulfing them, turning them into grilled fish. System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has killed 2 elite sea mermen. Although I've killed more than 2, I can only kill 1 or 2 at a time. It's really too slow, he muttered, feeling dissatisfied. But his teammates were the complete opposite. Hu Yin, luring a large group of sea mermen from behind, cried out, I brought them here, Captain Kai. Wan Yu is no better, running and screaming, Boo-hoo! Captain Kai, I'm over here too. Jiang Kai was ready, his hands in a fighting stance, preparing for a spectacular battle. Leave the rest to me. You two go hide. His teammates watched him charge forward, worried. Captain Kai, there are so many elite ones. Can you kill them all? You were already so tired after killing just 2. Huh? Don't be afraid, you two, he laughed loudly. It's true that I could only kill 1 or 2 at a time when I was fighting alone. It was a bit tiring. But you don't know, compared to single combat, I prefer group battles. Jiang Kai's fire-starting ability was truly terrifying. A large group of mermen was quickly engulfed in flames. System notification. Explorer Jiang Kai has killed elite sea mermen. Quantity, 257. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu hugged each other in terror. What? Is this Captain Kai's true strength? Oh my god, he's only a dozen levels. Does he have to be so exaggerated? The explorers in front were also attracted by the explosions from the rear. Huangda, who was observing the map, quickly shouted, "The sea mermen in the rear have disappeared from the positioning. Could it be that the third army has arrived?" The army? Impossible. Huang Tong frowned, thinking to himself. I just contacted the army. How could they arrive so quickly? He couldn't guess the reason and just said, never mind. If the army has arrived, inform everyone on the battlefield to ease their tension and focus on dealing with the boss. Half an hour later, Xiangfeng was still fighting fiercely with the Ice Merman Lord. The boss was covered in wounds, its health at only 65%. Huangda exclaimed, "Great! The boss's health is only at 1/3. We can win." Suddenly, the trident in the boss's hand vibrated violently. It roared loudly, unleashing a series of dense stabs like rain, aimed straight at Xiangfeng. Huangda shouted, "Be careful. When the boss loses 1/3 of its health, it will enter a berserk state. During this phase, its attack speed is so fast that it's almost impossible to dodge." Xiangfeng could only brace himself, but it was clear he was losing strength. His armor shattered, and he was wounded. System warning. Explore Xiangfeng's health is at 5%. The scene left everyone speechless. Is that master about to die? Xiangfeng gritted his teeth, blood streaming down his face, but still managed to smile. "Ha! You beast! You think you can kill me with just a few scratches?" Superhuman talent activated. On my armor. The armor, formed from his fighting spirit, enveloped him, granting him immunity to damage and reflecting it back onto the boss's body. Hu Yan was amazed. That armor is so strong. Not only does it negate damage, but also reflects it. Is this a superhuman talent? There's hope of killing the boss. Let's keep it up. The Huang father and son smiled smugly. Huang Tong snorted coldly. I told you, Xiangfeng is the trump card we carefully selected. His superhuman talent can reflect 50% of the damage back to the enemy for 90 seconds. Moreover, the boss is currently in a berserk state, attacking extremely fast. In other words, the more it attacks, the faster its health will drop. The system displayed. Boss's remaining health, 35%. Huang Tong looked at the situation, growing more confident. Excellent. The boss lost another 30% of its health in just a moment. If we can maintain this, it won't be long before the boss is in our hands. But in their calculations, they never expected that the Ice Merman Lord had a hidden move it had never revealed. In the instant the damage was reflected, a giant tentacle, as thick as a person's body, suddenly shot out from behind it with terrifying speed. Xiangfeng couldn't react in time and could only stare wide-eyed. The tentacle slammed into his armor, shattering the fighting spirit armor into pieces. Xiangfeng was sent flying, tumbling across the ice until he was stopped by a large rock. His life force quickly faded. System warning. Explore Xiangfeng's health is at 1%. What? The master has lost. The explorers were terrified. Huang Tong was devastated. Careless. I didn't expect this boss to have an armor-breaking skill. In previous probes, it never revealed it. Huangda quickly supported his father. Are you okay? It's over. It's really over, Huang Tong said in despair. This battle relied entirely on death. If even he is defeated, we will surely fail. On Jiang Kai's side, thanks to Ghost Eye Focus, he clearly saw the human side being slaughtered. Tragic cries echoed across the battlefield. Help! The trump card has fallen. We can't win. What should we do? Run! At the same time, on Everwinter Island, another group of 3 was struggling in the great battle. The man with the scar on his right eyebrow, Li Bu, struggled to block with his shield. He roared, full of regret. Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you 2 here. I just wanted to prove that I'm stronger than the Jiang Kai you always talk about. But Jiang Kai didn't drag you into a deadly situation, while I brought you here to die. I'm truly a failed captain. Kaptain Li Bu. Su Nuanyuan cried out, her eyes welling with tears. Yuan Zhu, the other teammate, was seriously injured and lying on the ground, struggling to get up. Is anyone there? Save our captain. I don't have any spirit left to heal. I can't defeat them. The Merman Legion keeps coming. If no one saves the situation, everyone will die. Sunwanwan screamed in despair. Is anyone there? Save us. The shield in Li Bu's hand began to crack. Death was near. A merman in front of him roared, the spear in its hand piercing through the shield, aiming straight for Li Bu's head. At the critical moment, 2 red-hot throwing knives, wrapped in flames, flew over. One blow blew the merman's head off. Libunarodi escaped it. Who is it? A familiar male voice rang out. Recall. That's Hap. It's him. Yang Kai. Li Bu was overjoyed, looking flustered. He retrieved his throwing knives and left immediately. Zuzi, Sunwanwan, long time no see. I have to go fight the boss. You two protect yourselves. Yuan Zhu, trembling, struggled to his feet. What did he say? He wants to fight the boss. Did I hear him wrong? He suddenly realized something. And why can I clearly feel Jiang Kai's position? Me too, Su Nuanyuan said, bewildered. On the chaotic battlefield, the explorers of the Holy Radiance Nation were desperately fighting against the mermen in despair. Suddenly, a strange feeling ran through their heads. Discussions immediately broke out. Wait, why do I feel like someone is nearby? Me too. I can feel it clearly in my head. That's the effect of the bloodthirsty killer. Hu Yin and Ruanyu, watching from a high place far away, were extremely worried. Captain Kai, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your current situation? With that title, you'll be targeted by the 200,000 explorers on the island. An explorer laughed loudly. Bloodthirsty killer. A fat piece of meat. Damn it. I thought I was about to die, but I didn't expect to meet a bloodthirsty killer here. Killing him will get me a lot of experience. That's right. Before we're overwhelmed by the merman, let's kill him and then figure things out. The 5 nearest explorers simultaneously charged at Jiang Kai. Thanks to Ghost Eye Focus, he easily read all their movements. A huge explosion rang out. Nuanyuan and Yuan Zhu were horrified. What's wrong? Was Jiang Kai killed by those people? From the smoke and steam rising from the burning ice, a figure shot out. Yankee Loghead Lodli. Huh, you can't even block a single blow from me? How can that be? Without slowing down, he had dealt with the 5 attackers. They lay on the ice, clutching their chests with difficulty. How is that guy's damage so high? Damn it, isn't he just a novice over level 10? What's going on? Nuanyuan and Yuan Zhu witnessed this, and their spirits immediately lifted. Ah, so he's fine. He dealt with all of them. He's so strong. Li Bu, who had just escaped, his body somewhat recovered, couldn't believe what he had just seen. Is this Jiang Kai? He was surrounded by 5 people above level 20 and still came out unscathed? Impossible. At the same time, Huang also noticed something unusual and quickly reported, I suddenly sensed Jiang Kai, the one who killed Little Wei, on the battlefield. It seems he's running towards the boss. Huang Tong was stunned. Yankee, why is he doing this? Does he think he could take down the boss? Ridiculous. He snorted coldly, but his voice revealed a hint of worry. Ignore him. What we need to focus on now is how to minimize the damage in this battle. Huang nodded, understanding the seriousness of the situation, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He vaguely felt that Jiang Kai might actually be able to defeat the boss. Jiang Kai himself was also surprised by his actions. He smiled wryly. Haha, I didn't expect to be unable to hold back and join the fight to help the Huang family defeat the boss. This is something I never thought of a few hours ago. But Old Wei's words echoed in his mind. Someone has to stand up. The country is in crisis and needs more territory and resources. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I just happen to have some spare capacity. He activated his smart brain. I want to activate the one-time skill I got before. System notification. Casino pickpocket skill activated. All explorers who pay attention to you will have 0.1% of their total attributes stolen and transferred to you. After 30 minutes, the stolen skills and attributes will be permanently deleted. Initially, he had thought this skill was useless, only stealing 0.1% of the attributes of those who paid attention. What was the use of that? But now, he realized it was perfect for this situation. With a bloodthirsty killer title, almost every explorer on the battlefield could sense his position. The crowd was so focused on Jiang Kai that they didn't notice their stats were decreasing by a small, very small amount. An explorer muttered, Why is a bloodthirsty killer here? I can feel it too. Me too. System notification. Beginning to steal 0.1% of the total attribute points of the followers. Although each person only lost 1,000th of their attributes, a tiny number on a battlefield with over 200,000 explorers, when combined, it was a huge amount of attributes. Explorer Jiang Kai, class, Gambler, level, 20. Strength, 30,000. Constitution, 20,000. Agility, 60,000. Spirit, 40,000. Defense, 3. Huangda looked at the inspection screen, horrified. Damn it, Jiang Kai is currently running towards the boss. Can he really steal it? Huang Tong was stunned. How dare he? He looked at his watch, his voice trembling. Son, look, Jiang Kai's attributes have suddenly become terrifying. His total attributes even surpass Xiangfeng's. At this moment, Jiang Kai was in the warlord-level merman area. A shark-jawed merman, a warlord level 51, spotted him and charged forward with its trident. Huang Tong looked at this scene and sneered. Jiang Kai doesn't even bother to dodge when facing a warlord-level merman. Although I don't know if his current attributes are real or not, the bite of shark-jawed merman is a skill that even a level 60 explorer would be wary of. It seems he can only end up in the fish's stomach. But Jiang Kai, without hesitation, delivered a powerful punch, caving in a merman's head right in front of him. Don't get in my way. I'm in a hurry. The crowd witnessing this scene was speechless. What? He didn't even use a weapon? He killed a warlord-level merman with just one punch? Are these attributes real? No way. He can really kill the boss. Jiang Kai entered the commander-level merman area, where a fierce battle was raging. A female merman commander, level 74, noticed him. She rose up, ignoring the surrounding explorers, and headed towards Jiang Kai, opening her mouth and letting out a piercing scream, launching a sound attack. Caught off guard, Jiang Kai couldn't react in time. The sound wave made his head spin. Huang da sneered. He doesn't know his own limits. When a commander-level merman roars, you need a special skill or equipment to be immune. What's the use of just having attributes? Huang Tong was also smug. That kid really doesn't understand anything. He just wants to steal. What a madman's dream. The merman swung its giant arm, slapping hard at Jiang Kai. Nguyen and Yuan Zhu shouted worriedly. But just then, a voice rang out. A situation like this is when this fat belly takes the stage. After a glass of wine, I can take on the whole world. Ruanyu. In a drunken stupor, he charged forward. Ruanyu will never be weak again in this life. I am invincible. Mermaid beauty. I'm no worse than my captain. Don't just try to seduce the captain. With that, he charged in, delivering a powerful ram. He knocked the female merman back. Can't a man of high quality like me attract you? Let me give you an interspecies kiss, beautiful fish. This time, no one will blow up my wife. Ruanyu jumped up, grabbed the female merman's face, and boldly pecked her a few times. The monster, its face flushed, was startled and slapped Ruanyu to the ground like a bug. Ruanyu's mouth was bleeding, but he was still in a drunken stupor. She has quite a temper, but I like her personality. The martyr's dream state greatly reduced the damage he took, but also made him lose his senses. The crowd was amazed. Whose general is this? He actually ignored the roar of a commander-level merman and even withstood its attack. He had successfully drawn the aggro of the merman leader. Jiang Kai was also surprised. He sighed. Why did Wanyu follow me here? Didn't I tell them both not to follow? Suddenly, Hu Yan's voice rang out nearby. Captain, do you think we'll embarrass you? You're wrong. She rushed forward, blocking in front of Jiang Kai, and activated her rain dance technique. Captain, leave quickly. Wanyu can't hold out for long. The gap between him and the commander merman is too big. Wanyu, still drunk, shouted, Beauty, I'm coming again. Kiss, kiss. Seeing this, he was moved. You too. I'm really at a loss with you. A clap of thunder and dark clouds gathered, accumulating in the sky. The explorers buzzed. That woman actually started a rain dance? What kind of trick is this? Is the merman going to die from the rain? Hilarious. But Jiang Kai had great faith in his teammates. Then I'll leave this place to you too. Just let me. Someone in the crowd suddenly pointed to the sky, amazed. No, everyone look. It's not rain falling from the sky, but a super large hailstorm. Help! An explorer shouted. This isn't a rain dance, it's a hailstorm. Why isn't it distinguishing between friend and foe? Huyen laughed smugly. Haha, as long as I take advantage of the cold weather on Everwinter Island, my rain dance will naturally turn into giant hailstones. Before, I had no attack skills, but now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. It feels amazing. Captain Kai was right. As long as my rain dance hinders the enemy's movement, they will become living targets. Now that the hailstorm has attracted the attention of the mermen, they can't scream or attack anymore. You can easily get to the boss. Jiang Kai felt his eyes sting. Looking at the mermen frantically trying to block the falling hailstones, he thought to himself, Captain, remember that we are a team. You don't have to fight alone. Hearing Hu Yin say this, Jiang Kai paused, then nodded. You're right. Thanks to Ruanyu's support and the hailstorm, the explorer teams gradually regained the upper hand. They finally killed a merman commander. Ruanyu, in a drunken stupor, cried, "Boo-hoo! You killed my wife again. Yanke loghead lodi. Right? Why am I alone? Hu Yin, Wan Yu, I underestimated you too. With you, these flies will be easily dealt with by me." All over the battlefield, explosions rang out continuously. The mermen were scattered. Jiang Kai was like a god of death, unstoppable. He was only occasionally hit by a few falling hailstones, but overall, everything was almost perfect. The Huang family began to feel the threat. Huanda roared, "What? Vo 4.0 has wiped out all the commander-level mermen? Our dozen teams have only managed to hold on until now. What kind of monster is this?" An explorer cheered, "Great, we can win." Jiang Kai swept through relentlessly. His enhanced attributes made him terrifyingly strong. If he landed a critical hit, even a heavenly king or an immortal would find it hard to block. He laughed loudly. "Haha, I finally got in front of you. Looking from afar, I thought you were so tough, but up close, you're so ugly." The system displayed, boss's health, 35% remaining. Vanda was horrified. Impossible. That kid actually reached the boss. Does he really want to? Hu Yin shouted with all her might. "Go on, Captain. Fight!" The merman boss's face darkened, the trident in its hand vibrating, glowing brightly. Not good. It's about to launch a berserk attack again. Its speed and damage will be greatly increased. Jiang Kai definitely won't be able to withstand it. Vanda was worried. But Jiang Kai didn't stop. On the contrary, he accelerated, his figure agile, appearing and disappearing. He dodged left and right, avoiding all attacks one by one. Is the boss's speed fast? It's clearly so slow that I can easily dodge it. Why did the Huang family's trump card choose to resist so fiercely before? After passing through a wave of berserk attacks unscathed, Jiang Kai became even more confident. The crowd watching couldn't believe their eyes. I didn't see wrong just now, did I? Not a single hit landed. This kid actually dodged all the attacks. Nguyen exclaimed, "Haha, that's my captain. He's even better than the boss." Jiang Kai leaped, stomped on the trident shaft, and shot towards the great boss. Merman. The monster immediately used a skill, but this time, its clumsy tail missed, too slow to touch its opponent. Life Chaser. With 9 successful throwing knives, he shot straight at that tail, immediately triggering a critical hit. A blood-red flame exploded violently, causing the great boss's health to drop from 35% straight down to 25%. A single blow had taken away 10% of its health, a feat that even Xiang Feng had to fight for more than 10 minutes to achieve. What kind of terrifying damage was this? The great boss, in a rage, slammed its trident into the ice, creating a sky-shattering boom. Its entire body radiated a soaring, killing intent, its overwhelming presence making those who faced it shiver. But in the face of that pressure, Jiang Kai only frowned slightly. The great boss stood on its 2 feet, its eyes filled with hostility as it looked down, officially recognizing him as a formidable opponent. "What?" Jiang Kai's lips curled into a challenging sneer. "So you finally know how to use your 2 legs, fishhead?" The merman boss opened its mouth, took a deep breath of cold air, and then roared fiercely, launching a sound wave attack at Jiang Kai. But he had nimbly jumped to the side, easily dodging it. "Huh, I won't fall for the same trick twice," he laughed loudly. Although the great boss's body was large, its hand speed was extremely fast. Taking advantage of Jiang Kai being in midair, it swung its trident in a surprise attack. The collision created a terrifying shockwave, causing the ice to shake violently. The people around exclaimed in horror. With such a powerful attack, that bloodthirsty killer is definitely dead this time. But surprisingly, the great boss felt its trident become unusually light. Looking down, it was stunned to see its weapon had shattered, completely broken. This was probably the first time in its life it had faced such a situation. It growled, its eyes filled with rage, looking at its empty hand. From within the smoke, Jiang Kai smiled smugly. "Huh, seeing you like this. Is it that you don't know how to fight without a weapon?" The surrounding crowd was amazed, unable to believe their eyes. He actually destroyed the great boss's weapon. He's more like a monster. Has there ever been a precedent for destroying a boss's weapon on the ghost planet? Jiang Kai immediately switched to a counterattack. The life chaser in his hand shot straight forward, aiming for the great boss's giant left leg. With such a massive body, missing was almost impossible. All the throwing knives hit their mark, triggering a sky-shattering explosion. The great boss, The merman knelt on the ice, creating a rumbling sound. This blow had successfully destroyed its left leg, causing its health to drop to 15%. Without stopping, he continued to attack the other leg. The explosion this time was no less impressive, causing the great boss to roar in pain, its appearance becoming extremely terrifying. Its health was now only 5%. Looking at the monster, Jiang Kai's lips curled. You look like you're saying I was too lenient, don't you? That face, that contempt for humans, is not appropriate in this situation. I've long disliked that arrogant merman king face of yours. Jiang Kai swung his knife. Throwing it straight at the great boss's empty wrist, triggering a world-shaking explosion. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the Merman King, with its giant body, had fallen before Jiang Kai. From its exploded limbs to even its tentacle tail, everything was completely destroyed. There was no doubt, this was a crushing defeat for the Merman King. Its health was now only 0.1%. The crowd was stunned. He really defeated the great boss? And he's not even injured. The entire vast ice lake seemed to explode in shears. From afar, two figures appeared, silently observing. They were the two deputy commanders of the Jiangzhou city area, under the command of the old man Wei Ying, and both were transcendents. Hakthan, with his bright yellow hair and sharp eyes, crossed his arms and observed the entire battlefield. After a while of evaluation, he spoke in a deep voice. Lu Jun, Huang Tong hurriedly asked our army for support, but when we arrived, it seems we're not needed anymore. Lu Jun, standing beside him, laughed and replied with great interest, "That's right. I never expected the turning point of this battle to be thanks to the young man that Commander Wei particularly values, Jiang Kai." He scanned the area, a self-deprecating smile on his face. The hailstorm has stopped. It should be resolved. Just then, Huang Tong roared in rage, "No, the boss only has a sliver of health left. We absolutely cannot let Jiang Kai defeat it. All members of the Black Tortoise Guild, hear my command. Stop fighting the merman immediately. At all costs, eliminate that bloodthirsty killer. Whoever takes him down will receive 50 million Holy Radiance coins. But if you let him steal the boss, don't even think about receiving a single cent of reward after this battle." Under the pressure of money, the crowd began to waver. One person exclaimed, "What? I'm not expecting that 50 million, but if I don't get my reward, how will my family survive next month?" Another person chimed in, his voice full of worry. "That's right. My child still needs money for medical treatment. Who cares about the merman now? Let's kill that bloodthirsty killer. Otherwise, we're all done for." The entire crowd roared in unison. "Yes. Let's go. Kill him. Otherwise, our families will suffer." Ignoring the merman, they frantically charged towards a single target, Jiang Kai. Looking at the chaotic crowd in front of him, Jiang Kai just sneered. The Huang family couldn't defeat the boss, and now that they see I can, they use this trick to threaten everyone to kill me. How disgusting. Xiang Feng, being supported by someone, laughed when he heard this. "Hey, the Huang family's trump card. You're not dead yet, are you? Bloodthirsty killer. What are you looking for me for? The boss is already on its last legs because of you. Why don't you go and take its life?" Yang Kai sleeps zulet. His eyes were sharp. "It's true that I've drained the boss's health, but who said I have to fight with you for the boss? If I steal the boss, the Huang family won't suffer much loss. But if they use the reward money as a price, then, the families will suffer. So, you are the representative of the Huang family, right? Now, please deliver the final blow." Xiang Feng was stunned by Jiang Kai's words. "What?" Jiang Kai didn't let him say more, his voice becoming urgent. "Jiang Kai basically has no time to dawdle. Hurry up. If you don't act, they will chop me up. Just consider it for my own good." As an experienced transcendent, Xiang Feng immediately understood the situation. "I know. Then thank you." As his silver spear pierced through the great boss's scales, the battle officially came to an end. The terrifying roar of the Merman King echoed, accompanied by a notification that its health had reached 0. A scream that shook the entire island, like a victory song. The transcendent Xiang Feng of the Black Tortoise Guild has defeated the king-level Merman Lord boss. The crowd was stunned by the announcement. What? It wasn't the bloodthirsty killer? I didn't expect the great Master Xiang Feng to have killed the boss. As the giant body of the merman king dissipated, the mermen also hurriedly dived into the water, retreating without a trace. The merman army had completely disappeared. The crowd was stunned. I didn't expect it was our own master who killed the boss. The bloodthirsty killer didn't steal it. Another person exclaimed, so we're getting our reward. The Huang family, father and son, were also bewildered. What's going on? We won. The fact that Xiang Feng had defeated the boss caused a stir in the crowd. One person exclaimed, his eyes full of astonishment, could it be that kid Jiang Kai deliberately yielded? Jiang Kai pointed his thumb down, a triumphant smile on his face. The Huang family wants to play with me? You're still too young and green. The crowd erupted. They cheered endlessly. So we won. That bloodthirsty killer is actually a good person. He even yielded the boss. A great hero for the country and the people. Another person excitedly added, that's right. From now on, whoever dares to touch our benefactor, I'll fight them to the death. Nguyen Yuan and Yuan Zhu, standing nearby, admired their friend more and more. Li Bu, with a face full of emotion, exclaimed, damn, Jiang Kai's action was so cool, and so noble, so handsome. Huyen, hearing the crowd chanting the name bloodthirsty killer, couldn't hide her pride. Oomph. Now you know how powerful my captain is, right? Don't you see who chose this captain? As the economic pressure and chaos subsided, some people began to realize the truth. A voice rose, full of resentment. That's right. Now that I think about it, the Huang family threatened us just now. It's disgusting. Another person agreed, his tone harsh. That's right. They wanted us to die as stepping stones, and when the command failed, they made us pay the price. The entire crowd roared in unison. Get down here, you capitalist dogs. You think you're so great because you have money? If you're so good, come down here and fight us one-on-one. Another person shouted, I want to withdraw from the Black Tortoise Guild. That's right. I'm withdrawing too. Public opinion turned in an instant. A member of the Huang family, his face panicked, turned to report, Father, this is bad. The withdrawal of 20,000 people and the negative comments will seriously damage our family's reputation. Huang Tong was furious, roaring in indignation. Damn it. I'll remember the name Jiang Kai today. Let's go for now. Next time, we'll make Jiang Kai pay dearly. The person next to him quickly responded. On the ice. Xiang Feng proactively extended his hand, his eyes sincere. My name is Xiang Feng. I owe you a favor, but I want to know, why are your stats? Yankei smiled lixli and replied im Yankei. I got these stats from a one-time use skill. Xiang Feng was surprised, his eyes wide. Is that so? I can't believe there's such a powerful one-time skill. Jiang Kai shrugged, his tone casual. It's not that strong, really. It's gone after one use. While the two were engrossed in conversation, they were completely unaware that something was stirring in the deep ice crevice below. Green tentacles suddenly shot out from the crevice, aiming straight for the two of them. Jiang Kai was still explaining in a calm voice. I just took advantage of the bloodthirsty killer's punishment mechanism. Before he could finish, the tentacles reached him, wrapping tightly around him. The young man was instantly dragged away before Xiang Feng's stunned eyes. Yankei. The tentacles constricted tightly, leaving him no room to resist. They pulled him deep into the dark, inescapable ice abyss. Huyen rushed over, screaming in a panic. Captain Kai! What happened to our Captain Kai? Xiang Feng stood nearby, his voice low and full of regret. It was my carelessness. Is Jiang Kai your captain? Huyen nodded, her eyes filled with worry. Yes, he is. Xiang Feng sighed. His expression was grave. I'm sorry, but I have to give you some bad news. In this situation, it's highly likely he's been hit by the boss's triggered skill, Death's Revenge. Huyen was horrified. Death's Revenge? What's that? Xiang Feng explained. His tone was heavy. Death's Revenge is a skill some bosses have. It's extremely terrifying. Once a boss successfully gets revenge on an explorer, that person will suffer a horrific punishment, tormented to death. But that's just the beginning. The most terrifying part is that after the person who is targeted dies on Ghost Planet and returns to Earth, they can't bear the painful memories and often choose to end their own lives. Hearing this, Huyen trembled, her voice cracking. Captain Kai, will our captain become like that? No. At the bottom of the deep ice lake, Jiang Kai slowly regained consciousness. An overwhelming pain consumed his body. So painful, so agonizing. Why does it feel like my whole body is about to be crushed? Where is this? He realized his entire body was tightly bound by tentacles. The soul of the merman boss, with eyes full of enmity and a crazed bloodlust, was relentlessly tormenting him. The tentacles pierced through his head and body, bringing an indescribable and unbearable pain. Something is inside my body. It hurts so much. A system warning blared in his head. Warning. The one-time skill and the stats you received are about to disappear. Time remaining, 20 seconds. Please prepare for the removal of the skill and stats. The countdown is beginning. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth as his consciousness gradually cleared. I get it. I'm being tortured by this monster. It must be thanks to the boosted stats on my body that I haven't been killed by this thing yet. If the stats disappear, I'll definitely die. No doubt about it. The merman boss's soul. The merman shrieked, its hateful phantom attacking madly. Kill him! Kill him! Jiang Kai shouted, activating the void form effect. His body immediately became untargetable, escaping the tentacle's control. 10 seconds left on the countdown. Thanks to void form, he had temporarily escaped the brink of death, and his body was gradually returning to its original state. But the merman boss didn't stop, continuing to attack. I want you dead. With only a few seconds left, Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, realizing his body was too weak to escape. The only option left was to muster all his strength, take advantage of his stolen stats, and deliver a fatal blow. This is a gamble. He unleashed 9 lives, a decisive attack. What would the outcome be this time? The countdown had only 3 seconds left. It hit. It really hit. The merman boss's soul was finally defeated, dissipating into the cold space. Watching his opponent vanish, Jiang Kai let out a sigh of relief, sweat rolling down his forehead. Is it over? That was too close. Suddenly, the AI's mechanical voice announced clearly, "Congratulations on escaping the Merman Lord's death's revenge. You have gained a right to explore a secret treasure area that no one has ever visited before. Welcome to the underground kingdom of the mermen." This is the secret treasure room of the icy Merman Lord. Before Jiang Kai, a colossal stone door appeared, leaving him stunned. This is the boss's lair. The system continued its announcement. You now have a 10-minute countdown until the hall is destroyed. Collect as many treasures as you can within 10 minutes and escape from here. Jiang Kai frowned and muttered, "What? Another countdown? What happens if I don't escape?" The system replied. Its voice was cold. "If you do not escape, you will die, and all the boss treasures you have collected will disappear. Only by successfully escaping can you take the treasures with you." Immediately after the announcement, the entire space began to shake violently. It's already started? Whatever. Don't I just need to collect as many treasures as possible and then escape? I'll have to risk it. Jiang Kai strained to pull open the stone door. Inside, the room was filled with gold, silver, and jewels. The sparkling light was overwhelming. The system chimed in again. "Congratulations on discovering the Merman's secret potion. Using it can increase your total stats by 60 points. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought the vial to his lips and drank it all. "There's not much time. I'll just drink it." The system asked, "Do you wish to distribute the attribute points?" Kai immediately replied, "Yes. Put them all into agility. Is that okay?" The system confirmed. "Congratulations on discovering the boss's rare treasure chest. Nice, there's one right here. And there are so many of them. From the looks of it, they're at least A rank." Estimating the time, he muttered, "About 7 minutes left. If I move at top speed, I should be able to grab them in time." Suddenly, the system reminded him. Friendly reminder. The treasure chests in the underground kingdom only exist for 90 seconds. Please collect them as soon as possible. Kai was startled, his eyes widening. Huh? The treasure chests have their own separate timer. I'll just grab as many as I can. Faster, even faster. 90 seconds later, Kai had gathered a considerable amount of treasure, but he was nearly exhausted. The system announced again, "Congratulations on discovering the Tears of Repentance. Using 10 drops can remove the Bloodthirsty Killer status. Do you wish to use them?" Kai was overjoyed and shouted, "Tears of Repentance. Just what I needed. Use them all for me." Just like that, He not only collected countless treasures, but also cleared his bloodthirsty killer status. This is a huge haul. Suddenly, Kai's gaze fell upon a sparkling object. The system announced, "Congratulations on discovering a special class change cube. Using this cube, you can complete a special level 20 class change." Kai was stunned. His heart pounded. He knew that after an explorer reached level 20, they had to change their class before they could continue leveling up. Could this item really complete a special level 20 class change for me? On the ice island, on the second day, Jiang Kai's teammates were holding a memorial service. Everyone was in tears. Boo-hoo. Captain, it's been so long, and he hasn't come back. Could it be like Xiang Feng said, that he couldn't escape the fate of suicide? Fate is so unfair to the talented. Another person sobbed. The captain died such a tragic death. The group wailed and cried incessantly. Meanwhile, no one knew that Jiang Kai was struggling to climb up from the bottom of the ice lake. Hu Yan took a deep breath and decisively threw a snowball down into the abyss. Ruanyu, beside her, shouted with a vigilant tone, "Be careful. It looks like a merman who wants to die is climbing up. We will never allow any merman to disrupt the captain's funeral." Another person chimed in. "He's right. I'll stand guard over the captain's tombstone here. Throw it, and kill him." Yang Ge had just reached the edge of the abyss. Before he could get a firm footing, a snowball hit him right in the head. His hand, gripping the edge of the ice, slipped from the pain. He roared in frustration. "You crazy bastards. I had a hell of a time climbing out of that hole." Hu Yan heard the shout. She paused, her eyes wary. "Wait a minute. Why does that voice sound so familiar?" Ruanyu, still fired up, continued to throw snow and curse. "You ugly fish down there. I'm doing this for the captain." When Jiang Kai finally managed to climb up, an emotional reunion unfolded. Laughter echoed across the ice lake. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen you two." But Kai had a dark expression as he pointed at his teammates. "Cap of my ass. You two traitors. You just wanted to kill me, didn't you? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to climb up, and you dare to throw snowballs down at me? Stand still. I'm going to pelt you to death." Hu Yan and Ruanyu burst out laughing and quickly fled. We didn't do it on purpose. The scene shifts back to Earth, at Base 18 in Jiangzhou City, by the entrance gate to Ghost Planet. A person reported, his voice full of anxiety. "How is it? Have you found Jiang Kai's offline location yet?" Another person replied, "Not yet, but we figured out the reason for Jiang Kai's stat increase. It's because he used a type of one-time skill. It can't be used a second time." Olway smiled. His eyes were sharp. "That makes more sense. If a level 20 kid could easily generate tens of thousands of stats, then we Transcendents might as well retire." He paused, then his voice grew heavy. "But normally, people who encounter a vengeful boss would have been dead and offline long ago. Could it be that Jiang Kai is still being tortured?" Another person muttered worriedly, "Being tortured for so long. I think that kid is definitely done for." Wei Ying immediately retorted, his voice firm. "Don't use common sense to speculate about Jiang Kai. As you said, there's still another possibility. Not only did Jiang Kai survive the boss's revenge, but he might have even found the boss's secret treasure." He Shun, standing nearby, shook his head, his voice skeptical. "That's definitely impossible. In the 50 years since Ghost Planet appeared, only a handful of people have survived a boss's revenge and obtained the secret treasure, and all of them were top-tier Transcendents." Lu Jun nodded in agreement, his voice full of doubt. "Jiang Kai has only been on Ghost Planet for about a month. I don't think he had any chance of surviving the boss's revenge." Wei Ying smirked, his eyes sharp. "Is that so? But my intuition tells me he can do it." Just then, the door to the room burst open, and Su Lan rushed in, her voice shouting with excitement. "Commander Wei, that person. The three people in the room were bewildered, asking in unison, "Which person? Who is it? Just opening a private sales space? Is that something you need to report?" Su Lan maintained her excited expression and yelled, "Jiang Kai. It's Jiang Kai. Not only is he not dead, he even opened a private sales space on Ghost Planet. The total value of the goods he's selling is over 400 million Holy Radiance coins." The two deputy commanders were stunned and shot to their feet in unison. "What did you say?" A few minutes later, at Kai's trading stall, Su Lan continued her report, her eyes shining. I saw it. The records show he just sold 1.8 kilograms of Guanglyu in a few seconds, valued at 18 million Holy Radiance coins. Also, there's a special type of black and white scrap iron, weighing 3 kilograms, priced at 63 million. And there's also nine-tailed ironstone, legendary crystal, hardened fossil, and Huangli, Oregon. The total value of these items exceeds 100 million. Hoffman's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. That guy really sold 400 million worth of stuff? How could he possibly bring out so many good things to sell at once? Commander Wei laughed heartily, looking pleased. I told you Jiang Kai could find the boss's secret treasure. And well, this kid really didn't disappoint me. Sulan, despite the cheerful atmosphere, paused, her voice lowering. But, Commander Wei, the royal family suddenly came looking for you. It seems they want to talk about something. Commander Wei frowned. The royal family, huh? Let me go see. A few hours later, in Holy Radiant City, at the Ghost Planet Item Exchange, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly lively. Jiang Kai, standing in the middle of his stall, complained, "There's too much stuff. I have to open a private shop to sell all. This place deducts too much money. It really hurts." Hu Yin and Ruan Yu stood beside him, grinning from ear to ear. It's no loss. Who else has such a huge haul that they have to sell it like this? Is this the trouble of being too fortunate? Jiang Kai smirked and announced generously. That's right. I save a lot of good stuff for you two before. Now let's divide the boss's loot. Hu Yin cheered, her eyes sparkling. Did you really mean that, Captain? Kai nodded and took out a glittering item. First is Hu Yin. This black ice jade is for you. Black ice jade, a B-rank accessory. It allows the user to cast skills with a freezing effect. The frost can reduce the opponent's agility. If the opponent continues to be affected by the frost effect, it can cause freezing damage. With the effect of this jade combined with your healing rain technique, you can create a blizzard. Jiang Kai took out a sparkling shield and handed it to Ruan Yu. And this shield is for Ruan Yu. The Frost Sun Shield, an A-rank piece of equipment. Defense 38, Strength 19, Constitution 16, Agility -4. Effect: hitting an opponent with a Frost Sun Shield can put them in a frozen state for 1 to 2 seconds. However, if you encounter an opponent of a much higher level, the freezing probability will decrease. This will greatly enhance Ruan Yu's control abilities. He paused, then continued, his eyes full of excitement. Besides equipment, I also have some permanent items here that can be used to upgrade skills. There are 2 ways to raise the skill level of each class. One is a special skill book corresponding to that skill. This type of book can usually only be obtained from monster treasure chests or special quests. The other way is a universal upgrade item that I got from the Merman Lord's treasure chest. This type of item can improve any skill level. Kai took out a brightly shining item, his voice full of pride. The Eternal Page. The Eternal Page is an essential treasure for every class. It has a price, but is never on the market. At the exchange, once it's listed, it can sell for up to 500,000 Holy Radiance coins, depending on its quality. The number of Eternal Pages needed for an upgrade varies. For example, a high-level combat skill might require multiple Eternal Pages. In the eyes of Hu Yin and Ruan Yu, Jiang Kai was now like the most generous tycoon they had ever met. Hu Yin was moved and hugged Kai's leg tightly. Boo-hoo, Captain Kai. You are our great benefactor. We will pray for your blessings every day. Ruan Yu also chimed in, smiling brightly. That's right. Even if you die, your soul will go to heaven. Kai burst out laughing, trying to break free, his face flushed. Damn it, you two, let go my leg. In the middle of the street, this is so embarrassing. Just then, Huang Da's voice rang out, cutting through the cheerful atmosphere. Jiang Kai, you know shame? A bunch of low-class people, acting shamelessly in public. No wonder you're all a bunch of nobodies. Hu Yin frowned and turned around. Who's this? Smells so foul. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his voice wary. Huangda, what do you want? Huangda's mute. His eyes were full of hostility. Jiang Kai, I'm warning you. Don't get too arrogant. Don't think that just because the military is protecting you, you can go against the royal family time and time again. I'm here to tell you that next, I will brutally crush you in the guild challenge. I will show the military that you are a worthless piece of trash, not worth protecting. Once the military abandons you, just prepare to die at my hands. Watching Huangda leave, Jiang Kai frowned, his face showing clear annoyance. What the hell is that guild challenge? What is this Huangda talking about? Hu Yin, standing beside him, was surprised. Captain Kai, you don't know? The guild challenge is a competition organized by the military to screen for powerful guild forces. The guild challenge has a minimum entry requirement of level 21 and is divided into tiers, all the way up to the highest level of 100. Each guild will send at least one team of 5 to compete, and they will be paired against other teams of the same tier. The top 3 teams in each tier will be identified as the top targets for all, because the military will give generous rewards to the top 3 positions. One you interjected, his voice excited. Of course, there will be many strong guilds, with experts as numerous as clouds. Yang que surugid indiferente. But I'm not participating in that crap. Huyen frowned, puzzled. Then why would Huangda? Kai waved his hand, cutting her off. Forget it. We made a huge profit this time, so I need to go offline for a while to reunite with my family. They both said in unison, laughing loudly. Yes, great master. Take your time. The scene shifts to Holy Radiance Nation, Jiangzhou City. In a warm room, Kai's older brother looked at the pile of supplements before him and asked worriedly, Why did you buy so many supplements? This must have cost a lot of money. Jiang Kai smiled, his voice gentle. Brother, didn't you just have surgery? You can't keep up with your nutritional needs, so I bought them. His brother shook his head, sighing. But you bought way too much. It's like a granary. His eyes sparkled. Brother, I've already put you in the most expensive hospital. Why are you still spending money like this? His brother frowned, his voice full of worry. I'll try to get discharged as soon as possible to work and help ease your financial pressure. Kai shook his head seriously. What are you talking about? There's no need. I remember your dream back then was to become a transcendent and fight against the beast gods to protect humanity, right? So after you're discharged, become an explorer. Kai's words seemed to touch a deep, hidden corner of his brother's heart. He hesitated, his voice dropping. Me? How can I become an explorer in this condition? It's too expensive to go to Ghost Planet. It's more than enough for our family to have you go. Jiang Kai smiled and tapped open his watch, displaying a bank balance with more than 10 digits. Brother, I told you that you don't have to worry about money anymore. From now on, you don't have to work. His brother was stunned, almost fainting on the spot. Where did you get so much money? This is hundreds of millions. His voice was full of pride. Brother, this is all money I earned legitimately on Ghost Planet. You've worked so hard for me and yourself all these years. Now that I'm capable, you can live the life you want. I still remember how you, with your mortal body, managed to save both of us on the beast god battlefield. What would happen if you became a transcendent? I think we could definitely save even more people. His brother was silent, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So, get well soon and walk the path you've always wanted. His brother smiled wryly, his voice still hesitant. A transcendent? Can someone like me really become a transcendent? With my current body? Jiang Kai smiled brightly, cutting an apple and handing it to his brother. Brother, you can definitely do it. Right? After encouraging his brother, Kai felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Finally, his older brother could pursue his long-buried dream. I have to celebrate after picking up in Z. Suddenly, the blaring of a car horn outside startled Kai. A voice called out urgently. Jiang Kai, come over here quickly. Come with us. Kai was surprised and turned to look. Lu Yun, why is he here? Big brother Lu Jun, are you here to find me? I'm not free. I have to pick up my little sister from school now. Lu Yun, with a serious expression, cut him off. Jiang Kai, I came to find you because of your little sister. And Z, your sister, was in a car accident. The scene of the accident appeared before his eyes. A bus lay on its side, its front end deformed. Next to it was an overturned car. Kai panicked and rushed forward, screaming frantically, Nzi, Anzi, Anzi. Lu Jun and Hei Shun stood at a distance, watching silently, their eyes dark. In the crowd, a little girl with blue eyes just like Kai spoke in a choked voice. Brother, I'm here. Jiang Kai immediately rushed over, asking anxiously, Nzi, are you okay? What happened? The little girl smiled weakly, reassuring him, I'm fine. It's just that my school shuttle had an accident. Kai frowned, his voice tense. An accident? And Z nodded, pointing to a white-haired man standing nearby. Yes, but luckily this big brother saved me. He even said he knows you. The man walked over. A familiares mine. Jiang Kai, we meet again. Kai was stunned, recognizing him immediately. You're Z Foam, the transcendent of the royal family. Why are you here? Lu Jun and He Shun approached, joining the conversation. Lu Jun spoke in a low voice. Jiang Kai, let me speak. There's something important I need to tell you. Your sister's accident was actually not random. It was secretly arranged by the royal family. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Lu Jun continued, currently, you have repeatedly embarrassed the Huang family, so the royal family's hatred for you is immense. Now, they're using the credit for defeating the boss on Everwinter Island to force the military to stop protecting you. The credit for defeating the boss is indeed too great. Commander Wei, although reluctant, was forced to concede due to pressure from above. But he still left you a chance. He Shin added, his voice cold. During the negotiations, Commander Wei used the upcoming guild competition as a condition. He said that if the royal family could defeat you in this competition, proving that your new class is not strong, then the military would agree to their request. Lu Jun looked directly into Jiang Kai's eyes, his voice low but meaningful. He hopes that this time you can win on your own. Otherwise, Old Wei will have no reason to directly protect you anymore. In Jiangzhong, Commander Wei's words still carry a lot of weight. The royal family, though dissatisfied, had to compromise. And this is the limit of what we can do for you in the current situation. He Shun continued, his eyes sharp. Today's incident is a threatening letter from the royal family. If you don't participate in the competition, your family will suffer the consequences. Hearing this, Jiang Kai pressed his lips together tightly, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. I am sorry. Jiang Kai, the Huang family's power is immense, and with the credit from Everwinter Island, some people above have been swayed. Therefore, as long as they don't directly attack you, like today's threat, our military can only turn a blind eye. Lu Jun sighed, offering two choices. So you now have two paths. One is to agree to the bet with the Huang family. The second is to quickly join the official military and receive protection. And Z, standing beside him, asked worriedly, can the military really protect us? Lu Yun nodded. His voice was firm. Currently, Jiang Kai's new class still has value. As long as he joins the military, Commander Wei will have more ways to protect you and your family. At least for now, you can avoid a lot of trouble. Jiang Kai fell in a deep thought, his eyes heavy. Join the military? If, after joining, they discover that my new class has no value, I will surely be discarded. That's when I'll truly be at a dead end. He shook his head. His voice was firm. No, if I directly join the military and depend on their protection, once I'm discarded like the drunkard or the feng shui master, my family will only be oppressed even more brutally by the royal family. Kai clenched his fists, analyzing. That said, the royal family has great assets, abundant resources, and power. I absolutely can't compare to them right now, but the gambler's talent is double. This means my attribute points are actually almost double that of people of the same tier. Therefore, when fighting opponents of similar rank, my total attributes and critical damage can give me an advantage. Even when facing higher-ranked opponents, if my strategy is sound, to some extent, I can also counter them. He smirked, his eyes sparkling with confidence. And precisely because the gambler is a new class, the royal family has no way of knowing my true strength. Aren't all of these unique advantages? Kai looked up. His voice was full of determination. If that's the case, instead of passively seeking protection that could end at any time, I might as well take a gamble. I'll use this opportunity, with the military as the host, to set the terms of the bet with the royal family. I'll spread this matter so that everyone in Holy Radiance knows. As long as I can defeat the Huang family, the military will surely pay more attention to the new class and continue to provide protection. At the same time, in a situation known to everyone, if the Huang family still wants to touch me, they will have to consider the pressure from public opinion and the military. As Kai stood up, Lu Jun stepped forward, his voice low. All right, if you have no objections now, I will prepare the documents to help you join the military. Kai shook his head. His eyes were firm. Big brother Lu Jun, I will participate in the match. But a team needs 5 people, and my team currently only has 3. Can I borrow Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan from the military? Lu Jun was stunned. He almost shouted, Jiang Kai, what are you talking about? Kai smiled, his voice certain. I said I've decided to participate in the competition. Lu Jun frowned, trying to stop him. Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. You have to understand that once you accept the challenge, you will be facing the powerful royal family. Kai looked up. His eyes burned. Big brother Lu Jun, don't worry. I'm more clear-headed now than ever before. I'm very grateful for the arrangements you've made for me, but everyone has their own path to walk. The path I've chosen is this. I want to control my own destiny. I want to defeat the royal family with my own hands in the guild challenge match. Lu Jun still tried to persuade him, his voice worried. Jiang Kai, you're being too reckless. I think you should still. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out, cutting him off. He Shun stepped forward, a smile full of interest. Well said, young man. You're a brave one. I'm starting to like you. He introduced himself, his voice hearty. My name is He Shun. If you're not even afraid of the royal family, I guarantee I'll back you up for 10 days. Xiang Feng also spoke up, his voice clear and declarative. Jiang Kai, I also admire your courage. Besides, I still owe you a favor. From now on, I will do my best to protect you and your family. If the royal family tries anything again, just let me know. And Z, standing beside him, cheered excitedly. Brother, I support you too. Lu Yun sighed. He was helpless against everyone's consensus. Hey, you're not kids anymore. Why are you all so casually following Jiang Kai and causing trouble? Haitian laughed loudly in response. Because we both think Jiang Kai is great. Lu Jun shook his head, but finally relented. All right, since I can't stop you all by myself anyway, and besides, Commander Wei also asked me to help him out. From now on, I will help Jiang Kai take care of his family's safety. As for you, you just need to focus on preparing for the challenge. Kai clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. Are you serious? He cupped his fists towards all three of them. His voice was full of gratitude. Lu Jun, Xiang Feng, He Shun, you three big brothers, and Commander Wei as well. Jiang Kai, thank you for your concern today. If you need help in the future, I will definitely do my best to assist. Afterwards, the group parted ways. Kai led his sister to a high-end villa complex, and Z was bewildered, asking worriedly, Brother, are you sure you want to look at houses tonight? Kai nodded, his voice firm. Of course we have to look. The royal family has completely shown their hand. You and Big Brother can't live in a slum with extremely poor security anymore. And Z's eyes widened as she looked around the luxurious villa complex. But brother, did we come to the wrong place? This is a villa complex worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford. Kismilet. He took a VIP card from his pocket, swiped the electronic lock on the door, and said, How could it be the wrong place? This place, from now on, is our new home. And Z was stunned. Her jaw dropped at the sight of the sparkling villa. In one word, sparkling, luxurious, and amazing. This is our new home? Oh my God. The little girl ran all over the house, her eyes shining. Brother, this swimming pool is so beautiful. The living room is so big. It's almost bigger than our entire old house. Is this a restaurant? How many dishes can you put on such a long table? She stopped, pointing towards the garden. Brother, look. Big Brother's health is weak. He can exercise here in the future. Kai led the little girl to an exquisitely decorated room, smiling. Is this my room? He nodded. Of course. And Z, do you like this new house? And Z's eyes welled up, her voice choked with emotion. I love it. I really can't believe it. This place is so beautiful. Is it really our new home? Z. It's real. This is our new home. But this is just the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and Big Brother don't have to worry about life anymore. The lives of the three of us will definitely get better and better. And Z nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yes. The next day, in a corner of Ghost Planet, Su Nuanyuan sat in a daze, her voice full of worry. Nuanyuan, do you think the two of us performed so poorly that we were abandoned by the military? Li Biao beside her sighed and continued. Captain Li Biao said that the new captain will take care of us temporarily and told us to wait here. But how could it be so sudden? Boo-hoo, I think that's very likely too. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making them both turn around in surprise. Zuzi. Nuanyuan, I'm here to pick you two up. Why do you both look so gloomy? Su Nuanyuan's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise. You're our new captain? Kay Smirket nodding confidently. That's right. It's me. Zhu Zi was still in shock, asking repeatedly. Kai, what's going on? Su Nuanyuan interjected, her voice skeptical. That's right. Are you willing to join the military now? Kai shook his head. He explained clearly. No, you two misunderstood. I'm not joining the military. I'm just temporarily borrowing you two from the military to cooperate in the guild challenge for the next month. The royal family is pressuring the military with their achievement of killing the boss on the Ice Island. They always want to attack me. They even used an Z to threaten me. To help me, Commander Wei made a bet with the Huang family through the guild challenge. If I win, the royal family won't be able to cause trouble anymore. He clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. So this time, we must win and completely shut up the Huang family. Zhuzi and Wan, are you two willing to help me? Zhuzi replied immediately. His voice was firm. Of course, those bastards from the Huang family even dared to touch Z. I watched her grow up since she was little. How could I stand by and do nothing? Su Nuanyuan nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, they're too evil. She hesitated, looking at Kai with some concern. But, Kai, are you sure you want to team up with us? Kifromnid Buzled. Why? What's wrong with teaming up with you two? Zuzisigid. He explained in a low voice. This has to do with the military's sophisticated internal evaluation system. After new members join, they go through an initial ranking process, divided from weak to strong based on their combat performance, from E rank to S rank. Then, about every 2 months, the military re-evaluates its internal personnel. A newcomer's rank is E. If they remain at E rank for 6 consecutive months, they will be discarded by the military. In this ranking, Nuanyuan got a C rank. As for me, because I was too scared on stage, I ended up at the bottom. The worst. Su Nuanyuan lowered her head. Her voice was sad. So, I'm afraid I'll hold you back. Me too. Kai burst out laughing, patting them both on the shoulder, his voice hearty. It's okay. We'll be teammates for a month. After the guild challenge is over, you two will go back. By then, at the reevaluation, I'll definitely help you two get at least an A rank. Su Nuanyuan looked at Jiang Kai. Her voice was full of doubt. Are you sure? We all just came out of the novice zone not long ago. Are you sure you can lead the two of us? A normal captain needs to be at least level 15, but is the current Kai level 15? Hu Yin walked over from a distance, interjecting with a bright smile. What's level 15? Captain Kai is already level 20. He's currently thinking about how to change his class. Am I right? Yang Kai nodded. He pointed towards the two newcomers, his voice excited. That's right. I haven't introduced you yet. These are our teammates for the guild battle. Hu Yin, a fortune teller, silly system. Hu Yin waved, a friendly smile on her face. Hello, you two. My name is Hu Yin. I've heard Captain Kai talk about you both for a while now. Kai continued to introduce. This is Ruanyu, a drunkard. Ruanyu bowed his head in greeting, his voice a little shy. Hello, you two. I am Ruan Igreku. Wan and Zhu Zi said in unison, excited, hello. The four of them shook hands, the atmosphere lively. Suddenly, Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan paused, realizing something. They shouted in unison, wait a minute. Captain Kai, the two of us are only level 9, and you're already level 20? Kai burst out laughing. His voice was confident. This is nothing. Huyan walked over to Sun Wan, smiling brightly. I'm not sure about others, but I believe Captain Kai can definitely do it. Ruanyu nodded, enthusiastically suggesting, since we've formed a team, should we think of a name for it? Nuanyuan clapped her hands in agreement. Nuanyuan has a point. Does anyone have any ideas? Kai smirked, suggesting, our team? How about we call it the Fire God Squad? It implies the 5 of us with full firepower unleashing all our talents. Besides, you use fire too. The group burst out laughing, saying in unison, then let's charge up for the next few days. Fire God Squad. We'll head straight to the monster territory early the day after tomorrow. Together, we can definitely do it. Afterwards, the group parted ways, agreeing to meet again in 2 days. Kai watched his teammates' departing figures, a memory flashing in his mind. Back deep in the novice forest, Zhu Zi had looked worried. Kai had approached him and asked, in a few hours, we'll reach our destination, Holy Radiant City. The next time we're online on Ghost Planet, we'll be welcoming a real experience. Are you nervous? Zhu Zi lowered his face. His voice was somber. I'm not nervous anymore. It's just, I was thinking I probably will never be able to activate my class talent, Heart of a Warrior. Kai was surprised and asked, why? You've been doing great these past 2 days. In battle, you've always protected me and Nguyen. Zhu Zixigid. His eyes were full of self-blame. Although I'm trying my best to fight and protect everyone, deep down I'm still afraid. It's just that, because I'm worried everyone will get hurt, I'm temporarily suppressing my fear. But to truly activate the Heart of a Warrior, I have to be fearless from the bottom of my heart, thinking of myself as an invincible warrior. I can't do it. Seeing his friend's dejected state, Kai fell silent, not knowing how to comfort him. Yang Kipon. He analyzed Zhu Zi's talent. As far as he knew, Zhu Zi's class talent, Heart of a Warrior, could provide an additional all-stat bonus upon class change or leveling up. In addition, Heart of a Warrior allowed him to achieve additional effects like knockback, armor penetration, and sword chi slashes in battle. It was indeed a top-tier talent. But the additional effects of his attacks would change with the strength of his courage and confidence. Zhu Zi's current confidence and courage were not high, so he could only produce a knockback effect when using Earth-Shattering Stomp. He frowned. His voice was firm. The most important goal of the next leveling training is for Zhu Zi to continue to awaken his courage and activate his class talent. Before that, I also have to take this opportunity to increase my own strength. He ordered the AI, upgrade the 2 skills Ghost Hand Card Throw and Ghost Eye Focus. The system replied, its mechanical voice ringing out, upgrade in progress. Ghost Hand Card Throw Level 2 has been maxed out. When throwing items, it has a 30% armor penetration effect. When using card-type items, excluding item cards, the penetration effect is increased by 250%. However, stamina and spirit consumption are increased by 107%. Kai exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Excellent. After leveling up, Ghost Hand Card Throw's armor penetration effect when throwing items has increased by 10% compared to before. A gambler is often obsessed with gambling. Ghost Eye Focus Level 2 has been maxed out. Visual range and tracking ability are increased by 60%. When used, spirit consumption is increased by 120%. Kai nodded in satisfaction. Ghost Eye Focus has also been upgraded. As expected, the visual range and tracking ability of my eyes have improved. The spirit consumption has also increased. He turned to ask the system, his voice curious. AI, does Ghost Eye Focus unlock an additional state? The system replied. In gambling, a gambler not only needs skillful hands, but also the ability to confuse their opponent, making them unable to read the cards in their hand from their eyes. The cheating state has been unlocked. Cheating state. The effect of influencing the opponent's judgment through eye contact is determined by the difference in spirit between the 2 parties. The system continued to announce, its mechanical voice clear. If the opponent's spirit is much higher than the gambler's, the effect of infinite convergence is 0, but it cannot be a negative value. Duration, 10 seconds. Spirit consumption is increased by 240%. Cooldown, 60 minutes. No matter how high the opponent's spirit is, you can still affect them. It's just that the higher the opponent's spirit, the smaller the degree of influence, even to the point of being negligible. But no matter how large the gap with the opponent, there is no risk of causing a reverse effect. Jiang Kai nodded, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Although the effect of this skill will be reduced in battles against higher-level opponents, it's still not bad. I'm really looking forward to trying out these 2 newly unlocked abilities. 2 days later, on Ghost Planet, the Fire God Squad set foot in a desolate wasteland. Zhu Zi looked around, his voice worried. We're here. This place is the border of King's Valley and Taiping Mountain Pass. It's also the territory of the blood-armored Shilong. He swallowed. He continued to ask, Kai, are there many armored Xylongs here? I remember the armored Shilong is a monster above level 25. Huyan shook her head, smirking. TSK, not many. There are a lot of them. The armored Zilong is a herd animal. Their numbers in this territory are no less than 100. And if I remember correctly, I've heard that there's even a warlord-level armored Shilong here, above level 25. Zhu Zi was startled and jumped up. What? A warlord level? Warlord-level monsters are quite rare. Usually, for every 2 monsters, there's a chance of 1 or 2 elites appearing. And Warlord level is even rarer, 1 in 100. The probability is extremely low. We're barely considered a level 20 squad. If we encounter a Warlord level, we're definitely done for. Nguyen also looked worried, looking at Kai. Kai, back on Everwinter Island, you were able to defeat the Merman Lord boss all by yourself. I believe in your abilities. But this time you're leading us, and under the Warlord level armored Shilong, there are probably at least regular Xylongs, level 25, and elite Xylongs, level 35. Isn't that a bit too dangerous? After all, the gap between us and you is too big. Jiang Kai smiled, his voice full of confidence. Besides leveling up our experience, the important thing is to train the coordination between team members. A battle without difficulty has no significant effect on the whole team. Only danger can stimulate our potential. Real combat is what makes people progress quickly. He paused. His eyes shone brightly. And again, specialized materials often appear in monster territories above the Warlord level. After all, the treasure chest of a white or purple Warlord level armored Shilong has a chance of dropping the level 20 class change material for a healer, the Water of Purity, or the level 20 class change material for a necromancer, the illusory brain core. The treasure chest of a black Warlord level armored Shilong can also drop the level 20 class change material for a martial apprentice, the blood of a warlord. Hearing about the specialized class change materials, the whole team was shocked, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Huyen smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Captain Jiang Kai, with that confident look, you must have prepared some powerful move, right? I'll keep it a secret for now. He thought to himself, if I wasn't powerful, how would I dare to speak so boldly? Without further delay, the captain gave the signal. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The group of 5 followed Jiang Kai, quickly entering the beast territory. They walked cautiously. Each step was hesitant. Yuan Zhu, with an anxious mood, quietly walked at the back of the line. Captain Jiang Kai observed the surroundings, his voice low, reminding them. The trees cut down on the side of the road looked like traces of armored Shilong activity. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, Zhu Zi spoke up, asking, Brother Yuan, I heard that you're not even afraid of the elite-level siren. But that's Siren's appearance. How did you overcome the fear in your heart? Yuan Yu pondered the question, his expression slightly troubled. Overcome fear? I didn't. At that time, I had no fear in my heart at all. Zhu Zi was surprised and pressed on. Big Brother Yuan, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Yuan Yu smiled, passing a few bottles of wine to Zhu Zi. Just in time. You also know that the wine we brew has a special effect. This is level 2 wine. After I upgraded my professional skills with the Eternal Page, the wine brewed has a very good effect. It might be helpful to you, but you're a martial apprentice. The support of our squad. It's best not to drink when fighting. Zhu Zi nodded repeatedly. I'll remember. Thank you, Big Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Jiang Kai sensed something unusual. He immediately jumped high into the air, his voice echoing a warning. There's danger in front of the rock. Everyone, scatter. The ground shook violently. A green tail flashed, and a level 25 armored Shilong appeared. Its huge body was like a truck, ferociously sweeping towards the 4 people on the ground. Jiang Kai landed in the space between the 2 sides, immediately attracting the monster's gaze. It roared. Its mouth full of sharp teeth lunged forward. Captain Kai, be careful, his teammates shouted. He was calm, not flinching in the slightest. He drew his life chaser, ready to face it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Isn't it because Yuan Zhu is too timid and doesn't dare to face the enemy head-on that he hasn't activated his professional talent yet? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to train him? Even as a level 9 martial apprentice, Yuan Zhu wouldn't be instantly killed by this armored Shilong. Besides, if necessary, Jiang Kai was confident he could enter a void state to dodge the monster's attack. He decided to take a risk. He thought to himself, I have to help Yuan Zhu realize that he's not weak at all. The ferocious armored Shilong charged forward, its sharp teeth just inches away from Yuan Zhu. His teammates panicked and shouted, Captain Kai, make a move. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. At that critical moment, a burly figure rushed forward, his voice booming like a bell. I'm here to save you. Yuan Zhu, with an explosive aura, unleashed the earth-shattering stomp, stomping heavily on the ground, causing the Shilong to collapse. Dust filled the air. The other 3 teammates were stunned by the terrifying power. Only Jiang Kai, as if he had expected it, smiled in appreciation. Well done, Zhu Zi. The Shilong shook its head, growling as it recovered from the stun. It pounced, using its huge body like an electric car to crush Yuan-ju. He panicked, curling up. What? It's already pouncing? Help! Save me! From behind, 3 life chasers shot out like lightning, piercing the Shilong's abdomen, followed by a fierce explosion. Jiang Kai shouted, Zhu Zi, I've pierced through its abdomen, its weakest point, but I haven't hit a vital spot yet. You take this chance to finish it off. Looking at the charred body of the monster in front of him, Yuan-ju trembled, but he gritted his teeth and drew his broadsword. He mustered all his courage and delivered a fatal blow. His teammates cheered, Zhu Zi, Zhu Zi, open your eyes. It's over. The system announcement rang out. Killed a level 25 armored Shilong. Killer, Yuan-ju. Looking at the monster's corpse at his feet, Yuan-ju still couldn't believe it. The armored Shilong is dead. This thing suddenly came out of rock crevice and scared me to death. He turned to Jiang Kai, confused. What were you spacing out for just now? If I had been a little slower, it would have bitten me. Jiang Kai smirked, his voice teasing. Just now, I don't know why my mind suddenly went blank. Besides, you said before that you would protect me in the future. You wouldn't just stand there and watch it eat me, would you? Yuan-ju blushed. He scratched his head. I'm a coward. Didn't you know? Nguyen walked over, clapping in praise. Zhu Zi, you were very brave this time. When we were in Captain Li Biao's Tiger Squad, you rarely dared to take the initiative to fight the enemy. Hu Yin smiled brightly. She added, Zhu Zi, I didn't expect your earth-shattering stomp to be so powerful. Yuan nodded, as expected of a martial apprentice. Hearing this, Yuan-ju was overjoyed. It's nothing. After all, I'm one of the top 3 newcomers. Jiang Kai quickly brought the group back to the mission. All right, let's continue on to the warlord-level armored Shilong. Zhu Zi, hurry up and put away the corpse card. Going deeper, the group discovered a monster den. Look, there are 3 elite Xylongs in the stone forest in the distance. They're most likely protecting the warlord armored Shilong. Jiang Kai warned, his eyes sharp. The stone forest here has many hiding spots. 3 elites gathered in one place. It's very likely there are more of their kind in ambush. We must be extremely careful. He calculated in his mind. After all, before, thanks to a one-time skill, I was able to deal with the elite-level mermen on Everwinter Island. This time, I must be more cautious. He turned to his teammates and assigned tasks. Hu Yin, I need you to summon rain to disrupt the scent on our bodies, to prevent the armored Xylongs from detecting us. The 5 of us may need to maintain it for 10 minutes. Can you do it? Hu Yin nodded decisively. Jiang Kai looked at Hu Yin, his voice resolute. My rain summoning skill has been upgraded. Moreover, I've trained on Everwinter Island. Maintaining it for 10 minutes is not a problem. He immediately assigned tasks. Hu Yin, prepare to summon rain. Su Nguyen, ready the poison in case it's needed. Ruanyu, protect Hu Yin and Nguyen. When it rains, Zhu Zi, you follow me into the stone forest. As for you, you don't need to attack. Just use earth-shattering stomp to control and delay them, creating an opportunity for me. Leave the rest to me. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall, becoming denser with each moment. Jiang Kai led the way. He charged straight ahead, not forgetting to remind, Zhu Zi, stay close. The 2 figures flashed past the rock crevice like lightning. From the darkness, countless pairs of glowing red eyes flashed. A horde of ferocious armored Xylongs emerged, darting in and out, looking as terrifying as demons. Jiang Kai's voice was low. As expected, there are still many armored Xylongs in ambush. Zhu Zi, cover me. Yuan-ju. Although he muttered, okay, he still gathered his strength and unleashed the earth-shattering stomp. A powerful stomp shook the ground, shattering the monster horde's formation. Many were sent flying into the air. Jiang Kai seized the opportunity. My hand speed has doubled. Let's see how effective it is in actual combat. The gambler's time state activated. The flying daggers whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the Shilong horde. A fury explosion incinerated dozens of them. Kill notifications rang out continuously. With the seamless coordination between Kai and Zhu Zi, the battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. Hu Yin and Ruanyu watched, their eyes shining with excitement. 9 life chasers. It's simply a one-sided slaughter. It's like they're endless. Su Nguyen smiled brightly and nodded. This is the first time I've seen Zhu Zi coordinate his skills with Captain Kai. It's so powerful. She continued. It's indeed very powerful. When we were training as novices, they cooperated just like this. This type of armored Shilong has extremely tough armor. If you don't hit its abdomen, its weakest defensive point, then under normal circumstances, even Captain Lee would have a hard time killing it in one go. Another sword strike came down. A notification for killing a level 35 armored Shilong appeared. Yuanju checked his attribute panel and cheered excitedly. I leveled up. I'm level 10. Yang Loghed Hiertili. He praised. Zhu Zi, I knew you could do it. Beside him, kill notifications appeared. A total of 66. Su Nuanyuan was amazed. Wow, Captain Kai, Zhu Zi, you two cooperate so well. I have more and more confidence in our Fire God squad. She suddenly realized. It's been less than an hour since we set out, and Zhu Zi has already gone from level 9 to level 10. Even though I know Captain Kai and Zhu Zi are very strong together, this leveling speed is unbelievable. Yuan Zhu was full of admiration. He exclaimed, I want to be that amazing too. Jiang Kai's voice was low as he analyzed. The elite treasure chest must be hidden in the rocks or crevices around this area. Now, come over here. Let's find it together. He turned to the team. If there are no surprises, the warlord-level armored Shilong is definitely in this stone forest. Yuan Zhu was worried. Do you want to rest for a bit? The consumption just now was not small. Jiang Kai nodded slightly. The consumption was indeed not small, but it's not to the point where I can't act. Moreover, there might be more than one entrance to this stone forest. The commotion we just caused was not small. If we delay, that warlord might call the armored Xylongs from other entrances to protect it. A warlord-level beast. We have to strike while the iron is hot. Let's go. 10 minutes later. Nuanyuan observed her surroundings, her voice doubtful. It's so quiet. Kai, is there really a warlord-level armored Shilong here? Jiang Kai activated his ghost eye, carefully observing. He muttered, strange. There are no suspicious traces on the rock face. Could I've guessed wrong? Yuan Zhu led the way. He walked hunched over, almost tripping. Yu saw this and asked, Zhu Zi, what's wrong with you? Are you cold? Yuan Zhu shivered. I don't know why, but when I got here, I suddenly got goosebumps all over. Huyen, at the back, narrowed her eyes. Time. Hi, Zhu Zi, I think you're too tense. The atmosphere was silent, but it was filled with an indescribable tension. Suddenly, Jiang Kai sensed something unusual. He shouted, get out of the way. He quickly drew his life chaser. The three teammates were bewildered. Before they could understand, from deep within the stone slab, a huge tail with a mace-like head swung violently. The three of them hurriedly fled, escaping the attack range. Jiang Kai jumped back, creating distance. Fortunately, the timely warning kept all three of them safe. The attacker was a scaled, warlord-level armored Shilong, level 58. Yuan Zhu was terrified. I almost lost my life just now. This guy's body color blends in with the rocks. The camouflage is too perfect. Sunwanwan nadith, trembling. Yes, that was too dangerous. Jiang Kai decided to strike first, throwing a flying dagger. At the same time, he ordered, Nuanyuan, check the data quickly. Nuanyuan activated her watch, looking up the information. Scaled warlord level, Shilong monster, level 58. Shilong black iron, about 36 years old, weighs between 2 and 2.4 tons. Yuan Zhu's face turned pale. A scaled warlord level, it's a mutated species? Jiang Kai's 9 life chasers flew forward, embedding themselves in the monster's body, exploding twice in succession. It caused a violent critical hit. The Shilong black iron threw its head back and roared, its mouth wide open. Damn it, I actually hit it. Yang Kai frowned. His eyes were sharp as he thought. Even if only one of them was a critical hit, it should have caused considerable damage, let alone 2. However, he was still tense. This kind of mutated warlord level, the loot will definitely be rich. The probability of dropping top-tier items from the treasure chest is very high, but its strength also far exceeds that of a regular warlord level. The scaled skin on the Shilong's back has over 35 points of defense, like thick armor, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, almost impenetrable. Its chest is also covered by a layer of scales, with about 20 points of defense and similar properties. The current attack can hardly cause significant damage. His teammates looked at the Shilong's unharmed body and exclaimed in horror, it didn't even break through its defense? Nuanyuan quickly checked her watch and reported, According to previous data, a scaled warlord-level Shilong of similar size has a spirit of 100 to 150, agility of 150 to 170, strength of 380 to 420, and constitution of 440 to 480. It's too strong. Yang Ge, who had just attacked, was now locked onto by the Shilong's hatred. The monster charged madly. The system continuously warned, beast evaluation, extremely dangerous. Captain Kai, be careful, his teammates shouted. The giant beast swung its forelimb, a powerful slap cracking the ground. The destructive power was terrifying. Fortunately, Jiang Kai's agility was enough to dodge it. I'm fine, don't worry. In his heart, he still hadn't found an effective way to attack. Its whole body is resistant to high temperatures and has a solid layer of armor. Even if I use all my strength to control the fire life chaser, I can't cause significant damage. Luckily, I had a premonition in time and dodged the blow. Its strength is about 400. If I get hit once, I'm afraid my bones will be shattered. He suddenly remembered the secret medicine. A treasure from a merman lord's treasury. It had significantly increased his agility. Perhaps my current agility is about 60 points higher than its. As long as I'm careful, I can attract its attention without getting killed. If I take this opportunity to provoke Zhu Zi and help him activate his professional talent, while also creating an armor-breaking effect, we'll have a chance to win. If I fail, I'll continue to lure this warlord-level Shilong and then find a way to escape. But if I succeed, Yuan Zhu can fully activate his professional talent. He decided to take a risk. Jiang Kai thought to himself, it's a gamble. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped running and faced the Shilong Black Iron directly. Its huge jaws were snapping at him. Yuan Zhu panicked and shouted, Zhu Zi, save me. Yuan Zhu immediately pounced, unleashing his earth-shattering stomp, landing heavily in front of the boss. But the Shilong's huge body didn't budge, let alone get sent flying. He was terrified. Oh no, my control seems to have no effect on it. Yang Ki skotet. Zhu Zi. The Shilong immediately switched targets. It's not enough, Yuan Zhu. He ran while crying. Elena, it's too terrifying. Tsumiya. In the critical moment, Jiang Kai threw his life chaser. The explosions from the flying daggers temporarily stopped the monster. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed Yuan Zhu and ran far away. This warlord-level armored Shilong is targeting me and Zhu Zi. I have to lead it away. Suddenly, a figure flashed past, rushing in the opposite direction. The two female supports shouted, Captain Kai, Ruan Yu, he's drunk. Hu Yin was worried. The saliva of a scaled, warlord-level Shilong can corrode most equipment and cause skin damage. Ruan Yu, in a drunken state, used his frost ice shield as a point of contact and delivered a powerful blow to the Shilong's head. The impact was strong enough to push back the monster weighing over 2 tons, but he was also sent flying by the recoil. Ruan Yu somersaulted. He laughed loudly. A scaled Shilong? It's nothing special. Jiang Kai was surprised. What? Why isn't Ruan Yu seeing the Shilong as a beautiful woman this time? Isn't he drunk? Hu Yin shook her head. She was confused. It seems he drank the newly brewed level 2 wine. I didn't expect this type of wine to eliminate negative states, including the abnormal aesthetic sense when drunk. Ruan Yu suddenly burst out laughing, declaring, as a male Shilong, I have always been searching for a worthy female Shilong. Today, heaven has not failed a person with a heart. No, a dragon with a heart. Finally, I have found you among countless Xylongs. The beast was stunned, as if it had never encountered someone with such strange thoughts. Ruan Yu's eyes were filled with tears. He charged straight forward. Oh, my love, let's not waste this beautiful time we have together. Come on, baby, I'm coming. Su Nuanyuan was culturally shocked and exclaimed, Big brother Ruan, does he think he's a Shilong? Jiang Kai continued to throw his life chaser, covering his teammate. The continuous explosions had a clear suppressive effect. But Ruan Yu was still immersed in his delusion. My love, oh baby, no one can tear us apart. Don't be shy. Tonight will be a passionate night. Come on. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Jiang Kai shook his head in exasperation. Damn it, Ruan Yu is too hard to control when he's drunk like this. If this continues, even if we have a chance to kill the Shilong, the whole team will be exhausted. Ruan Yu, still in his drunken stupor, his eyes filled with tears, shouted, Wifey, let me warm your broken maiden heart with my strong chest. His crazy actions made Jiang Kai even more worried. Ruan Yu has lost all reason. I can't control him and fight the Shilong at the same time. He turned back and shouted, Zhu Zi, hurry up. Only the armor-breaking effect of the martial apprentice's professional talent can get us out of this situation. We need you. Yuan Zhu stood stunned, watching the fierce battle ahead. He muttered, So, this is what it means to be fearless. Big Brother Ruan is truly like a god. Recalling the words he had heard, he nodded, took out an alcoholic beverage item card, and said, I'm coming. Let's drink. Big Brother Ruan, thank you for personally demonstrating. I've learned. As he chugged the drink, Yuan Zhu felt lightheaded. The system announced, You have entered a state of chaotic perception. In this state, your understanding of your identity, strength, situation, and many other things around you will be severely distorted. On the other side, Jiang Kai was using all his strength to pull the Zilong's leg, trying to restrain the monster. But he couldn't stop Ruan Yu, who was still charging straight ahead. Ruan Yu, that's dangerous. He scolded. A glass shattered. Yuan Zhu, dragging his sword, charged forward, roaring, Yuan Zhu, I am the strongest war god in the world. He turned into a golden flash of lightning. He slashed through, cutting off the Zilong's outer armor. His teammates were amazed. Zhu Zi drank Ruan Yu's wine and was able to break its armor in one blow. That's great. Hu Yan analyzed. It seems that after getting drunk, Zhu Zi's reason fell into a delusion. This blind confidence pushed him to an unprecedented peak, activating the martial apprentice's professional talent, causing his attacks to have an armor-breaking effect, just like the elite-level Wolf King or giant black ape. Armor-breaking doesn't cause direct damage, but it weakens the Shilong's armor. Yuan Zhu shouted, I am the war god of the world. Who dares? Before he could finish, the Shilong's mace-like tail swung violently, hitting him. Yuan Zhu spat out blood and fell. The huge tail continued to swing, aiming for another fatal blow. Fortunately, Jiang Kai was quick to throw his life chaser, stopping the Shilong's mace just in time. At the same time, he burst forward with speed, managing to save Yuan Zhu. He turned around. His voice was low. Zhu Zi, thanks. Next, let me help you get revenge. The 9-life chaser daggers whistled through the air, tearing apart the Shilong's high-temperature resistant outer armor. The fatal explosions from the flames made the monster roar in pain, losing 2,000 health points every second. Yankee Loghead Lodli. Excellent. After this Shilong's armor was broken, it's indeed hard for it to withstand my critical hits. Zhu Zi, the last blow is for you. Yuan Zhu, his body limp, suddenly roared, I am Yuan Zhu, the #1 war god in the world. Who dares to be impudent? After roaring, he charged at the giant monster, fighting crazily, only advancing, never retreating, with the momentum of a fierce tiger. Soon Yuan asked worriedly, Kai, is Zhu Zi okay? Jiang Kai reassured her, Don't worry, Zhu Zi is just drunk. Besides, the Shilong's armor has been broken and it's been heavily injured by me. It's very safe. A moment later, Yuan Zhu's blade plunged down and the Zilong finally collapsed. The system announced, Congratulations on killing the mutated Warlord-level Shilong, level 58. You have obtained a portion of the Warlord-level Shilong's corpse. You have obtained the Warlord-level Shilong's treasure. Explorer Yuan Zhu. Class, Martial Apprentice. Level, increased to 15. Yuan Zhu was overjoyed. Hee. I told you, this Yuan Zhu is the #1 war god in the world. But just as he finished being excited, he fell over and passed out on the spot. Huyan burst out laughing. Looks like Zhu Zi is dead drunk. So Nuan Pandiv. Huyan, I feel like I've forgotten something. But I can't remember what. Yang Ki nodded. Now that you mention it, I seem to have the same feeling. What did we forget? The three of them looked at each other. They thought for a moment, then shouted in unison, Oh no! Ruan Yu! From a distance, Ruan Yu's mournful cries echoed. He was hugging the Shilong's corpse, wailing, My beloved, one and only wife in this world. You people! I treated you like family, yet you killed my wife. As he spoke, he charged forward aggressively, about to cause trouble. Suddenly, Ruan Yu smelled a strange scent. What is this smell? It's so unpleasant. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed, unconscious. Jiang Kai and Hu Yin turned to Yuan, surprised. She explained, Brother Ruan Yu thinks he's a Shilong. He might attack us. So, I used the medicine I prepared earlier to put him to sleep for a while. Huyen clapped her hands. No, we mean well done. Good job, Nguyen. Amazing. Give me some of that medicine. Ruan Yu is so useful when he's drunk. Yang Ki Smilet. Can I have some too? Nguyen nodded. No problem. That night, the group chose a high, open rock ledge to rest. The two dead-drunk gods slept like logs, but their faces were radiant, as if they had just had a great victory. Today was indeed a good day. Huyen crawled into her sleeping bag, leaving Jiang Kai and Nguyen to gaze at the stars. Nguyen approached. Want some water? He took the water pouch from her and smiled. Thanks. You're not asleep yet. Sunwanwan nadi slightly. Today was too exciting. I still can't believe it. Luckily, at the critical moment, Zhu Zi broke the armor of that mutated warlord-level armored Shilong. Yang Ki softly. To be honest, I didn't expect the level 2 wine Ruan Yu brewed to accidentally activate Zhu Zi's professional talent. He turned to look at his sleeping, drunk teammates, pondering. In the next few days, will Zhu Zi activate more effects of his martial apprentice talent? He continued, this kid has never been weak. What he lacks is confidence. Today's confidence, thanks to being drunk and having a chaotic perception, allowed his courage to explode, activating the armor-breaking effect. From the sleeping bags, the two gods were still talking in their sleep, repeating the lines they used when fighting the Shilong. Yang Ki Surugit. Maybe he needs more training. I hope he can build up real confidence soon. Nguyen nodded. I believe he can definitely do it. Early in the morning, the forest was awakened by a series of excited cheers. Yuan Zhu woke up and, after hearing his teammates recount the events, was surprised. What? Hearing everyone talk about it, I just realized how heroic I was yesterday. Huyen teased. Ruan Yu, I have to say, after your perception became chaotic when you were a male armored Shilong courting that scaled Shilong, you were truly heroic. Ruan Yu blushed and waved his hand. TSK, don't say any more. It's making me sick. After the group sobered up, Jiang Kai took out the loot. All right, everyone's here. Let's open the treasure. Huyen patted his shoulder and smiled. Captain Kai, this is a rare treasure chest. Just now, I did a divination. Your luck today is not good. Let Nguyen open it. I see her face is rosy, much luckier than you. Nguyen was bewildered. Me? I'll open it. Huyen nodded decisively. That's right. Huyen is a master diviner. Nguyen, just listen to her and open it. The girl approached. She urged, don't worry, just open it boldly. After all, encountering a scaled Shilong, we've already made a big profit. Su Nguyen took a deep breath. Then I'll open it. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, the whole group gasped in amazement. Su Nguyen, wearing a watch on her wrist, began to look up the item information. This is a special refined, or it can be equipped on a weapon to enhance the scaled membrane, increasing its defensive capabilities. The item weighs 10.4 kilograms, with an estimated value of about 500,000 Holy Radiance coins. Next is the Earth Core. Weighing 17 kilograms, an important energy source for building cities, with an estimated value of 100,000 Holy Radiance coins. The blood crystal, weighing 48 grams, is an essential material for crafting and improving important weapons, with an estimated value of 300,000 Holy Radiance coins. 3 Heavenly Mandate bones, an important catalyst for upgrading talents, with an estimated value of 210,000 Holy Radiance coins. There's also a mutated blood crystal. Sunwanwan exclaimed. With a weight of 0.6 grams, this is one of the materials for crafting attribute-boosting secret medicines, with an estimated value of up to 6 million Holy Radiance coins. What? 1 gram of this stuff costs 10 million? And it's just one of the ingredients? Jiang Kai exclaimed, his voice full of astonishment. That's right. This thing is extremely rare, Su Nguyen confirmed. Jiang Kai suddenly recalled a recent memory. Isn't that the Merman clan's secret medicine I drank before? He paused, realizing he had spent hundreds of millions of Holy Radiance coins on a single dose of a basic attribute-boosting secret medicine. This type of secret medicine is extremely rare. The entire Holy Radiance can only produce less than 20 bottles a year. 1 bottle can increase basic attributes by 10 points and sells for about 150 million coins. As expected of a mutated warlord, Yuan Zhu's eyes shone brightly. He didn't notice his childhood friend was swallowing his tears in sorrow. In the past, Jiang Kai been too extravagant, spending enough money to buy a villa on Serene Lake. If I had known, I would have at least savored the taste carefully, he thought with regret. Su Nuanyuan continued to explore the treasure, unearthing a valuable item. This is pure water. Pure water, a necessary material for the level 20 class change for the healer profession. I heard that one class change requires nearly 5 ml, and there are 15 ml here. 5 milliliters of this can be sold for 1 million Holy Radiance coins. So this bottle is worth 3 million. Su Nuanyuan was excited. Nuanyuan, your luck is amazing. The whole group was amazed. Class change materials were so rare that finding enough for 3 people to change classes in a single warlord-level treasure chest was almost unheard of. The total value of a regular warlord's treasure was about 8 million Holy Radiance coins, but this time it had exceeded 10 million. Hee hee, this treasure is a real bargain, Su Nuanyuan said with a radiant smile. Ruanyu, standing beside her, looked at her and burst out laughing. You look like a real money grubber right now. Are you sure? Then you should take a look at Captain Kai. Ruanyu winked, glancing at Jiang Kai. The young man's mouth was wide open. He was almost drooling with excitement. Hee hee, this treasure plus the Shilong's corpse. The value has exceeded 15 million Holy Radiance coins. This is so lucky, Jiang Kai exclaimed, unable to hide his joy. Just by looking at Jiang Kai, anyone could see that he was even more of a money grubber than Ruanyu had just been. After that day, the Fire God squad regularly conquered at least one Shilong lair every day. Sometimes, in a single day, they even conquered 2 warlord-level Zilong lairs. As the number of battles increased, Yuan Zhu's armor-breaking ability combined with Jiang Kai's critical life chaser strikes became more and more in sync. Their combat coordination was as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. Here, I am the #1 warlord in the world, Yuan Zhu declared grandly. However, the only drawback was that they consumed a lot of resources. Even so, in the following days, the Fire God squad nearly wiped out every warlord-level lair within their reach. Yuan Zhu and Ruanyu both reached level 20, while Su Nuanyuan jumped from level 9 to level 12. During these map-clearing expeditions, the team took turns cooking on the road, each person doing their part, united and without any disagreements. Captain Jiang Kai, still with a cheerful expression, spoke up. Where do we go next? This area has been almost completely cleared by us. In a short time, there probably won't be any more warlord-level lairs appearing. Just then, the watch on Su Nuanyuan's wrist beeped repeatedly. She was startled, dropping the basket of fruit in her hands to the ground. Nuanyuan, what happened? That's right. Why do you look so pale? Su Nuanyuan took a deep breath, her voice trembling. I just received news from the Yinfeng ruins. A small-scale guild, originally with decent strength, unexpectedly encountered a mutated commander-level fallen zombie king during their training. They were caught off guard, and the entire team was wiped out. This news immediately caused a wave of anxiety in the squad. The fallen zombie king, as its name suggests, was a ghostly and extremely terrifying undead-type monster. The rank of a regular commander-level fallen zombie king was already over 60, higher than a mutated warlord-level armored Zilong. The abilities of a mutated commander-level fallen zombie king were even more unimaginable. But that mutated fallen zombie king was also injured. It's currently in hiding, Su Nuanyuan continued. That guild was strong enough to injure a mutated commander-level monster. They're truly not ordinary. If they had defeated it, they would have surely become rich. That's right, what a pity. But they did their best, a member lamented. The price of this failure was too high. The entire team was wiped out. Nuanyuan, this news just came in, right? Do many people know yet? Jiang Kai asked in a low voice. It's brand new information. It probably hasn't spread widely yet, but some of the larger guilds might already know and are sending people there, Su Nuanyuan replied. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Could it be that you want to? Jiang Kai now had a mischievous look on his face. I remember clearly that Holy Radiance doesn't allow looting, but that's for king-level bosses and above, not including commander level. There's no doubt that right now, countless people are eager to try their luck with this heavily injured, mutated commander-level fallen zombie king. So let's join in and get a piece of this delicious pie, shall we? Huyen spoke up confidently. After all, we've been training with the armored Xylongs in this place for a few days now. Even if we don't manage to snatch the fallen zombie king, we can just treat it as a new challenge. Yu and Sun Wan immediately agreed. Yu was excited. If it weren't for Captain Kai, I wouldn't have dared to dream of defeating the scaled armored Shilong. I'm going this time too. Yuanju laughed loudly. How can the Fire God Squad be without the #1 warlord in the world, Yuanju? Of course I'm going too. Yang Qi nodded. The Fire God Squad's next target is the mutated fallen zombie king. Let's move out. The next day, the 4-person squad had arrived in a barren wasteland. Yu, sweating profusely, complained, "It's so hot, I can't stand it." Looking around, he noticed the trees here had lava-like patterns and asked curiously, "This looks so strange. What is it?" Sun Yuanyuan looked up the information. She explained, "This is a skyfire tree about 20 years old. A tree that lives for over 30 years can transform into a skyfire spirit. After defeating it, there's a chance to get a heart of the fire tree, a material that enhances the special effects of fire." Hearing the mention of fire, Jiang Kai stared at the tree a little longer. Yuanju suddenly spoke up. "Look, that's the Azure Dragon Guild's team. I've met them before." The closer they got to the marked location, the more powerful squads they encountered. Over there's even an all-female team. As expected, everyone who got the news has come here. "We have to speed up," Huyen commented. Although the Fire God Squad arrived earlier than the teams from the main city, they still couldn't be as fast as the teams already training in this area. Realizing the disadvantage, Jiang Kai felt a pang of worry. Huyen is right. Right now, countless teams are constantly heading towards the fallen zombie king's lair. The teams that were originally nearby are surely waiting for reinforcements as well. Suddenly, he noticed Sun Yuanyuan was falling behind, her face pale and tired. She muttered, "So tired. My stamina is really not as good as everyone else's. The fight for the boss is so fierce, yet everyone is still persevering. I absolutely can't hold them back." But her vision was gradually blurring, her eyes about to close. Jiang Kai quickly walked over and handed her a bottle of water. Sun Yuanyuan took a sip of water and rested for a moment. Jiang Kai truly sympathized with her. Yuanju, one of the main combatants, was always prioritized for upgrades. Yu, before joining the team, already had a high rank, so reaching level 20 was also quite fast. Huyen had long since reached level 29. Only Sun Yuanyuan, at level 12, had never complained, always striving not to fall behind. She lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. But only for a moment. Yuanyuan quickly waved her hand and shook her head. "I'm not tired." Even as the lowest level healer with no combat ability, her persistence until now showed she was not as weak as she looked. Jiang Kai took the initiative to speak. "You're not tired, but I am. Everyone, just consider this a short rest with me." No one on the team objected. Yu nodded. "That's right. There are too many high-level squads here. We might as well rest and conserve our energy to prepare for a better fight." Sun Yuanyuan was about to say more, but Jiang Kai immediately stopped her. Yinfeng, the place where the fallen zombie king is hiding, has a range of 5 to 6 kilometers. Moreover, most of the monsters here don't have a clear sense of territory and often wander around. With the current situation, with so many teams hunting in terms of speed and stamina, it's hard for us to gain an advantage. Yu asked, "Then, Captain Kai, do you have a plan?" Yang Qi did it. He was thinking, should we stop and carefully assess our combat strength and see if we have any special advantages compared to other squads? Yu nodded. The captain's words make a lot of sense. Among the experts searching, on what basis can the Fire God Squad be the first to find the fallen zombie king? The whole group began to ponder. Sun Yuanyuan was confused. "I can't think of anything right now. Are we just supposed to rely on luck?" Her mention of luck seemed to spark a bold idea in Jiang Kai's mind. Yuanju suggested, "How about it, Huyen? Why don't you try a divination to see if we can find the fallen zombie king?" Huyen retorted, "How am I supposed to predict that?" But Jiang Kai was excited. "Luck. That's right, luck. Huyen, our team's advantage is you. Have you forgotten? Before you change your class to a fortune teller, you were a feng shui master. The fallen zombie king is hiding to heal its wounds. What kind of place would an undead monster like it choose to hide in?" Huyen immediately replied, "It's not necessarily the place with the heaviest energy. It's injured and doesn't have the strength to find the best place. but we can try to check the areas with heavy yin energy near yin phone and then filter them out. Yang ki nodded excitedly. So that's how it is. I understand. Your village-level feng shui technique. Everyone rest. Let Hu Yin calculate the most likely hiding place of the fallen zombie king. Once she's done, she'll report back to us. We're counting on you. Time passed quietly in silence. Jiang Kai stood looking into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Yuan Zhu walked over. He patted him on the shoulder, startling him. Why did I scare you like that? What were you thinking about so intently that you didn't even notice me approaching? Jiang Kai shook his head. It's nothing. I was just suddenly thinking about how Nguyen managed to get her level 20 class change material. I already know the formula for my class change material, but I still don't know where to find it. Yuan Zhu was curious. So, you already know the formula. Where are the materials? Are they rare? Yang Ki Sighit. Not exactly rare, but I have no idea what they are. Before, I found the special level 20 class change formula in the secret section under Everwinter Island from the Merman boss. After deciphering the mysterious characters, I learned that it said, water of unknown origin, fire that burns naturally from the void, a gentle wind that is still and unmoving, mud that sinks and floats without a fixed place, metal that transforms unpredictably. Yuan Zhu listened. His head was spinning. Wait a minute. What's this about water of unknown origin and fire that burns from the void? Are you sure that a formula and not a riddle? Yang Ke nodded firmly. There's only one copy of the formula. It can't be wrong. But it's really confusing. I once thought that water of unknown origin could be rain. But what about the rest? Am I just supposed to search blindly? Yuan Zhu thought. In that case, rain sounds reasonable. As for fire that burns from the void, do you think it's in Yinfeng? I heard that Yinfeng has no fire, but it's as hot as a furnace, like a natural flame. Don't you find that magical? Yang Ke nodded. What you said makes sense. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice interjected. Isn't this Jiang Kai, the one who got lucky as a dog on Everwinter Island? Now you're famous and complacent. A level 40 squad appeared. It consisted of a cavalryman holding a letter and 4 fighters. The leader sneered loudly. Yuan Zhu tilted his head and whispered. What does he mean by enemies on a narrow road? Do you have some grudge with this tough-looking group? Why haven't I heard you mention it? Yang Ke frowned it. I've never met them, but from the way they're looking for trouble, they must be from the royal family. Yuan Zhu heard this. His eyes lit up. What? The royal family? Then I must teach them a lesson. Jiang Kai quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. This group's level is not low. Our current target is the mutated fallen zombie king. We shouldn't start a fight now. Jiang Kai took the initiative to step forward and spoke. I am Jiang Kai. Is there a problem? The squad leader roared. A problem? You killed a member of our Falcon Squad 5. While we were hunting the Merman Lord, you sneak attacked and killed young Master Huang. Jiang Kai, you're really brave. You like to seek death, huh? Yuan Zhu, standing beside him, snorted coldly upon hearing this. Jiang Kai didn't sneak attack at all. On the contrary, it was Huang Wei who brought for assistance. Yet in the end, he was completely wiped out by Kai. What a disgrace. Someone in the opposing group became angry from embarrassment. The red-haired man swung his whip. A rock flew towards Yuan Zhu. The captain is talking to Jiang Kai. A dog like you dares to bark. A rock weighing dozens of pounds whistled towards Yuan Zhu. Jiang Kai reacted quickly, throwing out his life chaser, shattering the rock into pieces. The red-haired man, his eyes bloodshot, roared. Yang Ki smiled coldly. You're really like a buzzing fly, constantly pestering. Yuan Fu, really. The squad leader heard this. He drew his sword. You dare to call our Black Tortoise Guild a buzzing fly? Originally, I was going to let you die an easy death. Now, you won't be able to live, and you won't be able to die either. A murderous aura erupted from him. Jiang Kai immediately became vigilant, ready to fight. It seemed this battle was unavoidable. Just then, Su Nuanyuan and Ruan Yu rushed over. Su Nuanyuan shouted, Su Feichong, what are you doing? Jiang Kai was surprised. He realized she had called out the opponent's name. They must know each other. Su Feichong was stunned. Su Nuanyuan, aren't you in the military? Why are you with Jiang Kai? Su Nuanyuan replied firmly. I am now a member of the Fire God Squad. Jiang Kai is my captain. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will absolutely not stand by. Ruan Yu also stepped forward. That's right, me too. A teammate behind Su Feichong whispered in his ear, Captain, her sister works under Wei Ying. In finding the fallen zombie king is the priority. Don't cause more trouble. Weighing the pros and cons, Su Feichong nodded and sheathed his sword. Today, you're lucky. I'll spare you for now. He glanced at Jiang Kai. Tomorrow, I didn't expect this, Jiang Kai. You actually like to leech off women, using them as a protective charm. Jiang Kai didn't reply. Against such an obvious enemy, words were meaningless. He smirked. That's right. I heard you really like to use flying daggers, right? Su Fei Jiang Smai. You're not wrong. Someone like you is only fit to use a treacherous weapon like a flying dagger. But remember, the next time we meet, before I kill you, I will not only destroy those flying daggers, but also cut off both your arms. Eat your fill. Sleep well, and wait for that time to come. He turned to his teammates, joking, look at their angry faces. It's understandable. I can't believe Falcon Squad 5 lost to this kind of person. Yuan Zhu heard this and was about to charge forward in anger. That's too much. But Jiang Kai immediately stopped him, his voice low. Now is not the time to act. Let them go. He turned to Su Nuanyuan. Nuanyuan, what do you know about this Su Feichong? Su Nuanyuan replied. He used to live in the military district. I heard that more than half a year ago, he changed from a martial apprentice to a fighter. His current strength has very likely reached the level of an inheritor. Yuan Zhu was surprised. What? An inheritor? Su Nuanyuan explained. The martial apprentice is a class that the military values very highly. It has been famous for a long time. Before becoming transcendent, from level 1 to 20 is a martial apprentice. Level 21 to 40 is a fighter. Level 41 to 60 is an inheritor. And level 61 to 80 is an ancient martial artist. I didn't expect Su Feichong to be this strong. He also has a good relationship with the Huang brothers, and his speed and agility are also formidable. You have to be careful. Yang Ke nodded silently. He had a strong feeling that he would face this guy again in the guild tournament. Just then, Hu Yin ran over and announced, our team has finished calculating. There are 3 suitable locations. The first is Twilight Graveyard, northwest of Yinfeng, quite close to the fallen zombie king's territory. The second is Shanin Lake, directly south of Yinfeng, which has heavy Yin energy and is closest to the main city area. The third is a low-lying area directly west of Yinfeng, with no reputation, not even a name. You have to cross a small hill to get there. Yang Kiponderet. Yuan Zhu suggested. The fallen zombie king is heavily injured. It will surely rush back to its nest. How about we try our luck at Twilight Graveyard first? Jiang Kai shook his head. We're going to the low-lying area. The whole team was surprised. He explained, although Twilight Graveyard is close to its territory, many teams will surely think the same. By the time we get there, it will probably have been searched clean. Jiang Kai analyzed. If we go to Twilight Graveyard, we'll most likely come back empty-handed. Although Shanin Lake has Yin energy, it's not as good as Twilight Graveyard, and it's not as quiet as the valley. Moreover, because it's close to the administrative area, many teams have surely set out from there. But the valley is different. The mountain range makes it difficult for the injured fallen zombie king to choose this place to hide. However, because of that, most of the search teams will overlook it. So, we might as well take a gamble and go to the valley first. 2 hours later, the squad arrived at the nameless valley. Jiang Kai led the way. Is this the place? Yuan Zhu, his voice trembling with worry. This damn place. I don't need to look at the feng shui to feel the cold, Yin energy radiating from it. But this place is so big. If the injured fallen zombie king is hiding here, it won't be easy to find it. Yang Ke nodded. We not only have to find it, but we also have to take it down before we're discovered. The difficulty is not small. Because it's afraid of being exposed and needs to heal, it will definitely choose the most hidden place like a cave or a tomb. Su Nuanyuan took out 6 bottles of medicine. She said, this is a medicine I concocted when I was fighting with the military. It reduces the effects of toxins from zombie-type monsters. The effect lasts for half a day. It might be useful in this situation. Yang Ke nodded. Everyone, drink Nuanyuan's medicine first. Then we'll check the surroundings together, looking for caves or abandoned tombs. The whole team agreed. No one objected. They began to search, but there was no progress. Yuan Zhu sighed. I'm so tired. How about we rest for a while and then continue? Ruan Yu teased. Brother Zhu Zi, don't fall behind. What the fallen zombie king suddenly rushes out. Hurry up. Yuan Zhu was horrified. Suddenly rush out? No way. Is it injured and hiding? Huyan deliberately spoke in a spooky voice. Just kidding. Who knows? Maybe the fallen zombie king is hungry, smells people, and suddenly appears. Yuan Zhu was scared and trembled. Okay. I'm coming right away. He closed his eyes and rushed forward, even surpassing the team without realizing it, constantly shouting, "Wait for me!" Jiang Kai shook his head and smiled. Hu Yen, Zhu Zi is a coward. Don't scare him anymore. Hu Yen burst out laughing. Haha, Zhu Zi is obviously very good, but he needs to be trained more. While running, Yuan Zhu tripped over a rock in his path and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Ouch! The four people behind him heard the commotion and called out worriedly, Zhu Zi, are you okay? At this moment, his pupils contracted, his face filled with panic. Yuan Zhu turned pale and pointed forward, stammering, Wait, everyone look, what is that? In the direction he was pointing, a tombstone radiating thick energy was hidden behind dense trees. Hu Yan was surprised. An abandoned tomb? It's so well hidden. It would be hard to spot, even if you walked right past it. Ruan Yu frowned, suspicious. But this tomb is so small. Can a commander-level fallen zombie king fit inside? Just then, the tombstone trembled slightly. Although it was very faint, the whole team felt the abnormality. Yang Ki-skotet. Oh no, it's here. Hu Yan, Ruan Yu, Su Nuanyuan, fall back quickly. The three of them quickly turned and ran. From the tomb, something was crawling out. Jiang Kai jumped up. He hid in the canopy of a tree and ordered, Zhu Zi, hold it off head-on. I'll attack from the shadows. Yuan Zhu nodded. As the zombie king was about to emerge, Jiang Kai added, if you can't hold it off, just run. Don't try to resist. I'll use Life Chaser to restrain it at any time. First, a huge arm with sharp claws emerged from the tomb. A terrifying pressure descended. The mutated commander-level fallen zombie king, level 65, radiated a chilling energy. Its deep black eyes glowed with a red light. It opened its mouth and roared, a show of force. Yuan Zhu, standing closest, became the target of its aggro. He panicked. Don't come near me. Oh my god, this monster is so scary. The zombie king unleashed a zombie roar. The ear-piercing sound wave and a strong gust of wind pushed Yuan Zhu back. Just one move showed that it was not easy to deal with. Yuan Zhu felt he couldn't hold on. He quickly took a bottle of medicine from his item card, took a swig, and threw the bottle to the ground. He seemed to transform into a different person, carrying a long sword on his shoulder. Come on, I don't care if you're a demon or a ghost. This Yuan Zhu, the #1 war god in the world, is not afraid of anything. He charged forward. He delivered a full force slash, but the blade got stuck, only cutting a shallow wound on the zombie king's steel-like skin. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Yuan Zhu and the zombie king stared at each other. He still maintained a calm expression, unintentionally angering the boss. From a distance, the three non-combatants were worried. One Yu exclaimed, Oh no, Zhu Zi's sword is stuck. Jiang Kai saw the situation was not good. Zhu Zi run. The zombie king roared. It swung its arm violently, the terrifying force sending Yuan Zhu flying, crashing into a nearby tree. It didn't stop there. It pounced, slamming both hands down. At this moment, the large wound on its chest was clearly visible. Jiang Kai rushed up. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Jiang Kai unleashed 9 Life Chaser daggers, simultaneously detonating 2 critical hits on the zombie king. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu rushed to Yuan Zhu's side, intending to help him up. Su Nuanyuan was worried. We'll take Zhu Zi back here. The fallen zombie king was already heavily injured. With Captain Kai's attack this time, could it still not have turned to dust? Ruan Yu shook his head, uneasy. I don't think so. Zhu Zi's sword just now didn't even pierce its skin. It's definitely not that simple. Hu Yin turned to Su Nuanyuan. Her teacher was stunned. Nuanyuan, what's wrong? But immediately, Hu Yin herself was also astonished. What is this? Captain Kai, your attack on the fallen zombie king didn't cause any damage. Su Nuanyuan explained. That's the skill Undead Resurrection. When the fallen zombie king takes fatal damage, the soul inside will activate, significantly reducing the damage taken and accelerating wound recovery. Sure enough, the large wound on the zombie king's chest was gradually closing. Faced with this situation, Jiang Kai was forced to retreat. This fallen zombie king, even after its armor was broken and it was heavily injured, and I've been constantly harassing it, it still hasn't fallen. It's too strong. So Nuanwan's Choutif. You have to pierce the heart of the mutated fallen zombie king. Otherwise, no matter how badly its body is damaged, it can still recover. Jiang Kai was enlightened. So that's it. No wonder I couldn't take it down. I have to pierce its heart. But just then, The zombie king suddenly turned its head, roared, and looked straight at Su Nuanyuan. It launched a sonic attack, stunning her and making her stagger. Then it changed direction. It charged towards her at a terrifying speed. Nuanyuan, Jiang Kai roared and gave chase. But the zombie king was more agile than he thought. Suddenly, it changed direction, slamming its left arm into the ground. From its position to Jiang Kai, the ground trembled as if something was moving underground. The zombie king jumped up. Kai only had time to jump out of the way, but he wasn't fast enough. It grabbed him. I didn't expect the zombie king's arm to have this trick. Kai gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He realized a few of his bones were broken. This guy even knows how to feint, attacking east and striking west. Pinned down, he couldn't escape. The zombie king pulled him closer to its mouth full of teeth and saliva, as if it wanted to chew him alive. Captain Kai, Huyen screamed in horror. Just then, Yuan Zhu regained consciousness. He charged forward crazily. You audacious monster! You dare to harm this war, God's comrade. Realizing the danger, the zombie king let go of Jiang Kai and turned to spray a stream of purple-black poison mist at Yuan Zhu. Sun Wanwan clutched her chest, leaning against a tree to stand up. Cough, cough. That's purple-black poison mist. Zhu Zi, be careful. The purple-black poison mist is the fallen zombie king's signature move. The darker the mist, the stronger the poison. Normally, the poison mist of a commander-level zombie king is dark green and can corrode an explorer's skin in 1 minute. The poison mist of a king-level zombie king is black and instantly fatal upon contact. This mutated commander-level zombie king, despite being injured, can still spray purple-black poison mist. Its toxicity is between the two types. Although it doesn't kill instantly, it's extremely terrifying. The medicine I prepared for everyone is probably just a drop in the bucket. Su Nuanyuan was worried. No wonder, even though it's heavily injured, it's still strong enough to wipe out a powerful guild. Yuan Zhu faced the zombie king, but the difference in strength was too great. He could barely hold on. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind. You dare to touch Captain Kai? I'll be the first to not let you go. It was Ruanyu. I will never be weak in this life. He chugged a bottle of wine, raised his ice shield, and charged crazily towards the zombie king. Su Nuanyuan don't. Huyen quickly pulled Su Nuanyuan back as she was about to chase after him. Don't be rash. This purple-black poison is too dangerous. You're a doctor. You might be our last hope. Su Nuanyuan was about to say something, but Huyen interrupted her. Protect yourself well? Okay. Sun Wanwan Nadif. She called out worriedly. Captain, what are you going to do? Huyen turned back and smiled. Don't come near. It's too dangerous. The range of the poison gas is too large. I have to go in to cast healing rain and wash away the poison mist. Hearing this, Sun Wanwan froze, trembling. Everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. But why? Why am I a doctor and can't do anything? Since she was young, her older sister had always protected her from all dangers. She was used to relying on her sister, growing up in her protective embrace. But then the day Ghost Planet descended, beast gods appeared everywhere. Only those who passed the Ghost Planet's trials and became transcendent were strong enough to resist the beasts invading their homeland. When her father sacrificed himself on the beast god battlefield due to a lack of medical resources during the resistance against the disaster, she seemed to grow up overnight. From then on, she was determined to join the military and become a solid support for her comrades on the battlefield. In the early days of entering Ghost Planet, when she felt lonely and lost, she met Yuan Zhu and Jiang Kai. The three of them coordinated seamlessly. Under Kai's leadership, she and Zhu Zi achieved outstanding results and were selected by the military as elite rookies. She thought she had taken a firm step on the path to realizing her dream like her sister. But after joining the military, she realized the gap between herself and everyone else. Despite her best efforts, her ranking only reached sea level. She comforted Yuan Zhu. You also have a less than ideal result. Don't be too sad. But in reality, she was more disappointed in herself than he was. Can I become an excellent doctor? Am I qualified to protect everyone? Sun Wanwan asked herself. Before her, the fallen zombie king with its terrifying appearance was roaring. Yuan Zhu shouted, Wan Zombie King, how could I miss this? Come on, baby. Let's get to it. Don't let anyone interfere with this plan. He roared again. Yuan Zhu is the #1 war god in the world. Monster, get lost. The shouts from the front line made Su Nuanyuan's mood waver even more. She watched her closest friends fighting for their lives, while she could only stand behind, just like when she used to hide behind her sister. She began to doubt. Should I have chosen to be a healer? The zombie king roared. It opened its mouth and sprayed poison mist. In this situation, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu's defenses would sooner or later collapse. It was only a matter of time. Ruan Yu, Yang, Kai, a strained voice called out. Su Nuanyuan was startled. That's Captain Kai's voice. He's still alive, but at this moment, Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu had been knocked back. Zhu Zi, big brother Ruan. Su Nuanyuan panicked. Seeing their wounds, she was horrified. In less than a minute in the poison mist, their bodies had been severely corroded. Su Nuanyuan calmed herself down. Calm down, Su Nuanyuan. Saving people is the most urgent task. She went to activate her healing spell. She focused on healing the heavily injured Yuan and Ruan Yu. The poison mist had spread in front of her. The situation was extremely critical. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Rain poured down. It was Hu Yan's healing rain. The poison mist gradually dissipated, but Hu Yan was exhausted, her mana depleted. She could only barely stand. The zombie king roared in the rain. No longer affected by the poison mist, Jiang Kai gradually regained his senses, but his body ached, his breath was weak, and he had almost no strength left. He blamed himself. I really overestimated myself. Back on Everwinter Island, if it weren't for that one-time skill, how could I have harmed the merman boss? This time, this commander-level fallen zombie king was not part of the plan, yet I still recklessly led the team here. And I couldn't even protect them. I was truly wrong. Don't I know my own limits? The royal family. Can I make them pay? His eyelids felt heavy. He almost wanted to give up. But just then, his teammates' voices rang out. I, Yuan Zhu, am the strongest war god in the world. Who dares to be impudent? Yuan Zhu shouted. He swung his sword and slashed at the zombie king's arm. Ruan Yu rushed forward, using his shield to push back the boss, pulling Jiang Kai out of the attack range. Jiang Kai was jolted awake. His reason returned, his will ignited. I can't admit defeat like this. Big Brother and Zhu Zi are still waiting for me to live a good life with them. Everyone is still fighting for their lives for the Fire God Squad, fighting until the very end. He struggled to get up, blood trickling from his mouth. His whole body ached, and he couldn't stand firm. Su Nuanyuan rushed over. How are you? Zhu Zi, Hu Yan, Big Brother Ruan. She panicked. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Calm down, Nuanyuan. Hu Yan is exhausted. This storm won't last long. I feel like all my bones are broken, but we have to take it down quickly. Is there any way to help me recover quickly? The life-saving pill. Su Nuanyuan's eyes welled up, and she nodded firmly. I understand. The rain gradually subsided. Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu were entangled in the zombie king's net, about to be swallowed. Just as it tilted its head back, about to put them in its mouth, Jiang Kai's voice rang out. You dried-up corpse. Let go of my friends. He spun around and kicked the zombie king straight in the mouth. Caught off guard, the prey in its mouth fell out. Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu were unconscious. They fell to the ground. Brother Ruan, Zhu Zi, I'll leave them to you. Jiang Kai turned his head and smiled at Su Nuanyuan. The zombie king charged. Every attack was fierce. With his current defense stats, Jiang Kai could only dodge. A few minutes ago, Su Nuanyuan had given him a red potion, saying, with my current healing ability, I can't help you recover immediately. This is a basic Phoenix tier. I got it by chance while training with the military. It helps explorers below level 20, regardless of their injuries, to temporarily recover to their peak state for 1 minute. But after 1 minute, no matter the situation, the person who drank it will immediately fall into a coma. Are you sure you want to drink it? Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. He grabbed a glass vial. 1 minute is enough. Back to the present. The zombie king was being relentlessly attacked by him. Come on, you idiot. If you're so good, then chase me. Jiang Kai successfully drew its aggro. The zombie king opened its mouth and sprayed poison. Knowing the power of the poison mist, he used his maximum speed to escape its range. The rain is almost stopping. Getting hit by the poison mist will be very troublesome. This distance is temporarily safe. He turned around, preparing to counterattack. But the zombie king was smarter than he thought. It had already used its underground arm trick. It launched a surprise attack. Jiang Kai activated void form to dodge. Using the same trick twice. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for it again? The zombie king saw it missed. It sprayed poison mist again. Its set of moves was truly annoying. Jiang Kai threw his life chaser daggers, piercing through the mist, aiming straight for the zombie king. Despite its large body, its speed was extremely fast. The zombie king jumped up, easily dodging the 3 flying daggers. Although they didn't hit their target, the explosion from the daggers filled the space with smoke. In that moment, the zombie king lost sight of Jiang Kai. He continued to use guerrilla tactics, throwing flying daggers. The zombie king still managed to dodge. The 3 daggers embedded themselves in the tree trunk behind it. The zombie king roared, swinging its huge arms. It created a strong gust of wind that blew away some of the poison mist. Jiang Kai took the opportunity to crawl into the underground tunnel that the zombie king itself had dug. "Hey, I'm over here. Your reaction is too slow," he shouted as he threw a flying dagger. The zombie king ignored him, standing still, and reached its left hand towards Kai. He threw 3 life chasers. He aimed straight for the heart exposed by the wound on the boss's chest. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The zombie king used its other arm to block the blow. Despite losing an arm, it still managed to grab Jiang Kai. He struggled, but it was useless against the difference in strength. Su Nuanyuan covered her mouth and screamed in horror. The zombie king was eager to swallow him to replenish its energy, but a sharp pain from its left chest made it pause. "Yankee skotet. You stinking trash. You think you really caught me a second time? I was just pretending to lure you into my trap." Life chaser. Somehow, it was crawling back out from the zombie king's heart. He maintained the motion of pulling the video back. The zombie king roared in pain. As the life chaser pierced its heart, it collapsed. Jiang Kai fell to the ground. I bet right this time. The 1-minute effect is really short. But luckily, it was enough. He passed out immediately after. Su Nuanyuan ran over worriedly. Before he lost consciousness, he whispered, "Nuanyuan, I'm counting on you from now on. As a healer, you can still heal everyone's wounds." Where did the 3 flying daggers come from? It turned out that during the second miss, Jiang Kai had deliberately embedded them in the tree trunk behind the zombie king. A meticulous trap for the final blow. When he was caught, everything had been calculated. It was all part of the plan. It must be said, Jiang Kai was truly a combat genius. Su Nuanyuan was startled when she heard the zombie king's roar. "It's still not dead?" Remembering Jiang Kai's words before he fainted, she gripped the flying dagger and advanced towards the boss, her eyes filled with determination. "Su Nuanyuan, you can do it. Your teammates need you. Just this 1 dagger, and it will all be over." Sensing the danger of being destroyed, the zombie king's survival instinct made it, despite being exhausted, rise up. It swung its hand full of sharp claws. Su Nuanyuan leaned to the right, dodging the blow, but was still scratched on the shoulder. Blood dripped to the ground, but her eyes remained resolute. "You think doing that will make me back down? You can't escape, Zombie King." After that last blow, it had exhausted its strength and couldn't move anymore. "So Nuanyuan is not dead coldly. You dare to harm me? Prepare to die." She aimed the flying dagger straight at the boss's heart. A piercing scream echoed through the valley, as if shaking the heavens and the earth. The next morning, Yuan Zhu, Ruan Yu, and Hu Yin had woken up, their wounds carefully bandaged. The team sat around, chatting lively. Su Nuanyuan was taking care of Jiang Kai. "Remember, don't move too much. Rest a lot. Combined with my medicine, you'll recover in just 3 days." He looked at her and smiled. Su Nuanyuan was embarrassed. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, I just feel that Nuanyuan has grown up so fast. You're becoming more and more like an excellent explorer." Su Nuanyuan lowered her head, blaming herself. "How can I be excellent?" When you guys were facing the fallen zombie king, I was just a doctor, only knowing how to rely on everyone to charge forward. I feel like I'm reducing the team's combat effectiveness. Jiang Kai shook his head. "Wrong. You're underestimating yourself too much. These past few days, I focused on helping Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu level up, so your stats and level are the lowest on the team. Yet you didn't complain, you endured the fatigue, and worked hard to keep up with the team. When facing the Falcon squad, even though you knew you were no match, you still bravely stepped forward. And when I was heavily injured by the fallen zombie king, it was you who decisively finished it off and saved the whole team." Jiang Kai looked at Su Nuanyuan and said gently, "Su Nuanyuan, you're a doctor with almost no combat ability. But I know you never thought about backing down. You've done so much, maybe you don't realize it yourself. but the whole team sees it clearly. On this journey, you've done an excellent job. Everyone treasures you, and you're an indispensable part of the squad. We need a talented healer like you. Let's work hard together. Su Nuanyuan was moved, her eyes welling up. Yuan Zhu laughed heartily. That's right, Nuanyuan. If it weren't for the kindness of a doctor like you healing us, how could we be jumping around like this now? Ruan Yu and Hu Yin came over to comfort her further. Ruan Yu said, I agree. This time, we were lucky to have Nuanyuan. Everyone dared to charge forward without worry. Hu Yin nodded. That's right, Nuanyuan. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Su Nuanyuan was moved. Tears streamed down her face. Everyone, it's so good to be teammates with you all. 2 hours later, the team was ready. Jiang Kai asked, Is everyone ready? The group said in unison. Ready, he smiled. Then let's open the chest. I'll start. I heard that the Fallen Zombie King's treasures are mainly equipment, and it's especially easy to get top-tier items. This one is even a mutated version. It really makes one look forward to it. Jiang Kai took out a flying dagger. Su Nuanyuan checked the information on the system. Blade of Raging Flames, an executioner's weapon, level 80. There are only 2 in all of Holy Radiance. This is the third. Estimated price is 350,000 Ghost Planet coins. Yuan Zhu's eyes widened. Wow, 350,000 crystal coins. That's 35 million Holy Radiance coins. What's so rare about it? Ruan Yu smiled. This is a top-tier level 80 weapon. It's a pity our team doesn't have an executioner, but we can still sell it for money. Jiang Kai continued to pull out a coat. Su Nuanyuan, what is this? It looks strange. She checked. It seems there are no records. Hu Yan was surprised. No records? That means this equipment has never appeared before. So Nuanwan Nadif. But luckily, I can appraise it. Back in the military, Zhu Zi and I sometimes encountered equipment that couldn't be looked up with a watch, so I bought a few appraisal scrolls just in case. As soon as she touched the coat, a brilliant blue light erupted. The information appeared. Necromancer Exoskeleton. Requires level 60 to wear. Increases strength by 23, defense by 27, agility by 33, and spirit by 71. Special Effect 1. Death's Pardon. Reduces the usage requirement by 40 levels. Special Effect 2. Undead State. Immune to nervous system attacks for 9 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Special Effect 3. Death's Torture. Inflicts a mental attack on a heavily injured enemy, causing them to continuously suffer the torment of a near-death experience, lasting until the caster's spirit is depleted. The whole team was amazed. Yuan Zhu exclaimed, What? This armor stat boosts are insane, especially the 71 points to spirit. The special effects are also too incredible. Su Nuanyuan added, The Death's Pardon effect allows level 20 explorers like us to use it, even though it's for level 60. The undead state is the key. Even just 9 seconds of immunity to nervous system attacks like the merman's sonic waves or neurotoxins is enough for us to rest and counterattack. As for Death's Torture, although it only works when the enemy is heavily injured and doesn't help much in actual combat, it's a great move to terrify opponents at the right moment. 25 minutes later, the items opened were mostly weapons and armor. Although they were high level, they were not suitable for the team. It seems the only way is to sell them to exchange for class change materials. Ruan Yu sighed. Suddenly, Yuan Zhu spotted a glittering object. What's this shiny thing? He pulled out a ring. Wow, an accessory. This ring looks very high-end. So Nuanwan Nadif. Let me use my watch to appraise it. While the whole team was focused on the ring, Jiang Kai discovered another object. Jiang Kai held the card, his eyes shining. Congratulations on obtaining the Death Card, the unique weapon of the gambler, the sovereign god of death. The information appeared. Death Card, the unique weapon of the gambler. No level requirement. It is one of the 9 cards of the Sovereign God set. Explorers who have reached the transcendent or aberrant stage can bring the card back to the real world. The whole team was amazed. Unique? There's only one set in all of Ghost Planet. Yuan Zhu exclaimed. Yankee Loghead Hertili. Moreover, it has no level limit. It's truly designed for me. He analyzed. My Ghost Hand card throw skill, when throwing regular items, increases accuracy by 40% and penetration by 30%. But with a card, accuracy increases by 120% and penetration by 250%. Using the Death Card, its power will be many times that of a regular weapon. Su Nuanyuan was curious. But what is an aberrant? One you guessed. A transcendent is a master of level 80 or above. An aberrant is probably a similar title. We can look it up later. The card's information continued to appear. The Death Card increases the owner's basic attributes by 20%, 50 points of penetration, 15% permanent critical hit rate, and 150% critical hit damage. The attributes increase by a percentage. Jiang Kai was excited. The stronger I am, the stronger the card. The special effect left the whole team stunned. Special effect 1. The time has not come. When actively used, the death card will automatically attack the target up to 50 times, each time dealing an additional 50% damage. The target cannot escape or defend against the attack. Using this skill consumes a lot of spirit. 50 consecutive times. It sounds terrifying. Yuan Zhu was impressed. Yang Ki Smilet. It's telling me, I want you dead, you have to die. Special effect 2. Wrath of the Gods. When activated, the death card will spin at a dizzying speed with the card's tip as the center, dealing continuous damage to the attack area. If the target cannot escape, the penetration force will gradually increase. This skill consumes a large amount of stamina and spirit, but the damage will increase sharply over time. Combined with the time has not come, the death card is true to its name. It won't let you die. You can't die. Special effect 3. Artifact Soul Binding. The death card cannot be damaged and can be summoned, thrown, and retrieved by thought. Jiang Kai was excited. Indestructible and controlled by thought. Even if I encounter cunning opponents like the royal family, they'll have a hard time guessing my trump card. Although he didn't find the level 20 gambler class change material he had hoped for, this unique weapon was more than enough. But he wondered, what is the Sovereign God card? Why is the death card one of them? There are 8 other cards. Suddenly, the birds in the area flew away in a panic. Jiang Kai was startled and activated his ghost eye, focusing on the direction of the sound. Oh no, a high-level team is approaching. In our current state, if they find out we killed the mutated fallen zombie king and took the chest, the loot will be stolen. Let's get out of here. The whole team quickly retreated. Back on Earth. At Wei Ying's headquarters, a knock on the door was heard. Wei Ying turned his head. Su Lan rushed in to report. Commander, another country has discovered a teleportation array. Wei Ying pondered. Due to the low level of exploration of Ghost Planet, the areas of different countries were not connected. Except for some special classes that could enter the training grounds of other countries through special means, the territories of the countries did not overlap. But a year ago, this peace was broken. Countries continuously discovered teleportation arrays leading to the Land of the Lost, a public area in Ghost Planet. The Land of the Lost was full of mysteries. First, its area was vast, and it changed location every 6 months. Second, it contained many mysterious areas called Lost Ruins. These places held rare treasures and powerful class change materials for new classes. Third, only explorers below level 60 were allowed to enter. Even more surprising, upon entering the Land of the Lost, the AI would transmit information. Welcome to the preliminary Land of the Lost competition. Participating teams must have 5 members below level 60. When 80 countries have discovered this area, the competition will officially begin. During the competition, teams would compete fiercely. The first, second, and third-ranked teams would receive 3, 2, and 1 secret key to the Land of the Lost, respectively, earning the right to explore the Lost Ruins for rare treasures. Each person could only participate in the competition of the same level once. Currently, 49 nations have discovered the teleportation array to the Land of the Lost. When 80 nations are reached, the competition will begin. Holy Radiance has not yet found the teleportation array. Only the highest-ranking teams will have the opportunity to explore the Lost Ruins, which contain treasures that could change the fate of a nation. Seeing Wei Ying's silence, Su Lan asked again, Commander Wei, are you listening? He slowly turned around. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and ordered, summon the National Guild representatives. Call an emergency meeting. 3 days later, at the Holy Radiance City Trading Hall, Jiang Kai walked out. His 4 teammates, waiting outside the door, all looked at him. Yuan Zhu asked, Did you sell everything? Yang Kai nodded. As soon as I posted it in the private trading space, it was all sold out. I also bought enough class change materials for everyone. Here's the pre-made stuff. Just drink it to complete the class change. Hu Yin and Ruan, you were excited. The loot this time was all rare and valuable materials. They sold out in a flash. It seems more and more major powers are emerging. I heard that a few days ago, the military held a global guild representative conference. Immediately after, the procurement departments rushed to collect rare resources. This must be related. But at this moment, the conversation of the passers-by was what really caught Jiang Kai's attention. Two explorers were chatting animatedly. Hey, this year's guild challenge is about to start. It looks like there are quite a few new strong guilds preparing to participate. Haha, that's going to be exciting. I heard that the Black Tortoise Guild is paying special attention this year. Overhearing the conversation, Ruan Yu and Yuan Zhu, along with their teammates, burst out laughing. Black Tortoise? How arrogant. Jiang Kai reassured him. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely vent your anger for you. That's right. But before that, let's go to the guild area first. The group agreed. To participate in the competition, they needed to find a guild to join. Kai, are you confident? Did you find a guild? You said before that you offended the royal family, so no guild would accept us. I thought we'd have a hard time. That's right, Captain. What guild did you find? He replied with a mysterious smile. It's a secret. The team followed their captain to a deserted street. The four members looked around suspiciously. Is this the guild we're joining that you found? Why does it look so deserted? The location was remote, with no one at the gate. There wasn't even a guild name. Looking at the large gate in front of them, Sunwanwan suddenly realized. Wait a minute. You're not planning to start your own guild, are you? That's right. He nodded and took out a card to open the iron gate. On the sign, it read, Sovereign God Guild, number 319C. Stepping through the gate. The team marveled at the scene. This is a beautiful house. Zhu Zi was excited, patting his shoulder. When did you establish the guild? You didn't say a word. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. That's right. Captain Kai, to be honest, I never thought a stingy person like you would be willing to spend money on such a beautiful place, Huyen exclaimed. The word stingy was like an arrow straight to the young man's heart. One you also marveled. That's right. How much did this place cost? At least 100 million Holy Radiance coins, right? Seeing his teammates' surprised expressions, Jiang Kai could only sigh inwardly. It seemed his stingy image in their eyes would be hard to change. He opened the data panel on his watch and continued excitedly. Actually, I've had this idea for a long time. So today, when I was buying class change materials for everyone, I took the opportunity to register the guild. Luckily, the procedure was quick. Thinking back, when I first came to Ghost Planet, every guild rejected me at the gate just because they were afraid of the royal family's power. At that time, I told myself, relying on heaven, relying on fate, is not as good as relying on myself. So I was determined to establish my own guild. The Sovereign God Guild's headquarters is in the confirmation stage. After successful recognition, the guild information was verified. Finally, the Sovereign God Guild was officially established. Although it was just the beginning, we already have a home on Ghost Planet. This made the whole team unable to hide their joy. Life was truly getting better day by day. The next day, Zhu Zi became the first to complete his class change. He announced excitedly, I've successfully changed my class. I've changed my class to a fighter. Explorer Zhu Zi, class, fighter, level 21. He continued to show off. Now I have a second talent, and its attributes are very strong. When I curiously asked what the talent was, Zhu Zi replied, the talent's name is Almighty Fighter. It can help me increase my attributes by more than 10% compared to other twice-changed classes. Not only that, every time he levels up, he gets an additional 7 attribute points. It's truly impressive. The development path of this martial apprentice class focuses on increasing attributes, so strong it's hard to believe. It's worthy of being one of the top classes in Holy Radiance. I was amazed. Yuan Shisu. Zuzilao Zidlodli. That's not all. When fighting, I can freely distribute all my attributes. Sometimes I can achieve a high agility state, and other times I can burst out with powerful attacks. After the fight ends, my attributes will return to their original state. Moreover, when learning combat skills, this talent also has a chance to help him comprehend new moves. This ability to freely distribute attributes, if used well, could truly crush any opponent of the same level. Not to mention, the ability to comprehend new moves was almost equivalent to getting free skills. I looked at Zhu Zi. I exclaimed, you'll most likely become the most versatile martial apprentice. He laughed loudly and replied confidently, I told you I'll protect you in the future. At this moment, Hu Yan's feelings could be summed up in 2 words, admiration. As for me, I was tired from talking so much. The door to the room burst open, and Ruan Yu walked in with a gloomy face, as if he had just been through an emotional storm. Brother Ruan, why are you so sad? Did your class change fail? Ruan Yu shook his head, his eyes flashing. What's wrong with you? I successfully changed my class, but I changed into a martyr. My talent skill is drunken revelry. Explorer Ruan Yu is now a level 21 martyr. He boasted that his strength and agility had both increased by 2 points, although his constitution growth had decreased from 3 to 2 points. Jiang Kai patted his shoulder in comfort. Ordinary classes, after level 20, only get 20 attribute points per level up, except for special classes like martial apprentice or healer. It's rare for anyone to get extra attribute points. Your martyr class gets an additional 3 points, which is rare. Really? Ruan Yu's mood brightened upon hearing this, and his radiant smile returned. Hu Yan nodded, a mix of curiosity and amusement. Also find it rare. But Ruan Yu, what is the drunken revelry skill? It sounds interesting. Ruan Yu laughed loudly. He explained excitedly, the drunken revelry state will activate my subconscious, helping me transition from a drunken state to a subtle state, hovering between drunk and sober. In short, I feel quite what? His teammates teased, chiming in. Quite unrestrained. Hee, you think so? This guy is even more unrestrained. Ruan Yu replied, making the whole group burst out laughing. But then, everyone suddenly felt a little uneasy. I'm suddenly feeling a little worried. Hey guys! Half an hour passed. Yuan Zhu started to get impatient, looking towards the door. Su Nuanyuan still hasn't come out. Could there be a problem? Ruan Yu reassured him, his voice full of confidence. Just wait a little longer. Class change is a tough challenge, but I believe Nuanyuan can do it. 10 minutes later, Su Nuanyuan finally appeared, her trembling figure making everyone worried. Su Nuanyuan. Was the class change not ideal? It's okay. We could try again next time. That's right. My first class change was also difficult. Don't be discouraged, Su Nuanyuan. We'll always be with you. Jiang Kai raised his hand to reassure them, his calm voice soothing the group's anxiety. Don't be impatient. I think Nuanyuan has something to share. I didn't expect. After I changed my class to a healer, I received the top-tier talent, toxin analysis. The probability of this is less than 1 in 1,000, Nuanyuan said excitedly. With this toxin analysis talent, I can increase the speed at which medicine takes effect by 10%, increase the speed at which toxins take effect by 50%, and also increase my ability to sense toxicity in substances by 30%. That's amazing, Nuanyuan. So you're planning to go down the path of using poison? I'm not sure yet, she replied, her eyes sparkling with thought. But medicine has 3 parts poison. When preparing medicine, I can use this talent to remove toxins, thereby improving the effectiveness of the medicine. Oh, so that's how it is. Her teammates nodded, their eyes lighting up with understanding. Jiang Kai smiled, his voice full of encouragement. Everyone's class change this time is very impressive. But we can't be complacent. Our opponents include many strong teams, whose levels are deliberately controlled by major guilds to compete for rankings in the team competition. Therefore, from now until the official guild challenge begins, everyone must continue to work hard to level up. Agreed, the group replied in unison, their spirits high. 7 days later, the group had collected 180 elite forest wolf corpses and 2 warlord forest wolf corpses. Yuan Zhu, now a level 25 fighter, and Su Nuanyuan, a level 24 healer, both felt a significant improvement after days of practical combat. Hu Yan. Reached level 31 and smiled brightly. I feel a clear improvement in myself. Ruan Yu, level 25, laughed loudly with pride. My rain summoning skill is getting easier and easier to use. Just then, Jiang Kai's watch rang. He opened it to see. Then he announced in a serious voice, the group assignments for the guild challenge are out. Sovereign God Guild, Fire God Squad. Things to know when participating in the competition. From level 21 to 40, there are 32 participating teams. Each team fights 1 match per day. Our opponent on the first day is the Instant Kill Squad from the Black Tortoise Guild. The captain is Huang De. The announcement rang out clearly. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, please go to the arena in the Western District of Holy Radiant City. Be on time and prepare to participate in the competition. Note, this competition will be based on the complete elimination of the opposing team's members as the sole criterion for victory. Su Nuanyuan read the notice board intently and couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of surprise. Huang De? How can it be such a coincidence? The opponent in the first match is the Black Tortoise Guild, And it's even Huangda, who has a grudge against Brother Kai. She frowned. Her voice was full of suspicion. The previous guild challenge stopped at the right time. This time, they set the standard of killing the opponent to determine victory or defeat. In my opinion, the royal family has gone through the back door, deliberately seeking revenge. Yuan Zhu heard this, and his blood boiled. He stood up abruptly. Let me go ask the military if the royal family is playing tricks. Yuan Yu quickly pulled him back, his voice calm. Calm down. Jiang Kai also spoke up. His eyes were sharp but calm. There's no need for that. Whether it's fate or deliberate revenge, I don't mind. I want to face Huangda and have a proper fight. Brother Kai, are you okay? His teammates asked worriedly. But it seemed their worry was somewhat unnecessary. Jiang Kai had already made up his mind. His eyes burned with determination. Huangda, oh, Huangda very well. What the royal family owes me. I will take this opportunity to collect both principal and interest. The next morning, at the arena in the western district of Holy Radiant City, the stands were packed with spectators from early on. The atmosphere was as lively as crashing waves. A pink-haired female MC held a microphone. Her voice was sonorous. The competition between teams from level 21 to 40 will begin in 15 minutes. Please do not wander around. The first team to compete is the Instant Kill Squad from the Black Tortoise Guild and the Fire God Squad from the Sovereign God Guild. If both teams are present, please come up to the stage. The roar of the crowd was as loud as thunder. Huang Wei led the Instant Kill Squad out, their presence overwhelming. Instant Kill is on the field. No one can stop them. This time, Instant Kill will make history. Black Tortoise is invincible. At the same time, Xiao Tao led another group to watch. The team captain was a cool-looking girl with blue hair. She smiled and looked at her group. You girls are lucky to be here, just in time for the once-a-year guild challenge. Since you're here, watch carefully. Even though our group has a good record on the novice leaderboard, don't be arrogant. Learn how veteran squads operate. The blue-haired girl, Hong Su, snorted, her voice full of arrogance. What's so interesting about the qualifying rounds of a small group? The finals later on will be much more exciting. Xiao Tao smiled faintly, his sharp eyes looking at Hong Su. Don't be arrogant. Although you ranked first in this novice trial, among the participants in today's match, there is one person who broke the 30-year novice trial record of Holy Radiant City. Hearing this, the whole group immediately changed their attitude. Hong Su, especially, her eyes lit up, her voice full of excitement. You mean Jiang Kai? On the stage, the opposing squad was showing off with sharp taunts. Where's Jiang Kai? Hasn't he arrived yet? Don't tell me he didn't dare to come because he knew he had to fight me. Huh, this is normal. Young Master Huang, who doesn't know your reputation? That Jiang Kai was stupid enough to touch your brother. How could he dare to touch you? Huangda threw his head back. His voice echoed with challenge. Jiang Kai, aren't you unconvinced? Don't tell me you're scared and hiding like a turtle in its shell. His teammates chimed in, laughing loudly. That's right. Huh, what Fire God Squad? It should be renamed the Coward Squad. Suddenly, a low voice came from the opposite side of the arena. What are you barking about, Da Huang? Who's the loser? We'll know after we fight. The Fire God Squad slowly appeared. Their presence was no less imposing. The battle was closely monitored by the military. Nguyen and Yuan Zhu were ready. The rigorous system had been tested. Throughout the match, the monitoring committee could evaluate Su Nguyen and Yuan Zhu's performance at any time. Lu Jun, observing from the monitoring area, looked satisfied. Very good. But then he turned to Professor Li, his voice thoughtful. I might have to trouble you to monitor and evaluate one more person. So, old Lu, don't we just need to evaluate Yuan Zhu and Su Nguyen? Lon Lon, sitting next to him, asked curiously. Commander Wei wants to see the evaluation results of another person, Lu Jun replied, smiling mysteriously. The captain of the Fire God Squad. Yang Ke. Professor Li looked up the information and couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with astonishment. It's unbelievable. In such a short time, not only did they both reach level 20 to complete their class change, but they also surpassed it by several levels. What? Are you serious? Su Lan was shocked. More than 20 days ago, when they left the military, their level was clearly not even 10. So why does everyone who follows Jiang Kai improve so dramatically? Lu Jun spoke up to explain. Actually, it's not that strange. Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting person. Back to the lively atmosphere of the current arena, the female MC raised her left arm and began to announce the rules. Contestants on the stage, please pay attention. After the competition begins, the two teams are not allowed to leave the stage. Admitting defeat, surrendering, or eliminating all members of the opposing team are the only criteria for victory. Is that clear? Clear. The two teams replied in unison. Then, the match officially begins. Huangda immediately ordered, "Charge! Kill them all!" The four members of his team, with an arrogant and disdainful attitude, immediately charged forward. Jiang Kai quickly assigned roles. Zhu Zi and I will take the lead. Ruan Yu, you protect Hu Yin and Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan, you observe the battle situation carefully to heal in time. Is that clear? Clear. The group responded in unison, quickly getting into position. The enemy was closing in. One of them stood in front of Jiang Kai, laughing maniacally and taunting. "Ha! I can't wait to chop you all up." "They're here," Zhu Zi shouted. "Don't be afraid. Follow my command." Jiang Kai reassured him. His old teammate, Li Bin, also spoke up to encourage him. "Zhu Zi, don't be a coward. Your ability is not inferior to anyone's. If you don't improve this time, even as the captain, I can't keep you on the team. You have to be more aggressive." Li Bin pondered it. He was full of worry. Zhu Zi's biggest weakness is his cowardice. Can he overcome it this time? "Wait, what is Zhu Zi doing?" Someone next to him exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zi was seen suddenly tilting his head back. He chugged a mouthful of wine, his eyes shining brightly. The stands immediately erupted. "What's that? He's drinking? Drinking at a time like this? Is this guy an alcoholic? Are you kidding me? What do you chickens know?" Zhu Zi shouted, his voice full of heroic spirit. "This Yuan Zhu is the #1 war god in the world. You level 5 trash have repeatedly caused trouble for Kai. Come on." The alcohol had kicked in. The team's fighting style seemed anything but healthy. Zhu Zi's unexpected action stunned the opponent. Suddenly, he roared and unleashed a slash as if splitting the heavens. "Let's fight. I want to win this quickly." The power of a slash was terrifying. Luckily, the opponent managed to dodge in time. One of the opponents exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this kid a coward? His rank in the military is only E rank. What's going on now? I don't know. He's clearly a drunk madman. Ah, come on. Yuan Mao is here. Who dares to fight me?" Zhu Zi roared as he drew his shining broadsword, his presence like a river breaking its banks. Yang Kai sighed softly. Looks like there's no stopping Zhu Zi now. Luckily, Ruan Yu is still sober. But before he could finish a sentence, a black shadow shot up from the rear. A female teammate called out in alarm. "Brother Yu, Ruan Yu, he's charging up too." Ruan Yu declared heroically, "I am not weaker than anyone in this life. You dare to show off in front of our Fire God squad? I'm the first to not be impressed. Come on, let's fight for 500 rounds." The opponent started to get a headache. Another alcoholic. Let's deal with him first. The bald man, the leader of the opposing team, successfully attracted Ruan Yu's attention. He rushed forward, his posture flirtatious, his mouth chattering. "Have you eaten yet, beautiful? Little darling, I'm here to love you." The other guy's face turned pale. He roared, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Boom! Ruan Yu charged forward, directly unleashing the Thousand Mountains Crush technique. "Kiss me. Give me a kiss, beautiful." "Ouch, you madman. What are you trying to do to me?" The bald man struggled in panic, kicking Ruan Yu away. "Get lost." Ruan Yu was kicked back. It made Jiang Kai feel embarrassed for him. But how could that stop his flame of love? Ruan Yu laughed loudly. "I like feisty beauties like this. Come on, let's burn with passion today." The opponent was truly terrified. The other three didn't dare to move. One of them muttered, "Oh my God, is this Fire God squad full of madmen?" In the stands, Hong Su and Xia Tao felt awkward. Xia Tao was worried. "Big brother Xia, the Fire God squad. Aren't they a bit too much? This time, the audience will think our team is a den of perverts." The two girls on the team also agreed. But they understood that only when drunk could Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu activate their peak abilities. They fought to protect their teammates. Jiang Kai activated his ghost eye, observing the situation. Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu are no longer sober. I have to concentrate fully to prevent the situation from getting out of control. Zhu Zi, with a fierce look, charged forward to attack, roaring stomp. A powerful blow sent two opponents flying. The remaining one was lucky to avoid it, but was also stunned. That was close. Luckily, I'm fast enough. He immediately closed in, intending to counterattack. "Die, you madman." Seeing this, Jiang Kai threw a flying dagger to cover him. "Zhu Zi, be careful. The opponent is prepared." The enemy quickly took out an item, activating a shield that appeared in his hand, successfully blocking the 5 life chasers. However, he was also pushed back. His plan to counterattack failed. He was smug. Haha, this is a special shield prepared for Jiangkai. As long as this defense is not broken, no matter how many times you crit, you won't be able to take me down. While Zhu Zi and Ruan were being held back, the opposing team shifted their attack to the rear. One of them sneered, "Hi, a healer and a fortune teller. Neither of them has any combat ability. Let me deal with them first." Hu Yin bravely stepped forward. She activated her compass. Nuanyuan, hide behind me. Let me handle this. She cast Invincible Ice Storm. A scene of harsh weather appeared as hailstones condensed and shot straight towards the enemy. He roared in anger. Damn it. I can't believe this fortune teller can create and control hailstones. Thanks to the B-rank Black Ice Jade equipment. Hu Yin combined her skill with the freezing effect, reducing the enemy's agility. She thought to herself, these past few days I've been practicing using the Black Ice Jade that the captain gave me, creating hailstones and controlling them to harass the enemy. It's really effective. But before she could be proud, a sharp blade slashed towards her. It was the remaining member of the Lai Sha squad. He launched an attack that pushed Hu Yin back. Su Nuanyuan quickly caught her. Are you okay? The newcomer spoke with contempt. My blonde teammate is so disgraceful. I can't believe he was beaten back by a fortune teller. Don't say you're on our team when you go out. The blonde man was furious and charged at the two girls. Cut the crap. That fortune teller belongs to me. I have to personally chop this troublesome woman to death. Zhu Zi suddenly rushed over. He roared, where are you running to? Your opponent is me, the #1 war god in the world. Stomp. A powerful blow pushed back the two enemies. Damn it. This madman is like a persistent fly, an opponent said angrily. The remaining member, the blonde man, immediately suggested. Just in time. Let's crush this Yuan guy first. The situation became a 3-on-3 with extreme tension. Meanwhile, Ruan Yu was again lost in a pink world. Wifey, let me leave the taste of love on your soft, cherry-like lips. Mwah. The bald man shouted, his voice cracking. Do you want to die? Who's your wife? Don't you see who I am? Although he was disgusted by Ruan Yu's strange behavior, he still observed the match professionally. This pervert shield has very high defense. I have to attack a point it doesn't cover. The bald man seized the opportunity, rushing behind Ruan Yu and quickly throwing a hidden weapon. You eyesore. Go to hell. But the Fire God Squad also had a flying dagger master. Jiang Kai immediately threw his life chaser to block the hidden weapon, at the same time waving his hand to call the flying dagger back. The bald man shouted to his captain. He's already used 8 throwing stars. Huangda immediately took action, pulling out a purple item card and smiling smugly. Ah, good. Super magnetic crystal. A terrifying suction force erupted from the purple crystal in his hand. Hu Yin and Nuanyuan were the first to feel it. The compass and short sword in their hands were pulled away. Sun Wanwan panicked. What is this? My dagger is about to be sucked away. Zhu Zi also struggled. I can barely hold on my broadsword. Jiang Kai didn't expect this. The 8 life chasers couldn't resist the suction of the super magnetic crystal. Huang da slavlia proashid. He taunted. Jiang Kai, don't tell me you thought we weren't prepared. This super magnetic crystal is made from high-grade super magnetic stone, specifically to restrain your throwing stars. Now you only have 1 flying dagger left. Do you think you can win? Yanki suddenly smiled smugly. Huangda. I'm afraid you're celebrating too soon. This throwing star is not affected by the super magnetic crystal at all. Huangda was startled and snorted coldly. He activated another purple item card. A heavy shield appeared. He roared, it doesn't matter. He's dead for sure anyway. Jiang Kai, today I'll show you what despair is. Lu Jun, watching through the screen, exclaimed, Jiang Kai is about to lose. That shield is the Titan Great Shield. Even though its rank has been reduced according to the match rules, its defense still reaches 72 points, which is extremely terrifying on Ghost Planet. The higher the grade of a weapon, the higher the level requirement for the user. However, if the weapon's rank is reduced, low-level explorers can still use it, although this will damage it and reduce its original attributes. The weapon's power still far exceeds that of ordinary weapons of the same rank. I didn't expect the Black Tortoise Guild to reduce the rank of a transcendent weapon for Huangda to use. Not only that, The super magnetic crystal and the fighter's shield from before were also top-tier equipment that had their ranks reduced. To deal with Jiang Kai, they put in a lot of effort. Nguyen, my sister, isn't she destined to be eliminated? Huang De smirked and ordered, instant kill squad. Listen up. Prepare to annihilate the entire Fire God squad. Kill them slowly. I want them to taste the consequences of messing with someone they shouldn't have. Understood, his subordinates shouted, charging forward in unison. While Zhu Zi's weapon was being restrained by the magnetic force, they attacked relentlessly. The bald man also took the opportunity to counterattack fiercely. You damn pervert. Go back to Earth and cry. Li Bin stands side. The equipment gap is too big. It seems there's really no hope left. Even though Zhu Zi has found a way to overcome his cowardice, he probably won't have a chance to show it. Xia Tao was regretful. But Hong Su pouted. Jiang Kai is really going to lose this time. It turns out he's not as strong as the rumors say. Huang De, with 2 overwhelming pieces of equipment, was smug on the field. Our instant kill squad all wear black rock heavenly armor. Contact equipment is not affected by magnetic force. No matter how you struggle, it's just a hopeless struggle before death. He approached. He roared, Jiang Kai, I want you dead. Everything you've done to the royal family. I want you to pay back 100-fold. I want you to realize how cheap your life is. I want you to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy. Faced with these provocations, Jiang Kai was not flustered at all. The remaining life chaser in his hand was crazily accumulating power. He retorted, I, Jiang Kai, will never surrender to fate. You want me to kneel? In your dreams. Huang De sneered. Jiang Kai, don't struggle in vain anymore. Do you really think that ragged throwing star can deal with me? Don't dream. Jiang Kai didn't argue. He silently activated the skill, Card Devour, and Transform. Fang De was momentarily startled. What? Xia Tao in the stands jumped up. Wait, what was that just now? Sulan, looking through the screen, exclaimed, what happened? Why did Jiang Kai's 9-sword life chaser turn into a card? Lu Jun beside her couldn't remain calm. Such strong, killing intent. Is that a weapon with its own aura? Everyone's reaction was understandable. This was not an ordinary life chaser, but the unique weapon of the gambler, the God card. Activated at night, as if with intelligence, the God card reached SS grade, a level far beyond ordinary equipment on Ghost Planet, which was only divided from F to S. Above S rank, there was also SS and SSS, and the God card was the pinnacle of SS. What? An SS grade weapon. Moreover, the God card possessed a unique deck effect. The first special effect. For each God card added, all the God cards you hold increase their basic attributes by 10% and their armor-piercing ability by 50%. The second special effect. Devour and Transform allows it to swallow other thrown weapons and inherit all their attributes. Before the match, the Death card had already used Devour and Transform to take on the form of the Life Chaser. As a supernatural weapon, it was completely unaffected by the super magnetic crystal. Jiang Kai looked to Huang De. He smiled. Next, you'll be the one begging for mercy. But your pleas won't just be for me to spare you, but for me to kill you quickly. Jiang Kai's aura was overwhelming. It made his opponent feel a suffocating pressure. Huang De panicked. Wait, what is this brat planning to do? Jiang Kai threw the card in his hand. Wrath of the Gods. The God card tore through the air, its energy erupting as it slammed into Huang Da's heavy shield. The force of the impact pushed him back before a large crack appeared on the Titan's shield. What? My Titan shield is a demoted supernatural weapon. How can mere card pierce it? Fang was terrified. The twisting energy reached its limit, and the heavy shield couldn't withstand it, shattering into pieces. Huang was severely injured by the backlash. He fell backward, crashing hard into the arena's barrier. The supermagnetic crystal fell from his hand, and its weapon control effect immediately vanished. Huyen shouted. The control of the supermagnetic crystal is broken. Attack! Zhu Zi, like a ferocious beast, charged in to face 3 enemies without being at a disadvantage. The opposing team was astonished. How is he so strong? On the other side, Ruan Yu was still clinging to the bald guy. When he tried to support his teammates, Ruan Yu immediately blocked him, smirking. Wifey, why are you sneak attacking your own family? You're so naughty. The bald guy was miserable, fending him off while shuddering at the cheesy words of love and attempts at kisses. The stands erupted. What kind of move is this? A flimsy card pierced through a seemingly impenetrable shield. What exactly is Jiang Kai's power? Huangda, aching all over, struggled to his feet, trembling in pain. How impossible! How could I lose to that piece of trash? Damn it, I can't get up anymore. His teammates panicked. The boss is in trouble. Quick, support him. But their escape route was blocked by Zhu Zi and Ruanyu. Zhu Zi roared. Your opponent is me. Where do you think you're going? The more you run, the more excited I get. Beautiful. Now, only the two team captains faced each other. The death card automatically flew back into Jiang Kai's hand. He smiled. Huangda, the fun is just beginning. The time has not yet come. Huangda, his face pale, took a slash to the chest. Blood spurted out as he screamed in pain. Stop! Stop it! Damn you! I'm going to kill you. I want you dead, Sulan exclaimed, so strong. It's almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. Huangda was continuously slashed, his wounds piling up as he screamed in despair. Faced with his opponent's attitude, Jiang Kai's gaze grew even colder. Truly unrepentant. But if you think this is all there is, you're dead wrong. The special effect of the death card, the time has not come, was activated. Each time it's used, the card can automatically attack the target up to 50 times, dealing an additional 50% damage. During this process, the target cannot die and can only endure the flesh-tearing pain. Blood trickled from the wounds on Huang Da's body. The pain erupted as if tearing his body apart. He screamed, his cries shaking the entire arena, carrying a horror that would make anyone who heard it shudder. Jiang Kai said in a low voice, "For you, oppressing and killing people is probably as common as eating, right? If you don't care about the lives of others, then right now, I'll let you taste the fear of death." And not just once. Huangda trembled, stammering, "No." The third special effect of the Necromancer exoskeleton, Death's Torture, was activated. It launches a mental attack on the enemy, making them suffer the psychological torment of death. This effect only works when the opponent is already severely injured and lasts until the caster's spirit is depleted. Death's Torture, Jiang Kai announced coldly. Huangda froze. Motionless, he was plunged into endless torture. He felt his body being cut in half, each slice tearing through his flesh. "It hurts. Who's cutting me?" His limbs felt like they were being flayed. "Something is eating my organs." The feeling of being ground into mincemeat, pierced by 1,000 swords. "It hurts so much. Help me." Huangda's consciousness sank deep into the pain and horror of death. "No, I can't take it anymore. Stop. Stop it." A weak plea escaped his throat, mixed with desperate screams. Jiang Kai looked at his opponent coldly. "You can't take this much? The pain you're suffering isn't even 1/10,000th of what the innocent people you killed had to go through." Huangda clutched his head, screaming, "Kill me. Just kill me." Seeing his pathetic enemy, Jiang Kai thought to himself that the time is not effect of the death card, combined with the death's torture of the Necromancer exoskeleton, creates both physical and mental devastation. The effect is truly perfect. Huangda lost all reason, becoming just a body rolling on the ground, covered in blood, screaming in agony. Sulan, watching through the screen, was horrified. Why isn't Huangda dead yet? The damage he's taken has long surpassed a fatal level. Lu Jun shook his head deep in thought. "I don't know, but I'm afraid Huangda is about to be completely broken." He was lost in thought. What exactly is Jiang Kai's secret weapon? Even I can't see through it. Huangda crawled, clinging to Jiang Kai's leg, begging, "Jiang Kai, I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong. I beg you, kill me." But with an opportunity like this, Jiang Kai wouldn't let him die so easily. He looked up at the stands, where a group of soldiers was protecting Huang Tong. That guy must be about to lose it. As expected, the head of the Huang family was boiling with rage. He thought, "I can't believe that even with such thorough preparations, I still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He's intentionally not killing Xiao to force me to show myself." Huang Tong roared, Yang Kai Smilet. "So it's Guild Master Huang of the Black Tortoise Guild. Is there something I can help you with?" Huang Tong gritted his teeth. "I know what you want. If you kill Huangda now, I swear that boy will never touch your family again." Yang Kai loghead coldly. "Why should I believe you? Besides, he won't touch my family. But what about the rest of your people? Don't push your luck." Huang Tong roared. Jiang Kai tilted his head. He let Huang Tong get a clear view of his son being tortured. "It's up to you." Huang Tong clenched his teeth, thinking, no. Xiao Wei has already suffered psychological trauma. If Shouta continues like this, he'll be crippled too. He spoke up. Jiang Kai, in front of everyone, I swear on the honor of the Black Tortoise Guild to guarantee the safety of your family. If you still don't believe me, after the match, we will sign an agreement in front of the military. Jiang Kai nodded slightly, his voice cold. You said it. From now on, if you people dare to touch my family, whether it's the Huang family or the Black Tortoise Guild, I will uproot you completely. With that, he swung his blade, sending Huang Da's head flying. This is the fate of anyone who dares to target my family. Understand? Huang Tong gritted his teeth. He swallowed his anger. A guard called out, Guild Master. Huang Tong vented his frustration. He cursed, You idiot! What are you standing there for? Go and get the best psychologist to check on Huang Da's condition. The guard hurried away. With bloodshot eyes full of anger, Huang Tong gritted his teeth. Jiang Kai, you just wait. Jiang Kai watched the back of the Huang family head, a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chest, almost making him lose his footing. That was close. Continuously using Devour and Transform. Wrath of the gods, the time has not come, and death's torture. My spirit is almost depleted. Although Huang had been eliminated, the opponent still had 4 level 40 fighters. I can't fall now. As long as I'm still standing. They'll be wary. When fighting Zhu Zi, they'll be distracted. Zhu Zi, in his berserk state, roared, You cowards! Do you still dare to fight me? He unleashed a powerful slash against the high-grade shield of the fighter in front of him. His overwhelming presence terrified his opponent. The shield bearer was knocked back a dozen meters. His hands trembled violently. What? How did this guy's strength suddenly increase several times over? Hu Yin and Nuanyuan on the field were secretly pleased. That's Zhu Zi's talent, almighty fighter. When he attacks, he converts all his attributes to strength, enough to suppress even a level 40 fighter. The opponent, seeing that he couldn't win one-on-one, charged forward with another teammate. But Zhu Zi flickered in and out of sight. He appeared behind his opponent. Zolfust. He put all his strength into a thrust, laughing loudly. I told you you're all trash. His old military squad in the stands jumped to their feet in excitement. Is that Zhu Zi? I can't believe he's so strong and so agile. He's truly an impenetrable gatekeeper. As for Ruanyu, he was still excellently fulfilling his role of mentally harassing the opponent. Wifey, let's get closer. The bald guy was so panicked that he abandoned everything just to run away. The man with the earring from the military squad in the stands couldn't help but exclaim, to be able to witness a drunkard chasing a level 40 player around the arena in my lifetime. My eyes have truly been opened. The bald guy frantically threw things to stop Ruanyu. You damn pervert! Get away from me! But the pervert's shield had superior defense, making it almost invulnerable and extremely difficult to damage him. If Jiang Kai had switched his attack to someone else, perhaps their team would have had a chance to focus on the enemy. But strangely, he just hesitated, unwilling to make a move. Wait a minute, he's not attacking. Yuanzhu, on the contrary, fought with increasing ferocity. His slashes grew stronger and sharper, like blades cutting through the air, and his mouth never stopped, constantly taunting his opponents. Is that all you useless bums have got? You're a disgrace to the fighter class. However, the other members of the instant kill squad began to notice something unusual. Something's not right. Jiang Kai clearly has the power to take us down. So why is he still hesitating? Why isn't he delivering the final blow? Dragging out this match doesn't benefit him at all. A thought flashed through their minds. Wait a second. I think we missed a crucial detail. Jiang Kai's level isn't high. He used too many powerful skills earlier. Could it be that he's running out of energy and can't fight anymore? On the military side, who were monitoring the fight, Yuanzhu's stats on the monitoring panel suddenly skyrocketed, like an uncontrollable wildfire. This Yuanzhu is truly formidable, they thought. What kind of magic does the Fire God squad possess? Not only did Jiang Kai, a level 20 player, spectacularly crush the level 40 Huangda, but even Yuanzhu, who was known for his cowardice, is now displaying such an outstanding performance, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. But even though the situation seemed to be in the Fire God squad's favor, Lu Jun suddenly interjected, It's not over yet. Although Huang Da has fallen, and the remaining 4 members of the instant kill squad have lost some of their will to fight, this is still a life-or-death battle. Right now, they're on the defensive, mainly because they're wary of Jiang Kai. But since taking down Huangda, Jiang Kai has just been standing still, making no further moves. Although it looked like he was dominating, Lu Jun suddenly realized a worrying possibility. Don't you think it's possible he doesn't have the strength to continue? At that most critical moment, the four members of the Instant Kill Squad seemed to have realized this as well. They quickly switched from a defensive stance to launching a counterattack. Lu Jun watched intently and silently confirmed. Just as I expected, two members of the Instant Kill Squad suddenly changed direction, charging straight at Jiang Kai. Huh, if Jiang Kai is just going to stand there and watch his good brother fight alone, then cuffed. It's just as we predicted, one of the Instant Kill Squad members exclaimed. That's right, instead of surrendering, we might as well risk it all. The bald guy immediately responded, turning to counterattack Yuan Yu. Then let's bet on it. 2 minutes later, Yuan Ju's body began to show unusual signs. Damn it, the opponent quickly noticed the change. One of the Instant Kill Squad members frowned, analyzing. Do you see that? It seems like this Yuan guy's strength is fluctuating. No, it's not just that. Every time his strength spikes after a sword strike, his speed noticeably drops. A thought flashed through his mind. I get it. This guy probably has an attribute shifting talent. It looks powerful, but if he's careless, it becomes his fatal weakness. We just need to time it right, so he can't switch his attributes in time, and he'll be dead for sure. They turned to Jiang Kai, who is still standing motionless. And that Jiang Kai guy, he hasn't made a move. It seems his spirit is depleted. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? One of the Instant Kill Squad members shouted. Come on, didn't you want to fight my friend for 500 rounds? If you're so good, then continue. Seeing the two enemies charging, Yuan Ju roared and swung his sword to block. You loser. Such arrogant words. Come on. At this moment, he had shifted his stats to attack power, causing his speed to drop dramatically, like a beast with its legs tied. The opponent easily slipped behind him and delivered a fatal blow. Good. After I'm done with you, the next one is Jiang Kai. Go to hell. Li Bin's group, watching from the outside, was full of worry. Oh no, it seems they've adjusted their strategy. I'm afraid Yuan Zhu won't be able to hold on. But things didn't go as they expected. An unexpected variable occurred, turning the whole situation upside down. Yang Kai, who had been standing still like a statue, suddenly moved. Such big words. You think you can win against our Fire God squad with just you guys? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched himself into the air like an arrow leaving a bow, throwing a flying dagger at his opponent. The Instant Kill Squad couldn't react in time. A deafening explosion rang out, and a critical hit erupted. The ferocious flames, like a wild beast, quickly engulfed all three enemies. Yang Kai landed lichtly. His expression was as casual as if he had just done something trivial. One of the Instant Kill Squad members stammered, Jiang Kai, how could you? Curious, aren't you? Let me tell you. Before the competition, at the guild, Su Nuanyuan had sought out Jiang Kai. During the meal, she noticed his expression was somewhat pensive. Just now, when we were eating, I saw that you seemed to have something on your mind. What are you thinking about? Nothing. It's nothing. It's just that the competition is tomorrow. Huangda hates me to the bone. He will definitely think of all sorts of ways to deal with us. Although I don't know what strategy he will use, he knows very well that I rely heavily on my life chaser in battle. It's highly likely he will target my weapon. Then do you have a way to deal with it? Su Nuanyuan asked worriedly. Yang Kai smiled. A glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Do you remember the mysterious card I got from the fallen zombie king's treasure chest that I told everyone about? With it, I'm more than 90% confident that I can take down Huangda alone. But the problem is, we're not just facing Huangda alone. Moreover, using that card will have serious side effects. Without a proper strategy, the probability of wiping out the entire Instant Kill Squad is probably less than 60%. So Nuanwan Bandiv. She rummaged through her inventory and then sighed. The Phoenix Tears are all used up. Actually, for this challenge, I've been trying to research a replacement item, but unfortunately, it wasn't very successful. This is the only Demon God capsule I have. With your current attributes, after taking it for 1 minute, your state can temporarily recover to near its peak. But the price is that after 1 minute of digestion, you will fall into a state of total paralysis. She paused, her voice full of worry. Not only that, this demon god capsule also has an extremely harsh condition. The user must have completely depleted their spirit beforehand. Otherwise, it won't work. Being completely paralyzed for 1 minute on a life-or-death battlefield is dangerous enough, but actively depleting your spirit to exhaustion is no different from seeking death. You should consider another way. Jiangkai suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes shining with excitement. Nuanyuan, you are amazing. With this pill of yours, this time I'm 100% confident that I can wipe out the entire instant kill squad. Just you wait and see. 1 minute ago, on the stage, Jiangkai was still standing motionless, silently observing the battle. At that moment, Huangda had been eliminated from the game. Good. Huangda is taken care of. At the exact moment his spirit was depleted, Jiangkai thought to himself, then now is the perfect time to use the medicine. He silently swallowed the demon god capsule. He felt a surge of power like a hot spring flowing through his body. 1 minute countdown. The moment the medicine took effect was also when the battle entered its dramatic conclusion. The bald man threw a flying dagger at Ruanyu, but he was as fast as lightning, raising his shield to block it. Wifey, are you playing hide-and-seek with me? He was startled. He realized he had made a mistake. Yuanju, not giving his opponent a chance to correct his mistake, immediately moved like a ghost, appearing behind the bald man. He delivered a sharp horizontal slash across his back, directly finishing off the enemy. The bald man couldn't resist and collapsed to the ground. Remember this. Dying under the sword of the #1 war god in the world is your honor. Ruanyu rushed over, hugged the bald man, and sobbed like rain. Why did you kill my baby? Why? But immediately after, he changed his tone, a cunning glint in his eyes. I killed him? Ridiculous. You even have to ask? Because I am the #1 war god in the world. Ruanyu's grief only lasted a few seconds. Then he quickly changed his focus, looking at someone else. My baby is gone, so you will replace my baby. Receive this passionate kiss. Immediately, a green smoke enveloped Ruanyu. He felt the world spin. He fell to the ground. This smell again. Yankee vached relievet. Luckily, I told Nuanyuan to prepare a few bottles of wolf-repellent sleeping potion for us. But it seems we still need to get a few more bottles. Ruanyu's drunken madness is even more terrifying than before, like an out-of-control wild beast. Huyin and Nuanyuan ran over. They asked worriedly, Captain Kai, how are we doing? Yankee smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, our Captain Kai is still doing great. Looking at the disbanded instant kill squad, the female MC stepped up, her voice booming as if to stir the entire arena. I declare this match. Suddenly, Yuanju stepped in front of her, his appearance as fierce as a tiger. Who are you? Are you here to fight Yuan Mao? The female MC was stunned, frozen on the spot. What the hell? This is bad. Her still conscious teammates turned pale. Brother Zhu, stop. They know you're the #1 war god in the world. Yuanju, calm down. You can't hit this person. The female MC was terrified. She stammered, Sir, this match, the Fire God squad wins. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, please participate in the second round on time. After speaking, she quickly fled, afraid that even a second's delay would get her killed. Jiang Kai was still standing there, shouting loudly. Remember, I'll protect you in the future. I'll protect you. Nuanyuan shook her head. She pulled Huyen. I remember. Your spit is getting on my face now. Nuanyuan, Huyen, let's go quickly. Ruanyu was still aggressive. These two guys, so embarrassing. I'm coming right away. Haha. When this war god takes the field, who dares to cause trouble? His teammates quickly agreed, soothing him. Yes, you're the invincible war god of the world. Let's go. Lu Jun was suddenly startled, as if waking from a dream. Wait a minute. I just reacted, and the Fire God squad has already won. A little-known squad, seemingly anonymous, had swept the entire instant kill squad. A glorious achievement, as resounding as thunder. The stands erupted in cheers, like a continuous wave. That fighter named Yuanju is one thing, but the alcoholic, isn't that one of the most useless professions? How can he be so strong? He even chased down a level 40 fighter. A spectator exclaimed in amazement. And Jiang Kai, what profession is he really? What kind of heaven-defying weapon is that black card? Another person turned to his companion, his eyes shining. Brother Xia, now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God Squad's match. Sun Wan and Lu Jun, watching through the screen, couldn't help but be stunned by this result. Jiang Kai, they really won, Su Nuanyuan exclaimed, her voice full of emotion. Lu Jun nodded, a glint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of Jiang Kai, even the Fire God squad he leads, every step they take is beyond everyone's expectations, like a perfectly calculated game of chess. I bet Commander Wei is eagerly awaiting the results of the new rank evaluation. The rank evaluation results were quickly announced. S rank. Lu Jun was surprised. Yuan Zhu had reached SS rank, but Su Nuanyuan hadn't shown any special abilities, so her rank remained at C rank as before. SS rank. It's been a long time since anyone in Jiangzhou City has reached SS rank before level 40. A person in the crowd lamented. If Yuan Zhu could reach SS rank at this point, unless something unexpected happened, as soon as he reached level 60, he would most likely be directly recruited into the reserve team of the Holy Radiance War God Temple. To deal with the spreading beast god plague, countries had established national and local war god temples, as well as reserve teams to select and train talented individuals with the potential to become war gods. There were two paths to join the reserve team. The first path, the most common, was based on outstanding practical combat ability, shining in local assessments and selections. The second path, much rarer, was to be directly evaluated and recommended by the military after meeting strict standards for professional rank. Those who were strong enough to take this path. In the vast Holy Radiance nation, there wasn't even one a year. I didn't expect Yuan Zhu to have such potential, someone exclaimed, their voice full of astonishment, as if they had just witnessed a new star rising in the sky. Professor Li's voice was low. Then what is Jiang Kai's rank? I still haven't been able to check it. What? The two of them were shocked, as if struck by lightning. Professor Li explained, Jiang Kai's data has serious contradictions. First of all, his attributes at level 20 are abnormally strong, like a mountain far beyond the reach of that level. But since we haven't determined his profession, we'll put that aside for now. Second, Jiang Kai's attributes are theoretically still inferior to top-level 40 masters, but his attack power shows a terrifying and unbelievable destructive force. In fact, in one test, his attack coefficient reached a staggering 24,000, a number that makes people shudder. He paused. His eyes were sharp. As for his card-type weapon, we couldn't find any data in the database to evaluate it. It even caused a malfunction in the calculation system, like an unknown variable that messes up all the rules. The only thing that can be determined is that in this match, although Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, he consumed his state too early. As a captain, he let his members act too freely, lacking control. Therefore, for now, let's just rank him at D rank. What? D rank? The two said in unison, their voices full of astonishment, as if they had just heard something unacceptable. Professor Li, I will report this result to Commander Wei. Thank you for your time. Su Nuanyuan turned to Lu Jun, her eyes flashing with dissatisfaction. Jiang Kai's rank evaluation can't just be D rank. Lu Yun sat down. He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. Of course he can't be D rank. But do you wonder why I didn't object just now? Professor Li's evaluation is not wrong. The problem lies in this evaluation system. The system is built on data from countless predecessors. But, Lon, have you ever thought, if a person walks a path no one has ever walked before, using this system to measure him will surely be inaccurate? Jiang Kai, like Commander Wei, is someone that I and many others have high expectations for. I'm very much looking forward to his next performance. The next day, the group stopped in front of a pharmacy. There's a pharmacy here. Why don't we take this opportunity to restock Nuanyuan's medicinal ingredients? Welcome. What medicinal ingredients do you need? Luli and Aihuan, two Wu-tone fruits, the shop owner asked warmly. Yes, we have everything you need. Please follow me. Jiang Kai suddenly realized that Su Nuanyuan had already gone ahead. She stood hesitating in front of a counter filled with various bottles of medicine and large and small test tubes, like an alchemist discovering a treasure trove. This place even sells concoction formulas? She picked up a bottle, her voice full of curiosity. Like these medicines. Everwinter cold poison, blood corpse delay, green water ghost. These are all poison concoction formulas. She paused, frowning. It's just a little strange. I don't think I've ever seen green water ghost at the trading office. The counter owner heard this. He interjected with an excited voice. This green water ghost is extremely rare. It's a treasure from the hoard of a mutated warlord water ghost. Recently, at the water ghost lake on Taiping Mountain, it was just hunted. That water ghost lake, someone actually dared to venture there. Jiang Kai was slightly surprised. Then he burst out laughing. Of course there are. For example, the ascetics. This profession has always been mysterious, like a ghost lurking in the shadows. They often seek out desolate, dangerous places. That time, by luck, an ascetic came across the prey on its last legs, with only a breath of life left. The counter-owner looked at Su Nuanyuan, his voice warning. But little girl, the toxicity of the green water ghost is extremely strong, and the activation conditions are extremely harsh. It's like a sharp but hard-to-hold blade. During the concoction process, the coordinator is very likely to be poisoned. Even if it's successfully created, using it is not easy. Therefore, although it's rare, this item has not been sold yet. I advise you to consider other things. Su Nuanyuan was curious. Shop owner, what kind of poison is the green water ghost exactly? The shop owner explained. His voice was as even as if he were telling a legend. The green water ghost is a deadly poison. When you throw it at an enemy, it will pierce through their armor and cling to their body surface, corroding them crazily like a fire-devouring dry grass. But to take effect, the enemy must be completely submerged in water. Hearing the word water, Jiang Kai and Su Nuanyuan's eyes lit up as if they had struck gold. You said water? That's right. The shop owner nodded. That is, even if you risk throwing the green water ghost on the enemy, it's not enough. You have to make the opponent fall into water for the poison to take effect. The more they listened, the more Jiang Kai and Su Nuanyuan looked at each other, nodding continuously, as if they had found the final piece of a perfect plan. The shop owner was still kindly explaining further. Not to mention, whether there's a pond or a lake where you're fighting is a matter of luck. Even if there is. Jiang Kai cut him off, smiling brightly. The Fire God Squad may be lacking in many things, but we're never lacking in water. We can have as much as we want. That's great. We'll buy it. We must buy it. Su Nuanyuan was excited. The shop owner was stunned. He didn't understand what these kids were so excited about, as if they had just discovered treasure. But after talking until his mouth was dry, he thought to himself, anyway, I have to sell things to make a living. That day, their group had acquired a powerful biological weapon, as if holding a trump card in their hands. The scene shifts back to Jiangzhou City, the Black Tortoise Private Hospital. Huang sat dejectedly in a large hospital room, his eyes lost as if he had lost his soul. His father, Huang Tong, stood outside looking in, his face sad. Although he had immediately brought his son here, the top expert still shook his head. Guildmaster, the young master situation is much worse than the second young master's. His spear has suffered a devastating blow. He has already shown early symptoms of mental collapse. He needs immediate treatment. For now, we recommend that the young master not return to Ghost Planet for the time being. Huang Tong was angry, slamming his fist against the wall as if to vent all his frustration. Xiao Wei hasn't been cured yet, and now even Xiao De is in this state. That boy is the most outstanding hope of the royal family. He gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire. It's all because of Jiang Kai. I promised in front of everyone not to touch your family, but don't forget, I didn't say I would spare you. Anyway, the guild challenge is not over yet. At this moment, a fighter using dual sword approached from a distance and spoke. Guild Master, I heard you were looking for me. Is it related to the guild challenge? In the following days, the matches within the tournament continued smoothly, like a river flowing without stopping. Some teams, after witnessing Jiang Kai's sharp tactics in defeating Huang De, they became apprehensive and requested to withdraw right before the match began. The braver teams, despite daring to face them, ultimately fell before the Fire God Squad. Under Jiang Kai's leadership, his team advanced straight to the top 16 with an undefeated streak, like an unquenchable flame. Captain Kai, we have information about tomorrow's competition. Su Nuanyuan presented a notice from the Sovereign God Guild. Congratulations on reaching the top 16. Your next opponent is from the Black Tortoise Guild's Falcon Squad 4. Their captain is Su Feichong. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, please be at the arena in the West District of Holy Radiant City to prepare. The Black Tortoise Guild again? Su Feichong. Jiang Kai frowned, as if trying to search his memory. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. I think so too, Huyan nodded. Su Feichong, Falcon Squad 4? That's the squad we encountered on our way to hunt the fallen zombie king. Hearing Kai's reminder, Yuanju immediately jumped up, his eyes shining. I remember now. It's those arrogant guys. Hu Yin frowned, her voice full of worry. As far as I know, Falcon Squad 4 is the most elite team among the elite teams of the Black Tortoise Guild. Although the Instant Kill Squad is also strong, in terms of actual combat ability, they are no match for Falcon Squad 4. They have abundant resources and state-of-the-art equipment. But what's more terrifying is that Su Feichong's team is full of seasoned experts who have been tempered through countless real battles. They possess sharp combat and response capabilities like a blade. In particular, Su Feichong is extremely agile, like a fleeting wind. You must be very careful with him. Su Nuanyuan also carefully reminded him. I know. The next day, the match attracted a large crowd of spectators from early on, like a converging river. The Black Tortoise's Falcon Squad versus the Sovereign God Guild's Fire God Squad. This match is sure to be exciting, an enthusiastic spectator said. Everyone knows about the feud between Jiang Kai and the Black Tortoise. This match will be as tense as a violin string about to snap. I also heard that Su Feichong made some harsh provocations, calling himself Jiang Kai's nemesis, another person added. On the arena, Su Feichong faced Jiang Kai, his eyes sharp, accompanied by a provocative gesture. Jiang Kai, we finally meet again. Do you remember what I said? I will personally cut off your arm. Yuanju immediately bristled, like an angered beast. Try it, you surnamed Su. Don't be so arrogant so early. Look at that Huangda. He was just as arrogant before, and now the grass on his grave is several meters high. You dog. Jiang Kai reached out and pulled Yuanju back. His confident demeanor was like that of a general before battle. Su Feichong, enough with the words. Let's just let our strength do the talking. The pink-haired female MC, with a lively voice, continued to preside. Contestants, please note. The 36th Guild Battle, the round of 16 to 8, has now entered the countdown. The audience's eyes were all focused. They were as focused as if drawn into a vortex. Look, the battle is about to begin. Su Lan, standing in the stands, whispered worriedly. Fighting against such a strong team, I'm really worried for my sister Nuanyuan. Come on, Jiang Kai. Facing Falcon Squad for this time, can you still create a miracle? An old teammate shouted in support. Yuanju, come on. The captain and I will cheer for you until the end. 3-2, the match begins. As soon as the command was given, Falcon Squad 4 immediately deployed their formation, as professional as a perfectly programmed machine. Leading the charge was none other than Captain Su Feichong. Go! Kill them all! The Fire God Squad, as usual, protected the two girls in the back line. Everyone, be careful. They're coming. Yang Kiskotet. He took the initiative to strike first, launching a series of sharp flying daggers like rain. Hu Yin cheered smugly. So many life chasers. Let's see our Captain Kai give you a taste of your own medicine. But as the flying daggers flew towards them, Su Feichong didn't dodge at all. He smirked slyly. I knew you would use this move. The two teammates behind him immediately rushed forward. Leave it to us. On the surface, he activated an equipment card. He shouted, Jiang Kai, now let me show you what team combat is. Yuanju was stunned. On the surface, they have a quality shield. Two shields were erected, as sturdy as a steel wall, completely blocking Jiang Kai's attack. Su Nuanyuan and Ruanyu exclaimed in unison. What? Their reaction speed is so fast. Su Nuanyuan exclaimed. The whole Falcon Squad charged forward like a storm. Yet they were still able to quickly form a defensive line, blocking Jiang Kai's 6 flying daggers. Moreover, even though the critical hit was activated, Su Feichong didn't panic at all, calmly retreating with the impact, like a perfectly calculated dance. Truly seasoned. The red-haired man in the Falcon Squad took the initiative to charge forward, wanting to counterattack. Let me test him, shall I? When the frontline members were pushed back by the critical hit, the ones behind still closed in like lightning. He pulled out a flaming whip. He lashed out with a thunderous crack. Fire God Squad, have a taste of my blazing flame whip. The young man with earrings in the stands continued to analyze. Moreover, Falcon Squad 4 switched from a defensive state to a counterattack in an instant. As expected of a top-tier team, Jiang Kai signaled for the whole team to retreat, avoiding the opponent's spearhead. Sulan was on pins and needles. Looking through the screen, her heart was on fire. I've only heard about Falcon Squad 4 before, but this is the first time I've seen them fight up close. No wonder they're famous for their team coordination. Lu Ju nodded, his eyes sharp. That's right. Although the individual skill of each member of Falcon Squad 4 is not particularly outstanding in the Black Tortoise Guild, in a large guild with countless talents, their combination creates a formidable force, like a perfectly honed fighting machine. Jiang Kai pulled back to a safe distance. He raised his hand to summon the flying daggers back. He thought to himself, they are indeed a seasoned group. This synergy, like an orchestra playing without a single wrong note, can only be forged through countless real battles, walking on the line of life and death. Just one counterattack is enough to show that this opponent is much more terrifying than the instant kill squad. At this moment, the opponent suddenly pulled out a familiar object. Supermagnetic crystal. Haha, you want to retrieve your life chaser? Don't even think about it. The stands erupted in excited cheers. Look, it's the supermagnetic crystal. This time, the Fire God Squad's weapons are definitely going to be controlled, an excited spectator said. It seems that right from the start of the match, Jiang Kai has been forced to use that mysterious card. But then, everyone was stunned. Wait a minute. Everyone look. The Fire God Squad's weapons are still in their hands. The supermagnetic crystal has been neutralized? What's going on? Su Feichong didn't seem surprised at all, just smirking faintly. You've modified your weapons? Yang replied smoothly. A glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. Surprised? We've already suffered a loss before. Did you really think we wouldn't prepare in advance? The day before the match, in the Fire God Squad's base, Jiang Kai had carefully inspected the treasure. Luckily, you saved some of the ores from the merman maze before. I discovered that the strong magnetic force among them can generate a repulsive force against the supermagnetic crystal. Therefore, I've modified everyone's weapons. Now, even if we encounter the supermagnetic crystal, we don't have to worry anymore. Wanyu clapped in praise. Well done. Su Feijiang, on the arena, roared. Now let me tell you, in the face of overwhelming speed, even with perfect coordination, there will be flaws. Jiang Kai was not flustered at all, immediately activating his professional skill. His attack was like a storm bombarding the entire battlefield. Good. As long as I use the gambler's time, attacking continuously without stopping, 6 life chaser daggers are enough to make them unable to react. In just a few short days, Jiang Kai had found a way to deal with the supermagnetic crystal, like an alchemist who had just discovered a secret formula. Su Lan, in the stands, breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death just now. Maybe this is the fun of watching Jiang Kai's squad grow. Lu Jun nodded, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That's right. Their flexibility and creativity, like a fire that burns brighter and brighter, is truly amazing. On the stage, Jiang Kai shouted loudly, Yuan Wanyu, take this chance. The gambler's time won't last long. Now is the best opportunity to counterattack. The moment Yuan's wine bottle hit the ground, like a wild beast released from its cage, he roared, what kind of small fry dares to show off? Then let me give you a taste of the #1 war god in the world. Earth-shattering stomp. A deafening roar echoed. The move was like a tsunami, sweeping everything away. This is truly an effective crowd dispersal move. Yuanju, after unleashing the move, looked around blankly like a warrior lost in the middle of a battlefield. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, a flaming red whip struck from behind, like a fire snake lunging to bite him. Yang Gui, with his sharp, knife-like ghost eyes, was about to throw a flying dagger. Yuanju, Dongji. He was as fast as lightning, managing to block the opponent's sneak attack in time. Su Feichong seized the opportunity. He charged forward to face Jiang Kai head-on, roaring, You dare to get distracted? I told you, if I meet you again, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yuanju, with his hands free, immediately targeted the red-haired woman. You dare to challenge me, the #1 war god in the world? You're bold. A fighter with a shield quickly rushed out to block him. Leave this to me, the red-haired woman said, and quickly retreated. Facing Yuanju, the fighter also felt it was difficult. He muttered, this madman's reaction is pretty good. I underestimated him. Yuanju smirked, his eyes burning. Come on, if you're so eager to fight me, then for now. Yuanju's figure disappeared like a ghost. He charged straight forward, unleashing the earth-shattering stomp, his voice booming like thunder. Yuan Mao will accept your challenge. While the two main forces were engaged in battle, the remaining 3 members of Falcon Squad 4 quickly gathered and launched an attack on Huyin, Su Nuanyuan, and Ruanyu. Ruanyu, after taking a large gulp of wine, seemed to be fueled by a ferocious flame. He raised his cold shield and charged forward. I, Ruanyu, am not weaker than anyone in this life. Beautiful, I'm coming. He pointed straight at the fat man opposite him. You damn fat man. I think you're tired of living. The two sides clashed. He held back the opponent, creating an opportunity for the two female fighters of the Falcon Squad to pass. One of them sneered, "Haha, it's better for you to handle this perverted drunkard. We find him disgusting." The other one nodded. "That's right. Leave those two useless girls to us." Hu Yin was not flustered at all, shouting, "Sister Hu Yin, be careful. Don't worry." Watch me. Invincible Hailstorm. Enhanced version. The water streams from Su Nuanyuan's skill appeared, shooting powerfully at the opponent, like a rain of sharp arrows. They swung their hands to disperse it, but the pressure still didn't decrease. As for the two team captains, the battle was as fierce as the line between life and death. Jiang Kai, with his flying daggers, needed to keep his distance, facing Su Feichong, who used a sword and needed to close in. The flying daggers in Jiang Kai's hands were as fast as lightning, but they didn't seem to cause any significant damage to Su Feichong. He smirked. "Brat, you like to use hidden weapons, right? Let me tell you, I've never lost when it comes to speed." Two flying daggers flew towards him, but Su Feichong's figure, like a phantom, easily slipped past. So slow. Jiang Kai was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, he's indeed extremely difficult to deal with. The audience jumped to their feet. They were as stunned as if they had witnessed the impossible. Jiang Kai's flying daggers. It seems no one has ever dodged them at such close range. Who is he fighting? It's Su Feichong, who is famous for his wind-like speed. Another spectator shook his head. Even if I slow it down, I can't see clearly how he dodged Jiang Kai's flying daggers. The next development in the match was Su Feichong's masterful dodging, like a dance on the line of life and death. All the life chaser flying daggers that Jiang Kai threw were skillfully dodged by him. Sulan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. While spinning to dodge Jiang Kai's flying daggers, Su Feichong also used the momentum to close the distance. Lu Jun frowned, his voice thoughtful. I've looked into his data. Su Feichong's basic agility has already exceeded 300. If you add his equipment, this number is at least 350. He paused, his eyes worried. Jiang Kai's advantage was originally his speed, but this Su guy's agility is probably more than 100 points higher than his. In terms of attributes, he is indeed Jiang Kai's nemesis. With dual swords in hand, Su Feichong had already closed in right in front of his opponent, roaring die. "Jiang Kai, fighting me will be the most regrettable decision of your entire life." He spun in the air. Like a whirlwind, he swung his hand and unleashed the tornado slash technique. The sharp blade cut straight towards Jiang Kai, forcing him to jump back quickly to avoid it. But Jiang Kai, with his sharp, knife-like ghost eyes, noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. Although at first glance, Su Feichong only used one sword strike, his other hand is clearly accumulating power, like a beast clenching its claws before delivering a fatal blow. This tornado slash is not just a simple sword strike. At my current speed, if I only focus on dodging, I won't be able to deal with 2 consecutive blows. Making a split-second decision, Jiang Kai threw 8 life chasers at once. Su Feichong saw this and thought. He took the bait. He took a step back. Purple lightning suddenly flashed around his body, like a thunderstorm about to erupt. As his 2 swords crossed and touched, Jiang Kai exclaimed in surprise. "What? My life chaser is being controlled again." Su Feichong was smug. "Haha, Jiang Kai. Oh, Jiang Kai, you think you're the only one who knows how to modify weapons? My silver twin swords have been improved. Although they can't control weapons at a long range like the super magnetic crystal, when fighting you in close combat, they're enough to deal with your life chaser." Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. "So, you were prepared from the start. That's why you lured me into using more life chasers. So what if I was?" Su Feichong smiled. "Jiang Kai, I have to admit, I'm a little impressed with you now. At a time like this, you still have the mood to ask such redundant questions. Oh, look what I see here. How interesting. Let me guess. This is your last throwing star, or the trump card you disguised as a throwing star before." "Ha, it's exactly as I thought." Su Feichong smirked, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "What do you mean? Our Falcon Squad 4 is at the top not only because of our seamless, machine-like combat coordination, but also because of one advantage we never underestimate any enemy. Therefore, before the match, I watched and analyzed the battle between you and the instant kill squad over and over again. You were able to defeat Huang unexpectedly thanks to that trump card disguised as a throwing star. But after taking him down, you didn't immediately support your teammates, but stood motionless on the spot. Why? Were you too confident in your 4 team members, thinking they could easily win? Let's rewind one more time. Looking at your expression, it doesn't seem so. He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. For that reason, I made a bold guess. Your trump card, although it can kill an enemy in one move, consumes a large amount of stamina or spirit after use, making you unable to act for a short period of time. After many calculations, I estimate this time to be about 1 minute. Have it been figured out? Jiang Kai's expression turned ugly, as if his secret had been laid bare. Su fai jiang lao get lao li. That is to say, if you use your trump card to deal with me right here, I will surely die, just like Huang Da. But at the same time, within 1 minute, when I am eliminated from the match, the remaining members of Falcon Squad 4 will have enough time to wipe out your Fire God Squad. After that, they will join forces to eliminate you. Jiang Kai on the side. The battle between the 4 girls was still fierce, like a relentless storm. As supports, the female group of the Fire God Squad was completely overwhelmed. Su Nuanyuan, trying her best, shouted, "Nuanyuan, stand behind me. I'll increase my healing for you." Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, his mind racing like a machine calculating strategy. In a corner of the field, Yuan Zhu was still fighting and roaring like a tireless war god. The #1 war god in the world is here. Kneel and beg for mercy. He swung his sword in a powerful slash, but his opponent nimbly dodged, slipping behind him. Yuan Zhu immediately turned to chase. Trying to run, the opponent seized the opening and counterattacked. The #1 war god in the world. Huh? You useless thing. Go to hell. The tip of the sword and the blade of the dagger clashed. Sparks flew like fireworks. Yuan Zhu pushed hard, knocking back his enemy, and roared, "You're bold. You dare to face the power of the #1 war god. Watch my sword." The young man with earrings from Li Bu's team observed from the stands and analyzed. This member of the Falcon Squad has finally avoided a direct confrontation with Yuan Zhu. When the enemy advances, he retreats. When the enemy retreats, he advances. Like a wolf stalking its prey, he's toying with his opponent. He knows that Yuan Zhu has the talent to shift attributes. If he fights head-on, he might not win. Therefore, he's constantly probing, testing Yuan Zhu's patience while also draining his stamina to find a weakness. Another spectator frowned. Isn't Falcon Squad 4 very strong? Using this kind of tactic, I'm afraid it's a bit damaging to their reputation. This is the sharp tactic of Falcon Squad 4. They're not just empty names, relying on their background as children of high-ranking officials. In a life-or-death battle, they understand that using any means to win is what matters most, like predatory beasts that don't shy away from any trick. Yuan Zhu, you must hold on. As for Ruan Yu, to him, all opponents were the same. They could all become his wife. He took a sip of wine, a crazed glint in his eyes. Oh, beautiful. This waist, this chest, these long legs. I love them. But his opponent, with superior speed like a gust of wind, slipped behind him and stabbed a spear through the right side of Ruan Yu's abdomen. You and your profession are the same. Forever useless, good for nothing. Ruan Yu staggered. Oh no, his 4 teammates saw this. Their hearts were on fire. They shouted in unison, "Su Nuanyuan, get over there." Su Nuanyuan rushed towards Ruan Yu, but the red-haired woman with the fire whip immediately blocked her way, lashing out like a venomous snake. You want to save someone right in front of me? Don't even think about it. Hu Yan used her crystal plate to block, shouting, "Nuanyuan, I'll cover you. Go quickly." But the other female member of Falcon Squad 4 pulled out an equipment card, a sharp fan. She threw it hard at Hu Yan like a flying blade. You want to stop us? Let's see if you have the ability. The attack was fast and accurate. It was aimed straight at Hu Yan. The red-haired woman sneered. "Ha, a fortune teller who specializes in scams, a doctor with no combat ability. 2 useless people like you are worthy of fighting as falcons? Don't dream that your captain can rescue you right now. He can barely protect himself." Yuan Zhu charged over from the other side. He protected his 2 female teammates, roaring like thunder. "You're bold. The war god is here. Who dares to be impudent? The opponent who was left behind immediately gave chase, as fast as a ghost. You little brat. You run fast. Don't forget your opponent is me. Yuanzhu swung his sword, but he was easily dodged. He roared, damn it, do you dare to fight me head-on? You cowardly fool. The opponent smiled coldly. Since you have the talent to shift attributes, why should I use my weakness to compare with your strength? Win and you live, lose and you die. He was happy, realizing that Yuanzhu was starting to lose his patience. Yuanzhu gathered his strength and closed in. He was determined to take down his opponent. Stand still and die, you coward. But with his agile body, the opponent once again escaped. The green-haired man seized the opportunity. He counterattacked instantly. Yuanzhu suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot to the top of his head. Captain Li Biao and the two people next to him, watching from the stands, exclaimed worriedly, what? You didn't have time to shift your attributes this time, did you? Seeing Yuanzhu collapse, the opponent became even more smug, his voice full of contempt. Truly the #1 useless person in the world. Su Feichong, seeing the situation over there, turned to taunt. Jiang Kai. Oh Jiang Kai, your teammates have been beaten to a pulp by us. It seems the outcome of this match is already clear. The first unlucky person to be eliminated has already appeared. If you can't bear to watch them die right in front of you, then you still have one option. Use the trump card in your hand to save them. But you only have one trump card. Who do you want to save? Make your choice. Of course, no matter who you use it on, the fate of the Fire God Squad is already sealed as a failure. A huge storm gathered in the sky, lightning flashing as if tearing space apart. Jiang Kai, with a calm tone like a still lake, replied, is that so? But I don't think so. He activated his ghost eye, his gaze as sharp as a blade, preparing to strike. The two female fighters of Falcon Squad 4 launched a coordinated attack, charging towards Su Nuanyuan and Hu Yen. One of them sneered, another useless skill like summoning rain? Are you trying to be funny? You're not worthy. Now we'll send you to hell. Su Nuanyuan, se porting Guyan. Suddenly threw out 2 glass bottles containing a jade-green liquid, shouting, who said rainwater can't take your lives? When the 2 bottles shattered, green smoke billowed out, quickly clinging to the opponents like a spreading poisonous fog. Damn it, what is this? The red-haired woman panicked. Whatever it is, let's kill these 2 first and then talk. The audience in the stadium was bewildered, confused. Summoning rain? What is that fortune teller doing? And what was that low-level hidden weapon the healer just threw? These 2 are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the fighters. Su Nuanyuan covered her mouth. She looked worriedly towards Su Lan. Lan looked quickly. Lu Jun couldn't help but exclaim as the sound of a sword clattering to the ground was heard. What is this? The members of the Falcon Squad looked in horror at the green sores spreading rapidly on their bodies. The red-haired woman clutched the sores, screaming in pain. You used poison. You treacherous people. I'll kill you. She suppressed the pain. She charged towards Hu Yen. But Hu Yen, using her compass and badge, replied coldly, you still want to touch us now? Dream on. Hailstorm. Like an ice storm, it knocked down the 2 female fighters. The 2 elite female fighters of Falcon Squad 4, to everyone's surprise, had fallen before a fortune teller and a doctor. Su Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of poison is that? Its toxicity is so terrifying, it can completely incapacitate a fighter. Lu Jun chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That's the green water ghost, a rare poison. It requires the opponent to be completely wet to activate. The conditions are extremely harsh, so no one has ever used it successfully. I didn't expect them to combine it with a rain summoning technique, like a perfect coordinated attack. Su Feijiang. Witnessing this scene, his face turned pale as if he couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Jiang Kai smirked, a confident smile on his face. In battle, a seemingly useless profession, a skill that seems to have no effect, or a poison that looks harmless, if coordinated correctly, can still create a world-shaking effect, like a fire starting from a small spark. If you think our Fire God Squad is only capable of this, then you're gravely mistaken. The audience began to roar with excitement. You guys look quickly. That drunkard is standing up again. Ruan Yu, clutching the wound in his abdomen, silently stood up in the rain. His eyes were as sharp as a wounded, but not defeated beast. The Scar Man was contemptuous. Still want to die? You're just a drunkard. Do you really think you can beat a fighter? To wipe out the entire Fire God squad, I'll start with you. Ruanyu, standing tall, pointed and roared, I, Ruanyu, am not different from anyone in this life. No matter who you are, what you are, I am not afraid. The Scar Man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by a predatory beast. Wait a minute. This guy's eyes are suddenly so completely different from the way he was calling out to the beautiful woman before. Could it be, just like that doctor just now, he has some trick up his sleeve? Ruanyu, with a challenging tone, pointed straight at his opponent. Today, I'll make it clear. Here, beautiful, you must obey me. There are no other options. The Scarred Man was angered. He roared repeatedly. You dare to get in my face? The stands echoed with disappointment. What? I thought that drunkard had some amazing trick up his sleeve. Turns out he's still as perverted as ever, just making people sick. But then a sharp-eyed spectator shouted, No, look closely. His state is very strange right now. To say he's sober would be ridiculous, but to say he's drunk, how can a drunk person move so fast? Ruanyu leaned over. He swayed, but in the blink of an eye, he had slipped behind his opponent, dodging the sharp spear tip. Su Faijiang, who was watching, couldn't help but be stunned. That instantaneous speed, so fast. Wait a minute, what just happened? Why does it feel like that pervert speed has doubled since he was injured? Jiang Kai, his eyes sparkling, replied, What's wrong? Is it very surprising? Do you know the difference between instinct and human reaction? Su Feichang snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Kai smilet. When fighting, people often rely on experience, personal emotions, and external factors to react. But instinct, that is the most primitive ability. No matter how rich your practical combat experience or how strong your will, before primitive instinct, a person's superior reflexes will still be crushed like dry grass before a storm. The Scarred Man chased crazily, swinging his spear continuously, but not a single strike hit its mark. He roared, Damn it, this guy is clearly injured. Why does he dodge every blow so accurately? He's even more agile than before. I can't predict his moves or movements at all. Hu Yin suddenly remembered. Her eyes lit up. I get it. So this is Ruanyu's new talent, Joy in Action. It unleashes the most primitive ability, instinct from a body. The state of Joy in Action stimulates the subconscious, bringing Ruanyu from a completely drunk state to a subtle state between drunk and sober. Why not give it a try? Hu Yin bent down and picked up the sword. She quickly threw it to Ruanyu. He, despite staggering like a drunk animal, still reached out his right hand to catch the weapon with astonishing accuracy. Manner, are you tired? I'm still waiting for your hot lips to kiss me until I'm drunk. The Scarred Man felt as if he had been insulted to the bone. He charged forward crazily, the spear in his hand aimed straight at Ruanyu, roaring, You want to die? Today, I have to cut you into 8 pieces to vent my anger. The two of them chased each other all over the arena, one chasing, one dodging like a cat playing with a mouse. The audience cheered. Look, although that drunkard's steps are chaotic, he dodges every attack that comes his way. The Scarred Man fought with increasing shame, his heart on fire. Impossible. You're all trash. The lowest level profession. How can I lose to a drunkard? He was stunned. He asked himself, where did the scar on my face go? Whoever drew this illustration, go get your salary and quit. He went crazy, his whole body exploding with energy, charging like a mad bull. A thud was heard. The arena suddenly fell silent. Ruanyu, in a face-to-face position, had used his sword to stab straight into his forehead. He smirked. Manner, you should take off your clothes. Tonight, I will have my way with you. His opponent, so angry that his heart was on fire, coughed up blood, unable to utter a word. He became the first person in this tournament to be angered to death. The audience at the Holy Radiance Arena was stunned. My God, a gambler, a class considered trash, can actually defeat a fighter of a higher level? Falcon Squad, for has already lost 3 members. Could the Fire God Squad really make a comeback? These useless trashes. Su Feichang roared, turning to support his teammate. He ran as fast as the wind, but Jiang Kai was just as quick, immediately intercepting him. His voice was calm. What's wrong? You can't take it already? Su Feichang, didn't you come here to deal with me? Su Feichang, no. Jiang Kai, so the flying daggers in your hand are your mysterious trump card. He suddenly changed direction, vanishing like a ghost. But don't get too cocky. Don't forget, My team hasn't been completely defeated yet. With a vicious slash, he cut the green water, ghost poison vial in half. Sunwon exclaimed, "Oh no." The saber-wielding fighter was already in front of her, roaring, "You annoying doctor! You dare to poison me? Fine. If you want to die, I'll kill you first, then that cowardly fighter behind you." The opponent's speed was too fast. Su Nuanyuan could only cringe, preparing to take a fatal blow. But after waiting, she felt no pain. Opening her eyes, she was shocked. Yuan Zhu. He had, despite his injuries, used his own body as a shield to block the saber. Yuan Zhu frowned, his eyes sharp as he stared at his opponent. The man burst out laughing. "Huh, a useless piece of trash like you still wants to be a hero and save the damsel? This is your end. Now I'll send you off as a pair of deadly lovebirds." When the fighter tried to retract his saber, he was horrified to find the blade stuck fast, unable to be pulled out. "What's going on? I can't pull it out." Yuan Zhu had grabbed the blade with his bare hands, his eyes burning like an immortal war god. "Who said this war god is dead?" The man roared in panic. "What? You madman! Let go of my hand." Yuan Zhu sneered. "Why should I? I already transfer my attributes to Constitution. This wound is nothing to this war god." In the stands, Captain Li Biao and his teammates shot up, their eyes gleaming as they watched. In actual combat, attack power depends on the strength stat, while reaction and speed depend on agility. Strength and agility are usually the deciding factors in a battle. But Yuan Zhu, using his body as bait, switched his attributes to Constitution to boost his defense. A bold move, like a beast recklessly throwing itself onto the enemy's blade. Yuan Zhu began to advance. Despite the wound on his stomach bleeding, as the blade pierced through him, he simultaneously grabbed his opponent tightly. Like a roaring beast, he switched his attributes back to strength. His aura became terrifying, like a volcano about to erupt. The opponent was terrified, stammering, "No, let me go. Let's see how you run this time." Yuan Zhu roared, along with his opponent's tragic scream. The blade in his hand had pierced from the top of the man's head down to his throat. Su Feichong, witnessing this, roared in anger. "How is this possible? What did I say? You guys from Falcon Squad want to wipe out my team? It's not that simple." The tables had completely turned. Su Feichong had cold sweat running down his forehead. He thought, damn it, how did the useless members of the Fire God Squad suddenly become so formidable? According to the pre-match analysis, they clearly had no chance of winning. He gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with fury. "Then this is a showdown between us, Jiang Kai. Don't get too cocky. Today, my men couldn't handle the trash beside you, but I, Su Feichong, will definitely take your head." In a fight, the most decisive way to win is always to launch an all-out preemptive strike. Su Feichong, in a fit of rage, launched his attack. The Blizzard Slash. Yang Gi, with his ghost eye as sharp as a knife, realized his opponent's explosive power was too strong. A full power blow from Su Feichong, even if it didn't hit directly, could still cause serious damage from the radiating energy. But that also means he'll be exhausted after this blow. This is my chance to counterattack. Jiang Kai activated Void Form. His body became an illusion, dissipating like smoke before the sword's tip. Su Feichong's eyes turned red with fury. "What?" From within the smoke, Jiang Kai's cold voice rang out. "Su Feichong, you've lost." The death card appeared, shooting straight towards his opponent without any hesitation. "Su Feichong Zhao, who said I'd lose? Jiang Kai, you dare to trick me? I'll kill you." But the more enraged he became, the more Su Feichong fell into Jiang Kai's trap. Letting his emotions take over, he easily made wrong decisions, like a beast lured onto a sharp trap. The 8 life chasers he had previously controlled had a hard time landing a critical hit. But when Jiang Kai activated the death card, the 9th life chaser, like a scythe from the Grim Reaper, perfectly achieved a 9% critical hit rate. Coupled with the attribute boost from the death card, Su Feichong definitely couldn't escape death this time. He could feel the breath of death on his neck and roared in despair. How can this be? The blue flames erupted violently. Like an unstoppable firestorm, even the heavy rain couldn't extinguish it. The flames burned everything, finishing off Su Feichong. Jiang Kai, with a cold gaze, retrieved his 9-sword life chaser, and calmly declared, "I told you, you were sure to lose." The stands fell silent for a moment, then erupted like a volcano. "Oh my god, the Fire God squad won again. They've defeated 2 elite squad from the Black Tortoise Guild in a row. It's a miracle." A satisfied smile appeared on the faces of the Fire God squad members. Like warriors who had just stepped back from the brink of death, this was a victory they deserved. Sulan, still in shock, muttered, "So it's over?" Lu Jun nodded, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "It's over. What a spectacular match." Jiang Kai's performance was as brilliant as ever, like a fire that never goes out. Yuan Zhu didn't disappoint me either. Especially Su Nuanyuan's performance, it was truly eye-catching. A healer using poison is something few can do in battle. But not only did that little girl manage to concoct the complex green water ghost, she also used it perfectly in the match. It's clear her potential for using poison is extremely high. He sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. It's a pity Professor Li's council has already completed their evaluations. Otherwise, I'm sure Su Nuanyuan's performance would have earned an A rank. On the field, Ruanyu hugged the scar-faced man's corpse, weeping bitterly. "Oh, my beautiful, my ill-fated wife." "What?" Huyen quickly approached and injected him with a sedative, knocking him out. "At critical moments, you still have to rely on me." The female fighter from Falcon Squad 4 stood nearby, trembling with fear. "What were you going to do to me?" Yuan Zhu, slinging his sword over his shoulder, strode forward with a blazing aura. "Come on, you dared to challenge this war god, so you must have been prepared for a miserable defeat, right?" His teammates quickly intervened. "Yuan Zhu, calm down a bit." Yang Qi. He shook his head wearily. "This team is really getting harder and harder to lead." The female MC, after being rescued, stepped up and announced in a resonant voice, "I now declare that in this battle, the Fire God Squad is victorious." The audience in the stands chanted in unison, "Fire God! Fire God! Fire God!" Yang Qi basked in the glory of a victor, feeling an indescribable joy. "Long live Fire God! Long live Fire God!" The chanting continued unabated. Looking at the fervent crowd, he coolly left, blending into the stream of people. Among the audience, a figure quietly watched from beginning to end, their eyes filled with mystery. A few days later, at the Sovereign God Guild, the atmosphere was lively. "Captain Kai! Captain Kai!" The excited voices of 2 members rang out. Jiang Kai, with a calm expression, turned and asked, "What is it? Why are you 2 so excited?" "Ruanyu and I just went out and happened to hear that the class change materials for bartender and feng shui master have not only increased in price, but are also completely sold out." With a radiant face, he explained, "That's right. Everyone's saying, doesn't this prove that our 2 classes aren't useless?" Ruanyu added, his voice full of pride. Jiang Kai nodded in affirmation. "I suppose so. In the match against Falcon Squad 4, both of your performances were outstanding. Especially you, Ruanyu. The moment you took down that night, the entire stadium was stunned. But I think, even with the same class, everyone's talents and opportunities are different. Your success would be hard to replicate." Hearing the praise, both of them smiled with satisfaction. "Hee, we're limited edition," one said confidently. Zhu Zi also chimed in, laughing heartily. "Of course. After all, no one in our Fire God Squad is ordinary." Suddenly, Huyan's expression changed as she looked at her watch, where the latest news was displayed. The Cheetah Squad fought the Go Along Squad. The Go Along Squad was nearly wiped out, with only 1 person left. But just when the outcome seemed certain, the Go Along captain counterattacked, annihilating all members of the Cheetah Squad. "What?" the other four exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. Yang Qi frowned. He muttered, "I remember the Cheetah Squad is managed by the Black Tortoise Guild. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Yet the captain of the Go Along Squad, relying on his own power, wiped out the entire Cheetah Squad. Who on earth is this powerhouse?" Su Nuanyuan, the captain of the Go Along Squad, cannot be underestimated. When we have time, we should investigate thoroughly. If we happen to encounter them, at least we won't be completely unprepared. Jiang Kai ordered, his voice stern. "Yes," the team replied in unison. "Speaking of which, I also have some news to announce," Jiang Kai continued, his eyes shining with excitement. "The battle situation is getting more and more intense. All the squads are experiencing a reduction in members. Our next opponent, due to a lack of members and no chance of winning, has proactively withdrawn. Therefore, our Fire God Squad has advanced directly to the finals. In other words, we will be participating in the championship match of this challenge. Doesn't that mean we've made it to the finals with a full team without even fighting a match? We're the only team with no casualties among all the teams, an excited voice rang out. It's all thanks to Captain Kai's excellent leadership. Another member chimed in, their eyes sparkling with pride. We're lucky to have Captain Kai. Jiang Kai, with a calm smile, replied, this competition still relies mainly on everyone's excellent teamwork. Only then can I move forward without worry. Otherwise, no matter how good I am, I couldn't turn the tide. Advancing straight to the finals is an honor that belongs to everyone. Jiang Kai looked at the team. His voice was deep and warm. All right, everyone has worked hard during this time. There's still some time before the finals. Let's take a day off, relax, and readjust our condition. We've been waiting for you to say that. We have to use this free time to go home and visit our families. A member cheered, their eyes shining brightly. In Jiangzhou City, inside Jiang Kai's luxurious villa, the atmosphere was warm. Big brother, let me help you to your room. You just got out of the hospital. Don't overdo it, his sister said with concern. I'm not that weak. I still want to train more so I can help Kai sooner, his older brother replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently for a few moments, making his sister even more worried. Big brother, are you okay? She asked quickly, her eyes full of concern. Suddenly, Jiang Kai appeared from behind, draping a warm coat over his older brother's shoulders. If you catch a cold, how are you going to help me? Brother Kai, why are you back? His sister asked in surprise, turning to look at her brother. Immediately after, Jiang Kai felt an unprecedentedly warm welcome. In front of him was a sumptuous feast, filled with delicious dishes, as if to make up for the hard days before. Wait, this is too much, he exclaimed, surprised by their thoughtfulness. Why aren't you two eating? Or is it not to your liking? His sister asked worriedly, about to stand up. Then I'll go cook something else. Hey, sister, that's enough. We're not pigs. His older brother quickly stopped her, laughing heartily. Jiang Kai looked at his sister, teasing, Kai, I think your sister was worried you've gotten too thin. Second brother, now that you're back, can you stay a little longer? His sister asked hesitantly, her eyes filled with hope. That's right. You've sacrificed too much for this family. My health is better now. You don't have to risk your life on Ghost Planet like before, his older brother added, his voice full of concern. Yankee smiled reassuringly. Big brother, sister, I still have a few things to do. I can't stay for long. But you two don't have to worry. I'm doing very well. I took the time to come back this time to see if you two are living well. His sister nodded. Her eyes were gentle. Right, sister, have the people from the Huang family come to bother you two again? No, the security in the villa area is very good. Brother Liu also sends people to take care of us often. Moreover, that feeling of being watched and monitored all the time has disappeared recently, his older brother replied, his voice relieved. Hearing this, Jiang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Brother Liu really is a man of his word. I'll have to thank him properly when I have the time. Right. Jiang Kai turned to his sister, his voice enthusiastic. Now that you can spend your days peacefully at school, you must have made a lot of friends, right? Of course. I have many friends now. His sister smiled brightly, her face radiant. Our sister is so smart and kind. Everyone who meets her likes her. That's great, Jiang Kai laughed. But his gaze suddenly paused. He noticed a fleeting sadness cross his sister's face. Did I just imagine that? It seems like something is on her mind, he thought to himself, a little worried. The next day, Jiang Kai hurried back to the Fire God Squad at the Sovereign God Guild, where the members were busy preparing for a training session to get ready for the final match. This time, the opponent was an elite-level spike boar, level 23. In the tense atmosphere, a brilliant yellow energy blade flashed. With just one slash, the boar was cut in half, as easily as tearing a thin sheet of paper. For an elite monster like the spike boar, this achievement is nothing to a war god like me. Jiang Kai smiled, observing his teammate with satisfaction. Zhu Zi, you're not the only one who has improved. That's right. I took down at least 3 of them too, another member replied enthusiastically. Jiang Kai nodded, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction. The coordination between the members is getting more and more seamless and rhythmic. It seems the focused training plan before the match was a wise decision. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking his train of thought. There's news about the final match. The announcement from the Sovereign God Guild was clear. Congratulations to the Fire God Squad for reaching the finals. Your next opponent is the Ngoa Long Squad from the Qinglong Guild. Please be at the West District Arena in Holy Radiant City at 8 a.m. tomorrow to compete. Go along. Jiang Kai frowned slightly, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. I can't believe the captain of the Go Along squad could single-handedly lead his team straight to the finals. This guy is truly extraordinary. A member stepped forward, his voice full of excitement. You asked me to investigate the Go Along captain last time, and I have news now. His name is Di Tang, a level 40 fighter. He uses a silver longsword. He only joined the Qinglong Guild this year. Di Tang, a name that was still quite unfamiliar. Upon joining, he quickly formed the Go Along squad and led it to rapid growth. In less than half a year, Go Along had become a formidable opponent within the ranks of the Qinglong Guild. Unlike the arrogant Falcon squad, Go Along, under Di Tang's leadership, was more low-key, making information about him quite limited. Fortunately, this member had found a few video clips of Di Tang's previous matches. I discovered that his Phantom Invincible Slash has terrifying speed. It can almost take down an opponent in a single blow. Phantom Invincible Slash, Jiang Kai muttered, his gaze darkening. Sounds like a skill from Su Feichong, someone with extremely high agility. He thought to himself, a person who can display such outstanding talent in the tournament, taking only half a year to lead his team to the finals and fighting alone. His strength must far surpass Su Feichong's. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the bushes behind them. Something's coming. With lightning-fast reflexes, Jiang Kai spun around, just in time to grab the wrist of a masked person who was about to launch a sneak attack. The masked person was startled. He never expected Jiang Kai's reaction speed to be so far beyond his predictions. Caught by the surprise attack, Jiang Kai didn't flinch. His eyes, as cold as a sword's edge, locked onto the enemy. The masked man leaped back. He created some distance, retracting his sword cautiously. He cleared his throat, unable to hide his surprise. As expected of the man who led his team straight to the finals. The captain of the Fire God Squad, Jiang Kai. The members of the Fire God Squad immediately rushed forward. They were enraged by the stranger's sneak attack. Where did this cowardly masked bastard come from? One of them roared. If you got guts, fight us one-on-one. Do you dare to face us? Another member challenged, his sword already drawn and ready for battle. Su Nuanyuan paused, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Wait a minute. That height, that build. She turned. Her voice was urgent. Why are you stopping me? This guy was just about to hurt you. Jiang Kai waved his hand, his expression calm and unwavering. No, he was just probing me. He had no intention of killing me. Besides, the penalty for killing an opponent before the final match is quite severe. Isn't that right, Mr. Di Tang? The masked man chuckled. His deep voice was full of meaning. Haha, so you figured out. He stepped closer and removed his mask, revealing a sharp-featured face. Yuan Zhu, standing beside them, was stunned. He recognized him immediately. It really is Di Tang, the captain of the Wulong squad. Di Tang approached, looking Jiang Kai up and down, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce right through him. He curled his lip, his tone slightly mocking. Looking at you like this, you're really just a little brat, aren't you? Yuan Zhu immediately flared up. He pointed at Di Tang. Captain of the Wulong squad, is it? Don't think I'll be scared of you, just because you made it to the finals. If you dare say any more nonsense, Yuan Zhu, will teach you a lesson right now. Di Tang smiled, raising his hand in a placating gesture. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any hostile intentions. Jiang Kai. Actually, I came to negotiate with you. Negotiate? Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold. That's right. Di Tang nodded, his voice deep and steady. I've watched all of your matches. Your performance was excellent. Especially you, Jiang Kai. Your trump card left a deep impression on me. To be honest, if I had to fight your whole squad, I'm not confident I would win. What are you trying to say? Jiang Kai asked directly, without beating around the bush. Di Tang chuckled softly. His eyes glinted with purpose. I hope you will fight me one-on-one. The outcome of our duel will be the final result of the competition. Also, during our match, you're not allowed to use your trump card. Of course, to be fair, I won't use any other weapons either, including darts, shields, or defensive armor. Yuan Zhu immediately grabbed Jiang Kai's arm, his face filled with indignation. What's with this attitude? Are you that desperate to win? What kind of ridiculous condition is that? We're not stupid enough to agree to that. Su Nuanyuan also chimed in. Her voice was cold. Let's go. Ignore this lunatic. But Di Tang was unfazed and continued. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in making a deal with you. Jiang Kai, your new class. With your abilities, you still haven't undergone your class change. I'm guessing you don't know what your class change materials are, do you? What if I told you my Qinglong Guild could provide the coordinates to a secret realm that would solve this problem for you? Are you still not interested? Jiang Kai suddenly froze, his gaze turning sharp. You said, a secret realm? Ditangu nodded. His tone was confident. That's right. Simply put, a secret realm is a mysterious, uncharted area that contains the various resources explorers need to level up. The secret realms of all nations are strictly managed by the military, especially the large-scale ones. However, a few exploration slots for smaller secret realms are authorized by the military and distributed to major guilds to incentivize their members. In these secret realms, there's usually a caretaker who sets up challenges. If you pass the challenges, the caretaker will award you with rare resources or answer questions of a certain difficulty for the explorer. Yuan Zhu frowned. His voice was skeptical. This info card has the coordinates of a secret realm your guild discovered? Is that for real? Su Nuanyuan nodded decisively, her eyes shining. It must be true. I heard my sister mention it before. The people from the Qinglong Guild discovered a secret realm in the exploration zone allocated by the country. Ditang smiled. His tone was persuasive. I heard the Huang family often causes trouble for you. You must be eager to complete your class change and level up to become stronger, right? As long as you win, the information about the secret realm will be yours. So Jiang Kai, what do you say? This deal must be very profitable for you, right? Jiang Kai frowned slightly, his eyes thoughtful. Your condition is indeed very tempting, but I still can't agree to it. His words stunned Ditang. His eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Kai's teammates were just as astonished. Yuan Zhu stepped forward, his voice urgent. Why not agree? Haven't you always wanted to change your class? That's right, Captain Kai. If you can complete your class change, you can continue to level up. Another member chimed in, his voice full of worry. Ditang frowned. He asked again, Jiang Kai, are you sure? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Kai replied, his voice as firm as steel. My teammates, they've worked so hard for so long. It was difficult enough to get into the finals. As their captain, if I were to abandon the glory of the Fire God Squad for my own personal desires, what kind of captain would I be? What kind of friend would I be? His words were like a blazing fire, moving Su Nuanyuan and Hu Yen to tears. Their eyes glistened with gratitude. Yuan Zhu, however, erupted in anger. He stepped forward and threw a punch straight at Jiang Kai's face. Zhu Zi, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Jiang Kai yelled, clutching his bruised face. Yuan Zhu growled. He pointed at him. By saying that, are you saying you don't trust yourself, or you don't trust us? You wouldn't abandon the team's glory for your personal desires. So do you think we would just stand by and watch you sacrifice yourself for ours? Jiang Kai was speechless. His gaze wavered for a moment. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu spoke up in agreement, their voices full of spirit. To be honest, I've been dying to see Captain Kai teach this bastard a lesson. That's right, Captain Kai. I'm still waiting for you to successfully change your class and lead us brothers to level up further. Ruan Yu added, his eyes burning. Su Nuanyuan gently touched the bruise on Jiang Kai's face. Her voice was soft but firm. Don't hesitate anymore. From a very beginning, you've always trusted everyone and thought of everyone. The whole team will trust you and support you completely. That's the meaning of a team, isn't it? Yang Kai stood silently. His heart felt as if it were melting from their words. He chuckled, his voice choked with emotion. You guys are really something. Don't blame me if I lose, okay? He turned to Ditang. He declared, his eyes sharp and challenging. I agree to your terms. But you'll regret making this bet with me, because I will personally defeat you. Ditang broke into an excited smile, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I'm looking forward to it. The day of the competition arrived quickly. The heart-pounding moment had come. The final match of the challenge tournament for guilds between levels 21 and 40 officially began. According to the agreement between the two parties and the organizers, this match had been changed from a team battle to a one-on-one duel. Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad versus Ditang of the Wulong Squad. One-on-one. The crowd was in an uproar, their chatter rising like crashing waves. What? A solo duel? Weren't all the members of the Fire God Squad supposed to fight? Giving up such an advantage to fight one-on-one? Is he crazy? This Jiang Kai is a bit too arrogant. Another person shook his head, his voice full of doubt. But some were excited. What are you guys talking about? This is what makes it worth watching. D-Tang's abilities are no joke. Facing a formidable opponent like Jiang Kai, the atmosphere in the stands suddenly grew tense. Yuan Zhu, watching from the sidelines, was sweating profusely. His voice trembled. What's going on? I'm suddenly so nervous, more nervous than when I was competing. That guy on the other side looks so sinister. Will Kai be at a disadvantage? Ruan Yu, in contrast, was full of confidence, his eyes shining brightly. I believe Captain Kai will definitely do it. Hu Yin nodded, but couldn't hide a hint of worry. That's right. If it's him, it's definitely not a problem. This is the first time I'm not fighting alongside the captain, just watching from the side. It feels a little strange. The female MC on the stage couldn't contain her excitement, her voice echoing throughout the arena. And now, we invite the competitors to enter the ring. Here they come, D-Tang and Jiang Kai, a battle between two captains. Who will be the one smiling in the end? Ahem, I must clarify the rules one more time. The only standard for this match is that the victor is the one who eliminates their opponent. Do both captains understand? Understood. They replied in unison, their sharp gazes locked on each other. The MC raised her hand, her voice clear. If both sides understand the rules, I now declare the match officially begins. D-Tang immediately charged forward. He seized the initiative, the long sword in his hand flashing brightly. He shouted, Jiang Kai, let's see if your throwing knives are sharper or if my sword is stronger. This one battle will decide it all. Jiang Kai, on the other hand, remained perfectly calm, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. This guy is fast, but my agility is not lacking either. Plus, with the agility attribute from Life Chaser, I won't lose. I just need to seize the right moment and hit him with a critical strike. It's bound to be a one-hit kill, he calculated silently, his eyes locked on his opponent's every move. Ghost Eye focus. 8 meters. 6 meters. 4 meters. Now's the time. Jiang Kai chose the exact moment D-Tang was suspended in midair to launch his attack. But D-Tang's figure suddenly dropped, as fast as lightning. He activated the skill Ghost Shadow, Formless Slash. His speed instantly exploded to an astonishing degree, and he shot down toward the arena floor like a cannonball. Jiang Kai reacted with lightning speed. He leaped backward, just barely dodging the blow. In the stands, Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanyuan broke out in a cold sweat. Su Nuanyuan clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Thank goodness Kai reacted quickly enough. Not only can that guy dodge, throwing knives at extremely close range, but his counterattack's explosive power is also incredibly precise. It's because Ghost Shadow Formless Slash can combine both offense and defense in a single move that D-Tang considers it his proudest ultimate skill," Yuan Zhu said worriedly. His voice trembled. Doesn't that mean the captain is in danger? Jiang Kai used the dust cloud from his opponent's impact to silently hide in a blind spot, preparing for a surprise attack. But D-Tang reacted extremely quickly. He turned his head. His sharp eyes spotted Jiang Kai's position. He then spun 180 degrees, the sword in his hand shooting forward at a terrifying speed. The blade was already right in front of Jiang Kai's face. It was so fast it startled him for a moment. So fast. Jiang Kai rapidly retreated, but D-Tang stuck to him like a shadow, his speed even greater than before. He laughed loudly. His voice was full of excitement. Jiang Kai, it seems the outcome between us is already clear. But right after his shout, Jiang Kai suddenly vanished. D-Tang immediately grew cautious and scanned his surroundings. His gaze was sharp. Jiang Kai had reappeared over 10 meters away, using the brief moment to analyze. From his previous match videos, I knew this guy's speed was terrifying, but he was clearly hiding his true strength. Jiang Kai thought to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. He's truly a tough opponent. D-Tang sensed Jiang Kai's presence. He immediately turned towards him and chuckled. Unexpected. Was that shadow blood cicada molt? To think you managed to escape again. Although from the guild's perspective, I'd love an easy win. Meeting an interesting opponent like you is truly exciting. In the stands, Su Nuanyuan analyzed, her voice filled with anxiety. The opponent is terrifying. He nearly finished Kai in just a few moves. He must be under a lot of pressure right now. Yuan Zhu clenched his fists. His face was full of worry. This pretentious D-Tang is really annoying, but there's no denying he's got skills. He's just so damn hateful. Captain, you can do it. Ruan Yu and Hu Yin silently cheered him on, their eyes burning with faith. On the arena floor, the two combatants were once again in a standoff, face to face. Jiang Kai smiled, his voice sharp. I have to return the sentiment. Just like you, My desire to win has been ignited. Ditang laughed. His eyes sparkled. Very good, kid. I actually feel a little bad about having to do this to you. How about this? I promise you, even if you lose, I'll guarantee you a spot in the Qinglong Guild. How about it? Jiang Kai didn't answer, only launching 3 throwing knives. His movements were decisive, his voice cold. Enough talk. The match isn't over yet. It's too early to say who will win or lose. Ditang burst out laughing. Haha, just as I expected. You really are stubborn. Or are you underestimating me? Or do you think a few life chasers can stop me? You should have thrown a few more. He once again executed Ghost Shadow, Formless Slash, simultaneously dodging and counterattacking. Jiang Kai immediately activated. The gambler's skill, extreme time, to intercept his opponent. But Ghost Shadow Formless Slash was truly unpredictable. Ditang moved like a phantom, easily escaping the range of the throwing knives. He laughed loudly, his voice full of confidence. Haha, you want to take me down at a closer range? It carried a sharp gust of wind. Jiang Kai jumped to evade, but this time, Ditang seemed to have predicted his every move. The blade swung up, its terrifying force leaving Jiang Kai no time to react. His body slammed hard into the arena's barrier. It made a thunderous crash. His teammates in the stands all screamed out in worry. Captain Kai. The audience was in awe. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. As expected of Ditang's 7-kill skill, just getting hit by the aftershock of the attack caused such an injury. If it had been a direct hit, he'd probably be dead. Jiang Kai staggered, trying to keep his balance. Before, the first time he used Phantom Invincible Slash, I intentionally held back some of my strength and still managed to avoid danger. But that last blow, I used all my strength to dodge, yet I was still hit by the aftershock of the blade. Was it because the distance was too close and I couldn't react in time? That when it comes to speed, he is never lost. Is that right? Well, today I'll tell you, no matter how fast an opponent is, when they face me, they will surely lose. Because Ditang. Get stronger when I face a strong opponent. Ditang's arrogant words made Jiang Kai's blood boil. A sense of frustration welled up inside him. He tightly gripped the several life chaser daggers in his hand. He gathered his energy and then threw them out, his voice full of challenge. Who says so? The sharp and precise blade pierced Jiang Kai's shoulder. Is this all you've got? How boring. At your current speed, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes. Just admit defeat. My next blow won't give you a chance to struggle. The situation on the stage was completely one-sided. Ditang was dominating, and Jiang Kai had no way to fight back. His teammates watched, speechless. Their eyes were filled with horror. Yuan Zhu gritted his teeth. This is bad. Jiang Kai's situation looks really terrible. Su Nuanyuan bit her lip, her voice trembling. It hurts just watching. He's being completely crushed. Huyan shook her head. Her eyes were worried. Jiang Kai is at a disadvantage. He gave up the chance for a team battle and insisted on a one-on-one duel. What do you all think his purpose is? The audience began to whisper among themselves. One person sneered. Huh. What other purpose could there be? Blood rushed to his head. He charged forward and grabbed the two who had just spoken ill of his friend by their collars. What did you just say? Her voice lowered. Zhu, don't get worked up. A good man doesn't fight with dogs. Why bother with trash that only knows how to bark from the sidelines? Huyan also chimed in. That's right, Zhu, stop. The loudmouth man, seeing the group gather, laughed even more mockingly and shouted. I said Jiang Kai deserves to die. What the hell? Are you going to do to me? Right, everyone? Come and see. There's a good dog protecting its master here. Yuan Zhu was so angry he was shaking. He was about to charge when a guard suddenly appeared. A stern voice rang out. What's all this noise? This is the spectator area. Throw anyone causing trouble out for me. Su Lan, the commander of the guards, ordered decisively. Su Nuanyuan quietly called out. Her voice was soft. Sister Lan? This time, Jiang Kai is fighting Ditang one-on-one. I was afraid that watching the match would make everyone anxious and easily agitated, so I came to check on things. She glanced at the two troublemakers. Her eyes were cold. Those two are probably from the Black Tortoise Guild, intentionally causing trouble. It's understandable that they're angry. After all, our Fire God squad defeated 2 of their teams. This time, not only did the Black Tortoise Guild not make it to the finals, but they also lost face. They're just hoping Jiang Kai gets defeated. Yuan Zhu spat contemptuously. A bunch of buzzing flies. I despise them. Su Nuanyuan looked towards the stage. Her eyes were filled with worry. I hope nothing bad happens. On the stage, the situation was like two opposite poles. On one side was an unscathed, majestic Ditang. On the other, Jiang Kai was covered in injuries, bleeding profusely, but his eyes still burned with an unyielding will. Jiang Kai ignored his bleeding wounds. He tried to control the 9 daggers. He was panting, his strength nearly depleted, but his eyes still burned with will. Ditang looked at him with a contemptuous smile. Jiang Kai, oh Jiang Kai, why suffer like this? You've already lost this match. Don't struggle in vain. As long as you're willing to join our Azure Dragon Guild, you'll still have a chance to enter the secret realm. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. His eyes were sharp. Don't say that. I haven't lost yet. Let's continue. Ditang was slightly taken aback by the young man's gaze. Jiang Kai was clearly cornered, but there was no fear or panic in his eyes, only a calm and almost stubborn determination. Ditang subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his voice deepening. No matter what, you won't admit defeat, will you? In that case, I'll just have to completely crush your confidence. Phantom invincible slash. On the stage, Ditang tore through the air, his speed like that of a ghost. Huyin couldn't help it. She screamed, "What's happening? Why isn't the captain dodging?" Su Nuanyuan, unable to bear watching him fail, covered her face with her hands and mumbled, "No." But Jiang Kai remained motionless. He was as still as a calm lake. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. When the distance between them was close enough, he suddenly activated his flame thrust state. 9 daggers left his hands, shooting out like bolts of lightning. Ditang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? I suddenly feel a sense of numbness. Why can't I see this kid's movements clearly anymore? In that brief moment, one of Jiang Kai's daggers accurately knocked the sword from Ditang's hand. Not good. I've been hit. Ditang gutotinorur. Without giving his opponent time to react, Jiang Kai followed up with another blow. The remaining life, chaser, daggers all plunged into Ditang's body. Critical hit. Critical hit. The flames from the daggers erupted violently. The extreme heat created a terrifying explosion, sending Ditang flying backward. He managed to stop himself before hitting the barrier, but his body was covered in severe burns, bleeding profusely. Before he could recover, one of Jiang Kai's daggers was already pressed against his pupil. He spoke in a cold voice, "You've lost, Ditang." The audience in the stands erupted. Cries of astonishment echoed throughout the arena. What? Am I seeing things? Jiang Kai turned the tables from a desperate situation. What on earth just happened? How did Jiang Kai do that? It's too unbelievable. Another person shouted, their voice trembling with excitement. The entire Fire God squad cheered. Everyone's eyes shone with joy. Yuan Zhu, the strongest member of the team, couldn't hold back his tears. I knew it. I knew it. Jiang Kai wouldn't be defeated so easily. Ditang, though exhausted and defeated, looked at Jiang Kai with admiration. You actually found my weakness. When did you figure it out? Jiang Kai smiled, his voice calm. I have to thank your words for reminding me. Ditang frowned. What do you mean by that? Jiang Kai's lips curled slightly, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He recalled the moment 10 minutes ago when he was cornered. Something's not right. I keep feeling like I've missed a very important point. What is it? At that time, Ditang had said, I remember Su Feichong once said in a match that when it comes to speed, he has never lost to anyone, right? Well, I'll tell you, no matter how fast an opponent is, they will surely lose to me. It was that sentence that made Jiang Kai realize. Wait a minute. When facing the strong, he becomes stronger. That's right, when facing the strong, he becomes stronger. I think I understand a little now. Before the match, at the Sovereign God Guild, Jiang Kai had watched many of Ditang's match videos. He always used Phantom Invincible Slash to defeat his opponents at the most critical moments. Just how fast is he? At that time, Jiang Kai had only focused on Ditang's maximum attack speed and hadn't noticed that he often changed his speed flexibly. I forgot. He's someone who's willing to use information about a secret realm as a condition to win. A person who desperately wants to win. If his first attack wasn't at full power, it was probably to probe his opponent. But after that, when he saw a chance to win, he would definitely unleash his fastest speed to eliminate the obstacle. But this time, he didn't do that. He had to recall one of D-Tang's previous matches. When facing an opponent with high agility, the astonishing attack speed D-Tang displayed was enough to finish the opponent in one blow. But D-Tang, like a seasoned hunter, after successfully cornering his prey, leisurely played a game of cat and mouse. This was clearly illogical. Jiang Kai quickly realized another key point. A bold speculation flashed through his mind. His sword strikes are like a shadow, always sticking to me. I even have a feeling he can predict my movements. Is it an illusion? Probably not. Instead of waiting to die, he decided to take the initiative and personally verify his speculation. He threw a few more life chaser daggers, simultaneously changing his fighting distance and attack speed to test his theory. As he fought, he analyzed, comparing D-Tang's every move. Sure enough, the result is the same every time. His phantom invincible slash can't hit me directly, but from start to finish, I still can't avoid the aftershock of his attacks, which leads to me getting injured, he thought to himself. He desires victory so much, he definitely has no interest in playing cat and mouse with me. Therefore, I guess he possesses a special mental skill that can predict the opponent's attack direction. This is his true killing skill. Moreover, I speculate this mental skill allows D-Tang to perceive muscle contractions or the flow of air on his opponent's body, thereby predicting their attack trajectory and immediately counterattacking. After seeing through your secret, I just needed to use a skill to paralyze your thinking and disrupt your judgment, even for just a moment, to create an opening. He smiled, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Ditang frowned. Is that so? But at that time, it was just your speculation. Weren't you afraid you were wrong? Or that even if you were right, you still couldn't beat me? Aren't you a bit too confident? Jiang Kai replied, his voice firm. The one who's too confident is you. You used the name Phantom Invincible Slash to hide the nature of your mental skill, intending to confuse your opponents. To increase your kill rate, you invested most of your attribute points into categories other than spirit. That's why your spirit is not high, and that was the weakness I needed to break the stalemate. D-Tang was stunned, his eyes wavering for a moment. This is a gamble. That's right, Jiang Kai nodded. His eyes were sharp. But the truth proves that I gambled correctly. You've lost. You lost to the killing skill you were most proud of. To be more precise, you lost because of your arrogance, because of your belief that there's no battle you can't win. Those words were like a knife stabbing straight into his mind, causing D-Tang to have a sudden realization. He laughed bitterly. Haha, so that's how it was. Jiang Kai slowly retrieved his life chaser daggers. His eyes were still calm, but burned with pride. It's over. The MC held the microphone tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? In a situation with no advantages whatsoever, Jiang Kai found his opponent's weakness and landed a fatal blow. That was a textbook comeback. A classic among classics. Everyone look at him on the big screen. Jiang Kai is forever my god. This battle was so cool. No one can argue with me. Jiang Kai is now my one and only god. The audience erupted, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Yankee, Yankee. His teammates rushed towards him, their eyes filled with joy and pride. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly, his voice full of excitement. That was absolutely epic, Jiang Kai. Your performance was so cool it left me speechless. Hu Yin chimed in, her voice trembling. That's right, Jiang Kai. I was so nervous just now I couldn't breathe. You made everyone worry to death. Su Nuanyuan hugged Jiang Kai tightly, her eyes sparkling. Captain Kai, today you are the brightest star in the entire venue. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan. Ruan Yu also shouted. Me too. Me too. Captain Kai, you're so amazing. Yuan Zhu raised his hand to the sky. He declared, I've decided. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Su Nuanyuan smiled and patted his shoulder. After I bandage Jiang Kai's wounds, we'll go celebrate his victory. Jiang Kai frowned slightly, as if remembering something. Wait a minute, isn't there still something we haven't finished? But his teammates didn't give him time to think, pulling him away by the arm. Let's go, let's go. This round is on me. Today we have to let loose and have a blast. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly, his voice echoing. Huyan nodded enthusiastically. Well said. The MC stood stunned on the stage and quickly shouted, Hey, I haven't announced the result of the match yet. Don't go. Then she quickly raised her hand. Her voice was solemn. Now, I declare that the champion of this competition is Jiang Kai from the Fire God Squad. The crowd erupted, their cheers echoing throughout the arena. Yang Kai, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. His teammates beamed, their joy in the sound of victory echoing. In the distance, Su Lan quietly witnessed this miracle, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I never thought Jiang Kai would create a miracle. Or perhaps, he himself is a miracle. The next day, at the Sovereign God Guild headquarters, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Yuan Zhu shouted, his voice full of excitement. Everyone come quickly. The military just sent someone to deliver the rewards. In his hand was a small golden box, sparkling with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of preciousness. Yuan Yu frowned. What can such a small box hold? The military is really stingy, he grumbled. Hu Yan laughed loudly. We'll know once we open it. As soon as the box was opened, a brilliant white light erupted, illuminating the entire room. A series of cards flew out from within, as if pre-programmed, and floated in front of each person. So the rewards are given in the form of cards, Su Nuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Jiang Kai immediately reached out and grabbed a card in front of him. A radiant smile spread across his face, unable to be suppressed. The information on the card was clear. Congratulations on receiving the upgraded S1 9-Sword Life Chaser. Information: 9-Sword Life Chaser increases strength by 14, piercing power by 17, and agility by 21. Special Effect 1. Each time a Life Chaser dagger is used, crit rate and crit damage increase by 15%, up to a maximum of 135%. After a critical hit is triggered, all Life Chaser effects will be reset. Special Effect 2. Armor Sundering. Each Life Chaser dagger can deal damage in a small area. With continuous attacks, this area can be maintained to reduce the enemy's armor. Jiang Kai exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. This is the upgraded Life Chaser. I heard that rare. Weapons have different upgraded forms like S1, S2, S3, and so on. I never thought Life Chaser would have a second form. What a surprise. Moreover, a 15% increase in critical hit means that with 7 daggers, there's a guaranteed critical hit. That's much more reliable than before. Plus, with the sustained armor sundering effect, the chances of winning against heavily armored monsters will be much higher. Another card flew in front of him. Jiang Kai was surprised. What's this now? Wan Yu stepped forward and explained. These are mother-son stones. They're made from a child stone and a mother stone, creating an absolute attraction. If you attach them to your gloves and Life Chaser respectively, no weapon will be able to interfere with you. That's amazing. Huyan also received the card item she had been longing for. She exclaimed, her voice full of excitement. I can't believe it. It's the class advancement material for a sage, for levels 41 to 60. Wan Yu held a gourd. He smiled brightly. This is a water immortal gourd. It's used to hold wine, increasing the effectiveness of all types of wine by 30% and reducing the duration of intoxication by 50%. These rewards seem like they were custom-made for us. Jiang Kai turned. Wait a minute, Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, where are your rewards? He asked worriedly. Yuan Zhu waved his hand and laughed loudly. Jiang Kai, don't worry. Nuanyuan and I are still part of the military. The rewards were sent to Captain Li Biao's place earlier. Besides, you guessed right earlier. The rewards this time are given based on each of our fighting styles and needs. They really went all out. Su Nuanyuan nodded in addition. That's right. Actually, the person who delivered the rewards was one of Brother Lu's men. Brother Lu also passed on a message. These gifts were personally requested by Commander Wei. Jiang Kai was surprised. His eyes lit up. Commander Wei personally requested them. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly. Wow, it must be because of Captain Kai. Your reputation is huge. Hu Yin chimed in. That's right. Who's our Captain Kai? As expected, the commander has a very sharp eye. Yang Kai smilet. He thought to himself. So the commander and Brother Lu have helped me a lot. The next time I see them, I must thank them in person. Su Nuanyuan looked at him. By the way, Jiang Kai, you won the final match. The Azure Dragon Guild should give you the Secret Realm info card as per the bet, right? Jiang Kai nodded, his voice confident. Don't worry, they'll send someone to deliver it in 3 days. Hu Yin stepped forward. She pinched Su Nuanyuan's cheek teasingly. Let me tell you, Nuanyuan, the captain worked so hard to win that match. Don't keep worrying about trivial matters. Su Nuanyuan blushed, flüsterte. No, I'm not. But seeing everyone smiling brightly, Jiang Kai's heart warmed as well. His smile was as radiant as the sun. The scene changes to Jiangzhong City. Jiang Kai returned to visit his younger sister, Jiang Yingzi. Recalling the look on her face, he still couldn't help but worry. Yingzi has seemed troubled lately. I have a feeling something's not right. He decided to surprise her, pick her up from school, and ask her what was going on. When school let out, a stream of students poured out, their voices and laughter filling the air. A group of students chatted excitedly. Where are we going to hang out after school today? Hang out? Didn't you hear the exterminator abbess say we have a test tomorrow? You're too relaxed. Jiang Kai waited for a long time, but didn't see Yingzi, so he opened the door and walked into the classroom. He asked, "Excuse me, is Jiang Yingzi here?" A girl answered, her voice a little worried. "Jiang Yingzi isn't here. She was called away by someone else. I think I've seen you before. You're her older brother, right?" Yang Kai nodded, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. "That's right. But called away? What do you mean? Was Yingzi called to the office by a teacher?" The girl shook her head, her eyes full of anxiety. "No. Actually, a group of upperclassmen have been targeting Jiang Yingzi lately." Jiang Kai immediately understood the situation. A wave of anger surged within him. "Targeting her?" he repeated, his voice deepening, his eyes sharp and cold. "The leader of this group is Yahello, a delinquent who recently transferred here. I heard his father works under Huang Wei, a powerful figure in the area. Relying on his strong backing, Yahello acts like a tyrant at school, gathering many followers. Even the teachers are helpless and can't control him." Jiang Yingzi was called away by two female students who often hang out with Yahello. As soon as she finished speaking, another student ran over, panting, his voice panicked. "Quick, quick! It's too late." But before he could say more, he was sent flying by a kick from a distance, crashing to the ground. "Damn it! You've got some nerve. I told you to get your ass over to me within 3 minutes after the bell rang. You dare to treat my words like a fart in the wind." The girl standing nearby recognized him immediately and quickly said to Jiang Kai, "No, that's not it. Brother Zhao, please listen to my explanation." Zhao lay snorted coldly, his eyes fierce. "I think you're looking to die." He raised his fist, about to charge forward. But he was stopped by Jiang Kai's firm arm, which didn't budge an inch. "You're Yahello? You know Huang Wei?" Jiang Kai asked, his voice calm but sharp. Yahello immediately started cursing, his voice arrogant. "Who the hell is this blind dog? You know who I am, and you still dare to be so arrogant? You're tired of living. I'm Jiang Yingzi's older brother. Yang Kai. Where's Yingzi now? Cao Lei's nird. So you're that Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place and offended the Huang family. Why should I answer your question? Of course, if you kneel down and bark like a dog to beg me, I might consider it. I might mercifully tell you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. His eyes blazed with anger. "Still acting so arrogant? Today, I'll show you what regret is." Zhao Lei's underlings immediately rushed forward. "Brother Zhao, watch us take care of this for you." On the other side, the curious student shouted, "Look, there's a fight over there." Wow, which unlucky bastard angered the second-generation tyrant Zhao Lei this time? The students rushed forward, their speed swift, but to Jiang Kai, they were incredibly slow. He was like a person effortlessly dodging, his movements as fluid as flowing water. The lackeys were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What? In a flash, Jiang Kai spun around and landed a precise blow, sending the students to the ground, clutching their bodies in pain. Lying on the ground, Zhao Lei remained stubborn, shouting, "Damn it! If you two don't know what's good for you, I'll show you who makes the rules in this school." At the same time, on the basketball court, the sound of slapping echoed continuously. Jiang Yingzi was surrounded by two female students. Her body was covered in bruises. Junior, we just asked you to pick up the ball. Why did you use your face to catch it?" That's right, that's right. How careless. If people think we're bullying you, it'll be a lot of trouble for us." Yingzi clutched her wounds, her voice weak. "I'm sorry. It's good that you know you're wrong." The two female students didn't let up, intentionally dumping all the contents of her bag on the ground. "Look, this backpack is so dirty. Aren't the books inside all rotten?" One of the girls picked up a photo, her eyes lighting up. "What's this?" It was a commemorative photo of the three Jiang siblings taken on Jiang Yingzi's birthday last year, when her brothers made a cake for her for the first time. Yingzi panicked and lunged forward. "Give that back to me." But the two female students held her back firmly. They smiled sinisterly. "Why are you shouting so loudly? You're so fierce." One of the girls sneered. "Seeing how nervous you are, It seems we found something interesting. Get it back to me. Ah, if you keep nagging, I can't guarantee my hand won't slip and tear it. Just then, the phone in one of the female students' pockets rang. She answered, her voice annoyed. I'm busy, what is it? Someone named Jiang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jiang Yingzi. He ran into Zhao Lei and they started fighting. There's really a fool who doesn't know his own strength. Hearing this, Yingzi immediately realized it was her brother. Without hesitation, she bit down hard on the hand of the female student holding her, causing her to scream in pain. You little bitch. Damn it. You dare bite me? Is she crazy? Ignoring the curses, Yingzi ran straight towards the classroom, her heart burning with anxiety. Hurry, I have to hurry. There are a lot of them. Brother will get hurt. When she arrived, the scene before her left her stunned. Zhao Lei's lackeys were all lying on the ground, leaving only Zhao Lei standing alone. Jiang Kai turned around. His gaze was gentle as he looked at his sister. But when he saw her bruised body and ragged breathing, his heart clenched. He was filled with sorrow. Yingzi, he called, his voice choked with emotion. Anger flared, and his sharp gaze turned to Zhao Lei. The guy took the opportunity to charge forward. He roared, It's too late to regret it now. Yingzi screamed in panic. Brother, watch out behind you. Jiang Kai calmly lifted his leg. His movement was slow but powerful. A strong kick landed squarely on Zhao Lei's face, causing him to spit blood. He fell to the ground. The surrounding students panicked and hurriedly moved the desks and chairs. This is the third trip already. Those teachers in the administration office are sitting on massage chairs in their air-conditioned rooms, making us work like cargo cranes, one student complained. I hope lightning strikes right now and turns these long tables to dust. Stop dreaming and move the stuff. Once we're done, we can go home early, another person urged, their voice annoyed. Just then, the two female students who had bullied Yingzi pushed through the crowd, shouting aggressively. Where is Jiang Yingzi? That damn bitch dared to bite me and make me bleed. Just wait and see how I pull out all her dog teeth. Suddenly, a flash of light shot from a distance, heading straight for the woman. Wait, what is that? She panicked. Zhao Lei, from a distance, was sent flying, crashing hard into the woman, shattering the tables the students were carrying. Both of them fell amidst the wreckage. The students were stunned, clearly seeing the two figures lying motionless amidst the splinters of wood. Brother Zhao, big sister. A student holding a broken piece of a table stammered, It really turned to dust. So we don't have to move it anymore. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? On the other side, Jiang Kai stood tall, his presence overwhelming. A powerful killing intent emanated from his body. Zhao Lei clutched his wound, trembling, and mumbled, Damn it, it hurts so much. I've clearly been training on the ghost planet, and my physical functions have improved. How can I not withstand a single blow from that kid? He's not the weakling the young master of the Huang family said he was. Jiang Kai's footsteps echoed again. He approached Zhao Lei. He looked up, his eyes panicked. Jiang Kai spoke in a firm voice. You shouldn't have bullied her. Sweat poured down Zhao Lei's forehead. Jiang Kai's presence made him tremble. This guy's aura is so strong, so terrifying. The surrounding students whispered, Jiang Yingzi has such an awesome older brother. Look at how scared Zhao Lei is. Yeah, why does he look so familiar? I remember now. He's an explorer from the ghost planet, Jiang Kai. He's been really famous lately. He's my brother's idol, another student exclaimed. Jiang Kai bent down, grabbed Zhao Lei by the collar, and lifted his face. His eyes were sharp. You just said you were the law of this school, right? What do you want to do? If you guys like to treat dominance and violence as the rules, then today, I'll let you use your own body to remember this well. Only the one left standing has the right to talk about rules. He delivered a series of punches to Zhao Lei's face. He panicked, mumbling, Who am I? Where am I? Oh God, please come and save me. How dare you bully my Jiang family's people? Suddenly, Yingzi rushed over, grabbing his hand tightly. Her voice trembled. Stop hitting him. Please don't fight. Hearing his sister's voice, Jiang Kai gradually calmed down. He nodded gently. He took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. His voice was gentle. Yingzi, wait for me by the stairs for a moment. I'll be right there. As for those two, Yingzi hesitated. Jiang Kai turned to the two female students, his eyes cold. Come here. I have something to say to you too. The two girls flinched, stammering, Brother Jiang. No, Mr. Jiang, let's talk things out. Let's talk things out. Night fell. A room was still brightly lit. Jiang Kai was carefully treating his sister's wounds. Every time he touched a bruise on her leg, Ingzi flinched slightly, but still smiled. Ingzi, did I hurt you? Not at all, brother. It doesn't hurt at all. Really, she replied, keeping her voice cheerful. By the way, aren't you busy on the ghost planet? Why did you come to school to pick me up? If I hadn't come today, when were you going to tell me you were being bullied? Since you were little, you've been like our eldest brother, always enduring things on your own without saying a word. What about you? You face so many dangers on the ghost planet, but you never tell us either. Jiang Kai stammered, rendered speechless by his sister's question. That's because He remembered the times he came home with a bright smile, hiding all the dangers of the ghost planet. Even Commander Wei can't act rashly against the Huang family's power. With the amount of money you bring home, you must have taken a lot of risks on the ghost planet, right? Ingzi continued, her voice choked with emotion. I just hate that I'm not capable enough to go to the ghost planet and help you. The only thing I can do is try my best not to let you and our eldest brother worry. She continued. Her voice grew softer. At first, they weren't so bad, just spreading some rumors. It's only recently that they've become more brazen. Besides, I knew you were busy with an important competition, so I didn't want to bother you. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry? I'm sorry, Ingzi said worriedly, her eyes red. Yankee kutked softly. He placed a bandage on the wound on his sister's forehead. This little girl has grown up without me realizing it. Ingzi, you don't need to apologize. You're not the one at fault. It's the bullies. Don't worry. Those bastards on the ghost planet can't kill me. From now on, after I finish work every day, I'll video call you to let you know I'm safe, so you won't have to worry anymore, okay? But if you dare to get bullied and endure it on your own, our eldest brother and I will level this school. After all, it's only natural for an older brother to protect his younger sister. Hearing those words, Ingzi couldn't hold back her tears and nodded silently. Jiang Kai said gently, All right, you should keep this photo. It was the commemorative photo taken with her two older brothers. The thing she tried to protect at all costs. Yes, I will. Thank you, brother. Ingzi smiled, her voice choked. All right. Let's go home. Eldest brother will be so happy to see us both come home together. Scene change. A few days later on the ghost planet. Captain Jiang Kai stood in front of a dilapidated wooden cabin, his sharp eyes observing. Captain Kai, is this the location of the secret realm that D Tang gave us? We weren't tricked by the Azure Dragon Guild, were we? This is just an ordinary wooden cabin. That's right. There are no mechanisms at all, another person added, their voice doubtful. Jiang Kai shook his head slightly and pointed to the side of the table, his voice steady. It doesn't look fake. He continued. His eyes were sharp. Everyone look. Although this wooden cabin is old on the outside, it's neat and tidy on the inside, spotlessly clean. It's clear that it has been thoroughly searched. Moreover, the ground in the yard is uneven, as if it was recently dug up and then filled back in. That must be the traces left by the Azure Dragon Guild when they were searching for the entrance to the secret realm. Arrogant people like them wouldn't bother with deceit, even if they lost the bet. Huyen frowned, her voice worried. If that's the case, a large organization like the Azure Dragon Guild has practically turned this place upside down and still hasn't found the entrance. How could just the three of us find it? That's right. Wan Yu scratched his head. He sighed. It would be great if Nguyen were here. Her information-gathering ability is very strong. She would definitely find some clues. Huyen shook her head. Helpless. We can't help it. Who knew they would be summoned back by the military? After all, they were borrowed for the Guild Challenge tournament. Now that the tournament is over, Zhu Zi and Nguyen have to go back to training. Yang Qi nodded. Tonight, we'll camp around here and observe some more. When the moon hung high, its silver light shone down. Wan Yu hugged a rock, mumbling in his sleep. You've gotten thinner lately. You're not as soft to hug anymore, but you're still the wife I love the most. Moi. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai stood on high ground, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding area. He hadn't noticed anything unusual since the beginning of the night. Could I have been wrong? He thought to himself, his heart wavering slightly. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. He remained calm, his voice steady. Huyen, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts. You can go back to sleep. But immediately, a chilling wind blew past, sending a shiver down his spine. Something's not right. He whipped around, only to see Huyen and Ruan Yu still sleeping soundly nearby. Huyen's snores could be heard, mixed with her sleepy voice. Captain Kai, let me handle this one. You monster! Taste the power of heroine who. He. The black shadow suddenly became clear. It shot upwards. Jiang looked up and realized it was a siren. On instinct, he backed away and immediately threw his life chaser daggers at it. But the 3 daggers passed straight through the siren's body, leaving no trace of damage. What? Life chaser can't attack her, he exclaimed in shock. The siren turned around. She shot towards the wooden cabin at lightning speed. This speed is too fast. Moreover, it's heading for the wooden cabin. I have to catch up to it. Jiang activated Ghost Eye Focus, increasing his movement speed. Taking an unconventional route, he broke through the glass window and rushed inside. To his astonishment, the siren was sitting in front of the mirror, leisurely admiring herself and combing her hair. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, using flame thrust combined with his daggers, and threw the first 3. But they still passed through her body. They caused no damage. He continued to throw the remaining 6, but the result was the same. Not a single scratch. I aimed for her vitals, but I still can't injure her, he thought to himself, his heart full of doubt. Outside, the sun began to rise. Jiang gripped his focus card, deciding to play his trump card. But just as the dagger was about to reach the siren's head, the sunlight shone through the glass window. The card plunged into the tabletop, and the siren's body vanished in an instant. She's gone. He mumbled, his voice full of astonishment. At that moment, Huyin and Wanyu woke up. Hearing his account, they exclaimed in alarm. Captain Kai, what did you say? A siren appeared last night, and even went inside the wooden cabin? A siren? Huyan's eyes widened. Yeah, it all happened so suddenly, I didn't have time to wake you 2 up. That siren was very strange. After discovering me, it didn't harm me, but ran straight into the wooden cabin and sat in front of the mirror, combing its hair. Huyin pondered for a moment and said, could that siren be related to the secret realm in the wooden cabin? Yang nodded. His eyes were full of doubt. I think so too. But last night, no matter how I changed my attack method, I still couldn't kill it. It wasn't until dawn that it disappeared on its own. This siren is truly strange. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance, slow but full of arrogance. Haha, I didn't expect you guys to have discovered her already. Wanyu whipped around and shouted, who are you? The man smiled. My name is A.O. Wu, captain of the Tongue Long Squad of the Azure Dragon Guild, and also the person in charge of pioneering the exploration of this secret realm. Huyin frowned, her voice sharp. So it's the Azure Dragon Guild. You knew there was a siren, but didn't tell us beforehand. You're up to no good. What did you say? A.O. Wu frowned, but immediately burst out laughing. It's fine. She's not wrong. Our motives are indeed not pure, but we just wanted to see the strength of the Fire God Squad with our own eyes. No hard feelings. Jiang, you're quite something. You're one of the few people I acknowledge. I think we can cooperate. What do you say? Jiang replied coldly. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but cooperation is unnecessary. I've never cooperated with untrustworthy people. Huyin, Wanyu. Let's go. A.O. Wu snorted lightly, his eyes filled with contempt. What's that kid being so arrogant about? What's so great about it? One of his subordinates chimed in. That's right. We spent 2 months and still haven't cracked the secret of this realm. Does he think he's that smart? Besides, his 2 teammates were sleeping like dead pigs last night. They didn't even notice the siren's arrival. Wu sneered. But I quite admire the kid Jiang recklessness. Since he's ungrateful, let's see what he can do. Night fell, and the figure of the siren appeared once again. I see it. Jiang ordered, his voice firm. Today, we'll follow the plan. Everyone, charge inside the door. Meanwhile, A.O. Wu's team stood on high ground, observing from a distance. A team member asked, Captain, aren't we going in to take a look? A.O. Wu shook his head. His voice was calm. No ruse. Jiang insisted on fighting alone. Let's give him a chance. Inside the wooden cabin, Wanyu activated a skill and rushed towards the siren, a wide grin on his face. Wifey, long time no see. I missed you to death. But after a collision, he slammed into the wooden wall and fell over. Huyin was worried. Wanyu, are you okay? The siren was still sitting in front of the mirror, a bewitching smile on her face, leisurely combing her hair. Huyin sighed. I've already tried my healing rain. Now Wanyu's attack is also ineffective. Just as Captain Kai said, attacks have no effect on the siren. This is really too tricky. What's the problem? Suddenly, Jiang noticed something unusual. In the siren's eyes, Something seemed to be moving. Just now, I thought I saw something happen, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hu Yin was still forcing Ruan Yu to drink a sobering potion. Hurry up and drink it. Sober up. Jiang Kai stood motionless like a statue, his eyes glued to the siren. Did you guys notice that there's something wrong with the siren's eyes in the mirror? Hu Yin was surprised. Not at all. There's nothing. Ruan Yu nodded. I don't see anything either, Captain Kai. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? But Jiang Kai was certain, his voice firm. My ghost eye focus can be wrong. Just now, in her eyes, there was clearly the word terrored. He continued to observe. Wait, her eyes haven't stopped. This time it's the word star. Then it's of... Hu Yin interrupted, her voice doubtful. Captain Kai, what are you mumbling about? Suddenly, Jiang Kai read the 4 words aloud. Star of Terror. As soon as he finished speaking, the siren sitting in front of the mirror suddenly twisted her neck all the way around. The movement was unsettling. A cold voice rang out. You are qualified to enter the Star of Terror. Immediately, a stream of dark energy shot out and wrapped around Jiang Kai. He disappeared right before his 2 teammates' eyes. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu were horrified. They shouted, Captain Kai. Damn it, give Captain Kai back. Hu Yin rushed forward, but the siren's figure vanished like thin air, causing her to miss. From outside, A.O. Wu's team heard the commotion and quickly broke down the door to rush in. They shouted, What are you guys doing? They were stunned to see Hu Yin and Ruan Yu frantically kicking at the empty air in front of the mirror. Hu Yin roared, This damn mirror! Where did you take Captain Kai? A.O. Wu was horrified. His voice trembled. Stop them. 2 subordinates immediately rushed forward and grabbed Hu Yin and Ruan Yu's hands, preventing them from continuing to smash the table. Hu Yin struggled. She screamed, Let me go! Let me go! Don't act rashly. This mirror might be an important clue to solving the secret realm. How can I let you 2 destroy it at will? A.O. Wu roared, his eyes sharp. Tell me, what happened just now? Where's your captain? He thought, his heart full of doubt. Strange. It's not dawn yet. Why did the siren disappear? Hu Yin pointed at the mirror. Her face was sad. The mirror. Captain Kai was sucked into the mirror. Sucked in. A.O. Wu was stunned. Just then, the room shook violently. In front of the mirror, a line of text appeared. A cold voice echoed. The personal secret realm, Star of Terror, has been activated. Regardless of whether the explorer passes the secret realm or not, this secret realm will disappear forever afterwards. Hearing disappear forever, A.O. Wu was shocked, his face pale. What? The mirror, now called the Revelation Mirror, displayed the combat progress of the explorer in the Star of Terror. Progress 0/1 000 Time elapsed 0 seconds. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Jiang Kai was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. What's going on? Was I sucked into the mirror? He mumbled, his heart full of vigilance. A system notification rang out, its mechanical voice cold. Congratulations on entering the personal secret realm, Star of Terror. Difficulty, Level 3 Secret Realm. Human fear comes from the unknown. Within 30 minutes, kill all creatures in the secret realm, the king of the Star of Terror. The revelation will answer your questions and help you escape the unknown fear. Exceeding 10 minutes to complete will reduce the number of questions you can ask by 1, until none are left. After completing the challenge, you will receive an S rank or higher weapon. Have a happy challenge. Yang Kifronet. This is the Secret Realms challenge? What is the Revelation Mirror? What is terror? Where is it? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. Has the challenge begun? He immediately drew his life chaser daggers. He combined them with flame thrust, enveloping his body in a defensive stance. But the surroundings were still pitch black, without a single ray of light. The system reminded him. In this environment, the effectiveness of flame weapons is maintained, but their illuminating ability will be consumed. I have to complete the mission without seeing the monsters. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his heart tense. Suddenly, red dots of light from countless pairs of eyes appeared, growing denser and denser, staring at him. He focused. He recognized the figures approaching. Hordes of giant spiders. They're here. Well, I'll just kill them first, and figure out later. He threw his life chaser daggers, each one taking down several spiders. The system continuously announced, Congratulations on killing a creature in the secret realm. You have received 1 experience point. The number of dead spiders increased rapidly. But monsters from afar still swarmed in. He landed lightly on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Is this how I complete the challenge? A few dozen monsters, it doesn't seem that hard. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another swarm of spiders, much larger than the last, poured in from the darkness. Something's not right. This number is no longer small. In the darkness, he couldn't judge the total number of monsters. Jiang Kai activated the gambler's time, retreating to create distance. He continued to use flame thrust. He launched his life chaser daggers. The sound of explosions echoed, mixed with the hissing of the spiders. But for everyone that died, others swarmed in, their numbers double the previous amount. Just how many are there? He worried silently, his heart pounding. Faster. I have to be faster. Outside, through the revelation mirror, everyone saw the numbers. 77/1, 000,000. Time, 44 seconds. Huyan's eyes widened. Do these numbers mean that Jiang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds? The strength of the monsters in the secret realm is definitely not weak. Killing 77 in 44 seconds. This guy's insane. Ao Wu was shocked. Doesn't the number behind it mean there are a million monsters in there? Star of Terror. No wonder it has this name. That's not a place humans should go. Huyan trembled, her heart burning with anxiety. A million monsters. Back when we fought the Merman Lord on Everwinter Island, at least we had hundreds of thousands of players working together. But now, Captain Kai is all alone. How can he kill that many monsters? She rushed towards a mirror, shouting, "No, let me out. I want to go in. I want to go save Captain Kai." Ao Wu shook his head. His voice was grave. "You can't go in." Hu Yin was stunned. "What do you mean? I'll seek it." His voice was grave. "Because this is a personal secret realm. Personal secret realms are different from regular ones. They only allow one explorer to enter. The rewards in these secret realms are always richer, but the explorer must face the mysterious challenges alone. The difficulty is also much higher. Although it's a pity, I don't think Jiang Kai can last much longer." Hearing these words, Hu Yin couldn't hold back her tears. Ruan Yu stood beside her, his eyes full of worry, but he could only clench his fists, helpless. Inside the secret realm, the number of monsters grew denser. Jiang Kai continuously attacked, taking down dozens of spiders with his life chaser and flame thrust. But when there was no more room to land, the spiders began to swarm him, biting and tearing at him in a perilous situation. "It hurts, my body hurts so much. Damn it, there are too many of these spiders." He gritted his teeth, his heart heavy. Am I really going to lose this time? To be defeated by these low-level creatures? I'm really not willing. Just as he was about to despair, a card on his person suddenly lit up, floating up like a life-saving talisman. The system announced, Gambler's exclusive weapon, Death Card. Hidden special effect, Wheel of Fortune, has been activated. What was that sound just now? Jiang Kai thought to himself, shocked. A brilliant light erupted from the card. On instinct, he activated Ghost, Eye Focus, and saw the system holding the card. The system continued. Congratulations on activating the hidden special effect, Wheel of Fortune, of the Death Card in a near-death state. Spinning the Wheel of Fortune will randomly select an outcome for you. Wheel of Fortune. The Death Card has this hidden effect, he exclaimed in shock. The system explained, each outcome has a dual effect, reward and punishment. Once the user spins the Wheel of Fortune, they accept both effects. This effect is multiplied by the gambler's talent, but can only be used once a month. Refusing to spin is also counted as a use. Dual effect, multiplied reward and punishment. Do you want to spin the Wheel of Fortune? Is there even a need to think? Of course I do. Hurry up, spin it for me. Jiang Kai replied without hesitation, his voice firm. The light from the Wheel of Fortune spun. With the card as the center, his body suddenly felt different. The pain disappeared. In its place was a warm sensation, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Is this my conceptual space? He wondered, his eyes scanning the area. In front of him, a clock-like circle appeared. It was the Wheel of Fortune. The wheel began to spin. His mind was in turmoil, his heart pounding. Until the last second, it stopped. The system announced, the Wheel of Fortune has finished spinning. Beneficial state, rapid recovery. All combat losses will be quickly restored. Duration, 60 minutes. Double talent activated. Rapid recovery upgraded. Body reaches peak state. Negative state. Weak constitution. Any injury will have more severe consequences. At the same time, you will experience double the pain. Duration, 60 minutes. Jiang Kai's spirit seemed to return to his body. Energy surged. It flowed like a warm current, enveloping him. His muscles tensed with power, as if about to explode. In his daze, he seemed to awaken. Ignoring the spiders biting him, a burst of power erupted. It sent him flying. He activated the death card. The life chaser daggers flew wildly, killing the surrounding spiders, then returned to his hand. If the pieces are set, then what follows is a life-and-death gamble. He threw the card, launching a continuous stream of life chaser daggers. Their speed was like a storm, cutting the spiders in their path in half. But the number of spiders didn't decrease. They still swarmed in. The gambler's time only lasts for 10 seconds. Then it enters a long cooldown. How can I deal with this prolonged battle? He worried silently, sweat rolling down his forehead. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Kai's mind. Wait a minute. Just now, after the death card was activated, the upgraded version of Life Chaser seemed to have a much stronger attack effect. He clenched the death card. He condensed the flames from his gloves, letting his thoughts guide him. With a decisive move, he threw the card. The flames erupted, spreading wherever the card flew. He counted down the time. The spiders were engulfed in flames, triggering a series of critical explosions, creating a domino effect. The fire spread from one to another, incinerating them in droves. As expected, as long as I let the death card carry the burning flames, the attack range will be larger, causing more explosions and killing more monsters. He thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly, waiting for a critical hit to occur during the burning process. The chain reaction will clear the battlefield. The death card is controlled by thought and has a much larger attack range than the 9-sword Life Chaser. He took advantage of this, setting the entire area ablaze. The explosions grew more and more terrifying. The air was thick with smoke and dust. The charred corpses piled up at his feet. Jiang Kai laughed with delight. What's going on? These things are moving too slowly. You're monsters from a secret realm. After all, can't you be a little less weak? Forget it. I'll come find you then. No longer passive, he charged straight ahead, ready to confront them. Outside, on the revelation mirror, the information displayed. For 16/1/0000000. Time, 209 seconds. Ruan Yu's eyes widened, his voice doubtful. Is this mirror broken? The number of enemies killed suddenly stopped changing. Ao Wu shook his head. His voice was cold. Even if it's just a pause of a few dozen seconds, this is a secret realm with millions of beasts. A single person, no matter how strong, can have their life decided in just a few seconds. With the difficulty of this secret realm, it's completely normal for Jiang Kai to run into trouble. Instead of worrying yourself sick, you should prepare a psychological therapy session to prevent him from having a mental breakdown when he gets out. Hu Yin, tears streaming down her face, turned back and scolded. You're the one with the mental breakdown? The result isn't clear yet, so don't talk nonsense. I believe in Captain Kai. The current situation doesn't prove anything. Wu sneered. We struggled for months without being able to enter the secret realm. Jiang Kai accidentally entered. If he can pass, I have nothing to say. But looking at the current situation, this opportunity has been wasted. A million beasts. You bet Jiang Kai will definitely die. Wan Yu looked straight at him. So, what do you want to bet? Ao was taken aback. He fell silent. Wan Yu pressed, his voice sharp. I asked you, what do you want to bet? He sneered. Oomph. You guys really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll be blunt. If Jiang Kai comes out alive, I'll kneel on the spot and call him Dad. If not, you have to kneel and call me Dad. Do you dare? I'll take that bet, Ruan Yu replied without hesitation. Suddenly, Hu Yin shouted, her eyes glued to the mirror. Unbelievable. Oh my God, what's happening? Everyone turned back. They were stunned. The number on the mirror began to skyrocket. Inside the secret realm, continuous explosions echoed, along with the chirping of spiders, crawling in ever-increasing numbers. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. He swept the death card's thought paths, cutting through the swarms of monsters. Hey, you're monsters from a secret realm. After all, what are you running for? Keep fighting. Don't stop. The explosions grew more and more terrifying. The domino effect spread. He aimed for the larger spiders first, creating more powerful explosions. He incinerated them all. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. He held the death card. He smiled. The system announced, you have killed all the creatures in the secret realm. Time, 1,447 seconds. It's over already? I still have over 30 minutes of my rapid recovery state left. What a waste, he mumbled, his voice regretful. A brilliant light appeared behind him. The keeper of the secret realm, CL, materialized along with the mirror. Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the trial of the Star of Terror. Now, I will settle your rewards. Jiankai thought to himself. Is this the secret realm keeper the Azure Dragon Guild mentioned? The system continued. You may ask the Revelation Mirror 5 questions, not exceeding the scope of its authority. He pondered. Such a good opportunity. If I only asked for the formula for the Gambler's Class advancement materials, wouldn't that be a waste? Maybe I can peek at the truth about the Ghost Planet and prepare for the next crisis. But what exactly is the scope of its authority? The system reminded him. Time remaining. 4 minutes and 32 seconds. The Revelation Mirror's energy will be depleted in 5 minutes. Please ask your questions quickly. Jiankai was startled. So there's a time limit. He quickly asked, what is the connection between the beast gods of the Blue Star and the Ghost Planet? The mirror did not react. Your first question has exceeded its authority. You have 4 chances left. As expected, he thought to himself. He changed his question. Among the Gambler's Class advancement materials, what are the self-immolating flame, the ever-changing metal, the floating earth, and the still wind, respectively? The mirror vibrated, a light flashing like an all-seeing eye. An image appeared, a tree with leaves burning with flames. This is the heavenly fire tree, he exclaimed, his heart filled with joy. The system explained. The heavenly fire tree has a lifespan of about 20 years. A tree over 30 years old can become a heavenly fire tree spirit. Jiankai nodded, recalling what Nguyen had once mentioned. He prepared his next question, his eyes sparkling with determination. The system continued to explain. After being killed, there is a chance for the heart of the fire tree to appear, a material that enhances the effect of flames. It can generate flames directly without needing to burn any material. Jiankai had a realization. Isn't the heart of the heavenly fire tree the self-immolating flame in the air? I should have thought of it when I was at Yinfeng. The mirror contorted. The next image appeared. White silver iron, he mumbled. I remember, this is a metal from the Ghost Planet. It's liquid at room temperature, not rare. I didn't expect it to be the ever-changing metal. The next image startled him. A wasteland with dust floating in the air. Something's not right, he exclaimed. The mirror showed a clearer image. The dust particles fell to the ground and turned into earth. When they were blown up, they floated in mid-air. This is worldly dust. Isn't this the floating earth? The last image was a clear blue sky, without a single cloud. The sky. But there seems to be nothing there. What does this have to do with the still wind? He suddenly realized. Wait a minute. It's not that there's nothing. There's still air. The mirror announced. Its voice was cold. The Revelation Mirror has answered all 5 of your questions. Heart of the heavenly fire tree, white silver iron, worldly dust, air. Jiankai nodded, his mind clear. So the 4 materials for the level 20 Gambler Class advancement are all very common. The important thing is to think outside the box and see what others don't. Following this logic, the water from the source that lives and circulates throughout the heavens and earth. Isn't that just rainwater? The answer is clear, he thought to himself, his eyes sparkling. What surprises will the gambler bring after advancing class? CL raised his hand. His voice boomed. Now, I will bestow upon you the second reward. A shell-shaped item appeared. Congratulations on receiving the S-rank weapon, Holy Radiance Crystal. Jiankai reached out and took it. He checked the information. Holy Radiance Crystal, S-rank weapon, manipulated by thought. When activated, creates a holy radiance aura within a half-meter radius around the target, activating the soul-cleansing effect, purifying mental-type abnormal statuses, and simultaneously granting immunity to a random type of mental attack. He was shocked. Around the target? So the Holy Radiance Crystal can be used not only for myself, but also for others. It's controlled by will, as convenient as the death card. More importantly, it has a purification effect. He recalled, until now, humans have been at a disadvantage against mental attacks. The elite siren with its soul-shattering scream terrified many explorers. Now, with the previous Necromancer exoskeleton and the Holy Radiance Crystal, I have 2 weapons that grant immunity to mental attacks. The system added. In combat, the aura can bind the target, restricting their actions for 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the distance and the opponent's strength. Killing the target replenishes the energy of the Holy Radiance Crystal. The purification state lasts for 10 minutes and does not consume the user's energy. So it also has a crowd control skill, Jiankai used. The Holy Radiance Crystal is unexpected, but it currently only has purification and combat support functions. SS. Why is it ranked so high? The system continued. The Holy Radiance Crystal is the only Ghost Planet rank weapon. By obtaining the Tears of God through another's secret realm, it can be upgraded to unlock its second activation state. Jiang Kai was stunned. The only Ghost Planet rank? My death card is an exclusive weapon for gamblers. The Holy Radiance Crystal has no class restrictions. There's only one on the entire Ghost Planet. At a critical moment, it could be my ultimate move. Outside, the Revelation mirror displayed. 1-000/1-000-000. Time, 1,755 seconds. One, you shouted, "Oh my God, can you help me see how many zeros are in front? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" No. Huyen was overjoyed, tears streaming down her face. That's right, it's 1,000,000. Our Captain Kai has successfully completed the challenge. A.O. Wu was stunned. What? 1,000,000 monsters in the secret realm were all killed by Jiang Kai. This is impossible. The mirror must be broken. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light erupted from the mirror. Huyen exclaimed, "It's Captain Kai. He's back." Jiang Kai stepped out of the mirror, his presence imposing. The dilapidated house gradually vanished, leaving behind an empty space. One, you rushed forward excited. "Captain Kai, were there really 1,000,000 monsters in the Star of Terror? How did you kill them all?" Huyen added, her voice curious. "That's right. Were there any other traps or mechanisms in there? Did the Secret Realms Keeper give you a hard time?" He smiled in response to Huyen and Ruanyu. His voice was full of confidence. "You guys, one question at a time. I can't answer everything at once." Ruanyu stepped forward, his eyes sincere, his voice deep and steady. "Jiang Kai, to be honest, although I don't know how you did it, and I still feel a little unwilling, congratulations on passing this personal secret realm. Also, I want to apologize for my previous arrogance. I shouldn't have hidden the matter of the siren to test you, and I certainly shouldn't have looked down on you. Jiang Kai, I have to admit, you're the most outstanding young explorer I have ever met." He smiled lightly and extended his hand. He replied calmly, "What kind of person I am has never needed anyone's definition. But thank you for your sincere praise. I accept your apology. Besides, it's not that bad." Ruanyu happily took his hand and laughed loudly. "Same to you. Same to you." Seeing the two sides reconcile in a friendly atmosphere, the people around them couldn't hide their joy. Their smiles were radiant. At this moment, Huyen spoke up softly, her tone playful. "Why do I remember someone making a bet, saying that if Captain Kai came out alive, they would do something? Right?" All eyes immediately turned to the young man who had made the promise earlier. He turned his head and looked at Huyen with surprise. "What are you talking about? What bet?" That young man, true to his word, immediately knelt on both knees. His voice was loud, and so it was for a few days after. Huyen paced anxiously. Her brows were furrowed. Why is Captain Kai taking so long to advance his class? He still hasn't returned. This is taking even longer than Nuanyuan's class advancement. Ruanyu tried to comfort her, his voice gentle. After all, Captain Kai is getting a new class. The advancement process will surely take more time. Let's just wait a little longer. Meanwhile, in a secret space, Jiang Kai was still sitting with his eyes closed. The magical vortexes at his feet gradually dissipated. The potions and items contained around him also shattered. A brilliant light erupted from the ground, illuminating the entire space. He opened his eyes. A victorious smile appeared on his lips. "Success!" A mysterious voice rang out. "Congratulations on completing the level 20 class advancement for the Gambler class. Your new class is now Master Deceiver." Master Deceiver? He mumbled, a look of interest in his eyes. It sounds like an upgraded version of a risky gambling technique. The voice continued. "After advancing your class, your double talent will increase your basic attributes by 100%. All your current talents will also be upgraded. Super Multiplier Talent. The initial activation probability has reached 100% and cannot be increased further. The probability of super critical hit has increased from 1% to 3%. Super critical hit talent. The 0.1% probability of a 200x damage critical hit has now been upgraded to a 0.2% probability of a 200x critical hit." He burst out laughing. The probabilities of super multiplier and super critical hit have both increased. Even though it's only a little higher, in a moment of crisis, this small difference is a ray of hope to turn the tide. He continued to ask. His voice was full of excitement. By the way, does my new class, Master Deceiver, come with a new talent? Yes, the voice replied. You will receive the talent of a Master Deceiver, Grand Deception. As a Master Deceiver, you possess excellent deception skills, adept at using enchanting language and body gestures to mislead your opponent's judgment. He thought to himself. A corner of his lip lifted. It's probably an upgraded version of the deception state. If used well, it might bring some unexpected fun. The voice continued. In addition to the multiple double talents, you will also receive a second random talent, Agility Enhancement. When activated, your agility stat will be permanently increased by 40%. He quickly calculated in his head. Strength 162, Constitution 172, Agility 454, Spirit 364. A 40% increase in agility. That's even higher than Su Feichong and Ditang. Master Deceiver is truly worth looking forward to. In the data research room, a person was still intently observing him through a screen, their eyes full of astonishment. It was clearly only rated as D-class before, yet Jiang Kai ended up winning the championship of the Guild Challenge tournament. Su Lan entered from a distance. Her voice was deep. At first, when I saw this kid refuse to join the military and insist on defeating the Huang family on his own, I laughed at him for not knowing his place. But through these matches, I realized I was the frog in the well. He did it. Now, the Huang family no longer dares to pressure the military. Perhaps our evaluation system needs to be improved. The other person nodded, deep in thought. Perhaps so. This is the latest data file on the land of the Lost Teleportation Array. It has been discovered in 55 countries. Please study it to see if there are any similarities. 55 countries. The other person frowned. After so long, we still haven't made any progress. There's not much time left. Yes, Su Lan replied, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But for some reason, I have a feeling we'll find the answer soon. Back in the forest, Huyen leaned against a large tree, sighing wearily. I'm dead tired. This can't be right. We've been circling around here all day, but we haven't seen a single howling moon wolf demon. She turned to look at Jiang Kai. Her voice was full of doubt. Captain Kai, could it be that someone came here to level up before us and killed all the wolves in this area? Jiang Kai shook his head, his voice calm. Impossible. Howling moon wolf demons are different from ordinary wolf demons. They can stand upright, move nimbly, possess sharp teeth and claws, and have astonishing jumping power. Their fighting style is extremely unpredictable. Small guilds wouldn't dare to provoke them. And if a large guild had been here, the news would have spread long ago. Huyen took out her divination tool and looked at the blood-red moon in the sky, mumbling, a blood moon. Could we be this unlucky? Huyen, what's wrong? Huyen panicked, her voice full of anxiety. Captain Kai, something's wrong. I just did a divination in my spare time and found out that tonight is a blood moon night. The blood moon can awaken the eternal bloodline of the wolf clan, causing them to transform into human form. At that time, not only will their combat power explode, but their intelligence will also soar. I heard that before the blood moon appears, the howling moon wolf demons will hide and wait. No wonder we haven't seen a single one today. She paused, her expression serious. The number of howling moon wolf demons gathered here is no less than 100. After transforming into human form, I'm afraid their strength will be no less than that of a warlord rank armored dragon. One, you frowned. His voice was deep. So that means this area has at least 100 monsters with strength comparable to a warlord rank armor dragon. Captain Kai, should we retreat first? Jiang Kai shook his head. His eyes were sharp. It's too late. The blood moon has already begun. The blood-red moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie light. The wind began to blow strongly. It carried a chilling cold. The magic tool in Huyan's hand suddenly slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She cried out in alarm. Oh no, my compass! Huyan hurriedly chased after the compass rolling on the ground. From within the bushes, a pair of eyes, sparkling with a cruel light, was silently watching. Heedless of the danger, she continued to chase after the compass. Suddenly, a figure rushed out with astonishing speed, changing direction continuously, leaving Huyan no time to react. Jiang Kai shouted from a distance and flew over. Huyan, get out of the way! He threw out several life chaser daggers, the flames flashing in the dark night. But Huyan's expression suddenly turned to astonishment. She couldn't believe it. Her two hands were tightly holding a small wolf, its appearance innocent and harmless. The wolf looked at her, its eyes sparkling, its mouth clamped around the compass. "Yeah, let's make a deal. Can you spit out everything in your mouth for me?" Huyan gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger. The wolf still maintained its innocent smile, as if it had no intention of returning it. She was so angry she was about to explode. She shouted, "You idiot, get it back to me." Huyan, calm down. Yang kiskotet. But at this moment, terrifying howls echoed from deep within the forest, getting closer and closer. He immediately turned his head. A sense of danger welled up. Wait a minute, this feeling. He saw the figure of a wolf standing upright in the distance. Then another and another. Their numbers grew. Mutated howling moon wolf demons. "We're surrounded. Prepare for battle." Ruanyu immediately downed a bottle of wine, his hazy eyes shifting into a drunken state. He laughed loudly, his voice arrogant. "Ha-has, oh many beauties? I am the Wolf King. Just line up. This king will love you one by one." Oh, whoa. But before he could enter the drunken revelry state, Ruanyu had already charged forward with his steel-bone shield. Yang Kifronet. Ruanyu, with just that shield, you can't fight against these mutated howling moon wolf demons. Huyan, follow Ruanyu closely. Huyan nodded and immediately ran after him. The pack of wolves charged forward at the same time, aiming straight for Ruanyu. Jiang Kai threw his life chaser daggers from a distance. Each one carried a brilliant flame. He mumbled, "I remember these monsters have strong attacks but weak defense. I'll keep my distance and continue to attack from afar." In a flash, the life chaser daggers plunged into the bodies of each wolf. The sound of critical explosions rang out. Smoke and fire filled the air. 5 level 45 mutated howling moon wolf demons immediately fell. Ruanyu looked at the scene and wailed with regret. "My beauties. Damn it. Someone ruined this king's good time again." Yang Kifronet. A sense of unease rose within him. Strange. There's so many of these wolves. Why aren't they attacking all at once? Wait, they're probing our strength. Just as he predicted, from deep within the forest, another pack of howling moon wolf demons appeared, their numbers even greater than before. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. He threw his life chaser daggers with both hands. Flames erupted, and a series of critical explosions echoed, causing each mutated wolf to fall in a sea of fire. In the thick smoke and dust, the mutated howling moon wolf demons continued to appear, their numbers growing. Huyan shouted. Her voice was full of anxiety. "Captain Kai, Life Chaser got 4 critical hits this time, taking down 17 mutated wolf demons, but it only killed 4 of them." Jiang Kai frowned, his sharp eyes observing the monsters. "They're really smart. They're standing too far apart, so I can't create an area of effect attack." Suddenly, Huyan noticed a blurry figure behind him and quickly shouted, "Watch your back." A howling moon wolf demon with sharp claws had been lurking for a long time and lunged forward with terrifying speed. Jiang Kai spun around, as fast as lightning, activating his grand deception talent. His body seemed to accelerate beyond measure, faster than the monster's claws. In a flash, he was hovering in midair. A cold voice rang out. "What you see is real is merely what I allow you to see. Now, enjoy the pain of death right at this moment." He launched 3 life chaser daggers. They shot straight into the body of the ambushing wolf demon. A violent explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire, killing a level 55 mutated howling moon wolf demon. On the other side, Ruanyu charged at 3 other wolf demons, laughing arrogantly. "Ha, beauties, your wolf king is here." But before his smile could fade, Jiang Kai's 3 life chaser daggers shot past. They accurately pierced each monster. They killed 3 level 55 mutated howling moon wolf demons. Ruanyu looked at the fallen wolves and wailed with regret. "My beauties. That was close. If it weren't for Captain Kai's timely intervention, I would have almost lost my life." Huyan was still holding the small fox tightly, gritting her teeth as she looked at it. "Don't think I won't do anything just because you look cute. Spit out my compass now, or I'll throw you to the wolves." The fox still maintained its innocent look, its eyes sparkling as if teasing her. At this moment, the howls from the forest grew more and more intense. Jiang Kai and Ruanyu realized they were completely surrounded. Huyan shouted, her voice urgent, 4 o'clock. But as soon as she turned her head, a wolf demon was already upon her. Its sharp claws slashed straight at her shoulder. Hu Yin fell to the ground. Blood soaked her shoulder, but she still held the small fox tightly, not letting go. Suddenly, the surrounding wolf demons flinched, their eyes revealing fear. They seemed to be afraid of something. Jiang Kai mumbled, feeling a terrifying aura spreading. The direction they're looking is towards Hu Yin. At this moment, Hu Yin was still lying on the ground in pain, but the small fox in her arms suddenly stepped out, its eyes flashing with a furious aura. Jiang Kai instinctively rushed forward, throwing his life chaser daggers to protect her. But strangely, the life chaser daggers seemed to be held by an invisible force, unable to move. Suddenly, the small fox lifted Hu Yin into the air. Jiang Kai was horrified. He only had time to shout, "Hu Yin!" The fox emitted a dazzling light. With it, as the center, a transparent shield formed. It completely separated them from the outside world. Inside the shield, Hu Yin writhed in pain, but she gritted her teeth and opened her eyes. She looked straight at the fox, her voice trembling. "Who are you?" From within the dazzling light, a woman with bewitching beast-like hands stepped out. She approached. She gently touched Hu Yan's cheek, her voice soft but full of meaning. "You lasted longer than I thought. You're clearly as weak as a rabbit, but you're very good at pretending to be strong." Her hand touched the wound on Hu Yan's shoulder. Blood was still seeping from the previous attack. "What a nuisance," she mumbled, then gently flicked her slender arm. She drew the poison out of the wound. Without stopping, she also used a healing technique, bending down to gently lick the bleeding wounds. Hu Yin was in pain, gritting her teeth. She tried to hold it in, but couldn't stop a moan from escaping. The woman chuckled softly and whispered, "Bear with it for a moment, little rabbit." Outside the shield, Jiang Kai frantically attacked the protective layer, causing it to shake continuously. The loud noise reached them, causing the woman to pause. She frowned, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "To be able to maintain consciousness under my suppression. Truly an interesting fellow. In that case, I'll play with you for a bit." She waved her hand, condensing a brilliant ball of energy, and then shot it straight out. The ball hit Jiang Kai's forehead. He didn't have time to react. He only had time to exclaim, "NGH." When he came to, Jiang Kai found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar scene. The surroundings were the Blue Star. But this place was desolate and ruined. The plants were withered, and the land was stained with the color of death. What happened? Wait, this is the Blue Star. Why am I here? I was just in the Ghost Planet's forest. Where are Hu Yin, Ruan Yu, the wolf demons, and that fox? He shouted in alarm. Hu Yin, Ruan Yu. But the only reply was the sound of the wind whistling through the ruins. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed from the distance. "Help me!" The ground beneath his feet shook violently, as if a giant creature weighing over 50 tons was approaching. A group of panicked people ran towards him. Behind them, a herd of giant beasts pursued, roaring menacingly. "Someone, help us!" they screamed in desperation. Jiang Kai looked closely, his heart clenching. "Beast gods, it's the beast gods!" The giant monsters with sharp teeth were targeting the weak people below. He panicked. "Damn it, what on earth is happening?" He raised his hand to summon his life chaser daggers. But his hand was empty. As expected, I can't use my skills. Could it be a system error? Teleporting me back to the Blue Star? No, that's not right. This isn't reality, but an illusion created by that strange fox demon. Even though he knew it was an illusion, he still ran after the crowd, his heart full of doubt. In the war against the beast gods, ordinary people rarely appear. Moreover, I haven't seen any transcendence yet. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from behind. "Please, everyone, save my child." Jiang Kai turned back and witnessed a horrifying scene. A mother was caught in the mouth of a beast. Her small child was crying desperately on the ground. He tried to calm himself, telling himself, "Stay calm. This is not the time to play the hero. Even if it's an illusion, I still don't know what the consequences of dying here will be." But the child's cries grew louder. It was as if it was tearing his heart apart, making it impossible for him to stand still. Jiang Kai remembered his childhood days, when he himself had struggled against death. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately stopped and turned back toward the child, his heart resolute. "Damn it, even if it's not real, I can't just turn a blind eye to this." In a life-or-death moment, the giant monster's mouth opened wide, aiming straight for the child. Jiang Kai rushed forward. He managed to grab the child and run for his life. The beast gods behind him roared ferociously, pursuing relentlessly. His body was covered in bleeding wounds. His back throbbed with pain, but he still gritted his teeth and held the child tightly. I'm about to run out of steam, he thought to himself. Even though I've trained my strength to a superhuman level on the ghost planet, without being able to use my skills, I'm ultimately just an ordinary person. Suddenly, a beast god stomped its foot on the ground, creating roaring cracks that shot towards him. In front of him, jagged pieces of steel from the collapsed structures appeared, as sharp as blades. With no way to escape, Jiang Kai turned around, using his own body as a cushion. He ignored the steel pieces piercing his flesh, getting the child out safely. But fate was cruel. The place where the child landed was a sharp steel bar, only a centimeter away. Jiang Kai gathered all his strength. He reached out and grabbed the child, pulling him back. He breathed a sigh of relief and mumbled, I caught him. But life is not like a dream. The monster opened its mouth wide, its sharp teeth aiming straight for him. In his desperate eyes, he could only watch it, his body and the child about to be swallowed into its giant stomach. Extreme pain spread, as if his body was being decomposed. He wondered, strange. This pain of being digested, is it really just an illusion? Even so, he still tried to reach out, wanting to save the child. A cold voice rang out. It was full of mockery. Look, this is the price you pay for trying to be a hero. Who do you think you are? Images of the monsters he had killed appeared, as if to mock him. The voice continued. A lucky person who killed a few weaklings and now thinks he's the savior of the world. That nothing is impossible? In reality, you can't do anything. You're just a pitiful insect who can't protect anyone. Tears welled up. Jiang Kai choked. I can't protect everyone. That's right. The voice replied, cold and cruel. Admit it. You can't even take care of yourself. So why are you worrying about others? You've always been very selfish. Isn't that right? It's heartbreaking. Actually, you've done enough. So, don't be so stubborn anymore. Just rest. His vision gradually faded into darkness. But a ray of light flashed in front of him, dispelling the darkness. A familiar image appeared. His family. His warm home. His mother's voice rang out, gentle. Little Kai, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and sit down. Eat while it's still hot. His father smiled. This boy is too tired. He's been pushing himself too hard lately. Jiang Kai was stunned, unable to believe that this dear scene would appear in an illusion. He remembered when he was a child. Every time he fell and was on the verge of tears, he would always grit his teeth and say, it doesn't hurt. His mother looked at him, her eyes full of love. That's right. Our little Kai has always been a man. But in the end, he's still a child. His nose tingled. His parents' voices rang out, warm and familiar. Little Kai, if you're tired, just come home. An image of him as a child appeared, standing between his parents on the verge of tears. Dad, Mom, I'm home. But his hand clenched tightly. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. He tapped the table lightly. The image of the child disappeared, replaced by a grown young man. He stood tall and resolute. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, but this is my choice. His parents smiled, their eyes filled with pride. They nodded. Their voices were playful. What should we do? As expected, we still can't beat this kid. His mother added, gently, that's right. He's grown up now. He has his own opinions. The image of the two of them gradually faded. Their final words echoed. Don't forget your original wish. Continue to move forward bravely, my son. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. His heart was filled with determination. Understand. Jiang Kai clenched his fist, gathering all his strength. He shattered the black screen that enveloped him, the thing that had pulled him into a false memory. The cracks gradually spread. The image of the child, the ferocious beast gods chasing him, all shattered one by one. In front of him, a figure identical to him appeared, its eyes full of astonishment. What? Yang Kai roared. His voice was full of determination. Everything here is indeed just a farce of yours. His body seemed to be restored, returning to its original state, full of strength. His opponent, a ghostly figure, had a cold smile. That's surprising. You didn't get lost in the false idea. Was it not beautiful enough? Yang Kai sleeps zurlet. His eyes were sharp. No matter how beautifully it's painted, I know it's just a beautiful, illusory bubble. Instead of wallowing in it, I'd rather shatter it with my own hands. The figure chuckled and flicked its two fingers, causing a bubble to burst in midair. A beautiful, illusory bubble? That's a nice way to put it. I like it. Well then, why don't you guess now? In this illusion you speak of, can I kill you? The figure's sharp claws shot straight towards him, flashing with a deadly light. In a life-or-death moment, Jiang leaped into the air and shouted, "Dodge!" He drew out a unique item, something only he possessed. Activate the light of holy radiance. The special effect soul cleansing exploded. A dazzling light enveloped his body, dispelling all evil energy. He punched forward with terrifying force. In just an instant, the night became silent, as if nothing had ever happened. Jiang looked around and realized he was back in the Ghost Planet's forest. Ruanyu was still sleeping soundly under a tree. He mumbled in his sleep. Oh no, where's Hu Yin? Could she have been taken away? Just then, a white mist condensed in front of him. Hu Yin appeared, lying in his arms. The wound on her shoulder was completely healed. That fox healed her, he mumbled, unable to believe his eyes. Hu Yin, still in a dream, cried out, so annoying. Her face was flushed, as if she were dreaming of something strange. Jiang frowned, wondering, what on earth is she dreaming about to make her face so red? Suddenly, the fox's bewitching voice rang out, as if coming from all over the forest. An explorer from the Holy Radiance Nation? More interesting than I thought. Jiang gently placed Hu Yin down next to a large tree, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Who are you? If you have the guts, stop hiding. The voice chuckled. It was full of teasing. Haha, humans are always so easily agitated. It's a pity you're not even qualified to know my name right now. But since you're so cute, I'll give you a little gift. Remember, I'm only saying this once. A brilliant light shot straight into the center of his forehead. Jiang was startled and mumbled, what? In his mind, a vast map appeared, surprisingly detailed. Wait, what is this? He felt a surge of excitement. It seems the boring days are finally over. What's next? It's making me impatient. On instinct, he rushed forward, as if guided by an invisible force. The fox's voice rang out again, full of interest. Haha, interesting human. Next time, you have to entertain me even more. You, wait, he shouted, but the voice had already vanished into the silent night. Jiang stood stunned, mumbling to himself. She just disappeared like that. The next morning, Hu Yin woke up and looked at him blankly. Captain Kai, you said I almost died yesterday? So that fox saved me. Jiang looked at Hu Yin. His voice was steady. Hu Yin, why did that fox save you? Did she say anything strange? Do you remember? Hu Yin was dazed, her eyes hazy. I was injured, and my mind seems to be in a mess. I fell asleep and don't remember anything, except that dream. She paused, as if searching her memory. In the dream, I saw the image of the fox healing my arm. It said, this is a thank you gift. It's much sweeter than blood. So my cute little rabbit, don't get injured so easily next time. What a strange dream. She was dazed, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the previous night. Jiang called out worriedly. Hu Yin, what's wrong with you? She flinched and quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. That dream, it's so embarrassing. At this moment, Ruanyu was roasting meat nearby and shouted, Captain Kai, Hu Yin, come over here. Otherwise, the meat will be burnt. Yang smiled lichtly. His mood was relaxed. Let's eat first. Later, I have something important to tell you too. All right, Hu Yin exclaimed and ran over, her eyes shining as she looked at the fragrant meat. Yay, yummy meat. I'm coming. Ruanyu teased. Wow. Hu Yin, are you trying to eat people? Jiang burst out laughing. He shook his head. These two are really funny. As soon as there's food, they forget all their troubles. Scene changed to the next day. Jiang led Hu Yin and Ruanyu to a treacherous ravine. He stopped. His voice was calm. We're here. According to the fox's map, the coordinates are in this ravine. Ruanyu frowned, worried. Captain Kai, you're not planning to take us in with you? Hu Yin nodded in agreement. That's right, Captain Kai. You said that fox is very cunning. What if it's a trap? Or we could go ask Brother Liu about it. Jiang shook his head. His eyes were resolute. Brother Liu has a lot of military matters to attend to. We can't keep bothering him. Hu Yin, you just recovered from your injury and need more rest. As for Ruanyu, after you get drunk, you just like to punch and kick randomly. The fog in there is thick and dangerous. You two wait for me to come back outside. Before he could finish, he had already stepped into the ravine, waving his hand confidently. Don't worry, I'm just going in to take a look. If I find anything unusual, I'll come right out. In his heart, He knew well that with the fox's strange abilities, if it wanted to kill him, it wouldn't need to be so roundabout. Her abilities probably far exceed any monster we've ever encountered. It's highly likely she's a map-level boss. But what makes me more curious is that unpredictable feeling. What does she really want? He thought to himself, an inexplicable premonition rising in his heart whenever he thought of the fox. 20 minutes later, at the end of the ravine, Jiang Kai stepped out, a look of surprise on his face. In front of him was only a clear lake, sparkling under the dim light. It seems there's nothing special here, he mumbled, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Jiang Kai gently kicked a rock in front of him. The rock rolled slowly and fell into the lake. But instead of the sound of splashing water, it sank into the void without a sound. He frowned and mumbled, "There's something wrong with this lake." "What is that?" From the depths of the lake, a surge of malice rose, cold and terrifying, making one shiver without being cold. This strange aura is many times more terrifying than the fox's. The water surface suddenly rose, rippling violently, as if heralding an impending disaster. "It seems it's about to appear," he whispered, his heart pounding. "Damn it, was I really tricked?" Instinct told him. Jiang Kai turned around, intending to run from this place. "I have to get out of here immediately." But as he ran, an inexplicable premonition rose in his heart. "Strange, why am I so scared? So scared that it feels like that's the only emotion left." He remembered his early days on the ghost planet, facing the monsters, feeling the breath of despair, death approaching, anger, regret, unwillingness, but he had never been this scared. As if something was intentionally amplifying the fear in his heart. If this thing is so powerful and terrifying, why is it hiding at the bottom of the lake like a timid mouse? If it was intentionally waiting for me to get closer, why hasn't it attacked yet? Jiang Kai suddenly stopped. A glint of clarity flashed in his eyes. There's only one explanation. It's all just an act to avoid being discovered, intentionally creating an air of mystery. He drew out several life chaser daggers. He turned to face the lake, his voice full of challenge. "Let's see what's really playing tricks." A voice suddenly rang out from behind, stunning him. "Congratulations on discovering the land of the lost teleportation array." Jiang Kai turned around, astonished. Before his eyes was an image from another place. It was as if it were being broadcast live. A mocking voice rang out. "Among the top 10 ghost planet-exploiting nations in the world, the Holy Radiance Nation will become the only one to miss out on the global hegemony tournament." Didn't Holy Radiance boast about how powerful they are? If they're willing to kneel and lick our shoes clean, maybe we'll agree to reveal a few clues to them. The mocking laughter continued. "Ah, that's right. Kneel down, and we'll consider finding the teleportation array for you." Elsewhere, Wei Ying angrily slammed his hand on the table, his voice deep. "Are we really out of hope?" Just then a soldier ran in, his voice urgent. "Commander, little Lou, we found the teleportation array." Wei Ying shot up. His eyes shone with excitement. "What did you say?" The soldier continued. Elsewhere, the military had sealed off the entrance. Warning tape was set up. "This is not a tourist spot." In the crowd, Yu peeked out and exclaimed, "So many people are here to watch the show." Anyone who didn't know better would think a king-rank boss had appeared. But what can you do? Finding the connection to the teleportation array is Holy Radiance's top priority. The military has come in full force. With such a grand display, it's hard not to attract everyone's attention. Yu exclaimed. His voice was full of excitement. "Captain Kai, you've made a great contribution this time. I heard that discovering the teleportation array not only gets you 2,000 guild contribution points, but even the person in charge of Jiangzhou City gets a promotion." From a distance, a hearty laugh rang out. "Haha, it really is the teleportation array. Jiang Kai, you're amazing. You surprise me one after another." A group of people approached, led by the renowned commander, Wei Ying. "Yang Kismidet." He replied, "Commander Wei." Hu Yin, behind him, her eyes shining, couldn't hide her admiration. "You are Wei Ying, Commander Wei, the guardian deity of Jiangzhou City." Yu quickly pulled her back. He chided her lightly. "How rude. How can you call the commander by his name like that?" Wei Ying raised his hand and smiled relaxedly. "This isn't a formal occasion. It's fine. Besides, a friend of Jiang Kai is a friend of mine." He turned to introduce the person beside him. "This is Hua Tianshun, the chief instructor of the reserve team of the Holy Radiance Nation's War God Temple. I often hear him mention Jiang Kai. I'm finally getting to meet you today. Jiang Kai nodded and greeted him calmly. Hello, Instructor Hua. Huyen peeked out from behind him. She was surprised. The chief instructor of the War God Temple's reserve team also knows Captain Kai. Captain, your reputation is so great. Wei Ying laughed loudly and explained, that's right. Tianxun is also the commander-in-chief in charge of this national hegemony tournament. When he heard you found the teleportation array, he couldn't wait to come here with me. Hua Tianxun stepped forward. His eyes were full of admiration, as expected of someone Commander Wei values. Jiang Kai, you've solved our urgent crisis. In addition to the glory you deserve, I've decided, in my name, to give you a special reward. Jiang Kai's teammates heard this, and their eyes lit up. That's a huge sum of money. But Jiang Kai shook his head. His voice was firm. I don't want the extra reward. All four of them were stunned and said in unison, what did you say? Jiang Kai looked straight at Wei Ying. His eyes were sincere. Captain Kai, Commander Wei, I'm just an ordinary person, with no background or power. Since I set foot on the ghost planet, the Huang family has oppressed me, and the major guilds have boycotted me. Throughout this journey, it was you and Brother Liu who, despite the pressure, did everything to protect me and my family. This respect and kindness I will forever remember in my heart. After Wei Ying heard this, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. But then he spoke sternly. Jiang Kai, don't act on impulse. I know your family situation. You're still young now, but if you just rely on risking your life alone on the ghost planet, what will you do when you run out of money? Yang smiled. His voice was full of confidence. I'm not acting on impulse. Do you still remember the words you said when you took me to the safe zone to watch the battle between the Transcendents and the Beast Gods? At that time, you said, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. In this world, someone has to stand up and fight those monsters. I was still confused on Everwinter Island. But after traveling with everyone for so long, I seem to understand a little more. Hearing this, Hu Yin and Ruan Yu were overjoyed, their eyes sparkling with pride. Jiang Kai turned to Wei Ying. His voice was full of determination. Commander Wei, without you, I wouldn't be standing here today. The reward originally belongs to you. Compared to the selfless and powerful transcendents, my strength is still weak and my awareness is not high. But I will always use my own way to stand shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Wei Ying was silent. He didn't know how to respond. Hua Tianxun stepped forward and laughed loudly. This kid, to be given a reward by Commander Wei in his personal name, is something many people can only dream of. Yet you refuse it time and time again in front of so many people. After saying that, he walked toward Jiang Kai. Without another word, he suddenly swung his fist straight at him. You've got some nerve. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu were horrified. They were worried sick. Hua Tianxun's fist stopped right in front of Jiang Kai's face, only a few inches away. But he didn't even blink, his expression as calm as ever. Hua Tianxun burst out laughing. He withdrew his hand and patted him on the shoulder instead. Once you've made up your mind, not even 10 bulls can pull you back. But it's precisely because of this courage and fearlessness that I value you. Jiang Kai was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. The people around them who witnessed this scene were also dumbfounded, shocked. One person mumbled, no way. This is the first time I've seen Commander Wei praise someone. Another person chimed in. Instructor Hua's punch just now was so scary. If it were me, I would have been scared to death. But that kid didn't even blink. Hu Yin turned. Her voice was surprised. Commander Wei, aren't you angry? Wei Ying shook his head and smiled lightly. You don't need to say any more. This isn't the first or second time you've refused me. I respect your choice. As for the rewards you deserve, the military will distribute them according to procedure. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. He nodded. All right, come with me for a moment. Wei Ying led the group to the ravine, his eyes filled with admiration. No wonder we couldn't find it. Even though we've passed this place countless times, who would have thought the teleportation array would be hidden deep at the bottom of a reservoir? He reached out and touched the rock, then channeled his power, activating the skill Divine Might Palm. A burst of origin force exploded, and the surrounding rocks immediately shattered. The place where he had placed his hand was now a giant crater. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock. The mountain was shattered? Wei Ying smiled. He explained, this is an origin force attack. Only the martial apprentices of our Holy Radiance Nation can receive talents and skills of the origin force type, thereby mastering this power. Origin force, according to legend, is a mysterious primordial energy that erupted when the planet Blue Star was first formed. Yankee Bondered. I remember Zhu Zi's talent is the heart of a martial artist, which can activate a secondary effect, including the sword chi slash that uses origin force. But this is the first time I've seen someone use it in person. It's so powerful. After shattering the rock, the martial apprentices were led by the military into the teleportation array. Wei Ying and Jiang Kai stood outside. He slowly explained, on the international stage, martial apprentice has dropped to 6th place in the class rankings. But I've never believed in those so-called rankings. The martial arts of holy radiance, with thousands of years of inheritance, how can it be measured by a few meaningless numbers? Our origin force makes even the top 5 classes wary. Not to mention, there are new and promising classes like yours. I believe, one day, no one will dare to look down on holy radiance anymore. Yankee Smidet. His eyes burned brightly. I believe so too. 7 days later, at the military auditorium, Feng Yi, the news channel was constantly updating. Globally, the number of countries that have discovered the teleportation array in the ruins has increased to 65. There are only 15 spots left to reach the limit of 80 countries. Breaking news, Country C has also just discovered a new teleportation array, becoming the 66th country, right after Holy Radiance. Hot news, Country E and Country F are suspected of having a border conflict due to a dispute in the ruins. Hua Tianxin stood on the stage. His steady voice echoed. Based on intelligence and experiments from many teams over the past few days, we have summarized important information about the ruins. First, explorers entering the ruins must not exceed level 60. Second, each person can only enter once through the teleportation array. If they die or leave, they cannot return. Third, the teleportation array uses a team-based teleportation mode, with a maximum of 5 people per teleportation and a maximum of 3 groups per day. The interval between groups is at least 3 minutes. Fourth, the ruins only have 4 login points. No matter which teleportation array they pass through, the teams will only appear at these 4 points. Fifth, and also the most difficult problem, currently, the powerful countries have cooperated to blockade the login points, preventing other countries from entering. After everyone heard this, their expressions darkened, and anxiety rose. Hua Tianxin continued. His voice was firm. The rules only state that 80 countries can enter the ruins to participate in the global hegemony tournament, but it doesn't require all 80 countries to participate. Every time they eliminate an opponent, they have a better chance of winning. Therefore, they are using their numerical advantage to blockade the login points. He paused, his expression grave. What's more worrying is that 21 of Holy Radiance's teams have been completely wiped out and have withdrawn. Half a month later, in the Ghost Planet's forest, the sound of explosions echoed continuously. Jiang Kai received a series of notifications from the system. Killed 5 level 55 Howling Moon Wolf Demons. Killed 10 level 45 Howling Moon Wolf Demons. Killed 15 level 35 Howling Moon Wolf Demons. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 21. He breathed a sigh of relief, a victorious smile on his face. Finally, level 21. The system continued to announce. Your level has reached level 21. You have activated a new class skill, Deceptive Substitute. Level 1 Deceptive Substitute can create a maximum of 3 substitutes. When activated, the original body will automatically enter a stealth state. Jiang Kai finished reading the system notification, his eyes shining with joy. So, it's a substitute-type skill. Deceptive Substitute can perfectly simulate the actions, state, equipment, and skills of the original body, but its attacks only create visual effects and do not deal real damage. He frowned and mumbled, "It can't deal damage? Doesn't that mean when I'm attacked, I can only take the hits without being able to fight back?" But the system continued to explain. When a deceptive substitute takes damage, it will simultaneously absorb the stamina and spirit consumed by the opponent, and it will not automatically disappear. After being recalled, all the absorbed energy will be completely transferred back to the original body. Jiang Kai nodded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. So that's how it is. This isn't a simple sandbag skill, but an energy converter. On the surface, it takes hits, but it silently drains the opponent's strength. The system continued. A deceptive substitute can exist for a maximum of 10 minutes and cannot be more than 30 meters away from the original body. The absorbed stamina and spirit cannot exceed the original body's maximum attribute limit. 3 substitutes can be used simultaneously or one at a time. Every time 500 spirit points are recovered, a reserve substitute will be regenerated. When a level reaches 30, this skill can be upgraded. He calculated in his head, 500 spirit points. That's not a small consumption. But with my current ability, I can recover in about 3 days. I wonder what other skills I'll get with the gambler's double talent. The system immediately announced, double talent activated. You have received a random new class skill. Fish in troubled waters, level 1. When attacking a target, for every 1% of the target stamina lost, you gain 19 points to your 4 basic stats, and a 1% increase in critical hit rate and 1% critical hit coefficient. When the level reaches 30, this skill can be upgraded. Jiang Kai laughed loudly, his eyes shining brightly. The more the opponent consumes, the more frenzied my attacks become. I've heard that there are explorer classes that get stronger in certain stats the more injured they are. I wonder who will win when they face my fish in troubled waters. At this moment, the wristband on his arm vibrated. He received a message from Zhu Zi. Jiang Kai, what are you doing? He replied, his voice relaxed. I'm leveling up. Zhu Zi, isn't your team busy with training? You have time to look for me now. Zhu Zi laughed over the audio wave. Haha, it's nothing. I just miss you. I don't know why, but I really wanted to hear your voice today. Jiang Kai frowned and teased. Why are you being so sentimental all of a sudden? Zhu Zi burst out laughing. Sentimental? Maybe a little. Haha, I must be too tired from training lately. I think about random things when I'm free. He was suspicious, his voice joking. Zhu Zi, what's with you today? Is there something you want to say? Haha, no, really. Zhu Zi replied, his voice still cheerful. All right, great master. You continue killing monsters. This humble servant will take his leave. Bye-bye. Hello, Zhu Zi. Jiang Kai called back, but only heard a beeping sound. Zhu Zi had ended the communication. On the other side, Sun Wanwan turned, her eyes questioning. Zhu Zi, didn't you say you missed Jiang Kai a lot? Why didn't you talk a little longer? Zhu Zi sighed, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Jiang Kai knows me too well. If I talked any longer, he would definitely guess something was up. He turned to Su Nuanyuan. His voice was deep. I don't want to worry him. Su Nuanyuan looked at him, curious. In your opinion, do the people who go crazy after being killed and logging off feel anything? Zhu Zi shrugged, his voice joking but with a hint of weariness. Maybe they don't know anything at all. They don't have any worries either. Thinking about it that way, I feel less scared. Su Nuanyuan was silent. Her mind was just as troubled. This mission was pushing Zhu Zi to his limits. 3 days ago, at the military auditorium, the captains of the Fierce Tiger, Heavenly Crane, and Raging Fire squads gathered, unable to hide their excitement. Hua Tianxin, as the commander, spoke up. Time is short, so let's be brief. A video was played. In it, a fierce young man stomped on another person's face and shouted, "You think you're worthy of competing with us, you bunch of trash? Listen up, either you take us down with your skills, or you crawl through my legs." This person was Clementi Hoffman, a level 50 explorer with a barbarian class. His teammate recorded the scene with a camera, laughing mockingly. Crawl, go on and crawl. Give us a smile for those idiots to see clearly. The scene was played over and over again. It made everyone in the auditorium seethe with anger. One person roared, I have to kill them. Hua Tianxin raised his hand. He calmed him down. A tech company has developed a device to transmit images from the land of the lost. Although there's a delay, we can still see the tense situation. In the past half-month, more than 50 teams, that is 200 elite soldiers of Holy Radiance, have been slaughtered and logged off like this. He paused, his eyes sharp. But their sacrifice was not in vain. Thanks to them, we have obtained valuable information. This is a map of the land of the lost. It was drawn based on intelligence. He pointed to the screen, where the map was displayed in detail. Those of you present here have probably guessed what I want to say. Through 27 rounds of selection, we have chosen the elite squads. In 3 days, the squads will receive a heavy mission to break through the encirclement once again. Everyone said in unison. Hua Tianxin continued. The Land of the Lost has 4 login points. In 1 day, the teams that pass through the same teleportation array will appear at the same point. Remember these coordinates. At that time, you will fight and retreat, finding a way to reach this position and plant the flag of holy radiance. This is the key to the mission. A squad leader frowned. He was doubtful. Commander Hua, breaking through layers of barriers just to plant a flag? I'm afraid they will pursue us relentlessly to kill us. Hua Tianxia nodded. Our direction is not to fight to the death, but to break through the encirclement. This is a secret plan that the high-level managers have been calculating recently. A secret plan? Another person exclaimed. That's right, Hua Tianxia confirmed. Currently, 73 countries have discovered the teleportation array, but 42 of them have taken advantage of their early entry into the land of the lost to blockade the login points. In this situation, it's as difficult as ascending to heaven for any country to rely on 3 teams to break through. But that also means that 30 countries, including us, are being excluded. He paused. His voice deepened. Therefore, we have contacted some countries. At 6 in the morning in 3 days, each country will send its 3 strongest teams to form a temporary alliance. Each group will enter the land of the lost. The codename for this mission is Dawn. Dawn, a squad leader mumbled. Hua Tianxia explained. The first team to break through the encirclement and plant the flag at the coordinates will serve as a signal. Even if the enemy goes deep, once successful, the remaining squads will launch a general offensive on the 4 login points, seizing residency qualifications in the shortest possible time. If the enemy's elite forces are lured to the flag's position, the defense at the login points will be thin, creating the best opportunity for us to attack from the outside. He looked around, his expression serious. But this also means that the Holy Radiance team that accepts this mission will face the most intense attack from the enemy forces. Hua Tianxia slammed his hand on the table. His voice was like thunder. Currently, all the pioneering countries are in a stalemate to varying degrees. To break this stalemate, the land of the lost is the best opportunity. In this operation, you are carrying the fate of the country and the survival of the nation on your shoulders. I repeat, even if only one person is left, you must protect the glory of Holy Radiance and fight to the end. Understood, everyone shouted in unison. Their spirits are high. Fight to the end. Never stop until death. Back to Zhu Zi's team. In front of the teleportation gate, everyone's face showed anxiety. They waited nervously for the decisive moment. Nuanyuan gently pulled Zhu Zi's hand, her voice soft but firm. Zhu Zi, I believe we can definitely do it. Encouraged by her words, Zhu Zi nodded slightly, his expression somewhat less tense. At this moment, everyone's watches simultaneously received a notification. The first teams of the Heavenly Crane and Raging Fire squads have successfully broken through the encirclement. Li Biao roared, his voice full of spirit. All hands, listen up. In this battle, there is no retreat, no surrender, no regrets. Even if our bones are crushed, we must complete the mission. Now follow me. Charge. 2 days later, at the Sovereign God Guild, Jiang Kai sat in deep thought. He recalled Zhu Zi's words. It's nothing. I just miss you. I don't know why, but I really wanted to hear your voice today. Sentimental? Maybe a little. Haha, I must be too tired from training lately. I think about random things when I'm free. He mumbled. Zhu Zi. Was he really just tired? For the past 2 days, I haven't been able to contact Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan. An indescribable sense of unease is rising in my heart. Maybe I should go find them. He was just about to open the door when Hu Yin and Ruanyu rushed over, their voices urgent. Captain Kai, something's happened. Yang Ki frowned. What's got you two in such a hurry? Hu Yin panted. We just saw a training video on the forum. Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan are in trouble. What? He was shocked. Hu Yin explained, the video was forcibly deleted by the Holy Radiance government as soon as it went viral, but I managed to save it. She played it for him. In the video, a mocking voice rang out. Holy Radiance, there must be quite a few of you watching, right? If you have the guts, come and save them. The image appeared. Nuanyuan was captured, and Zhu Zi was lying motionless, his body covered in blood. The leader continued, Haha. After all, you guys are very reasonable. If you send a commander to come and beg for mercy, maybe we'll let them go. Of course, if you admit that you're a bunch of useless weaklings who don't dare to do anything. He ordered, Men, hang these two up. Just wait and watch their blood drip until they're dry. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. He stared at Hoffman. What on earth is going on? Back to 2 days ago, in the land of the lost, the 5 of them had just stepped through the teleportation gate. The system announced, You have entered the land of the lost. We provide simultaneous interpretation. The language you hear will be converted to the language of holy radiance. In front of them was a battlefield full of blood and broken swords, with not a single guard in sight. A team member wondered, the two teams, Heavenly Crane and Raging Fire, were originally brave and skilled in combat. They must have coordinated with the Alliance to lure all the enemy forces away from here. Li Biao checked his watch. Captain, the current login point is Point A. Should we head southeast? Suddenly, Hua Tianxin's voice came through the communication, urgent. All team members, attention, the operation has been exposed. The two teams, Heavenly Crane and Raging Fire, were ambushed by the garrison as soon as they reached the login point. From the bushes, countless figures appeared, surrounding them from all sides. An arrogant laugh rang out. You bunch of idiots. As expected, you came to die as soon as you received the signal. Next, let me, Glenn Hoffman, go on a killing spree. Hoffman smiled sinisterly, his voice full of contempt. Soon, your fate will be the same as your comrades. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier fell in front of everyone, blood staining the ground. Yuan Ling, unable to contain her anger, she charged forward with her sword, roaring, "Damn it, you bastard!" Li Biao quickly shouted. He tried to stop his comrade. Yuan Ling, don't be rash. Come back. Yuan Ling's two swords slashed straight at Hoffman, but they couldn't penetrate his thick defense. He curled his lip and sneered. Can't even pierce through? Are you trying to tickle me? By the way, I forgot to tell you, unless you have the ability to kill me in one blow, injuries will only make me stronger. Yuan Ling was stunned. What? Hoffman reached out. As fast as lightning, he grabbed her head. Now it's your head's turn to blossom. He squeezed hard, the terrifying force making Yuan Ling's head feel like it was being compressed. Her eyes were bloodshot. A second later, blood spurted out. Her head exploded. Zhu Zi's comrades witnessed the scene, all of them shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Grim approached from a distance. His voice was deep. Hoffman, you're always so crude. If you scare my lovely prey to death, I'll be very sad. This man was a level 50 explorer with the swordsman class. A woman beside him, Christina, urged impatiently. You two are so boring. Cut the crap and fight quickly. Grim sneered and turned to another comrade. Willis, why are you two out here? Didn't I say these preys belong to me? Willis laughed loudly. That won't do. Hoffman, you're too greedy. Zhu Zi trembled with fear, but a determined glint flashed in his eyes. These three are too terrifying. No, I have to hold them off. He turned to Li Biao. Li Biao, go first. Break through the encirclement with me. Su Yan, protect Nuanyuan. Understood. Zhu Zi charged forward, his presence as imposing as a gladiator of holy radiance. I am Yuan Zhu, the #1 war god under the heavens. You bunch of trash, come at me together. His skill condensed above. Like rolling thunder, a powerful blow struck the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere, forcing the enemy to retreat a few steps. Hoffman curled his lip. The #1 war god under the heavens? Let me test you. Don't waste my time. This aura and skill, quite interesting. I want to personally crush your head. Li Biao jumped up. Luminous sword, he shouted. Your opponent is me, Willis. I will cut you down with this sword. Zhu Zi, his spirit soaring, roared, what a joke. I am a #1 war god under the heavens. How can I let you be so arrogant? The two swords clashed, the terrifying force making the air tremble. Zhu Zi thought to himself, this strength is too great. Hoffman sneered. He used an afterimage, his body seemingly vanishing right in front of Zhu Zi, then suddenly reappearing behind him. You fool, I'm over here. A sword slash shot out. Zhu Zi quickly retreated, but it was too late. A deep wound appeared on his side. So strong, my eyes can't see his moves clearly. Hoffman vanished again. His voice was cold. Trash is still trash, no matter how much they boast. Now die. He appeared above, unleashing a piercing slash. A spray of blood erupted. But Li Biao suddenly rushed forward, blocking the blow with his shield, even though the sword still pierced through. You want to kill him? Did you ask me first? Li Biao Ushota. Captain Zhu Zi, snap out of it. With Su Nuanyuan, escape. I'll hold him off. Hurry. Hoffman sneered. His hand gripped Li Biao's head. Didn't you say your opponent was me? Why did you run over here? He squeezed hard. Li Biao's head exploded right in front of Zhu Zi's eyes. Christina, standing nearby, taunted, Hoffman, you're useless. You let that old man ruin the fun. Hoffman laughed loudly. Ah, it was just a moment of carelessness. In his memory, Zhu Zi recalled Li Biao's words. Zhu Zi, actually, I've always admired Jiang Kai. You guys are clearly my team members, but it seems only he can inspire your potential. But there's one thing I'm definitely not inferior to him in. I will protect my team members until the very last moment. Li Biao, true to his word, used his last ounce of strength to block a fatal blow for Zhu Zi. But in the distance, the other team members were being mercilessly dealt with by Christina, the woman with cold eyes. She curled her lip, truly overestimating yourselves. Sun Nuan was about to be ambushed by another person. A mocking laugh was heard. The two young men charged forward, roaring, the honor of a gladiator. As expected, just a bunch of trash. Come on, let's see who this prey dies to first. Zhu Zi gritted his teeth. His eyes burned with rage. You bastards. He gathered all his strength and swung his sword down. The origin force exploded, sending the enemies flying. The people who witnessed this scene couldn't help but be shocked. What? Su Nuanyuan, tears streaming down her face, looked at her older sister, Sister Hua, who had fallen right in front of her, no longer breathing. She wailed in pain. Sister Hua. Sister Hua. Zhu Zi gritted his teeth. He used his remaining arm to lift Nuanyuan up. She's gone. We have to leave. Suddenly, his body felt a strong fluctuation of origin force. Hoffman curled his lip, his voice contemptuous. So, it's origin force, the thing you Holy Radiance martial apprentices are always so proud of. You finally sent someone decent. Damn it, you want to run? Today, not a single one of you will escape. Zhu Zi, be careful. Nuanyuan shouted as two enemies charged from both sides. Zhu Zi pushed her away. He stepped forward to block the blows, using all his strength to defend with his sword. But the enemy sneered. Your origin force is too weak. That last blow was just a fluke. Now, taste the power of the soul-devouring blade. Zhu Zi's sword was shattered in two. Immediately after, Hoffman ambushed him from behind. Die, you fool. Zhu Zi was sent flying, his body crashing hard into the ground. It created a large crater. Nuanyuan was held tightly by two young men, unable to move. Christina activated her skill. She bound Zhu Zi with an invisible energy. Still not done fighting? Isn't it enough? Zhu Zi roared. His eyes were still resolute. Let me go, Christina sneered. Still not giving up? To be honest, to be able to hold out this long, under the siege of so many experts, you guys are indeed strong. But your plan was exposed long ago. We've already made all the arrangements to deal with you. It's useless for you to keep resisting. Zhu Zi looked at her, his eyes burning with resentment. Don't look at me like that. You allied with many countries to break through the encirclement, which did increase your chances of winning. But the risk of leaking information also increased. For example, what if a certain country used your plan as a condition to exchange for a participation slot? Zhu Zi was stunned. His eyes were filled with disappointment upon hearing this news. Hoffman laughed loudly. Hey, Christina, what are you whispering to this guy about? Don't tell me you've fallen for him. In what way is this Hoffman of mine inferior to this piece of trash? Christina curled her lip. Joking with a lady like this is probably not the behavior of a gentleman. Give them a quick death. They are respectable opponents. Hoffman shrugged. Whatever. That monster over there. Leave some for us to play with. This stubborn one. Leave him for Holy Radiance to play with. Back to the present. In the Ghost Planet's forest, two guards were on patrol. A black shadow silently lurked behind them, suddenly striking the back of their necks. It caused one of them to collapse. This person was none other than Jiang Kai. He whispered, his eyes resolute. Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, I will definitely bring you back safely. In the area of the teleportation gate, people were chattering, extremely worried. Su Lan, Nuanyuan's older sister, walked past and heard the whispers. Have you all seen that video? It's been 2 days, and the military still hasn't arranged a new team to break through the encirclement. Arranging it takes time. Rushing in is no different from committing suicide. Another person roared. Damn it. Holy Radiance has been humiliated like this. The whole world is laughing at us. Is there no one who can deal with that bastard Hoffman? I wish I could rush in and die with them. Su Lan lowered her head. Tears streamed down her face. Her voice was choked. Nuan, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. In the data analysis area, the researchers were busy compiling information after the survey. One person spoke up. Yes. Professor Lee, has today's data sampling been completed? Professor Lee nodded, his eyes thoughtful. It's finished. The Ghost Planet was already a huge mystery but the land of the lost teleportation array makes me even more certain that the secret behind it is far beyond any of our speculations. He turned to Sulan. His voice was gentle. Are you okay? About your sister, the higher-ups. Sulan cut him off, trying to maintain a strong front. I understand, Professor. The military has its own strategy. It's already a blessing to be able to enter here. Although Nuanyuan is still young, her courage is commendable. I'm very proud of my sister. Professor Linudda. As a member of the military, you understand the bigger picture. She smiled weakly. Professor, let's go back. He replied. But Sulan's gaze suddenly stopped on a familiar figure disguised as a military soldier, sneaking into the restricted area. She was startled. Wait, that person is young? Okay. At this moment, a patrol soldier discovered that his comrade had been robbed of all his belongings and pointed straight at him. Stop them. Everyone stand still. Turn around. But Jiang Kai didn't hesitate. He immediately dashed away, as fast as lightning. Instructor Su, catch him, someone shouted. As he ran past Su Lan, Jiang Kai glanced at her, his look like a signal. Immediately after, he threw a smoke bomb. Thick smoke erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. A soldier coughed violently. It's a smoke bomb. What's going on? In the smoke, Su Lan mumbled, as if praying, Nuanyuan, it's all up to him. She secretly pulled out another smoke bomb. She assisted Jiang Kai. He nodded, then rushed through the teleportation gate, thinking to himself, I must bring Nuanyuan back safely. On the other side of the teleportation gate, in a land of the lost, a mocking laugh rang out. Look, someone's coming from the login point. Which country is it this time? It seems they didn't get abused enough 2 days ago. Another person shouted. If 100 come, we'll kill 100. If 200 come, we'll kill 200. But from the gate, only Jiang Kai stepped out, his eyes sharp. The enemies were stunned. What? Just one guy from Holy Radiance? Damn it, I thought it was some dog that had snuck out. Turns out it's a homeless dog from Holy Radiance. They only sent a soft-skinned, tender-flesh guy like you to negotiate? Did everyone in Holy Radiance die, or get scared shitless? Huh, Jiang Kai sneered, his voice as cold as ice. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to negotiate. The enemies were taken aback. Not to negotiate? Then what are you here for? He replied, his eyes burning with killing intent. I'm here to kill people. Immediately, Jiang Kai activated the gambler's time. The life chaser daggers shot out, turning into terrifying explosions. The brilliant light engulfed the enemies. The enemies screamed, falling amidst the storm of fire and rubble. Scene changed to the military classroom. Hua Tianshan stood before the commanders, his voice grave. Have you identified the traitorous country yet? One person replied. We have a preliminary identification. It's Country H. In Operation Dawn, they used an excuse to cancel their plan. Yesterday, someone discovered that their 3 teams had entered and were stationed in the land of the lost. The commander of City A slammed his hand on the table, furious. Damn it, a traitorous spy. They seized the slot for the Global Hegemony Tournament, and our people are trapped in the land of the lost, their fate unknown. Are we just going to sit here and wait to die? Just then, a soldier ran in, his face urgent. Reporting to Commander Hua, someone has single-handedly broken into the land of the lost. Hua Tianshan frowned. What's going on? Report clearly. The soldier opened the information panel. 10 minutes ago, Jiang Kai of the Fire God Squad, disguised as a patrol soldier at the ravine. Another commander was furious. How reckless. Where did this reckless Jiang Kai come from? He wants to be a hero all by himself? Who does he think he is? He's clearly going his death. But the soldier continued. Surprisingly, in just 15 minutes, Jiang Kai has dealt with the 15 guards at Login Point A. The high-ranking commanders were stunned and said in unison, What? Hua Tianshan calmed down. He ordered, immediately inform the leaders of the other countries. Our man has taken the lead in breaking through the login gate. In half an hour, initiate Plan B. A commander was worried. Commander Hua, Plan B is special and important. Do we need to screen further to avoid a second country H from appearing? Hua Tianshan shook his head. There's no time. Currently, 74 countries have discovered the land of the lost teleportation array. Jiang Kai has created an opportunity, and we must seize it. He turned, his voice decisive. Initiate Plan B. Invest all military forces and prepare to conquer the land of the lost. At the Military Psychological Treatment Center in Jiangzhou City, the patients were watching the news about Jiang Kai online. One person whispered, Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be one of our soldiers. Li Biao, who had just woken up from a coma, looked at the screen and recognized him immediately. Yang Kai. The person next to him asked, "Who is Jiang Kai?" Scene changed to classroom 253. The students were buzzing, looking at their phones. One person exclaimed, "Breaking news! Who is this? So cool. He attacked the land of the lost all by himself." In the center of Jiangzhou City, Jiang Kai's younger sister curiously looked at the Empire's large screen. An image of her brother appeared, with a shocking caption. Unidentified Holy Radiance Explorer single-handedly breaks into the land of the lost. In the land of the lost, the enemies were still laughing, tying Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan to a tree, their voices full of contempt. Nuanyuan, her body in pain, her voice trembling. Zhu Zi, are you asleep? My body hurts so much. Are we going to die? I'm a little scared. Zhu Zi, though exhausted, tried to rally his spirits. Su Nuanyuan, pull yourself together. You are the #1 war god under the heavens. There are a lot of people watching us. We absolutely cannot lose face for the soldiers of Holy Radiance. Nuanyuan's tears streamed down her face, her voice choked. But I saw Sister Hua being brutally killed by them. I saw the captain and Brother Chin's heads being crushed. Especially that big guy, he's a monster that can't be killed. Zhu Zi, I'm so scared. I can't take it anymore. Before she could faint, an enemy splashed wine on Zhu Zi's face, smiling sinisterly. Don't sleep. Wake up for me. What's the fun if you're dead? He continued to taunt. Hey, you Holy Radiance mongrels, your cowardly comrades still haven't come to save you? Huh, so cowardly. We've been waiting for 2 days, and they don't even dare to fight. Huh, why don't you wake up and cry? Let the whole world see how strong the backbone of the people of Holy Radiance is. He held a broken bottle and rushed toward Zhu Zi. Sun Wanwan screamed, Susi, be careful. At this moment, a light flashed from a distance, shooting towards them. Boom! The big guy's head exploded. Jiang Kai appeared, retrieving his life chaser daggers, his eyes sharp. The backbone of the people of Holy Radiance is at least stronger than your bones. Su Nuanyuan and Zhu Zi. Though exhausted, their eyes lit up. It's Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai looked at the two of them, his voice deep, full of guilt. Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, I'm late. The remaining enemies shouted. Inform Hoffman. Someone has come to rescue the hostages. They charged forward, their presence aggressive. Kill him. Jiang Kai gripped his life chaser daggers, flames flickering in his hand. He turned to his two friends, his voice calm but firm. Imsori, Zhu Zi. Nuanyuan, you might have to hang there for a little longer. The woman cast a hypnosis spell, trying to manipulate his mind. But Jiang Kai had quickly activated his spirit cleansing skill, completely dispelling her spell. What? I can't hypnotize him. Immediately, his life chaser daggers shot out. They plunged into her body, but only stopped at the outer layer of her armor, unable to penetrate. Haha, not that strong, are you? You can't even break my armor, she sneered. But she didn't expect his move to trigger a critical hit, unleashing terrifying damage that horrified her. How can this be? Meanwhile, another person showed off their speed, continuously using afterimages, flashing past multiple shadows. D. Quadruple Phantom Slash. A Holy Radiance soldier roared, unleashing a ground-shattering slash towards him. The remaining mage also cast a binding spell, the sound echoing with power. Haha, your soul will be sealed in the lowest level of hell. Jiang Kai gripped the life chaser dagger in his hand. His figure moved with terrifying speed, passing through the charging enemies. Each life chaser dagger accurately pierced an opponent's body, making them scream in pain. Damn it, why is my spell ineffective against him? Damn it, how does this guy have so many feints? The ones who were hit didn't have time to react and immediately exploded into giant fireballs. The brilliant light engulfed the space. Jiang Kai continued to fight tirelessly, taking them down one by one. Suddenly, from the tall grass, a lurker, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. Hee, you've been hit by my poison arrow. You're dead for sure. Su Nuanyuan quickly shouted a warning. Jiang Kai, watch out behind you. He immediately turned his head. He dodged, but the arrow still grazed his leg, leaving a burning wound. Even as he fell, his hand still swung forcefully, launching a life chaser dagger with lightning speed. The arrow flew straight at the lurker in the tall grass, causing him to burst into flames. Jiang Kai, go. There are too many of them. Just leave us. Su Nuanyuan shouted, her voice full of anxiety. At this moment, Jiang Kai's body trembled. The poison from the wound on his leg began to spread, making him grit his teeth in pain. Seeing him weakened, the remaining enemies revealed themselves one by one, sinister smiles on their faces. He's been poisoned. Charge. Don't kill him right away. Let him taste the fear of death. Ha! Keep dancing. Keep being arrogant. You'll be chopped into mincemeat soon. The blades slashed at him relentlessly, leaving a crisscross of wounds. Blood covered his body. Su Nuanyuan and Zhu Zi witnessed the scene, tears streaming down their faces. Through the phone screen, Jiang Kai's younger sister fainted when she saw her brother in such a miserable state. Jiang Ying, quick, press her philtrum. The comrades who were recovering from their injuries, far away, saw this scene on the screen and shot up in anger. You lunatics! You chopped-up bastards! In the meeting room, Wei Ying slammed his hand on the table. His face was dark with anger. Hua Tianxin spoke, his voice deep, as if suppressing a storm. How much longer until Plan B? 10 minutes and 23 seconds. Plan B must succeed this time. I want them to pay the price. Zhu Zi, his eyes red, roared in despair. You bastards! If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. If I don't chop you all into pieces, I'm not Yuan Zhu. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, strong and full of life. Oh, Zhu Zi, I didn't expect you to have this side to you, even when you're not drunk. I'm actually a little touched. Su Nuanyuan and Zhu Zi, their tears not yet dry, saw Jiang Kai's familiar figure and were overjoyed as if they had found the light again. Captain, that voice, you're still alive? He sat leisurely on a tree branch, his eyes sharp. All right, stop shouting. My fate is very resilient. Jiang Kai, you're not dead? Am I seeing a ghost? He nimbly untied his two friends and handed them a recovery potion. Zhu Zi, Su Nuanyuan, if you keep staring, my face will really be pierced by your gazes. Although his words were light, his two friends still couldn't take their eyes off Jiang Kai, their gazes full of doubt. Jiang Kai, what on earth is going on? I clearly saw you get hit by a poison arrow. How are there two of you? He smiled and explained calmly, that arrow only hit my pant leg. The one being attacked right now is me, but it's just a substitute summoned by my new class skill. Hearing this, both of them were overjoyed, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. A new class? You've advanced your class? That was a substitute just now. That's right. He recalled the moment half a minute ago. When the poison arrow only grazed his pant leg, Jiang Kai had quickly deployed his deceptive substitute. The enemies, thinking it was him, immediately charged forward. He's been poisoned. Let's go. Don't kill him right away. We have to make him suffer a painful death. Keep dancing. Keep being arrogant. Just wait to be skinned and turn into mincemeat. This is the end for you, for saving people. But what they were attacking was just a substitute, an object created to deceive. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai had quietly hidden in the bushes, waiting for a chance to counterattack. This is too amazing. It's not ordinary at all. Su Nuanyuan exclaimed, amazed at the sophistication of the move. Jiang Kai, while they haven't discovered the substitute, let's run. If those three perverts get here, we're dead for sure. Yeah, Jiang Kai, you've used up too much stamina. You can't fight all of them. On the other side, the enemies were still frantically slashing at the substitute, laughing arrogantly. You coward. You were so arrogant just now. Why are you so quiet now? Where's that arrogant attitude? Why are you lying there like a dead dog now? So you're arrogant. So you're arrogant. But one of them suddenly realized something was wrong. Why does this feel a little strange? He looked into the distance, his gaze sweeping past the bushes. And was startled to find three figures hiding there. Damn it. Stop attacking. We've been tricked. The person is over there. It's too late. Zhu Zi, you take Nuanyuan and run. Leave the rest to me. Wait, Jiang Kai, you want to deal with them alone? Jiang Kai pushed the two of them towards the deep forest, his voice decisive. Run quickly. Don't worry, I'll catch up to you. He immediately recalled his substitute, causing it to vanish amidst the tall grass. The enemies roared and gave chase. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. You fool, you have to come back alive. Just trust me. This bunch of rabble can't kill me. He leaped up. He launched a continuous stream of life chaser daggers. The enemies were blown up by his critical hits, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Suddenly, Hoffman appeared, roaring in anger. A bunch of useless trash. You let a weakling kill you like this. He charged forward, delivering a powerful kick towards Jiang Kai. He raised both hands to block, but the force of the kick still sent him crashing into a large rock before he stopped. He smoothly retrieved his life chaser daggers. What? It's still a kid who hasn't even grown hair? Why don't you hurry up and catch them? The enemies all rushed off to find the other two. Hoffman sneered. Two cute little kittens. They ran so fast while we were practicing. How naughty. A fully cloaked person next to him spoke up, their voice full of contempt. You should have listened to me earlier. Wouldn't it have been better to break their legs? The elegance of some people is truly a hindrance. She shook her head and replied, Then what's the use of your method of handling things other than getting my shoes dirty? Besides, Grim, I'm warning you for the last time. Don't speak in that disgusting tone anymore. Jiang Kai, hearing those people still gloating, coldly interjected, What a pity. I was just about to summon. Suddenly, a life chaser dagger unexpectedly flew back, piercing straight through Hoffman's arm, causing him to scream in pain. Hoffman stared at Jiang Kai. He couldn't believe his eyes as his arm bled, the wound deep. What? The two accomplices standing nearby were also stunned. They mumbled, Damn it, could it have been just now? Recalling the moment before, when Hoffman's kick sent Jiang Kai flying, he showed no fear. Instead, his eyes burned with determination, as if he had already secured victory. A life chaser dagger was summoned, shooting straight at Hoffman's arm. It almost blew it to pieces. Haha, you little brat who hasn't even been weaned yet. You're really arrogant. He roared, but his arm quickly healed thanks to his skill. Empowered, he charged towards Jiang Kai, a savage smile on his face. Then let me crush your head and see what's inside. Grim also shot forward, his voice full of sarcasm. Hoffman, being so wild, is unbecoming. Why don't I teach it the wonderful sound of breaking bones? As Hoffman punched the ground, Jiang Kai somersaulted into the air, perfectly dodging the blow. He then retreated, creating a safe distance. His eyes were sharp. He once again locked on a Grim, to avoid the counterattacking sword strike. He threw 3 more life chaser daggers. This time, Willis was forced to use his movement technique to dodge. Not bad speed. It's interesting to watch prey struggle to the death. But it's even more interesting when they obediently wait for death. He sneered. Activate Void Piercing Thrust. His aura exploded. Kid, I'm going to smash you into a pancake with one blow. The woman was still casting her voodoo interference spell, trying to bind Jiang Kai's mind. What are those 2 idiots still playing at hunting for? Why don't they just finish it quickly? Her blades plunged down, but Jiang Kai, with lightning speed, perfectly dodged every blow. All 3 of them missed their targets. Their faces showed clear frustration. Jiang Kai, without a moment's hesitation, counterattacked fiercely. He charged through the 2 in front. His sharp gaze was fixed on the woman. The other 2 were startled. They quickly turned to chase after him, but it was too late. As he got closer, the vines from her voodoo spell wrapped tightly around his leg, stopping his advance. You think my voodoo spell is inferior to the attacks of those 2? Then you're underestimating me too much, she said with a smug smile, her voice full of arrogance. Don't think you can escape just by blowing up these vines. Trying to is too naive. But Jiang Kai's eyes remained unwavering. He threw 3 more life chaser daggers. He didn't aim for her, but plunged them deep into the ground. Wait, his target is the ground, she realized in horror, but it was too late. The life chaser daggers embedded in the ground triggered a chain of domino explosions, causing the surrounding roots to burst into flames. The fire spread as fast as if it were burning the entire space. How can this be? All of this was still being broadcast live. It kept everyone watching on the edge of their seats, their hearts pounding at Jiang Kai's tenacity. Jiang Kai intentionally chose a direct confrontation to break the voodoo master's spell, instead of dodging the vines, as everyone mistakenly thought. From the very beginning, he had calculated carefully, pretending to retreat to lure Hoffman and Grim away, leaving Christina alone, creating an opportunity for him to deliver the decisive blow. This kid knows how to deceive people, Grim mumbled, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. When everyone thought he was foolishly rushing into danger, that was precisely when they fell into Jiang Kai's elaborate trap. For him, this was just the beginning of turning the tables. He jumped, his fire gloves blazing brightly, enveloping 3 life chaser daggers. He launched them straight at the 2 pursuing him. Hoffman and Willis quickly retreated, dodging the powerful attack. Now, only he and Christina faced each other in the blazing circle of fire. Christina, you are the only one who respects the warriors of holy radiance, so I will give you a quick death. She sneered, her voice full of arrogance. Ridiculous. It's not certain who will die yet. You should be less smug. Your flames are no match for me. Let me show you the power that comes from nature. A giant voodoo fireball shot towards him, carrying a destructive aura. Then let's see who is stronger, Jiang Kai retorted, launching 3 life chaser daggers straight at the fireball. When they collided, the fireball exploded in a dazzling light. A life chaser dagger unexpectedly pierced through, shooting toward Christina. Impossible. Just how strong is his attack? She panicked and quickly erected a voodoo wall to block it. But his dagger still broke through the shield, piercing straight into her. The critical hit sent her flying. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a devastated scene with only Christina lying motionless. Life had left her body. You were a worthy opponent. It's just a pity you were on the wrong side, Jiang Kai said coldly and turned to leave. But suddenly, Christina's body flashed with a purple light. A purple ray shot straight at him, accompanied by a notification. You have received the Curse of Vengeance status. He was stunned. What? This curse, when a voodoo master dies, it will punish the killer. If the killer uses the same method that killed the voodoo master again, they will suffer equivalent damage. Voodoo Master is a new class from Country Y, appearing only 3 months ago. It's mysterious and strange, with little information in international records. I didn't expect it to have a revenge skill upon death, just like the merman boss. He mumbled, trying to analyze. What does the curse mean by similar method? I just used the upgraded life chaser to kill her. If I use a regular life chaser, will it trigger the curse? At this moment, the smug laughter of Hoffman and Grimm rang out from a distance. Aha, you must have received the gift Christina gave you. Are you super regretful for killing her? What a pity, what a pity. It's too late to realize it now. What a pity. It seems the goddess of fortune is extremely stingy today, Grimm added, his voice full of sarcasm. How long can a beast without its sharp claws struggle in a hunter's trap? Hoffman laughed loudly and proposed. Let's make a deal. You let me handle this guy, and I'll save the one who appears later for you. Yeah, all right, but you have to leave his head for me. I want to personally turn it into fireworks. Willis drew his sword and charged forward. He used his phantom afterimage movement technique, his speed like lightning. Jiang Kai was tense. He immediately activated void form, causing Willis's blade to slash through empty air. He disappeared. He suddenly appeared behind Grimm, his hand tightly gripping a life chaser dagger. But he had anticipated it and sneered. You think you can control me like that? Willis used Phantom Blade Escape, causing his attack to hit empty air, leaving behind a mocking laugh. Grimm flashed an arrogant smile, his eyes sharp. Your killing dagger can no longer be used, and your escape skill can't be used a second time immediately, right? Forcing me to use the soul-devouring blade to deal with a level 60 expert, that's your skill. But I'm sorry, now you can die. He brandished his sword, unleashing the soul-devouring piercing slash. The blade flashed and shot straight towards Jiang Kai. He quickly recalled a life chaser dagger, but Grimm's sword still struck his side, leaving a burning wound. The one who should die is you, he replied coldly, switching to throwing a card. The sharp card flew past. It slashed Grimm's face, causing him to clutch it and scream, blood gushing out. Is that a dagger? Grimm was shocked, but still tried to maintain his confidence. Jiang Kai's card spun back, aiming straight for him. Haha, before my soul-devouring blade. Your weapon is not worth mentioning. Let me cut off your last hope. He brandished his sword, slashing hard at the card. But surprisingly, the blade shattered, and the card pierced straight through Grimm's body, causing him to fall in pain. What? He turned back, his eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of weapon is this? Tell me. Jiang Kai coldly retrieved the card and replied, curtly, you just need to know that it's stronger than your trash soul-devouring blade. Without letting Grimm react, he unleashed a killing blow, finishing him off. With a thud, Grimm's body collapsed, lifeless. Hoffman, from a distance, clapped slowly, a look of interest in his eyes. Very interesting. Truly very interesting. You helped me deal with 2 strong enemies in an instant. When the global hegemony tournament comes, I'll have a lot less trouble. Actually, it could be even less work, he sneered, his voice full of meaning. For example, you might not have a chance to participate in the tournament at all. He approached, his sharp eyes seemingly trying to pierce through Jiang Kai. I've seen through your tricks. A clone skill that helps you recover your state. What you're best at is attacking from a distance with hidden weapons. Speaking of which, until his death, that pitiful insect Grim didn't understand. He paused, his voice deepening. Christina died by your dagger, but you used a dagger to kill me in a state of the curse of vengeance and remained unharmed. If I'm not mistaken, the dagger just now wasn't a real dagger, but another weapon in disguise, right? Jiang Kai was silent, not responding, his eyes as cold as ice. Hoffman laughed loudly and continued. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I can also guess that your attacks rely entirely on critical hits. Among your talents, there must be one that increases your critical hit rate several times, giving your daggers terrifying power. But in reality, you're not good at close combat, especially when you're already injured and your stamina is running low. He raised his hand, his voice full of confidence. Now that I've seen through your tricks, you no longer have a chance to attack me with that black dagger. I'll be the ultimate counter to speculators like you. Hoffman drew out a card. Oomph. The card flashed, condensing into a crimson orb. It absorbed the surrounding energy, its aura growing more and more terrifying. The commissioners watching through the screen couldn't help but jump to their feet. They were shocked by the scene. Blood of the Berserker. What? That's the exclusive magic weapon of the barbarian tribe. The more seriously injured they are, the more their combat power explodes. Especially for Hoffman, the blood of the Berserker allows him to instantly enter a berserk state, tripling his strength in a flash. After hearing this, everyone was stunned, their hearts pounding. What? Hua Tianxin was worried, his eyes fixed on the screen. Jiang Kai, can he really hold out until Plan B succeeds? Kid, you have to hold on. At this moment, Hoffman's body was surging with bloodlust. His eyes were crimson. Ha, do you know what this is? The blood of the Berserker. It's even stronger than a unique grade weapon like the soul-devouring blade. He roared, his voice full of arrogance. Now, I will crush every bone in your body. Let the whole world see that no matter how strong the people of Holy Radiance are, they are nothing but trash in front of me. His arm shot out. He gripped Jiang Kai's shoulder, his smug smile growing more savage. Haha, you knew you couldn't escape, so you accepted being a stray dog and obediently accepted death? Then right now, enjoy it. He frantically threw punches at Jiang Kai's face, each blow as heavy as a sledgehammer. But he still stood still, not dodging at all, which made Hoffman even more gleeful. He grabbed his hair and pulled hard. He prepared to deliver the final blow to crush his skull. Suddenly, Jiang Kai allowed a cold smile that made Hoffman's heart skip a beat. Wait, could it be? Hoffman was stunned to see another Jiang Kai running away. This scene was also clearly witnessed by the comrades who had been injured and were now watching. I knew it. The one who was caught is Jiang Kai's substitute. It must be. That's right. If his real body had been caught, he would have been dead for sure. Only a substitute would be so calm, they said in unison, their eyes shining with hope. Jiang Kai's experience is still lacking. For seasoned veterans, this trick is easy to see through, one person commented. The substitute's acting was a bit poor, but at least he escaped Hoffman's grasp. Next time we see him, we have to advise him to make the substitute look more panicked, so the opponent will believe it. Hoffman, realizing his mistake, immediately let go of the substitute. He chased after Jiang Kai's real figure. Trying to run? I'm not done playing with you yet, you naive little brat. But he didn't expect that Jiang Kai had already activated his deception state, causing his perception to become chaotic. Hoffman turned back. His eyes were panicked as he was pierced by a sharp gaze. His body trembled, no longer obeying his commands. Damn it, my perception is paralyzed. Damn it, I can't see his movements clearly, he roared, while Jiang Kai calmly drank a health potion, his eyes unwavering. A barbarian who can't be killed? Huh. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Kai charged forward, his hands tightly gripping a pair of swords, his eyes as sharp as blades. He activated the gambler's time, his attack speed soaring by 100%, making each movement as fast as lightning. Barbarians were known for their physical training, but their spirit was weak. Under the deception state, Jiang Kai took advantage of his dual swords to continuously slash, aiming straight for Hoffman's armor. Earlier, at the login point A, he had picked up a sword stuck in the ground, with attributes that added 20% attack speed, 15% critical hit damage, and a special combo effect. Continuous attacks would trigger armor break. And now, he was frantically slashing at Hoffman, each sword strike creating a destructive effect. What? Still haven't triggered a critical hit. Hoffman laughed loudly, his voice full of contempt. You want to break my armor with 2 broken swords? Don't even think about it. Is that so? But it's more than enough to dismantle your turtle shell. Jiang Kai replied, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He used Falling Rock, delivering a powerful slash to his opponent's head. The Falling Rock skill, for every 1% of the opponent's stamina lost, his 4 basic attributes increased by 1%, his critical hit probability increased by 1%, and his number of critical hits increased by 1%. This sword strike was like lightning. As he slashed, he roared, "You sacrifice! Is this all the blood of the berserker can do? A barbarian is just a crazed beast. You dare to look down on the people of Holy Radiance, harm my friends, and even call yourself my nemesis?" He slashed continuously, his speed growing more and more terrifying. The explosive power sent Hoffman staggering backward. He leaped into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Then today, I will specialize in killing nemeses like you. A sword strike plunged down, the ground around it cracking for several meters. The blade pierced through Hoffman's stomach, shattering his sturdy armor. He gritted his teeth in extreme pain, trying to struggle, his hand gripping his arm. No, I can't lose. I want you to die. But Jiang Kai didn't stop. The second sword shot forward, stabbing him in the stomach again. What? Hoffman's eyes widened, his gaze bloodshot, as he looked down in pain at the 2 blades embedded deep in his body. The officers watching through the screen broke out in a cold sweat. This Hoffman not only has terrifying defense, but is also supported by the blood of the berserker. Yet he was still armor broken by Jiang Kai and hit in his weak spot. Hua Tianshan mumbled, his voice full of astonishment. As far as I know, high-quality warrior swords increase attack power and speed, but not directly critical hit rate or number of critical hits. Could it be that his specialty is not ranged attacks, but close combat? But how can a level 20 class achieve this level? Wei Ying shook his head, his eyes sharp. Jiang Kai has always been good at ranged attacks. But today, when using a close combat weapon, he exploded with even more terrifying power. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. Jiang Kai looked at Hoffman, a cold smile on his face. You big oaf, don't you like to crush people's heads? Actually, I have a hobby too. I just wanted to exchange some pointers with you. Jiang Kai drew out his death card, his eyes as cold as ice. When Hoffman saw it, his face suddenly turned pale, filled with fear. Remember this, don't mess with the people of Holy Radiance. He threw the card, a flash of light. The time has not yet come, but the sharp card continuously tore through Hoffman's body, even cutting the sword that was pinning him, causing him extreme pain without letting him die. Damn it! What is this? Hoffman screamed, bleeding profusely. Kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Jiang Kai smiled coldly, his voice calm. What's the hurry? I already said the time hasn't come yet. I'm afraid you'll have to enjoy it for a little longer. At the headquarters in Country Y, the meeting room was filled with a tense atmosphere. The people watching through the screen were all horrified by the brutal scene. Christina, panicked, rushed into the meeting room, her voice trembling. Commander Mo, please immediately send people into the land of the lost. Flashback to 15 minutes ago. Jiang Kai continuously slashed and killed Hoffman, causing him to scream in pain. Kill me. Christina, watching through the large screen, couldn't help but shiver. What? That kid from Holy Radiance tortured a monster like Hoffman to this extent? Even begging for death has become a luxury. She remembered the moment before she died, when Jiang Kai said, Christina, you are the only one who respects the soldiers of Holy Radiance. I'll give you a quick death. At that time, she thought he was just being pretentious. But now, seeing how he tortured Hoffman, she realized that her quick death was a rare mercy. That kid is too terrifying, Christina mumbled, her heart pounding. Commander Mo, his face dark, shouted, Christina, didn't I order you to reflect on your actions? I'll let you barge in here. You're disturbing the meeting between me and the esteemed commanders of the other countries. How rude. Christina tried to explain, her voice anxious. Commander Mo, the kid who broke into the land of the lost today is not simple. If Holy Radiance and their allies take this opportunity. Shut up. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Commander Mo interrupted, his voice as cold as ice. You are the subordinates we trust the most, yet you were all killed and logged off by a kid from Holy Radiance of unknown origin. Do you think the people at the other login points are as useless as you? To deal with that kind of soldier, there's no need to make a big deal out of it. Garrisons 3, 4, and 5 have already set out. In 10 minutes, they will crush him to pieces. Now get out. Christina bit her lip and lowered her head as she left. Back on the battlefield, Hoffman was still screaming in pain. I beg you, let me die. I won't do it again. Hoffman, will never mess with the people of Holy Radiance again. I beg you, give me a quick death. But Jiang Kai remained cold, giving him no chance of release. I thought you were so brave. Turns out you're just a piece of trash who fears the strong and bullies the weak. You call others trash, but you yourself are not even as good as trash. He shouted, his voice sharp. From now on, when you see someone from Holy Radiance, remember to kneel and walk around them. Finally, he unleashed a blow that pierced straight through Hoffman's head. The blade flashed. His body collapsed, gradually disappearing into thin air, leaving only the echo of his failure. Jiang Kai retrieved his death card, but his body couldn't take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Hoffman fell, the effect of falling rock also disappeared, causing the pain in his body to erupt violently. At this moment, a voice rang out from a distance. In the end, he killed Hoffman. He suppressed the pain and looked up. He saw a group of people charging towards him from the horizon. He thought to himself, this is the defense force from another login point. But their aura and strength are not ordinary, especially the leader, who exuded a powerful pressure. Suddenly, that guy spoke, his voice contemptuous. Kid, you think you could defeat the elites of many countries with just your own strength? Now that you're here, don't even think about going back. Jiang Kai smiled coldly, his eyes sharp. Is that so? You've come at the right time. Today I, Jiang Kai, will see this through to the end. He raised his hand and drew out 3 life chaser daggers, ready to fight. The commander sneered. Still talking tough when you're about to die. Kill him. The soldiers received the order and charged forward, roaring. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and activated flame thrust from his gloves. The flames erupted violently. At this moment, a ray of hope flashed as a familiar voice rang out. Captain Kai, you went to a fight without taking me with you? How rude. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered. Heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The super rain summoning caused the enemies to panic. Their skills were misdirected, their chains out of control. What? Damn it! The commanders roared, stunned. Jiang Kai recognized the person who had just arrived. Hu Yen? Wait, since when was your rain summoning so powerful? He asked in shock. Hu Yen winked and smiled brightly. Hee, Captain Kai, it's not just you. I have a new talent too. The number 1 war god under the heavens, Yuan Zhu, is also here. You familiar soldiers, prepare to die. She waved her hand, and a single blow sent the enemies flying. Zhu Zi appeared, his voice hearty. Beauties, this king is here. Hand over your weapons and your maidenly souls. Ruan Yu, Lu Dashuan and the Dawn Report, along with hundreds, thousands of warriors behind them, swarmed in. They protected Jiang Kai, seized the garrison point, and protected the hero of Holy Radiance. They roared and charged into a fierce battle with the enemy forces. Su Nuanyuan ran over from a distance, looking at him worriedly. Jiang Kai, we're not too late, are we? He frowned and asked, Nuanyuan, what on earth is going on? Why are you all here? And with so many reinforcements? She recounted, her voice full of emotion. Actually, when you told me and Zhu Zi to go first, we didn't want to leave you behind. But we were afraid of holding you back. We were going to retreat and hide to recover our combat strength, then come back to help you. She paused, her eyes shining. But before we could hide, the enemy forces caught up to us. We had no choice but to keep running. Just as the enemy was about to catch us, Brother Lu suddenly appeared with his army and helped us both recover. She looked at him, worried. Your injuries are quite serious. I need to cast Healing Rain to treat you right away. Lu Dashuan stepped forward, his voice deep and full of determination. From now on, leave it to us. He led Hu Yin and Ruan Yu forward, his eyes sharp. Su Nuanyuan, Zhu Zi, are you okay? We're here to save you. It wasn't just them. The allies of Holy Radiance, who had been beaten back before, also launched a counterattack. The rapid mobilization of the armies of various countries to launch a second attack showed that a backup plan had been well prepared. Soon Yuanyuan began to cast a healing spell on Jiang Kai, her eyes worried but resolute. Jiang Kai, if it weren't for you holding back the forces at point A, we wouldn't have been able to break through the encirclement. Don't say anything. Let me treat you first. There are quite a few experts here, especially that guy over there. His strength is not ordinary. Let me handle it. But Jiang Kai was about to stand up. She immediately grabbed his hand and stopped him. Don't worry. At this moment, the battlefield was still ringing with the sounds of fierce fighting. Sun Wanwan continued, her voice firm. Brother Liu is the core of Plan B in the Dawn operation. Dealing with that guy is not a problem. Look at everyone. Hu Yan, full of energy, unleashed a powerful new move. Super invincible hailstorm. Prepare to be wiped out. Giant ice balls rained down like a storm, causing the enemies to fall into chaos. Ruanyu was no less impressive, swinging his sword continuously. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Zhu Zi overwhelmed his opponent, his voice like thunder. A powerful stomp made the ground shake. His eyes were panicked. Retreat. Return to the base immediately, he ordered, his voice trembling. A soldier reported, his voice urgent. Point B has successfully broken through the encirclement and is heading towards the base. Jiang Kai heard the news, his eyes shining with joy. Success. The enemy soldiers, preparing to retreat, were horrified when they heard this. Lu Dashuan raised his sword high, his presence overwhelming. All troops, listen up. Today, let these soldiers know what the soul of Holy Radiance is. Charge. Fight for Holy Radiance. The battle tilted completely in favor of Holy Radiance. The enemy forces dropped their weapons and fled in panic. Su Nuanyuan exclaimed, her voice joyful. Jiang Kai, this is great. We won. Holy Radiance won. Yes, this is great, he replied, but his body was exhausted. He collapsed. Su Nuanyuan quickly caught him. Yang Kui. But only a soft snore could be heard. He had fallen asleep from exhaustion. She smiled and gently laid him down. You've worked hard. Rest well. The news quickly spread through an emergency broadcast. The multinational coalition has launched a second counterattack, successfully capturing the 4 major garrison points in the Land of the Lost. The enemy forces have repeatedly counterattacked, but have all been repelled by the coalition's fortifications. The latest intelligence shows that the garrison has suffered heavy losses, with a casualty rate of 3:1. At 6 a.m. Jiangzhou City time, the second wave of reinforcements from the coalition has arrived in the Land of the Lost, increasing their strength by 40% according to the strategic plan. The third main force has also successfully logged in, marking a resounding victory for the coalition. In the enemy's classroom, the atmosphere was heavy. An angry roar rang out. In the end, we should still blame Country Y. He was so angry his eyes turned red, glaring at the others as if he wanted to burn them. On the Alliance's side, the flag had been firmly planted, flying proudly in the wind. The multinational coalition, led by Holy Radiance, officially announced that from now on, entry into the Land of the Lost was open. This move exuded a tolerance that far surpassed the previous iron-fisted blockade policy of the garrison, quickly gaining a strong wave of support from the international community. At the heavily fortified base, strange movements began to appear. Soon, the guards noticed and immediately ordered the police squad. Intruder detected. The shouts echoed as a stream of armed men poured out, ready to crush any threat. Lu Dashuan rushed out of his tent, decisively parting the curtain. His tall figure moved through the space like a ghost in the Land of the Lost. Why is there someone who looks exactly like little brother Jiang wandering around here? He thought to himself, his heart full of doubt. At this moment, little brother Jiang was still in a coma, not yet awake. His words stunned Lu Dashuan and the surrounding soldiers, who couldn't help but exchange surprised glances. Soon after, another figure appeared, repeating the same words with a tense expression. Excuse me, who is the captain on your side? I am Kim Taekyeon from Country H. I remember that guy named Willis, the swordsman from Country F. He killed quite a few of our people. Country H? Isn't Country H the traitor? How dare they still come here? Lu Dashuan frowned, his voice full of contempt. Kim Taekyeon hurried a planet, sivitin profusidi. I came here with sincerity. Our Country F is willing to use resources to buy a slot in the competition. Big brother, we were also forced by the situation. Country H is willing to pay double the price to buy a slot in the competition. A sneer rang out from the soldiers, unable to hide their mockery. Your Country H is so rich, huh? You just bought a slot once, and now you want to buy it again? What right does your Country F have to talk to us? The strongest Kim, Taekyun, or whatever, wasn't he still killed instantly by the great god of holy radiance? If it weren't for you guys being too useless, you wouldn't have lost the battle. Kim Taekyun glared angrily, his face flushed. What did you say? I said your Country H is useless. Say that again. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, about to explode into chaos. So noisy? Shut up, all of you. The two who were arguing immediately fell silent, trembling before the overwhelming presence. Lu Dashwan spoke coldly. Peace negotiations? I'm sorry. We haven't received any notification. Arrest them first. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly tied up Harris and Kim Taekyun. At this moment, Jiang Kai slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his coma. Su Nuanyun exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. Captain Kai, you're finally awake. He sighed and looked around in confusion. Oh my God, what are you two doing standing here staring at me while I sleep? We were worried about you. Su Nuanyun smiled, her voice full of concern. At that time, we had just successfully broken through point A, and you were so tired you fell asleep. And you slept for 3 whole days. Zhu Zi chimed in, his voice teasing. That's right. 2 days ago, your sister saw the video of you single-handedly breaking into the land of the lost and was so moved that she fainted at school. Jiang Kai was startled, his eyes widening. What? Ingzi fainted? Huyen quickly waved her hand and laughed loudly. Ruanyu, don't be so dramatic. Ruanyu scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Don't worry, Nuanyuan said she's awake now. Not only does she know you're safe, but she's also proud that you're the greatest hero in Holy Radiance's victory. Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and smiled lightly. Is that so? Then he winked, his voice mysterious. To celebrate the victory, I'll tell you a secret. Want to hear it? Su Nuanyuan and Zhu Zi said in unison, their eyes lighting up. So, that day, Captain Kai, you asked why my rain summoning suddenly became stronger, remember? Huyen smiled brightly. That's right. You said it was a new talent. Did you level up again? Huyen, don't keep us in suspense, he urged, curious. Huyen crossed her arms, her eyes sparkling. To be honest with you two, after leaving the forest of the howling moon wolf demons, I felt my body become unusually agile, as if I'd been given extra strength. The night before last, the system announced, congratulations, your basic attributes have been fully upgraded. A purple light swirled around my hand. It was accompanied by a new talent, Power of Control. She raised her hand, and wind and water swirled gently around her. This talent allows me to control natural elements like wind and lightning. Su Nuanyuan's eyes widened. Huyen, you can even control the direction of the water flow. Ruanyu had just praised her for 3 seconds when a jet of water shot straight at his face, drenching him. Huyen smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I'm still at a basic level of control. The rain summoning that day still needed the compass's help. Zhu Zi pondered and nodded. That's amazing. Your attributes increased without leveling up, and you got a new talent. Or is there a bug in the system that let you get a buff? He looked at Huyen, his eyes filled with suspicion. But his intuition told him that this was related to the howling moon wolf demon. It treated her very specially. At this moment, Jiang Kai's stomach rumbled with hunger, making him blush. Huyen burst out laughing and clapped her hands. I was so busy talking I forgot. Captain Kai, you haven't eaten in 3 days. You must be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll go get some food right away. Wanyu also ran after her, excited. I know what Captain Kai likes to eat most. Jiang Kai looked at everyone, safe and sound, and felt a sense of relief. A warm smile appeared on his lips. At this moment, Lu Dashwan walked into the tent, his voice hearty. Little brother Jiang, I heard you're awake. He looked up and smiled brightly. Brother Lu? Lu Dashwan nodded, his eyes sincere. I wanted to get to know you properly for a long time, but I was busy organizing the defense the past few days, and I saw you needed rest, so I didn't disturb you. Lu Dashwan held Jiang Kai's hand, his eyes sincere. Brother Lu thanks you for coming in time to save Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, and the rest of us. Haha, without you, our dawn operation wouldn't have been successful. You deserve to be the #1 hero. He paused, his voice deepening with a serious tone. Little brother Jiang, I actually have 2 more things to discuss with you. First, some of the garrison forces that were beaten back by us are now successively suing for peace, and even want to buy slots to participate in the competition. The higher-ups intended to refuse them outright, but the resources they offered are indeed too generous. He frowned, puzzled. Aren't the resources on the Beast God battlefield already scarce? This matter should be decided by the military. Lu Dashuan laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. It's still the same old saying. Without you, the Dawn operation would have failed. You dealt with the toughest nut to crack. If we hastily negotiate, wouldn't we be disappointing a hero like you? Jiang Kai shook his head, his voice calm. You guys can decide on this matter. The national interest? I believe the military will balance the pros and cons well. Lu Dashuan nodded, satisfied. Well said. The second matter is the commander's idea. Although you've just recovered, when the global hegemony tournament begins, he wants you to lead Zhu Zi, Nuanyuan, and the Fire God Squad to represent Holy Radiance. Jiang Kai was surprised. Me? That's right, Lu Dashuan confirmed. Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan performed exceptionally well and were originally strong candidates. But you, with your proven combat experience and strength, can only be the team leader. He continued, his voice hearty. Commander Hua also agreed. He promised that if you achieve a high ranking and receive a reward, it will be divided in a 4-to-6 ratio. You get 4, the military gets 6. Yang Ki pondered. Then he replied, you might think the split is a bit small, but this level of competition is originally only for the military to participate in. They bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the country and must prioritize resources. If everyone participated, the whole country would be in chaos. Lu Dashuan looked at him, waiting for a response. Little brother Jiang, you agree, right? He smiled, his eyes shining brightly. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Representing Holy Radiance in the competition is a great honor. I'm very willing, but this matter involves life and death. I can't decide for everyone. I have to ask for their opinions first. Lu Dashuan nodded in approval. You have a point. Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan are not in the military. They don't have this obligation. Jiang Kai suddenly smiled, his voice playful. By the way, Brother Lu, if the Fire God Squad decides to participate, can I ask you for a favor? Yes. What is it? He asked curiously. 15 minutes later, Hu Yin and Ruan Yu returned, carrying a pile of fragrant food. Captain Kai, we're back. Brother Lu is gone. They laughed loudly and placed the food in front of him. In just a moment, he had devoured all the food. Su Nuanyuan looked at him, her voice worried. You finished eating. Now tell us what's going on. Jiang Kai was serious, his voice deep. The global hegemony tournament will be more dangerous than any battle before. So I want you two to think carefully before deciding to participate. After hearing this, both of their eyes lit up. Without a moment's hesitation, wow, so cool. Let's go. Zhu Zi shouted, excited. Captain Kai, I want to go. This competition can't be without me. Hu Yin also jumped in. Me too. Following Captain Kai and everyone else, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Kai burst out laughing and shook his head. You two are really fearless. A month passed. In the cold and icy land of the ghost planet, a figure staggered out of the frozen lake, his hazy eyes suddenly brightening when he discovered a mysterious, shimmering gate ahead. Congratulations on discovering the land of the lost teleportation array. The news spread like a fierce wind, quickly shaking the entire world. The activation conditions have been met. The Global Hegemony Tournament will officially begin in exactly 12 hours. At Base A of the Land of the Lost, the atmosphere was boiling as everyone received the notification. The entire event will be broadcast live in sharp HD quality. Each country can send a maximum of 3 teams, each with 5 members. If the limit is exceeded, the excess members from that country will suddenly die at random, resulting in a permanent offline state. The final teleportation array has been revealed. The Global Hegemony Tournament is about to begin. Zhu Zi scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. These rules are too vague, aren't they? They just tell us that a lot of people will die. How we're supposed to fight, how we're considered to have one. They don't mention any of that. Is it really that simple? Hu Yin snorted lightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. In my opinion, they're definitely waiting until it starts to tell you which way to point your gun. Jiang Kai nodded, a faint, ironic smile on his face. Hu Yan's words sound reasonable, but it also brings an unexpected advantage. At least, those who like to play tricks won't have time to plan ahead. He swept his eyes over his teammates, his voice decisive. Everyone, rest and recuperate. In 12 hours, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Darkness gradually fell as the day ended. Then, a brilliant dawn broke, dyeing the horizon red. An announcement echoed like thunder. The first stage of the Global Hegemony Tournament is about to begin. As soon as the event starts, all contestants will be randomly teleported to scattered locations in the Land of the Lost, with a 3-minute preparation period. This is an inviolable period, completely immune to all forms of damage. When the time is up, one member of each team will be randomly imprisoned. That person will lose the ability to act on their own, but can be moved by their teammates, rescued, or even killed by the enemy. Every 2 hours, a new member of the team will fall into a similar state of imprisonment. If the imprisoned person is killed, that state will be randomly transferred to another member, continuing until the entire team is wiped out. When an imprisoned person is killed, the contestant can receive a rescue card. 5 cards will be enough to release a teammate from imprisonment. As soon as the competition begins, the periphery of the Land of the Lost will be flooded with commander rank and above monsters. At the same time, the safe zone will shrink, gradually moving from the periphery to the center over time. The competition ends when only 3 teams remain. Rankings are based on the number of free members remaining plus the number of rescue cards held. The countdown has officially begun. The entire team teleported to the Land of the Lost. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. As soon as he landed, Jiang Kai was confronted by 3 unfamiliar figures who appeared right next to him. There was no sign of Zhu Zi or his teammates. These people were clearly not on his side. They immediately scattered, each heading in a different direction with ghost-like speed. The random scattering combined with individual imprisonment created a chaotic situation where if one were to fall into an enemy encirclement, their life would hang by a thread. The rules on the surface tested individual strength, but in reality, they honed the team's overall coordination and ironclad unity. Leaving anyone behind, turning them into easy targets for predators, will become a fatal blow that would push the entire squad into the abyss. The preparation time was now only 30 seconds. The last precious seconds. Will I be the imprisoned one? Within this inviolable protective layer, he hurriedly found a secluded corner to hide. His mind raced, calculating how to regroup with his teammates and resolve the threat of imprisonment as quickly as possible. In the military classroom in Jiangzhou City, everyone was intently watching through the sharp HD screen. An officer frowned, his voice full of doubt. What's going on? Why are they all suddenly hiding? Are they playing hide and seek? Another person analyzed, their eyes sharp. This action is definitely related to the rules of the Hegemony Tournament. Only those in the Land of the Lost know the details. The commander pondered, his voice low. It looks like a prelude to activating a hunting mode. He paused, his eyes resolute. But the 3 teams wholly radiant sent are all elites, tempered by war. No matter what, we can only place our full trust in our soldiers. In the Land of the Lost, Su Nuanyuan and Hu Yin had regrouped. Suddenly, a brilliant light shot down from above. The 2 of them leaped up, narrowly dodging. Which scoundrel dares to sneak attack heroine Hu? Hu Yin shouted, but then they both burst out laughing when they recognized the person who had just appeared. It's Zhu Zi. Su Nuanyuan, Hu Yin, I finally found you too. Zhu Zi jumped down for a tree, his face beaming. I didn't scare you, did I? Su Nuanyuan rolled her eyes lightly. Zhu Zi, when did you get here? He scratched his head and laughed loudly. Me? I've been here the whole time. Luckily, my random teleportation point was the forest near the base. I was going to contact you to gather, but the competition started and the signal was cut. I guessed everyone would come back here, so I climbed a tree and waited. Sure enough, I found you too. By the way, how did you 2 end up together? Zhu Zi asked curiously. Hu Yin replied, her voice firm. Nuanyuan and I met on the way. We both guessed everyone would come back to the base, so we came together. So Nuanyuan Nadif. If we could think of it, Captain Kai and Ruan Yu definitely would too. As long as they can move freely, they'll come here. As the 3 of them were talking, they sensed movement. Someone's coming. Ruan Yu appeared, panting from exhaustion. Hu Yin, as expected, you guys are here. At this moment, the preparation time ended. The group looked at each other, tense. So the imprisoned person is Jiang Kai. On a tree branch, he was motionless, his body stiff. I'm done for. I can't move anymore. Could my luck be this bad? He mumbled, his eyes worried. Suddenly, he noticed a figure under the tree. Its sharp eyes were staring at him. When did that guy get so close? Was he ambushing me from the start? Seeing me jump up the tree? He thought to himself, his heart pounding. But Both of them stood still, not moving. Don't tell me he's also imprisoned. He glanced around and noticed another person in the nearby bushes. Unbelievable. In this small area, 3 people are imprisoned at the same time. The situation was tense. As soon as any side's teammates arrived first, they could easily take down the other 2 and get the rescue cards. Jiang Kai looked into the distance, silently calling out, "Zhu Zi, where are you guys?" At the base, Zhu Zi's team was also worried. Su Nuanyuan was anxious. "Huyan, can you do a divination? Jiang Kai can't move, and danger could be lurking anywhere." Zhu Zi nodded, his voice urgent. "That's right, try a divination." Huyan took a deep breath, her eyes focused. "I don't know if it'll be accurate, but let me try." From a distance, 4 figures loomed, their presence aggressive. One of them sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "Haha, what a small world. Country Y, CZ Guild, Paladin Squad." He looked up at the tree, his sharp eyes locking onto Jiang Kai. "Jiang Kai is your captain, right? It seems the imprisoned person this time is him." Su Nuanyuan immediately recognized the opponent, a flash of anger in her eyes. "You're from Country Y. You're quite perceptive. That kid Jiang Kai was left alone, and you guys were unlucky enough to run into me. The goddess of luck is not on your side today." The leader sneered, his voice full of resentment. "I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's Christina's accomplices. You didn't get beaten enough last time and had to pay compensation, and now you want to die?" If it weren't for that cunning Jiang Kai, how could Country Y's defense line have collapsed? Why would we have to pay so much in resources just for a slot in this competition? Today, I'll deal with you guys first, then I'll find Jiang Kai and settle the score with interest. He turned to his teammate, his voice gleeful. "Tom, don't be impatient. After we kill these 4, we'll have 5 rescue cards, enough to release you from your imprisoned state." Jiang Kai's teammates were tense, their hearts burning with anxiety. The other guy laughed loudly. Without Jiang Kai, you guys are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Today, I'll show you what a desperate difference in strength is. Deal with the healer first." But Zhu Zi suddenly charged forward, using earth-shattering stomp. A sword strike came down, its terrifying power forcing the charging enemies to retreat. The leader sneered, his voice arrogant. "You've got some strength. Boris, Lobo, deal with the other 2. Jesus and I will surround and kill this tank and the healer." The 3 received the order and immediately charged in. One of them roared, "A fat pig and a fortune teller. We'll be done in 3 seconds." Ruanyu raised his shield and retreated, his voice firm. "Leave this place to me." Su Nuanyuan shouted worriedly. "Oh no, Ruanyu hasn't had a drink yet." The enemy sneered. "Oh, a pig wants to be a hero." He slashed hard, his blade aiming straight for Ruanyu's shield. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block. The shield vibrated continuously. Huyan activated her super invincible rain summoning, but suddenly, a hook flew out of nowhere and latched on her weapon. It pulled hard, preventing her from casting. "Rain summoning? You might as well pray for a quick death." The guy laughed loudly, his voice full of contempt. Zhu Zi stood in front of Su Nuanyuan, protecting her from the attack. But he didn't expect another person to quietly approach from the side, aiming for him. "Zhu Zi, be careful." Sun Wanwan's Xiao Di Da warning. Zhu Zi quickly turned his head and blocked the surprise attack with his sword. But the enemy's strength was too great, pushing him back a few steps. "See that? The fear in your eyes. A piece of trash, like you wants to protect your teammates." He roared, increasing the pressure on Zhu Zi. At this moment, Su Nuanyuan unleashed her nether jade needle. The flashing needles pierced straight into the enemy's bicep, catching him off guard. He roared in pain. "What?" On the tree branch, Jiang Kai was still motionless, his heart burning with anxiety. Half an hour has passed. "I wonder how Zhu Zi's group is doing," he thought to himself, his worried eyes scanning the battlefield where his teammates were fighting for their lives. From the tree branch, the motionless Jiang Kai suddenly sensed movement from a distance. A man with an arrogant look and a dangerous smile on his face slowly approached. I finally found one." He spotted the person lying under the tree, a cruel glint in his eyes. A red blow shot out, sending the person flying, crashing hard into a tree trunk, unconscious. He looked around and noticed another person who was also imprisoned nearby. "Oh, there's another one." He sneered, his malicious eyes scanning the area. He suddenly caught sight of Jiang Kai in the tree. He cursed silently. "Damn it, I've been discovered." The other person shouted, his voice smug. Great. I'm lucky this time. He turned to the person under the tree, his voice cold. Thanks, brother. But I'm not planning to let you go. 2 sword strikes took down the motionless person. 2 rescue cards fell out, sparkling in his hand. He approached Jiang Kai, his eyes fierce. You're next. Damn it. Now I'm really done for. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, his body unable to move, only able to hope for his teammates. But an idea flashed in his mind. My body is what can't move, not the death card. He controlled the card, launching it straight at the enemy. Ha da! The other guy roared and charged forward. But he didn't have time to react. The death card tore through the air, piercing his body. It caused him to explode in an instant. 3 rescue cards floated in midair, next to the still spinning, sharp death card. He controlled the card, collecting the 3 cards and pulling them towards him. 3 already. But I need 5 to save myself. I'm still too short. He calculated silently, his eyes shining as a new plan formed. 5 minutes later, another person appeared from a distance, his eyes lighting up when he saw the 3 rescue cards in the tree hollow. Oh my, what incredible luck. 3 cards just lying here. He was excited, but then he paused, his eyes suspicious. Wait, that's not right. Why are there 3 cards here all of a sudden? The blood is still fresh. There was clearly a fight. Did both sides die? Did the 2 survivors hear my footsteps and run away in a panic? Not having time to take the cards, he mumbled. Something feels off. He cautiously stepped forward, but in a flash, the death card shot out from behind. It pierced straight through his back. He only had time to realize it was a trap, but it was too late. His body collapsed, and another rescue card appeared. For already, just 1 more and I'm free. But he was still worried. I don't know how Zhu Zi is doing. On the battlefield, Zhu Zi had just cut down an enemy, but his arm was injured, blood streaming down. The enemy's 3 teammates charged forward, intending to break through and provide support. Zhu Zi behind you. So Nuanwan's Chautif. He turned back but couldn't dodge completely. A long-range attack hit him, causing him to stagger, his wound worsening. Oh my god, 4 against 1. Have you no shame? He roared in anger. From a distance, Ruan Yu threw a bottle of wine, his voice hearty. Zhu Zi, try my new wine. Zhu Zi caught the bottle, his eyes flashing. He downed it in 1 gulp without hesitation. The 4 enemies, not yet understanding what was happening, still charged forward aggressively, sneering. Ah, you want to use alcohol to numb yourself and reduce the pain? Drinking wine makes even a coward braver. But in my opinion, this is just the last drink before you're beheaded. One of them roared, his voice full of sarcasm. You dare to plot against me? You're seeking your own death. They all focused their attacks, their aggressive aura aimed at Zhu Zi and Ruan Yu. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the 2 of them as soon as the wine went down their throats. Zhu Zi roared, his aura exploding like a war god. Yuan Zhu is the #1 war god under the heavens. If a god stands in my way, I'll kill the god. If a demon stands in my way, I'll kill the demon. Ruan Yu was no less impressive, his eyes red, his voice full of arrogance. In my entire life, I, Ruan Yu, have never lost to anyone. Where are the beauties? Come out. The 4 of them witnessed the explosive power and immediately retreated, their eyes revealing fear. What? Zhu Zi took the lead, charging forward with lightning speed, unleashing a terrifying sword strike. The #1 war god is here. All of you kneel and die. A single earth-shattering stomp sent all 4 of them flying into the air. Aiming for the closest one, he unleashed another sword chi slash, tearing through space. The other one, still in the air, his eyes wide with horror. This is... Before he could finish, the blade had cut his body in 2. The aftershock of the force shattered the surrounding trees. On the other side, Ruan Yu used drunken revelry, his body bending and twisting like a stream of water, following no rules. An enemy roared, his voice trembling. I've met countless swordsmen, but I never thought the sword technique of a drunkard like you would be more bizarre than a real swordsman's. Ruan Yu sneered, his coat fluttering, his blade flashing. Cut the crap. Take off your clothes. The other guy panicked, his face red. What is this? He's drunk, but it's like he's become a different person. His swordplay is sometimes fast, sometimes slow, fluid and lively, without a trace of a pattern. He didn't know that Ruan Yu's sword technique had perfectly merged with his body, like a deadly, unpredictable dance. Flashback to a few days ago at the base. Jiang Kai handed Ruan Yu a book, his eyes full of expectation. Ruan Yu, although you're not a swordsman, your drunken revelry talent is very suitable for sword techniques. The upcoming Global Hegemony Tournament. This is a skill book Brother Liu found for you. He had once said to Liu Dashuan, the military has a lot of resources. I want to ask you to find a swordsman skill book for Ruan Yu to increase his strength. Liu Dashuan laughed loudly. A small matter. For the glory of the country, don't just talk about finding a book. Even if you ask me to risk my life, I'll do it. Ruan Yu, holding the book at that time, his eyes shining brightly. Damn, this is the legendary instinctive record that every swordsman explorer covets. The book described that when a user reached a state of absolute concentration, their moves were no longer bound by form. The blade became an extension of the body, flowing naturally with the combat situation, flexible, unpredictable, like an unpredictable dance of death. Back on the battlefield, Ruan Yu swung his sword, tearing the enemy's clothes. His smile was full of provocation. Hee, so hairy, huh? I like it. The other guy blushed, panicked. What do you want to do? This is the Global Hegemony Tournament. Ruan Yu didn't care, his voice teasing. Uh-huh. Is there something missing from you, my beauty? Oh, I see. You did it on purpose, didn't you, my good boy? The other guy, his face red with shame, roared in anger. Missing something? I have full outer armor, inner armor, and lining. What am I missing? He was distracted, revealing an opening. Ruan Yu didn't miss the opportunity and unleashed a sharp sword strike, tearing his shirt, leaving his body bare. This isn't enough of smile. Smile more. Ruan Yu's lips curled, his voice full of provocation. The other guy was extremely humiliated, but the situation had already tilted in Ruan Yu's favor. The remaining two were still confident, a look of arrogance in their eyes. Assassins like us specialize in fighting in adverse situations. You think you can stop us with just a few tricks? In your dreams. They roared and charged forward. Kill them quickly. Su Nuanyuan immediately reacted, launching 2 balls of condensed energy while shouting. Hu Yin, already familiar with her teammates' moves, Hu Yin immediately cast her super invincible rain summoning. I don't care what kind of assassins you are. In the rain, I am a god. Su Nuanyuan's 2 energy balls shot straight at the two, merging with the raindrops, causing a special compound to splash everywhere, sticking to their bodies, impossible to wash off. What the hell is this? My face, the two roared in panic. Hu Yin laughed loudly and continued to attack. Taste my super strong, invincible, universe-level hailstorm. Hailstones as big as fists rained down like a storm, crushing the two until they collapsed. 10 minutes later, the battlefield was silent. Ruan Yu and Zhu Zi sat under a tree, panting. Su Nuanyuan used a sobering potion to help them recover. Zhu Zi, Brother Ruan Yu, are you two awake? Where's that arrogant squad from before? Who won? Where are the rescue cards? Su Nuanyuan asked eagerly, her eyes shining. Hu Yin smiled brightly and showed her hand. Don't worry, 5 rescue cards, not a single one missing. I've divined Captain Kai's direction. As soon as we confirm his location, we'll go rescue him right away. Hearing the news, all 3 of them were excited, their faces radiant. Meanwhile, on the tree branch, Jiang Kai was still motionless, looking down at the 4 rescue cards he had intentionally placed as bait. It's been half an hour, and no new explorers have arrived. Zhu Zi's group hasn't found me either, he thought to himself, his heart full of anxiety. Suddenly, the ground shook like an earthquake. Oh no, he realized the area was shrinking. From a distance, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed. A group of commander-rank stone golems, level 65, carrying giant tree trunks, advanced towards him. Leading them was a king-rank golem, level 88, with an overwhelming presence. Even with the death card, facing 4 level 65s would be a life-or-death battle, not to mention the king-rank one. He cursed silently, knowing he was in grave danger. Observing closely, he noticed their bodies were made of rock and vines, with only their eyes red as rubies and no ears or nose. This type of earthwood monster probably has no sense of smell or hearing. As long as I hide well, they might not find me, he thought to himself, trying to stay calm. A golem walked to the tree he was hiding in and suddenly stopped. He was tense, his heart pounding. Did I guess wrong? But it turned out it just used its muscular strength to grip the tree trunk. It easily lifted the entire tree, causing a violent tremor that almost made him fall. The king-rank golem led the army, continuing to advance, leaving Jiang Kai hanging on a branch, his heart full of unease. Jiang Kai held on tightly to the branch above, luckily not falling when the tree trunk shook. So they're using me as a new weapon, he thought to himself, relieved to confirm that the stone golems had no sense of smell or hearing. I almost activated the Wheel of Fortune to take a gamble, he mumbled, remembering the rule not to fall from the tree. Although he was temporarily safe, if he was discovered, he would surely die. What should I do? Use the death card to cut this tree trunk and move to another tree, he considered. But suddenly his body shook violently. A loud noise echoed, causing the golems to quickly carry the trees and run away. They gathered on a cliff, looking down. He observed curiously. It turned out that two factions were engaged in a fierce battle, sword lights flashing, their numbers evenly matched. How did the golems know people were fighting? He wondered, realizing they could rely on ground vibrations to track their prey. No wonder they didn't see me. Besides being covered by leaves, I'm also high up, not touching the ground. He was secretly glad, but still tense. I can't let them throw this tree. If I touch the ground, they'll find me immediately. Below, the people fighting panicked when they saw the golems approaching. Stone golems. Run. An ordinary golem clenched its fist. He slammed a palm on the ground, sending rubble flying like rain. Large boulders blocked the path, making it impossible for the group to move. Taking the opportunity, the giants swung their trees like weapons. The leader charged forward, smashing its tree trunk down and taking out someone who couldn't dodge in time. Ugh, he observed and suddenly understood. They hunt using vibrations. The group stopped fighting. They stopped trying to run and instead charged forward. Get off the ground. Jump and attack. One of them leaped up, hands clasped tightly around his twin swords, and roared, I'll risk it all against you. Jiang Kai frowned, assessing the situation. A level 60 fighter. It'll be hard for him to damage a king-level boss in a short time. But then he realized the man's true intention. Wait a minute. He's planning to shatter the tree trunk to create a chance to escape. The man was about to strike the tree when he suddenly noticed Jiang Kai hidden among the branches. His expression changed. What? There's someone there. But before he could act, Jiang Kai's death card shot out from the foliage. It pierced straight through his body. The man's eyes widened, unable to believe someone would use the boss to set trap. He collapsed, hitting the ground with a loud thud and leaving behind a rescue card. Jiang Kai was delighted as the king-level giant stomped his opponent to a pulp. This sent the final rescue card flying towards him. 5 is enough, he cheered silently. Congratulations, you have collected 5 rescue cards. Your imprisoned state will now end. Do you choose to end it? He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. A brilliant light flowed into his body, freeing him from his immobile state. It worked. I can move again, he sighed in relief. But his joy was short-lived as the tree trunk shook violently. The giant was still holding it tightly, aiming for a red-haired man fighting below. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I'll just lie in wait. This is my chance to escape. But suddenly, a shimmering light, like rippling water, spread across the sky. The first phase of the Global Hegemony Tournament has ended. The second phase will now begin. The rescue zone on the map has opened. You can use rescue cards to exchange for functional items. One member from each squad will be imprisoned. He clung tightly to the tree trunk, his heart tense. Imprisoned again? Meanwhile, his team was still searching everywhere for him. Hurry, we need to regroup with Captain Jiang Kai. Yuan Zhu was anxious, his eyes darting around. Damn it, we're out of time. Find a place to hide now. Su Nuanyuan spotted a small cave nearby. There, in that big tree hollow. The countdown is almost over. Hurry. The 4 of them squeezed into the hollow, holding their breath and closing their eyes, waiting for the announcement of who would be imprisoned. Time passed, and all 4 of them could still move normally. Ruanyu let out a sigh of relief. It's not me. He analyzed the situation in a low voice. Then the one imprisoned this time is Jiang Kai. Up in the tree, he received the notification. You have been selected as the imprisoned person for the second round. He sighed and gave a wry smile. I knew it. My luck is terrible. Down below, the king-level giant and its commander-level minions had wiped out an elite squad in less than a minute. He thought to himself, the rules mentioned functional items. They must be special props. Even though I don't know what they do, the fact that they were emphasized means they must be very important. I need to collect rescue cards quickly, whether it's to free myself or to exchange for items. The giants started moving again, carrying their trees. He continued with his plan to hide in the tree, using them to eliminate opponents. But suddenly, a cracking sound echoed from beneath his feet. Startled, He looked down. The branch he was holding on to was starting to crack. This is bad. It's about to break, he worried, his heart pounding. If I fall now, all my efforts will have been for nothing. The giants gathered together. Their footsteps shook the very earth. He looked at the swaying tree trunk and prayed silently. Hold on. You absolutely cannot break. But just then, a branch snapped and shattered with a loud crack. His face turned pale. Down below, Yuan Zhu asked worriedly, is Jiang Kai the one who's imprisoned? But wasn't he already imprisoned before? Nguyen analyzed. I guess the captain was rescued by 2 other squads, which is why he was imprisoned again this time. Yuan Zhu pondered, his eyes full of worry. No wonder Hu Yin couldn't divine Captain Kai's location. He just got out of imprisonment, and now he's locked up again immediately. The captain's luck is really strange. The team fell silent, no one knowing what to say in this difficult situation. Sun Wanwan spoke up, her voice firm. All right, everyone, pull yourselves together. This also proves that Jiang Kai is still safe for now. The most important thing is to figure out the situation and then regroup with him. Ruan Yu nodded in agreement. Nguyen is right. Phase 1 is over, but we don't know which countries were eliminated and which advanced. Plus, the new rules mention some kind of functional items. Just then, Su Nguyen suddenly pointed into the distance, her eyes lighting up. Look over there. What is that? Thick plumes of purple mist were floating, slowly drifting towards them. Yuan Zhu frowned. That mist definitely wasn't there a moment ago. Hu Yin shook her head, her voice certain. It doesn't look like it was created by a monster. If it were a monster, it wouldn't be so quiet around here. I feel like there's something important over there. Without hesitation, Hu Yin suggested, what are we waiting for? Let's go check it out. The team ventured deeper into the increasingly dense purple mist. As they got closer, they looked up in amazement. Before them stood giant stone tablets, and in the distance, a tower emitted an ethereal purple mist. Congratulations, you have discovered the rescue zone. Touch a stone tablet and use rescue cards to exchange for corresponding functional items. The team cheered and ran hand in hand towards the nearest stone tablet. Quick, let's see what we can get. Ruan Yu read the information on the tablet aloud. Map location card. Pinpoints the location of all surviving team members, monsters, and rescue zones on a map. Cost, 8 rescue cards. Nguyen was excited. With this, we can avoid monsters and find Captain Kai faster. We can also look for other rescue zones. But Yuan Zhu sighed, his face crestfallen. 8 cards? Do you think we're made of money? We can't afford that. Let's check the others. Yuan Zhu and Ruan Yu split up, each checking a different stone tablet. Single teleport card. Precisely teleports to a point on the map. Cost, 7 rescue cards. Target area card. Searches for a designated target, displaying their position within a 10-meter radius for 2 hours. Cost, 6 rescue cards. Status cure card. Removes abnormal status effects from a target. Max 4 uses. Cost, 6 rescue cards. The team moved to the last stone tablet. Global info card. Receive intelligence every 20 minutes on participating squads and monsters in the competition zone. Designate up to 3 rival squads or 3 monsters for specific updates. Cost, 5 rescue cards. Ruan Yu scratched his head, muttering, 5 cards is the cheapest. Should we get it? If we use them, we'll be completely out of cards. Hu Yin pondered. Finding a rescue zone is already a great stroke of luck. We might not get another chance like this. It would be a shame to miss it. So Nguyen Nadif. Instead of fumbling around looking for Captain Kai, it's better to get information first. In a battle of life and death, the information gap decides victory or defeat. She turned to Yuan Zhu. What do you think? After hearing Su Nguyen's analysis, Yuan Zhu nodded decisively. I agree. With the global info card, we can designate Brother Lu's Shanha squad and Brother Chen's Homsa squad. We can find Jiang Kai and join forces with the military at the same time. Nguyen smiled, her voice full of excitement. Then let's do it. The team took out 5 rescue cards. They placed them on the tablet. A fierce vortex of energy swirled. Exchange successful for the global info card. Remaining rescue cards, 0. It worked. Ruan Yu cheered. A virtual map appeared in midair, displaying detailed information. Survivors, 906. Total teams, 200. Invading monsters, 327 commander level, 43 king level. Area of activity, 17 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. The team was stunned. Nearly 300 people have been eliminated already. Hu Yen murmured. Phase 1 was just a small skirmish. But with the appearance of the rescue zone and the monsters expanding their range, the real slaughter is just beginning. Ruanyu was worried, his voice low. Captain Kai is so famous. It's not just the people from Country Y who want revenge, and now they can even pinpoint his location. I can't imagine how much danger he's in. Good thing he's not alone. The system continued to display confirmed designation of Shana Squad and Homsa Squad on the global info card. Yen press confirm. The map immediately displayed 2 color dots. Shana Squad, 3 survivors remaining. Homsa Squad, 2 survivors remaining. The team was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. What? Captain Kai isn't with Brother Liu? Yuan Zhu exclaimed, his eyes filled with confusion. In the meeting room in Jiangzhou, the large screen updated with the situation. Hua Tianchen was overjoyed. Excellent. The Fire God Squad has found a crucial item. But Ing Wei's voice was grave. Although the Shanha and Homsa squads found their imprisoned teammates, the casualty situation is not optimistic. Where on earth is Jiang Kai? The cameras have never caught him. He analyzed further. Based on the situation, Jiang Kai has been imprisoned twice. This proves he managed to free himself the first time without any help. Hua Tianchen nodded, his eyes sparkling. I can't guess how the kid did it, but he's full of surprises. Suddenly, Wang pointed at the screen. Wait a minute. Area, AMA. Zoom in. The screen expanded, revealing a squad of people. The Laisha squad, average level 50, with their captain at level 60. Hua Tianxin's face paled, his voice urgent. Investigate all information on the Laisha squad and all their combat data since the competition began. In the meeting room, an officer typed furiously, his tense eyes scanning the screen. Squads from every nation have suffered casualties, but Country F's Laisha squad is special. Not a single member has been eliminated. Their captain is Visa, the top assassin in Country F. He broke through to level 60 a year ago, then voluntarily dropped back to level 40, only to level back up to 60 at an astonishing speed. We suspect his talent is related to reincarnation. Hua Tianxin's eyes widened in shock. Reincarnation? A talent like that exists? Isn't that basically cheating? Wei Ying nodded and explained, although this guy is level 60, his actual strength is far beyond that. The terrifying thing about the reincarnation talent is that with each rebirth, his attribute growth skyrockets. The more he reincarnates, the more terrifying his power becomes. In the land of the lost, only 3 members of the Shanha squad remained. A member spoke with concern. Boss, your wound is bleeding again. Lu Dashuan frowned, his voice deep. Those shameless bastards from Country L and Country H ganged up to ambush us. If it weren't for them, Fang Wei wouldn't have been imprisoned. Zhao Ming and Chun Jian wouldn't have sacrificed themselves in vain either. He growled, his eyes sharp. This is no time for grief. We've been delayed for too long. We have to speed up. If we run into those monsters, things will get worse. Understood. The squad nodded. But suddenly, 3 arrows shot toward them from distance. Lu Dashuan swung his sword, deflecting them in an instant. Who's there? A figure appeared, his voice cold. I didn't expect to conveniently slaughter some people from Holy Radiance on my way to kill Jiang Kai. I am Visa, from the Eclipse Guild's hunting team in Country F. Remember this name. It will be the nightmare that haunts you. Lu Dashuan felt a terrifying pressure from Visa, and his heart sank. Suddenly, a young squad member named Xiao Jiang put Fang Wei down and rushed forward. Boss, let me hold him off. Lu Dashuan shouted. Xiao Jiang, it's dangerous. But she didn't listen, her eyes resolute. Visa sneered, his voice full of contempt. Trying to run? The prey I target never escapes. Let me play with you for a bit. He accelerated, his figure like a phantom sticking close to Xiao Jiang. She swung her sword in a sharp arc, but Visa simply leaned back, effortlessly dodging it. The sword slammed into the ground with a loud thud. In a flash, Visa vanished. Then he reappeared right beside her, as fast as a ghost. Fang Wei, still imprisoned, watched with wide eyes as a sword strike from Visa pierced through a large rock. It struck his own body. Xiao Jiang screamed, unable to contain her rage. You lunatic! I'll fight you to the death. But Visa just stood there and unleashed a blizzard slash. The sharp sword energy shot straight toward her. Luckily, Lu Dashuan managed to pull Xiao Jiang back in time, avoiding the fatal blow. Without hesitation, he charged forward, swinging his sword at Visa's shoulder. The blade hit its mark, but Visa didn't even try to dodge. Lu Daxuan felt a flicker of joy, but his expression immediately turned grim. Visa's figure dissipated, leaving only a dry log behind. Oh no, a substitution! He roared, realizing he had fallen into a trap. In the air, Visa hovered, his sword gathering energy as he prepared to unleash Phantom Invincible Slash. His body flickered, moving so fast and naked I couldn't keep up. Lu Daxuan and Xiao Jiang stared wide-eyed, their faces pale before the barrage of slashes. When the sword energy descended, Lu Daxuan's body was covered in wounds, while Xiao Jiang, having lost all her blood, turned into a beam of light and logged out. Visa landed, his voice arrogant. I told you, my prey can't escape. That goes for you and Jiang Kai. He looked at Lu Daxuan with a mocking tone. Now, is there anything else you want to say? Lu Daxuan, despite his pain, smiled resolutely. Jiang Kai, he will definitely win a championship for Holy Radiance. Visa burst out laughing. Haha, I'm afraid your dying wish is going down the drain. He raised his sword, activating Blood Devour. The blade transformed into countless sharp spikes that shot toward Lu Daxuan. He collapsed, turning into a beam of light and leaving behind a rescue card. Visa reached out to pick up the card as his teammates approached, their voices dripping with contempt. Humph, this trash wasn't even worthy of the boss's attention. What a waste of your time. Another one laughed loudly. Boss, with these 3, we have enough for 7 rescue cards. Use the target area card. Jiang Kai, I can't wait to meet you. In the Jiangzhong meeting room, everyone was on edge. Lu Daxuan was an S rank, yet he was killed so easily. An officer worried, against this Visa, does Jiang Kai even have a chance of winning? Everyone's expression was tense, their eyes glued to the screen. Meanwhile, in the land of the lost, Jiang Kai clung tightly to a tree trunk, silently relieved that the stone golems hadn't discovered him. 20 minutes ago, the branch he was standing on had snapped, but the golems suddenly stopped, their bodies covered in sores. They crumbled into small pieces of rock. He fell with them, but was lucky to escape death. Detected stone golems entering hibernation state. Time remaining, 19 minutes, 59 seconds. Now, there were only 5 minutes left before they would awaken. From a distance, he heard footsteps and voices. A group of people appeared, chatting as they walked. I don't get how the Fire God Squad lost. They had so many people, yet they couldn't kill Jiang Kai. One of them grumbled. If Holy Radiance hadn't launched the second wave of attacks, Jiang Kai wouldn't have escaped. It's so frustrating to think about. This was the Flying Bird Squad from Country H. Their leader roared, let's take out our anger on the people from Holy Radiance, then fight for a top 3 spot with our own strength. Jiang Kai is nearby. Our target area card has pinpointed his location. Another member pointed. Look over there. It's Visa's Laisha squad. They refused to form an alliance, wanting to take Jiang Kai for themselves. Someone sneered, humph, just a lucky bastard. Today, I will definitely take Jiang Kai's head. But then the whole group was bewildered. We've searched all around here. The target area card points to this location. Why can't we see Jiang Kai? One of them suspected. Damn it, could he have sensed something was wrong and slipped away? In a fit of anger, he kicked away the dry branches at his feet, his sharp eyes scanning the forest. Suddenly, he spotted a figure clinging tightly to a large branch, as silent as a ghost. It was Jiang Kai, the one they had been desperately hunting. It turned out he was a cunning hunter himself. This hunter hasn't given his consent yet. Hearing the sound, the group was startled and rushed in that direction, their eyes filled with panic. What? Yankee, where is Jiang Kai? One of them shouted, his voice full of shock. Look, Jiang Kai is hiding there. But why is he so still? Could he be in prison? In prison? Another person shook his head, frowning. No, that's not right. His position was clearly moving around before. The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth twitched up, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Last time he pretended to be a substitute, and now he's playing the part of prisoner. Jiang Kai, besides playing tricks, what else are you capable of? A contemptuous voice rang out from the crowd. The target area card shows you can move freely, so stop pretending. The others nodded in agreement. That's right. He pretended to be a substitute to kill Hoffman before. Look at his expression. It's definitely a trap. Jiang Kai observed them silently, his sharp eyes quickly counting about 60 or 70 people in the crowd. The situation was clearly not in his favor. He frowned, telling himself to stay calm and not reveal any weaknesses. First, he needed to placate this crowd. In the crowd, he suddenly noticed a cold, murderous aura. Visa, he thought. This guy's killing intent is formidable. He looked up, his eyes meeting a man who called himself Visa. Is there someone named Lu Dashuan from your holy radiance? Visa's mouth curled into a sneer. Their squad has been completely wiped out by me. How pathetic. A bunch of trash who didn't even have the guts to fight back. I used this blade to chop off their heads. Visa killed them one by one. My name is Visa, Jiang Kai. Don't you want to avenge your countrymen? Visa sneered, his eyes provocative. Jiang Kai tightened his grip on his sword hilt and, without hesitation, leaped high into the air. Let's see if your tricks can kill me. Visa's sword flashed, lunging straight for Jiang Kai. He narrowed his eyes, anticipating the decisive moment. Just then, as Visa was still charging forward, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. What's happening? The crowd panicked. The timer seemed to count down. 2. Hibernation state ending. At that exact moment, thick layers of rock suddenly jutted out from under Visa's feet, blocking his path. The crowd panicked as the shattered rock fragments suddenly reassembled, forming giant golems. Look, those rocks are actually coming together. One person screamed, his voice trembling. Oh no, it's the stone golem army. Another gritted his teeth and muttered, damn it. No wonder the global info card showed monsters nearby, but we never saw them. Run. If we don't run now, we'll all die here. A panicked voice cried out. But Jiang Kai, with a cold smile, threw out a death card. Invisible blades flew out, severing large branches and blocking the crowd's escape route. In the chaos, a giant golem picked up a large tree. It slammed the tree down on the crowd below. Jiang Kai, without a moment's hesitation, activated his card, killing a few unlucky individuals. The slaughter was completely one-sided. Jiang Kai, still holding onto the tree, watched silently, having laid his trap step by step. Visa, his face tense, gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. Damn it, how on earth did he subdue them? Suddenly, a giant boulder blocked his path. While Visa was still stunned, another golem swung a large tree, stabbing it straight at him. Under the golem's terrifying power, he hastily activated log substitution, his body turning into a log. The log was immediately shattered by the ferocious attack. His figure vanished in a flash, leaving the panicked crowd behind. Another golem roared, smashing the ground. It created a deadly pit, swallowing dozens of people who were trying to flee. In the midst of the chaos, Jiang Kai, with his sharp eyes, seized the opportunity to kill a few more people with his own abilities. Rescue card successfully activated. The invisible chains imprisoning him vanished. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai leaped from the branch that had sheltered him for hours. I did it. He smiled faintly and immediately climbed onto another tree. He watched the crowd scatter in disarray until not a single person was left. As expected, using the king-rank golems to harvest heads is faster than I thought, he mused. But his eyes darkened as he remembered Visa. It's a pity I couldn't avenge Brother Lu's guild. That bastard got away. Suddenly, he paused, muttering, but getting so many rescue cards at once is a bit much. The scene shifted to the military academy's study room. Hua Tianxin stared intently at the analysis screen, his eyes sharp. Rewind. Slow it down to 10%. Enhance the analysis of the afterimage at the 9.2-second mark. Yes, sir, a voice replied. The figure on the screen gradually became clearer, revealing a familiar face. It's him. It's that kid, Jiang Kai. Wei Ying exclaimed, his voice full of astonishment. He was hiding in the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him. Hua Tianxin nodded, analyzing the situation. So that's how it was. Was this your plan, Jiang Kai? Commander Wei, what exactly is going on? He spoke in a low voice, pointing at the screen. That type of monster is called a stone golem. Although they are very powerful, they have a weakness. He paused, his voice calm. They have no sense of smell or hearing. They rely on ground vibrations to track their prey. As long as you don't touch the ground before it locks onto you, it won't detect you. Wei Ying nodded. From the moment Jiang Kai was imprisoned, he must have been hiding in the tree. That's why the stone golems didn't find him. Hua Tianxin added. After that, the tree became the weapon of that king-rank golem. He had no choice but to go along with its movements. Another person chimed in. That's right. Even though he was imprisoned and couldn't act, everyone saw what happened just now. Hua Tianxin continued. He has a secret weapon. I guess that weapon can be controlled by thought. He paused, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He relied on the powerful stone golems, using his secret weapon to kill players and collect rescue cards, completing his self-rescue twice. Wei Ying sighed, his voice full of admiration. For Jiang Kai to survive in that situation, I am truly impressed. Hua Tianxia nodded. Escaping imprisonment is just the beginning of the battle. What he and the Fire God Squad will face next is the real challenge. Half an hour later, Jiang Kai was still running non-stop, sweat rolling down his forehead. This feeling, it's about to start again. A brilliant light shone down from the sky, and an announcement echoed. Phase 2 of the Global Championship has ended. Initiating Phase 3. On the map, the monster incursion speed has increased by 200%. Their power has increased similarly. Each squad will have one additional member imprisoned. The announcement continued. Imprisoned members cannot act on their own, but they can be moved by others, rescued by others, or killed by others. All imprisoned members who are not freed within 30 minutes will self-destruct and die. The cold voice echoed. The rescue zone will have a new type of functional item. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, muttering, the competition is getting even harsher, and now there's self-destruction. He sighed in relief. If I hadn't managed to escape, I'm afraid I would have self-destructed into pieces in 30 minutes. The third round of random imprisonment is about to begin. Is it me again this time? He frowned, preparing to hide again and wait for the countdown. But suddenly, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. What? It's him this time? I'm so glad it's not me. From his high vantage point, Jiang Kai suddenly spotted a plume of purple smoke flickering in the forest. He immediately gave chase, crossing over towering stone pillars. Congratulations, you have discovered the rescue zone. Touch the stone tablet, he murmured. After touching the stone tablet, you can use rescue cards to exchange for corresponding functional items on the tablet. He approached and observed it carefully. Map location card, single teleport card. Target area card, status cure card, global info card. He smirked, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The effects of these cards seemed pretty good. Without hesitation, he proceeded to another stone tablet, his eyes full of vigilance. Under the dim light of the forest, Jiang Kai stopped before a stone tablet, a look of surprise on his face. This is an arena card, he murmured, carefully reading the inscription. Select one enemy target and one squad member from your side, including the card user, to enter arena duel mode. The two sides will duel in an independent competition space until one side is defeated, at which point this state can be lifted. He frowned slightly, considering. During the duel, you will be immune to all external damage. Exchange price, 30 rescue cards. 30 cards. He shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. That's more than half of my rescue cards gone, just like that. Not cheap at all. But his eyes glinted sharply. But this price also proves that the system values its strategic worth far more than the other cards. Forcibly designate a target into an arena. Jiang Kai whispered, stroking his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seems to be the only offensive card among the bunch. I like to take the initiative. Let's have a go then. Without hesitation, he inserted the rescue cards into the stone slot. 3 minutes later, with 5 cards remaining, he exchanged them for one arena card, one map location card, and one single teleport card. Now that the imprisonment status is resolved, he murmured, his bag now heavy with 3 new items. The most important thing is to regroup with Zhu Zi's group. His eyes scanned the distance. I wonder which one of them got imprisoned this time. He turned back towards his team, his steps quick. When he arrived, he saw Ruan Yu standing motionless, his body locked by an invisible force. Looks like Brother Ruan Yu is the one imprisoned this time. He sighed, his eyes full of regret. Hu Yen, standing nearby, frowned worriedly. The third phase started too quickly. She clenched her fists. We just managed to break through an ambush and gather 4 rescue cards, but it's not enough to save Ruan Yu. The whole team was exhausted from the constant battles, their strength depleted. At this rate, finding Jiang Kai while also trying to get more rescue cards is just too difficult, Hu Yen muttered, her voice full of helplessness. Just then, an announcement rang out. Here is the latest global news. There are currently 305 survivors remaining in the championship. The number of teams is 75. The cold voice continued. Monster incursion progress. 542 commander rank monsters, 61 king rank monsters. Their range of activity is 38 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. Hu Yen was startled, her eyes wide. Over 600 people were eliminated in the second phase. She shook her head, her voice low. Now that the beasts are invading faster, the final battle is probably not far off. Suddenly, A loud noise echoed from deep within the forest, heading straight for the team. The three of them immediately turned on guard. "Who is it?" Hu Yin shouted. Two figures stepped out from the darkness, their eyes glinting with greed. "We've been watching you for a long time," one of them sneered. "A four-person squad, all injured. Plus, one is imprisoned and one is a doctor. That means there are only two wounded combatants left. For rescue cards, just fell into our laps. We won't miss such a good opportunity." The other one growled. Zhu Zi tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes blazing. "You want to kill the Fire God squad? Come, and try if you got the guts." The two men charged, the swords in their hands trembling as if about to fly loose. "Billy, hurry up and cut them down. Get the rescue cards," one of them yelled. "I'm going to chop off your heads to relieve my stress." But suddenly, from a distance, two throwing knives flashed, trailing flames. They flew straight at the two men. The moment they hit, they exploded. The three team members cheered, their eyes shining. These familiar throwing knives, this familiar sneak attack technique, and this familiar flashy style. Hu Yin laughed loudly. From a distance, Jiang Kai's voice rang out, calm but full of confidence. "Sorry, I was just dealing with 3 ambush groups, so I'm a bit late." The three turned to see Jiang Kai, their faces beaming with joy. Zhu Zi, still in disbelief, pinched his own cheek hard, his eyes wide. "Wait, Adam, I'm not dreaming, am I?" He turned to Jiang Kai, his voice full of doubt. "But Jiang Kai, weren't you imprisoned?" Hu Yin interjected, her eyes filled with confusion. "That's right. We couldn't even find you. How did you find us?" Jiang Kai's lips curled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "It's a long story. In Phase 3, the monster tide speed has increased by 200%. Time is short. Let's rescue you first. We can talk about my story later. But we're still 1 rescue card short." Without hesitation, Jiang Kai raised his hand, his eyes focused. Using the 5 remaining rescue cards, he aimed at Ruanyu. A flash of light erupted. "Rescue card successfully used. You have been freed from the imprisoned state." Ruanyu stood up, his body light, his spirits high. "Yes, I'm free again." The surrounding crowd stared, unable to hide their astonishment. Hu Yin's jaw dropped. She turned to Jiang Kai. "What? You mean you were following the stone golems the whole time?" "Only Captain Kai would have the guts to use a king-rank boss," Ruanyu, still trembling, muttered. "A king-rank boss?" The Hongsa squad, though covered in injuries, walked together. But they were suddenly stopped by footsteps ahead. All 5 of them cried out in unison when they recognized the familiar figures. "Brother Chun, Brother Xia, Kid Jiang, how did you guys know our location?" Brother Chun laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling. "Wait a minute, did you guys manage to get a global info card?" Jiang Kai nodded, a confident smile on his lips. "That's right. We passed by the rescue zone earlier and wanted to get one too, but we had to use all our rescue cards to free our imprisoned members. You young folks are really something else, a new generation surpassing the old." Suddenly, Brother Chin's expression darkened, his voice filled with sadness. Brother Lu's entire guild was wiped out. Brother Xia, standing beside him, also lowered his head, saying nothing. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, a determined glint in his eyes. "Brother Chun, Brother Xia, I have a plan to speed our way straight to the final round. It's just, this plan is a bit risky. You two should consider whether you want to come with us." The two looked at each other, then nodded decisively. Brother Chun laughed loudly, his voice hearty. What's there to consider? The fierce battle has already taken 3 of our brothers. Every breath we take now is a hard-won effort, for holy radiance, and for our fallen brothers. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I'll level it." Seeing the two agree, Jiang Kai's team cheered, their eyes shining brightly. But just then, Brother Chun suddenly froze, coughed up blood, and his body trembled. His team rushed over anxiously. Brother Chun waved them off, forcing a weak smile. "Sorry to let you see this. I'm afraid this broken body will only hold you back." Sun Wan, a member of the team, immediately stepped forward, her eyes full of determination. "Brother Chun, Brother Xia, don't worry. Leave your injuries to me." Half an hour later, the team, now with 2 new members, stood on a large tree, their eyes fixed on the forest below. Brother Xia frowned, his voice curious. Xiao Jiang, is there something special about this tree? Yu nodded, adding, that's right. After we healed, you brought us here, but haven't told us the plan yet. Jiang Kai smiled faintly, his eyes sharp. Earlier, I encountered a group of monsters. It was a herd of stone golems, with a king rank, one among them. I used a target area card to pinpoint its location and knew it was leading its herd here. As long as we follow them, we can avoid fighting and last until the end. What? Follow a king rank monster? Hu Yan's eyes widened, her voice full of doubt. Are you sure we'll be following it and not just walking to our deaths? But Brother Chun, after a moment of contemplation, had a look of understanding in his eyes. But in our current state, if we want all our members to last until the end, it seems like taking a risky strategy is the only way. Brother Xian nodded, his voice firm. That's right. It's come to this. We have to take a gamble. Xiao Jiang, we believe in you. Zhu Zi clapped Jiang Kai on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Don't worry, big brothers. Following others might lead to death, but following our Jiang Kai is definitely not a problem. Yu nodded, his eyes blazing. That's right. Just then, the heavy footsteps of the stone golems echoed, shaking the entire forest. They're here, Jiang Kai whispered, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. The whole team held their breath. They watched the giant figures approach, uprooting large trees to use as weapons, which made everyone anxious. Jiang Kai's team, without hesitation, leaped onto the high branches, clinging tightly to the tree trunks. Jump, he ordered, his voice low but firm. Hold on tight to the tree trunks. As long as we don't touch the ground, they won't detect us. The remaining members immediately took action, skillfully climbing the large trees, their figures hidden among the leaves. In another corner of the forest, Visa, with a bleeding wound, sat by a stream, his breathing heavy. That was close. I almost didn't make it, he muttered, his eyes full of vigilance. He frowned, wondering, how can that kid Jiang Kai control a king-rank stone golem? Just then, a sound from a distance startled Visa. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, sending a large rock flying in the opposite direction. Who's there? The two rocks collided and shattered into dust. Footsteps approached from the distance, carrying an overwhelming presence. A figure appeared, exuding the aura of someone possessing two god-tier talents, reincarnation and the bloodthirsty phantom of a great swordsman. Visa's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion flashing through them. My strength has always been underestimated, he thought. The angler squad from Country Y emerged from the shadows. Visa tightened his grip on his sword hilt, realizing that intelligence about his reincarnation talent might have been leaked. But he had only used Bloodthirsty Phantom publicly less than 3 times. And yet this guy knows. Visa thought to himself, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. Who on earth are you? The stranger smiled, raising a hand to show he meant no harm. My name is Willis. Don't be so tense. I'm not interested in fighting right now. He took out a potion, his eyes sparkling. This is a Tier 3 Rapid Recovery Potion. It can replace a large amount of blood in your body within 3 minutes. A friend who's an alchemist gave it to me. I don't need it anyway, so you can have it. He tossed the potion to Visa, his tone light. You're wondering why I want to help you, right? Or maybe you think this is poison. TSK, that's so hurtful. Visa's expression grew even more tense, his hand tightening around the potion, his eyes scrutinizing. Willis chuckled, his tone relaxed. Don't worry, I don't bother fighting injured people. He paused, a glint of interest in his eyes. You must know about Jiang Kai in this competition, right? I heard he's not even level 40, but managed to turn the tide in the qualification tournament. It's a shame I had a mission and had to leave then, so I didn't get a chance to fight him. What a pity. Willis tilted his head, observing Visa from head to toe. An interesting person like you. I think you must be interested in him too, right? So what if I am? He smirked, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Your wound looks like it was inflicted by a king-rank monster. This poison will corrode your heart in 3 minutes. Haha. Once the other squad take advantage of this crisis and invade, you'll surely die. Visa remained silent, his eyes darkening. What Willis said was too accurate, leaving him unable to refute it. Willis stepped closer, his voice low. In this championship, the only ones qualified for me to fight are you and Jiang Kai. I'm very curious. Who between you two is stronger? After all, only the stronger one is qualified to be my opponent. In a flash, he was standing right in front of Visa, holding another potion, his eyes sparkling with a smile. I think our dear Visa won't disappoint, will he? Visa looked at the potion, his eyes wavering. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and decided to use it, activating the blood recovery. Seeing this, the person with Willis spoke up worriedly. Is it really okay to give supplies to an opponent? What if? He paused, glancing at the rankings. Our ranking? Willis burst out laughing, his voice full of contempt. Hunking. What's the meaning of that? He shook his head, a look of arrogance in his eyes. If I didn't know there were some interesting opponents here, plus those old geezers in the military always bothering me, I wouldn't have even bothered to come. After all, it's been a long time since I've met a worthy opponent in Country Y. He paused, his voice low. Anyway, I only promised the old man I'd get into the top 3. As for which place, I'm still the one who decides. The young man walking with him bowed his head, his face dejected, not daring to say more. Willis sighed, his eyes cold. All right, I know you're upset, but you can't beat me. If you dare to question my decisions as a captain again, I'll kill you. The person walking behind Willis watched silently, a look of annoyance on his face. This guy is an arrogant madman, he thought, his lips pressed tightly together. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's team was still clinging to the high branches, moving with the herd of stone golems. Brother Chun and Brother Xia, standing on a large branch, couldn't hide their surprise. I can't believe it. Our journey with these stone golems has been incredibly smooth, aside from a few minor obstacles along the way. Brother Chun muttered, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Hu Yin laughed loudly, her voice full of excitement. I didn't expect it either. Captain Jiang Kai's move, this parasitic strategy of clinging to trees, is brilliant. He turned to the whole team, his eyes shining. Do you guys remember? The expression on the faces of that squad from Country J before they died when they found us hiding in the trees. Their mouths were so wide you could almost fit an egg in them. It was hilarious. Huh, Ruanyu nodded, chiming in with a hearty laugh. That's right, that's right. I remember they were planning to ambush our holy radiance, but we wiped them out instead. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. Brother Chun, however, still had a hint of sadness on his face. If I had thought of this idea from the beginning like Jiang Kai, maybe no one on my team would have had to die. Just as the team was chatting, Su Nuanyuan suddenly spoke up, her voice full of vigilance. Does anyone see that? It looks like the stone golems are slowing down. Huyen frowned, curious. Maybe they're tired? Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, using his sharp vision to observe the path ahead, then explained in a low voice. Do you all remember the rule that says after a certain period, monsters will move from the outside towards the player's activity zone? I saw a powerful and mysterious energy fluctuating not far ahead. He paused, a look of understanding in his eyes. At first, I wondered what force could control the speed of the monster invasion. But now I understand. It's a barrier. Just then, the ground shook violently, startling the whole team. Could it be an earthquake? Ruanyu panicked. But Jiang Kai, with his far-seeing eyes, had already noticed something unusual. It's another herd of monsters about to catch up to us. These golems can't see us, but they can. In a flash, the other herd of golems, carrying the trees with Jiang Kai's team on them, had reached the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Kai gave a decisive command. Now's the time. Everyone, jump inside immediately. The whole team acted in unison, leaping through the barrier, their figures gliding like ghosts. Meanwhile, the golems were still blocked, unable to pass. Ruanyu looked at the scene and burst out laughing. The monsters really can't get in. Jiang Kai nodded, his eyes sharp. Once the barrier disappears, the monsters will immediately swarm in. While this phase isn't over yet, let's quickly move forward and keep our distance from these monsters. The whole team, without hesitation, followed Jiang Kai, their steps quick as they moved through the forest. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Kai's team was still running under the forest canopy, their sharp eyes constantly observing. Suddenly, on the high branches, a group of people was silently lurking, waiting for the right moment to strike. Jiang Kai, from a distance, had already spotted them, a glint of vigilance in his eyes. The whole team immediately looked up, their hands tightening on their weapons. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai waved his hand, throwing several life chaser daggers, while also signaling to Hu Yin. Hu Yin, use your AoE skill. Hu Yin nodded, her eyes blazing, and activated her Hailstorm skill. Here it comes. Hailstorm. Invincible. Tremble. The branches were severed by Jiang Kai's life chaser daggers, shattering in an instant, leaving the people with no place to hold on, and they fell straight to the ground. At the same time, giant ice blocks from Hu Yan's skill rained down, crushing the enemies. So we were discovered, one of them yelled, his voice full of dissatisfaction. These people belong to the Tribal and Cheetah squads from Country D, along with the Noble Snow and Star squads from Country M. One sneered, "Oh, these guys from Holy Radiance are pretty alert." Quick reactions, too. A member of the Noble Snow squad spoke up, his eyes sweeping over Jiang Kai. "You look pretty impressive." Jiang Kai smirked, responding with a sarcastic smile. "Did you think we came in here completely unprepared?" Flashing back 3 minutes earlier, as the team was running, a global announcement rang out. Here is the latest global news. There are currently 25 survivors remaining in the championship. The number of teams is 11. Monster Incursion Squad, 1,400 Commander Rank monsters, 100 King Rank monsters. Their range of activity is 298 kilometers from the edge of the competition zone. Hu Yan's eyes widened, her voice full of shock. There are only 11 teams left already? Brother Chun said grimly. Under the pressure of the monsters, the closer the squads get to the central area, the higher the probability of encountering each other. The killing will only get more intense. It seems this championship will end soon. Jiang Kai, with his sharp eyes, analyzed the situation for the team. Besides the 2 remaining squads from Holy Radiance, among the other 9 teams, it's possible that some are from the same country. They'll be familiar with each other's skills and can easily coordinate. At the same time, we can't rule out the possibility that they'll form an alliance to ambush our Holy Radiance again. He paused, his eyes scanning the forest. This forest is an ideal hiding place. The enemy is definitely lurking somewhere. Everyone, stay alert. At any sign of movement, immediately switch to combat mode. Back in the present, a young man from the Flying Bird, Messenger, and Paladin squads of Country N spoke up, his voice teasing. "Alice, this is no time for you to be swooning over a guy. Let's deal with these Holy Radiance people first. Our 3 countries still have to settle the score." Jiang Kai frowned, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Asterisk as expected, these people are just as I predicted. They've already formed an alliance. Asterisk, he turned to his opponents, his voice cold. "So you're all here?" But in his heart, he still felt uneasy. Asterisk, something's not right. I clearly sensed a familiar aura just now. Asterisk. Just then, a member of Country D's Cheetah squad charged from behind, laughing loudly. "Haha, kid, I'm enough to chop you into meat paste." But suddenly, a blast of ice flew from nowhere, freezing the man solid. A cold voice rang out. "Jiang Kai is my prey." At the same time, a sword flashed, severing the Cheetah squad member's arm. His teammates panicked and rushed forward. "Boss!" But from behind, another sword from a Country D member slashed horizontally, taking down all 3 of them in an instant. From the bushes, Visa emerged, his eyes sharp. How lucky. One less group of opponents. He looked at Jiang Kai, a sarcastic smile on his lips. "Jiang Kai, who would have thought? In the end, you're just like that trash squad from Holy Radiance. You can't escape my grasp." He paused, his voice provocative. "So you're not dead after all." Behind Visa, Willis and his teammate appeared. Jiang Kai observed the 2, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Asterisk, they don't look like they're from Country Y. Especially that blonde guy. There's something very strange about him. Asterisk. Hu Yin, upon seeing Visa, immediately boiled with rage and charged forward with her teammates, her eyes blazing. "You're the one who killed Brother Lu's guild? Today, I will avenge Brother Lu." Ruanyu nodded, tightening his grip on his weapon. "That's right." Seeing the situation, Visa charged forward like a whirlwind, laughing triumphantly. It's a pity you don't even have the right to beg me for mercy." Jiang Kai immediately provided support from a distance, throwing out several life chaser daggers. He reminded them in a low voice, "Don't be too arrogant. I will take your life on behalf of Brother Lu." At the same time, Willis also launched a powerful sword attack. Holy Radiance has the overwhelming advantage in numbers. The goal now is to quickly eliminate their squad. Alice suddenly activated her skill, Devout Repentance. A massive, imposing figure appeared behind her. Jiang Kai replied coldly, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Immediately, his team was enveloped in a dense purple mist. Inside the barrier, deafening sounds echoed continuously, causing everyone's eyes to gradually turn bloodshot. Their spirits were in agony, but the enemy gave them no chance to support each other. Willis and the others charged straight towards his squad, roaring, "Destroy them!" Realizing something was wrong, a member shouted anxiously, "Oh no, Zhu has been hit by their mind control spell. At this rate, we're all dead." Jiang Kai was anxious to rush back and rescue his teammates, but Visa blocked his path, smirking mockingly. "Kid, didn't I tell you that you're my prey?" Immediately after, he unleashed Phantom Invincible Slash. A sharp sword strike came slashing down. Jiang Kai nimbly used Void Form, his entire body turning into an afterimage, causing his opponent's blade to slice through empty air. This entire tense scene was being closely monitored by the military from the outside. A commander exclaimed with concern, "That was close." Jiang Kai was almost hit, and his team inside is still under constant mental control. Wei narrowed his eyes, noticing Alice muttering incantations at her teammates. Zhu Zi, at this moment, seemed to have lost his mind, sobbing uncontrollably. "Oh gods, please forgive me for my sins." Fisk, that's the effect of devout repentance. This type of mind-manipulating sorcery plunges the victim into a black hole of guilt. The more they resist, the more terrible the torment, until they lose all ability to fight. Hua Tianxin couldn't sit still, slamming his hand on the table in anger. Right now, Jiang Kai is still being held up. He can't even take care of himself right now. Damn it, is Holy Radiance really going to be completely wiped out? Suddenly, a wine bottle fell from somewhere, and a slurred voice rang out. "Repent for what? I've done nothing wrong." Hearing the strange sound, everyone looked at the screen in surprise. It turned out Ruan Yu was drunk, staggering forward. "Hey, beautiful, your big brother is here." He swung his sword straight at Alice. The unexpected incident forced Alice to interrupt her incantation and hastily defend herself. "What the?" she shrieked angrily. "Get lost, you fatso." Thanks to Ruan Yu's disruption, everyone snapped out of their daze, freed from the mental control. One person asked in confusion, "It seems we were hit by a spell just now. How do we suddenly?" In reality, once Ruan Yu drinks, he develops a natural resistance to all mental attacks. Just like before, even when facing the siren's howl, he remained completely unfazed. Zhu Zi grabbed the wine bottle and drained it. The fear from before vanished, replaced by a boiling fighting instinct. He roared, "The #1 war god. I'll even slay a demon god. I'll kill 10,000 enemies." A heavy blow struck down, shaking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "You small fries want to touch the war god's people? You'll have to ask my sword first." Willis was surprised to recognize the familiar power. Is this Origin Force? Outside, Su Nuanyuan and Huyin couldn't hide their excitement. "Ruan Yu, Zhu Zi, well done." Even Brother Xia had to exclaim. When he drinks, he becomes a completely different person. From his high vantage point, observing Jiang Kai and Visa preparing to fight, Willis turned to ask Grim, "Grim, who do you think is stronger between them?" "I don't know," Grim replied coldly. "It seems neither of them is going all out." "Indeed," Willis remarked. Grim nodded. "Exactly. As expected, even you noticed. So it's time to give these two lazy cats a reminder." Just then, a brilliant beam of light shot down from the sky. The system announcement boomed. Phase 4 of the Global Championship begins. Monster barrier lifted. The protective wall vanished. The roars of the monster tide echoed from the distance. Willis smiled meaningfully. "Looks like I don't need to intervene personally." Seeing the swarm of monsters flooding in like a tidal wave, Jiang Kai immediately became vigilant. "Oh no, it's those monsters. We can't fight against so many powerful bosses." He gritted his teeth and told himself, "I have to kill my opponent quickly and end this championship." Jiang Kai decisively threw his death card. However, just as the card was about to hit Visa, he swapped places with the log. Jiang Kai's expression changed. "Oh no, it's a substitution." In a flash, Visa had circled behind Huyin, whispering menacingly, "Jiang Kai, do you know how my blade gets sharper?" Jiang Kai shouted a warning. "Huyin, be careful. It thirsts for the blood of its prey." But it was too late. Visa's blade pierced through Huyin's body. Jiang Kai charged forward frantically. "No, Huyin, However, a giant centipede-like monster suddenly burst from the ground, blocking his path. It was a level 70 commander rank poison fang centipede. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, these beasts have already attacked. Contrary to expectations, Hu Yen appeared remarkably calm. She turned her head to look at Visa with cold eyes, her hand gripping the blade embedded in her body. Cough, cough. Visa, trying to run? It's time for the hunter and the prey to switch places. She immediately activated her skill, causing both of their arms to freeze solid. Visa was horrified, not expecting this girl to be so reckless. Hu Yen shouted, Nuanyuan now? Su Nuanyuan immediately threw her poison weapon at him. I've been waiting for this for too long. Visa lig hit contemptuously. In the end, you non-combat classes are still too weak. He used Shadow Blood Cicada Molt, causing Su Nuanyuan's attack to miss, while he himself vanished into thin air, leaving his sword behind. His voice echoed from the void. Consider yourselves lucky. If it weren't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't have let you two die so easily. Suddenly, another sword pierced through Hu Yen, causing her to collapse. Su Nuanyuan rushed over in a panic. Hu Yen, but Visa had already appeared behind her with his phantom invincible slash. He sneered, TSK, little sister, you should worry about yourself first. Just as the blade was about to touch Su Nuanyuan's neck, Jiang Kai, from a distance, activated his arena card, casually finishing off a few monsters in his way. A halo of light enveloped Visa. The system announced, detected you are forcibly designating a target to enter arena mode with you. Confirm. Jiang Kai confirmed without hesitation. He knew this was the only way to stop the dangerous Visa. Inside the arena's barrier, Visa was forced to face him head-on. Outside, Su Nuanyuan hurriedly treated Hu Yen. Hu Yen, don't move. Let me heal you. Hu Yen weakly stopped her. Nuanyuan, save your strength. Your doctor's heart might be our last trump card. Cough. Don't cry. At least we forced that bastard to use his life-saving skill, right? Remember to help Captain Kai. We have to win. With those words, Hu Yen turned into a beam of light and logged out of the instance. Su Nuanyuan burst into tears. Hu Yen. While she was grieving, two other enemies snuck up to ambush her. That healer is the weakest. Kill her first. From a distance, Zhu Zi roared and charged. The friends of this war god are not for trash like you to touch. A powerful slash sent the two ambushers flying. However, another enemy used Shadow Poison Thrust, aiming for Zhu Zi's back. Leaving your back open to an enemy is your most foolish decision. Zhu Zi quickly switched to an agility-enhancing stance to dodge the blow. Inside the separate arena, Jiang Kai and Visa clashed fiercely. The monsters outside frantically slammed against the barrier, but couldn't get in. Jiang Kai calculated silently. Asterisk, this guy's movement is incredibly bizarre. I can't give him any opening to dodge. Asterisk. Visa, on the other hand, was even more excited now that no one could interrupt his fun. Jiang Kai threw out his gambler's time card to gain a point advantage, combining it with Ghost Hand card throw. Visa was no slouch either, activating Bloodthirsty Blizzard Slash and continuously neutralizing his attacks. Jiang Kai realized, asterisk, once life pursuit crits, its power multiplies by 100-fold. But this guy can actually counter critical hits, asterisk. Visa taunted as he dodged. Too slow, Jiang Kai. Your speed is too slow. Outside, Willis lay leisurely on a flying carpet, observing. Interesting. Between these two monsters, who will win? This match was worth coming for. A monster spat poison at them. Willis gently maneuvered the flying carpet to dodge. Grim used Shadow Cloak. The carpet and the two of them vanished, as if into thin air, causing the monsters to lose their trail. Willis said smugly, this aura hiding skill of yours is really convenient. Now we can watch the show. Inside the arena, Jiang Kai activated Ghost Eye Focus to increase his reflexes, but Visa still blocked all his Life Chaser attacks. He suddenly realized his opponent's trick. He's not directly blocking the attacks, but using a tiny amount of force to hit the side of the Life Chaser daggers. He was using the arena's own barrier to nullify the critical hits power. Visa suddenly executed Bloodthirsty Phantom, creating an illusory smoke that caused Jiang Kai's card to hit the defensive wall. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. I'll let him escape again. Just how many life-saving tricks does this guy have? He quickly took out the Holy Light aura to force him to appear. but he was suddenly stabbed from behind by a blade. Visa laughed cruelly. A true swordsman is like a phantom. He activated his life-steal skill, causing the sword to sprout sharp barbs that dug deeper into his body. Jiang Kai, in agony, still managed to grab his wrist. Huh, your resistance is nothing more than the death throes of the weak. In my eyes, it's not even worth mentioning. Visa shrieked, a dark aura emanating from him. Jiang Kai was stunned. What? You thought the special effect of this blade was just life-steal? Trying to trade your life for mine? How pathetically naive. Visa laughed coldly and cast blood sacrifice. Blood gushed from Jiang Kai's body. He was lifted into the air by Visa. Everyone held their breath, watching. Sunwanwan kried od Yankei. Just as she was about to rush forward, a monster tried to ambush her. Luckily, Brother Chun and Brother Xia killed it in time. Be careful! Zhuzi roared in fury and charged. That damn bastard is unforgivable. The enemy took the opportunity to surround them. Hee, a good opportunity has come. One was knocked back. His opponent mocked. A coward like you wants to save people? If you don't know your own limits, you'll lose your life. Inside the arena, Visa slammed Jiang Kai to the ground. His body was mangled, blood staining the arena floor. Su Nuanyuan stood helplessly outside the barrier, calling his name through her tears. Yankei. Is he even still alive? Calm down. I have to start healing him immediately. But the system's notification was cruel. Your healing target is currently in an unhealable state. Willis witnessed this scene and recalled Jiang Kai's arrogant words from before. He said to Grim, next time you see someone from Holy Radiance, remember to kneel and walk around them. This guy is interesting. But Grim, I don't know why, but I feel a little disappointed. In the military meeting room, the general sighed. After all, Jiang Kai is not even level 30. Fighting a master whose strength is above level 60 is a huge leap. He really did his best. That's right. Besides, especially Visa, everyone, remember this name well. One day in the future, he will definitely become a great threat to Holy Radiance. Visa approached Jiang Kai's body, repeatedly stabbing it with his sword. This guy isn't resisting at all. Has he accepted his fate? Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, a faint smile on his lips. This should be enough, right? In his hand, a golden card shone brightly. A system notification echoed in his mind. You're in a near-death state. The hidden effect of the death card, Wheel of Fortune, has been activated. The Wheel of Fortune has started. Do you wish to spin it? Spin it for me. Jiang Kai roared in his mind. The ancient clock spun rapidly and then stopped at 12 o'clock. The Wheel of Fortune has finished spinning. Reward. Origin Force Attack Talent, 60 seconds. Double Origin Force Strength, 60 seconds. Penalty. 2 talents disabled, 10 minutes. Jiang Kai decisively chose to disable Super Multiplier and Agility Enhancement. In his opinion, critical hit power was what would help him turn the tables now. Congratulations, you have received the Origin Force Attack Talent. New energy surged into his dying body. Jiang Kai could feel life returning. Visa was surprised to see he hadn't disappeared yet. Could it be that this guy isn't completely dead? He used Phantom Invincible / again. This blow will finish you off for good. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's eyes snapped open. He shot up and threw 3 extremely fast Life Chaser daggers. Visa dodged in a hurry but still got a long cut on his face. What? This is... The two stood frozen, staring at each other. Jiang Kai stood firm, his presence overwhelming. He enunciated each word. I told you. When you meet people from Holy Radiance, remember to kneel and walk around them. Witnessing the unbelievable comeback, the military officials were stunned. Jiang Kai. He's not dead? Am I old and seeing things? Not only that, I can even feel the fighting spirit pouring out of him. What on earth is happening? Grim and Willis couldn't hide their astonishment either. Willis burst out laughing. Things are suddenly getting more interesting. Visa wiped the blood from his face, staring at him. You have a self-healing talent. In response, there was only a heavy silence from Jiang Kai. Flashing back to an hour ago, his teammates were all looking at him with worried eyes. This is the arena card I spent 30 rescue cards on. It can imprison 1 enemy and 1 ally in an independent space, immune to external damage, for a duel to the death. Jiang Kai frowned slightly and asked thoughtfully, an independent space? If it's immune to external damage, does that mean it can't receive external supplies either? Doesn't that mean if you're seriously injured, you can only leave it to fate? Zuzi nodded heavily. That's right. At that moment, Su Nuanyuan spoke up urgently. Maybe we could try this. She took out a strange item. The system immediately displayed its information. This is Professor Lee's latest experimental product, called human symbiosis. Description: the wearers of the blue and red orchid petals can sense each other within a 3-meter range, bypassing spatial barriers to transfer energy. Current energy transfer loss, 10%. Her small hand offered him 1/2. Jiang Kai took it, not forgetting to remind her, although it can pass through the spatial barrier, a 10% energy loss is not low. Unless it's absolutely necessary, save your strength and protect yourself. The little girl smiled brightly and nodded, determined to stay in top condition to prevent any mishaps. Back in the present, Jiang Kai's eyes looked with sorrow towards the outside of the barrier. Su Nuanyuan's whole body was trembling, her strength depleted. Her lips moved as if to say, Jiang Kai, you have to win. With my strength too. The resilient healer had squeezed out her last drop of energy to transfer to him until she turned into a white light and logged out. Blood vessels stood out in the corners of Jiang Kai's eyes. He gritted his teeth. She had used human symbiosis to sacrifice herself for him. On the opposite side, Visa burst out laughing triumphantly. Jiang Kai, you went to all this trouble to drag me into this barrier. Were you afraid I'd go on a killing spree? However, you can't stop me. After I kill you, I'll hunt down and kill every last one of those Holy Radiance people. Rage erupted. Jiang Kai threw a death card with flame thrust. The card blazed like a fireball, shooting towards the enemy. Visa repeated his old trick, his body turning into a hazy smoke, allowing the attack to pass through him. But that was exactly what Jiang Kai was waiting for. In an instant, the card suddenly changed from blue to brilliant yellow. A huge amount of origin force reinforced it, and it slammed into the arena's defensive wall. Then, with the rebound force, it returned, transformed into a death card of terrifying power. Watching from the outside, Hua Tianxin's eyes widened in shock. He muttered, could it be origin force attack? He's not a martial apprentice. How is that possible? Meanwhile, Visa was completely unaware that death was rushing towards him from behind. He sneered at Jiang Kai, growling cruelly, trash should die like trash. This time, I'll flay you bit by bit until you're in hell. He activated his bloodthirsty blizzard slash skill. Jiang Kai remained rooted to the spot, his cold eyes uttering, your drawing speed is too slow. The pressure from the immense origin force slammed down, causing Visa's charging body to suddenly freeze, stiff as a statue. Utter panic was evident in his eyes. Impossible. How can this be? You've got to be kidding me. Yang Kai sleeps zulet coldly. Now you know who the real trash is, don't you? The death card tore through the air, easily piercing his defensive layer and slicing his body in two, to his utter astonishment. The battle was decided. The arena's energy wall shattered into pieces. The blood-soaked card from Visa's body flew into the air and obediently returned to Jiang Kai's hand. He was about to sigh in relief when the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The monster tide from deep within the forest once again surged out like a broken dam. The surviving players, scattered everywhere, quickly became delicious prey. Not far away, Brother Chan was being tightly besieged by a group of enemies. He roared tragically, you want to destroy my holy radiance? You'll have to get past my dead body first. In his final moments, Brother Chen decisively activated mutual destruction. His body exploded, wiping out the surrounding enemies. Brother Xia seized the opportunity, rushing in to finish off the surviving remnants. Mutuelle destruction? So what? In this moment, I am invincible. His blade swung, cutting down 2 enemies. However, the fatal wound also pushed Brother Xia to his limit. Before turning into a beam of light and logging out, he turned and said, I'm leaving the rest to you. On the other side, Zhu Zi's entire body was blazing with majestic power. He swung his greatsword, piercing the shoulder of the Country D warrior, and roared, look closely. This is the fate of those who anger the #1 war god in the world. The Country D warrior remained stubborn to the end, gathering all his remaining strength for a devastating blow to Zhu Zi's stomach. He gritted his teeth and spat. You're not getting out of this alive either. The two charged at each other like wild beasts, determined to take the other's life. At the same time, a beast pounced, attacking Ruan Yu and Alice. The powerful impact sent them both flying. Alice clutched her fatal wound in pain, her face contorted in agony. Ruanyu was in a worse state, with one arm severed. But thanks to the effects of the alcohol, he still staggered to his feet without feeling any pain, his mouth spouting taunts. This little sister is quite feisty. How exciting. But I like it. The monster tide in the forest continued to pour out like a waterfall. Someone coughed violently in terror. The monster tide is here. From above, Willis leisurely enjoyed the bloody drama below, smiling gracefully. It seems the adorable little ones are starving. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Kai lay exhausted and motionless. Zhu Zi was still locked in a fierce struggle, and Ruanyu was dragging his battered body along. Willis clicked his tongue. It seems that before these people can decide a true winner, the adorable little ones will go on a killing spree first. Just then, the Country D warrior gathered light in his palm, intending to deliver a finishing blow to Zhu Zi. The dazzling light, combined with the roars of the beasts, made Zhu Zi scream in horror. The monster tide is here. Let's go to hell together, you son of a bitch. But before the enemy could strike, a cold beam of light shot through the air. Jiang Kai's life chaser landed a precise critical hit, sending the Country D warrior flying and saving Zhu Zi's life in the nick of time. Yang Edalet. It's over. Strangely, the rampaging monster tide suddenly screeched to a halt as if hearing some sound. They all turned and obediently retreated deep into the forest. A player exclaimed in disbelief, "The monster tide. It actually retreated?" The scene fell silent until a brilliant pillar of light shone down from the sky. The system's voice rang out evenly. The top 3 teams in this global championship have been decided. All survivors will have their full health restored, after which their achievements will be calculated. Jiang Kai stretched slightly, feeling a warm life force flood his body, restoring it completely. The fatal wound on Zhu Zi's body also quickly closed. Ruanyu, still drunk and clinging to the tail of the stone dragon, mumbled, "Hey, beautiful, this texture, this elasticity." And his severed arm immediately grew back. Alice, not far away, also returned to her original state. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, feeling his body brimming with power. All my strength is back. The system lifted Ruanyu's drunken state. He sobered up, looked around, and then screamed in terror, "A monster!" Zhu Zi chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. "Ruanyu, are you okay?" The system's bell chimed again. Next, we will tally the surviving members of each team and their number of rescue cards. We will then rank the 3 surviving squads. The Noble Snow Squad from Country N has 1 member remaining and has obtained 38 rescue cards, ranking 3rd. They will receive 1 key to the Land of the Lost. The Angler Squad from Country D has 2 members remaining and has obtained 98 rescue cards, ranking 2nd. They will receive 2 keys to the Land of the Lost. Willis stroked his chin, glancing at his companion. TSK, only 2nd place? Grim, I worked so hard and still lost. I'm so hurt. The system continued its announcement. The Fire God Squad from Holy Radiance has 3 members remaining and has obtained 108 rescue cards. They will receive 3 keys to the Land of the Lost. 3 sparkling keys instantly fell into Jiang Kai's palm. Zhu Zi excitedly slapped him on the shoulder. "What are you spacing out for? Holy Radiance won. We won. I knew it." In the command headquarters, high-ranking officials stared at the screen. An old general tremblingly wiped away tears. "I'm not dreaming, am I? It's our Holy Radiance." The entire room erupted in joyous cheers. Holy Radiance won the global championship. We won. We won. Our Holy Radiance got 1st place. Fire God Squad, well done. Hua Tianshan stood up straight, facing the crowd. "Everyone, listen to me. Holy Radiance's victory today is tied to every single hero who fought to the death on the battlefield. This is the military spirit of Holy Radiance. From this day forward, the name of Holy Radiance will resound throughout the world." Everyone snapped their heels together, raised their hands in a solemn salute, and roared in unison. The instant space echoed with the emotionless voice once more. The Global Championship Competition Zone will temporarily close in 10 minutes. The winning teams, please bring your keys and re-enter the competition zone at 1 p.m. on the 15th to explore the lost ruins and open the mysterious treasure. All rescue cards and functional cards in your possession will now be collected. Please leave the competition zone quickly via the teleportation array. Alice stretched her body and gracefully stepped through the teleportation portal. Finally, I can go home and take a bath. I'm so sticky and gross. Zhu cheerfully slung an arm around Ruan Yu's shoulder and urged, "Let's go, Jiang Kai. Let's hurry back and share this good news with Nuanyuan's group. This is the glory everyone fought for with their lives." Jiang Kai nodded lightly, a warmth spreading in his heart. Everyone's sacrifices had finally been rewarded. Even so, Jiang Kai's gaze lingered on Willis's group. He silently calculated in his mind. Asterisk, those two are still worth paying attention to. Obtaining 98 rescue cards, their strength is truly extraordinary. Moreover, they were able to ally with an arrogant and conceited person like Visa. I remember it seemed like they used some kind of stealth skill to avoid aggro. They weren't attacked by those monsters at all. Asterisk. I have a feeling that guy is much more dangerous than he appears. Catching Jiang Kai's scrutinizing gaze, Willis raised an eyebrow and thought, "He's actually looking at me?" He stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, Yankee. My name is Willis. I've heard a lot about you. Yankee Fronid Varidi. You know my name?" Willis smiled gracefully. "Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential exceeds my imagination. Your performance today was spectacular. But to be honest, I'm also very curious about your class." Jiang Kai took half a step back and said coldly, "If I remember correctly, you and Visa were in the same group. I don't think we're friends." He turned his back and said to his teammates, "Zhu, Ruan Yu, let's go. It's best not to get involved with someone this dangerous." Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Willis blocked their path. Zhu bristled. "Hey, you thick-skinned bastard. If you want to fight." Before he could finish, Willis flicked his finger, creating a flickering energy ball right next to him. Fearing his teammate would get hurt, Jiang Kai shouted, "Zhu, don't get close." At the same time, he quickly threw 3 life chaser daggers to intercept it. The energy ball moved with a bizarre trajectory, weaving past all the daggers and embedding itself in the empty air, then flew right past Jiang Kai's nose. Zhu broke out in a cold sweat. "Captain Kai, Jiang Kai, that speed was too fast." But instead of exploding, the ball burst open, turning into an envelope that fell neatly in front of him. Jiang Kai was stunned. A letter. Standing before the portal, Willis smiled elegantly. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Jiang Kai. I look forward to our reunion." The two figures gradually disappeared behind the spatial gate. On the other side of the space, Grimm spoke coldly. "What on earth did you give Jiang Kai just now? If the military asks." 3 energy arrows shot past Grimm's head, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Willis warned with a smile, "Stop meddling in my affairs. I hate repeating myself." The next second, he stretched and yawned lazily. "I'm a little hungry. What delicious thing should I reward myself with?" Grimm clutched his chest and exhaled. TSK, that was close. At the main hall of the Sovereign God Guild, the 3 of them had gathered. Ruan Yu curiously peeked at the letter. "Jiang Kai, are you still thinking about this letter?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yeah." He reached out to open it, but a wave of cold energy radiated from it, freezing his fingers. "I don't know what's in here. I haven't been able to open it since I got it." Ruan Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Captain Kai, I just remembered. I heard there's a class called Alchemist. They refine some items with special magical properties. Maybe this letter has some kind of seal on it." Jiang Kai frowned and muttered, "Alchemist and a seal?" Zhu slammed the table in frustration. "That Willis guy looks like bad news. Who knows what kind of tricks he's played with this seal?" "Jiang Kai, maybe you should ask the military to check it out." Jiang Kai shook his head slightly, his mind analyzing nonstop. Asterisk, that guy is unfathomable. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. His strength is clearly superior to mine, yet he was willing to give up competing for first place in this championship. What is he planning? I'll have to find him in half a month and ask him properly. Asterisk. His train of thought was interrupted by a hearty laugh echoing from afar. "Huh, I knew you guys would be here." Lu Jun strode in. Jiang Kai was surprised and went to greet him. "Brother Lu, why are you here?" Lu Jun teased. "Why am I here? Do you know how many people were crowding the mountain pass, waiting for the victorious heroes to return? And you guys just sneak back here." Jiang Kai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Brother Lu, you know I don't like being stared at by a crowd." Lu Jun put on a serious face and scolded. "It's one thing not to meet the others, but you didn't even meet Commander Wei?" Jiang Kai was startled. "Commander Wei came too." Lu Jun clicked his tongue. "Not just Commander Wei. The high-level managers in charge of this operation, including General Hua Tianxin, all came to the mountain pass specifically." Ruan Yu and Zhu Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. So many people? We've really made a name for ourselves this time. Zhu Zi proudly slung an arm around him. Jiang Kai, since I joined the military, I've never seen such a grand spectacle. Lu Jun waved his hand and smiled. All right, I know you're modest. When I saw you guys just now, I already sent a message for everyone to disperse. Hearing that, Jiang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered something important and asked hastily, All right, Brother Lu, let me ask you something. How are Hu Yin, Nuan Yuan, and Brother Lu's group? Can we go visit them? Wan Yu chimed in. That's right. Are they all okay? Lu Jun's voice softened slightly as he reassured them. Visiting might not be convenient right now, but don't worry. All members in this operation receive the highest level of psychological treatment from the military immediately after logging off. They should be able to fully recover in no more than 7 days. The three of them looked at each other and smiled in relief. Lu Jun then announced cheerfully, Also, the Fire God Squad made a great contribution this time. Commander Wei specially applied for a special policy for you, giving you the right to use the Green Channel just like the military. Jiang Kai frowned in confusion. Green Channel? Lu Jun explained patiently. That's right. To ensure smooth mission execution, all military members have the privilege of skipping the queue after logging off and getting priority access to Ghost Planet. If the application is approved, the Fire God Guild will have 100 uses of this green channel for a year. This means that for these 100 times, even if you're killed and logged off, you can have priority to return to Ghost Planet. Overwhelming joy surged through them, and the group burst out in cheers. 100 times? Then Hu Yin and Su Nuanyuan can come back immediately this time. Zuzi clapped excitedly. Kai, our Fire God Squad will be reunited soon. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Lu Jun's expression suddenly turned serious. All right, Jiang Kai, there's one more thing I think I should tell you in advance. It's about the Black Tortoise Guild. Jiang Kai's face turned cold. What? Have those bastards from the Huang family been harassing my big brother and sister again? Lu Jun quickly reassured him. Don't worry. Since you killed members of the Huang family in the guild challenge, they've backed off a lot. I heard that after you killed Huang Wei last time, he's been acting crazy ever since. Huangda is still trapped in the nightmare of being tortured and killed by you. He goes crazy and breaks down whenever he hears your name. An image of Huang clutching his head in a dark room, screaming, Don't come here. I don't want to stay here, still echoed. Lu Jun chuckled triumphantly and continued. Today, as soon as Huang Tong heard you won the championship, he coughed up blood on the spot and fainted from anger. His subordinates could only scream, Guild Master. To avoid affecting the entire guild's operation, the Black Tortoise Guild has appointed new personnel. Huang Tong's position as Guild Master has been taken over by a newcomer. Her name is He Sure Sure. She's a strong woman, not very old, but decisive and ruthless. She has 4 powerful generals behind her, each a top-tier master known as the Four Seasons Flowers, whom ordinary people dare not provoke. You have to be careful of this He Sure Sure. This warning put Jiang Kai on high alert. Lu Jun patted his shoulder sympathetically. After all, He Sure Sure is a distant relative of the Huang family. She might be prejudiced against you, but I hope my worries are unnecessary. Zhu Zi puffed out his chest and declared aggressively, I don't care if her surname is Huang or He. If she wants to bully Jiang Kai, she'll have to get through Yuan Zhu first. Ruan Yu also beat his chest. And me too. Jiang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Hey, you too. I'm the captain of the Fire God Squad. After all, the ones who should be having nightmares are those who cause trouble. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At a large lake, monsters surged up like waves. All sorts of creatures, from level 45 elite blood-sucking water demons to level 65 warlord rank ones, charged in to tear everything apart. Ruan Yu, in a drunken stupor, danced among the monsters, his mouth spouting flirtatious lines. Ooh, such soft skin. Let your king, Ruan Yu, bathe in the sea of love with you babies. Despite his disheveled appearance, his sword strikes were sharp and precise, having already claimed several lives. The system continuously announced experience points. You have successfully killed an elite blood-sucking water demon X5. You have successfully killed an elite blood-sucking water demon X15. You have successfully killed an elite blood-sucking water demon X20. After a long period of grinding, the beasts continued to swarm, more ferocious than before. Facing the dense encirclement, Jiang Kai just smirked. The game is over. He leaped into the air, launching a death card with flame thrust. Wherever the sea of fire swept, monster corpses piled up. The system notifications flashed incessantly. You have successfully killed an elite blood-sucking water demon, X25. The number only stopped when it reached X40. As soon as he landed, a brilliant light enveloped him. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 31. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and muttered, I've reached level 31 in less than 7 days, but it doesn't feel particularly special. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful female system illusion appeared, her voice clear. You have successfully leveled up to level 31, activating the super multiplier talent. Below are your current basic attributes: Strength 280, Constitution 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442. Activating the Agility Enhancement talent, your agility increases by 40%. The personal information panel lit up, and his agility stat shot up from 552 to 772 points. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. The super multiplier finally activated. Last time, the city upgrade pushed the probability from 1% to 3%. The side effect was a fragile constitution, where any damage would have more severe consequences, and he would endure double the pain. Although there was no visible difference, for him, this was a critical turning point. It might not seem like much of a change, but going from a 1 in 100 chance to a 3 in 100 chance is a pretty significant increase in probability. Analyzing his stats, he assessed himself. Even my weakest attribute, strength, is now close to 300 points, much higher than a level 40 fighter. As for agility, I have over 700 points. An elite level 40 class with equipment would be lucky to reach 450 points. Just this one attribute alone is already equal to the sum of all 4 attributes of others at the same level. The bizarre image of Willis flashed through his mind. If I face him now, I definitely won't lose in terms of speed. 10 minutes later, Ruan Yu's drunken state was cured by special medicine. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw his level had shot up, he jumped up and celebrated. Captain Kai, I'm level 34 now. Just 6 more levels, and I can prepare for my next class change. Jiang Kai nodded in approval. Well done. It's been tough these past few days, but your progress has been incredible. Ruan Yu scratched his head. Haha, it's just a pity Zhu Zi went back to the military. Otherwise, with Captain Kai leading him, he would definitely have improved more than me. Jiang Kai waved his hand and explained, Zhu Zi is a member of the military. After all, the military has other arrangements for him. If we calculate the time, Huyen should be back by now. Let's go back to the guild first. Ruan Yu obediently nodded. On the way back, their steps faltered when they saw a fully equipped military unit marching through the mountain pass. Ruan Yu nudged him with his elbow. Wow, so many troops. Where are they going? I remember that direction leads to the quarantine zone guarded by the military, specifically to prevent monster raids. Just then, a familiar, clear female voice called out from a distance. Jiang Kai, what are you guys doing here? It turned out to be Su Lan. Jiang Kai replied, I was training with Ruan Yu and was about to head back. We just happened to pass by here. Seeing her hurried expression, he pressed, the military suddenly deployed so many people to the quarantine zone. Did something important happen? Su Lan's face was filled with pressure. She slowly explained, in 2 months, the military is preparing to team up with the major guilds to hunt a map boss on the Jilu Ridge side. Yang Pupils Fontrafit. What? On a map boss. A dark memory surfaced. Map bosses not only crushed king rank bosses in terms of level. The most terrifying thing was that every time they launched an attack, they would trigger a monster tide, attracting countless monsters to fiercely attack the quarantine zone. He recalled, the merman boss on Everwinter Island before was only king rank, but it nearly wiped out an army of 200,000. Sulan nodded in confirmation. That's right. And the stronger the boss, the larger the scale of the monster tide. She projected information from her watch for him to see. According to government statistics, the scale of the most recent monster tide reached the millions. Jiang Kai sucked in a cold breath. Then won't it be extremely dangerous? Su Lan clenched her fists, her eyes burning with determination. To open up new territory and secure survival resources, the quarantine zone must not fall. Therefore, we plan to deploy a minimum of 5 million troops to fight this monster tide. Even if it's dangerous, we must fight. Those words weighed heavily on Jiang Kai's chest, leaving him silent and somber. The scene shifted back to the guild. A familiar figure rushed out to greet them. Huyen spread her arms and cheered happily. "You two are finally back. I missed you so much." Jiang Kai turned to look at Huyen, smiled warmly, and said, "It must have been suffocating in the psychological treatment center." Huh. Huyen pouted, shrugged, and complained, "Of course. But the military said we had to be observed for a few more days. If we hadn't been rewatching the videos of the global championship to pass the time, we would have been bored to death. Speaking of which, Captain Kai, you were so cool when you dealt with that visa guy. You really let me vent my anger." A gentle look appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. He replied softly, "My victory over Visa was thanks to the contributions of you and Nguyen. It's good that you're both safe and sound now." Just then, his communication device suddenly beeped repeatedly. He looked down to check and found 36 emails. Jiang Kai was surprised. "Are these applications to join the guild?" When the list opened, Ruan Yu, standing beside him, gasped, his eyes shining. "No way. I can't believe so many people want to join our guild." Jiang Kai nodded and explained calmly, "Actually, people have been applying to join ever since we won the guild challenge. It's just a pity that none of them were suitable." As he scrolled through the applications, his eyes suddenly stopped on a name. He whispered with great interest, "This person. Explore information. Shun E. Class, ascetic. Level, 32. An ascetic?" A memory suddenly surfaced. He calculated in his head. "I remember the owner of the pharmacy who sold the green water ghost formula mentioned that the person who discovered it was an ascetic. Ascetics have to go deep into the wilderness and cultivate under harsh conditions, thereby discovering hidden realms. The chance of triggering a mission is also the highest among all classes." Huyen keenly noticed the change in his expression and asked, "Captain Kai, maybe this person can provide us with a lot of instance intel in the future. Do you want to keep him?" The corner of Jiang Kai's mouth lifted into a knowing smile. "Let's meet him first and see." The scene shifted to the next day in the Crimson Moon Forest. At the foot of a cascading waterfall, the figure of a young man sat meditating. Huyen spotted him, way from a distance, and called out Shun Yi's name. Hearing the call, Shun Yi opened his eyes, swam through the water to the shore, and leisurely walked towards the group of three. As he wiped his face, Jiang Kai got straight to the point with the demeanor of a true leader. "Guild Master Jiang, you arrived faster than I expected. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll be direct. You can join the Fire God Guild, but you also need to prove your sincerity and value. For example, by providing intel on some instance." Shun Yi observed him silently. He nodded thoughtfully for a moment, then chuckled calmly and replied, "No problem. However, I also have a request. Help me get to level 40 first." Hearing this, Huyen frowned, feeling indignant. "I've never seen anyone like you, wanting to join our guild and still making demands." Shun Yi remained calm, shrugging nonchalantly. "It's a two-way street. I'm interested in joining you, but I can also choose not to. Isn't that right?" These challenging words didn't anger Jiang Kai. Instead, they ignited the fighting spirit within him. He laughed excitedly. "If you think that's difficult, just level 40? Seeing Jiang Kai's dismissive attitude, Shun Yi smirked and said doubtfully, "You talk big. Reaching level 40 takes at least a year." Jiang Kai crossed his arms, his eyes radiating absolute confidence. "A year? 5 days at most. Or maybe even less." 3 days later, a leveling spot, the ground around them was littered with the corpses of high-level monsters. Several giant, 100-level monsters had also been pierced through, lifeless. Just then, the system's clear sound rang out. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 40. Shun Yi's eyes widened. He looked at his hands and then burst out laughing in sheer joy. "Level 40. I've reached level 40. Jiang Kai walked over and patted him on the shoulder with a friendly smile. "Congratulations. Once you find the class change materials, you can change your class again." Shun Yi was still in shock, his voice trembling with excitement. "My God, I can't believe it. I gained 8 levels in just 3 days. The experience I gained in these 3 days is more than what I accumulated over a year of hard training." Just then, Huyen and Ruan Yu ran overexcitedly from behind. Huyen tilted her chin, her face full of pride. "Now you know how amazing he is, right? Let's see you dare to look down on Captain Jiang Kai again." Ruan Yu also puffed out his chest in agreement. "That's right. I'm not bragging, but our Captain Kai is amazing." Shun Yi turned around, his eyes now filled with deep respect for Jiang Kai. He bowed his head and said sincerely, "Guildmaster, I am completely convinced. I agree to hand over the intelligence I have to the guild." Jiang Kai smiled and nodded. After composing himself, Shun Yi began to reveal his secret. "Do you remember when you found me? I was cultivating under the waterfall. Actually, there's a cave behind the waterfall. Every 6 days, a mysterious sphere of light appears." Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes, repeating curiously, "A mysterious sphere of light?" Shang Yi nodded in confirmation. "That's right, but the sphere's speed is extremely fast, and it only appears for about 10 seconds before disappearing. I tried to grab it before, but was knocked away." Jiang Kai calculated the time and asked, "So when did the sphere last appear?" "About 5 days ago. So it should appear again tomorrow," Shun Yi replied confidently. Hu Yin turned to Jiang Kai, her intuition telling her this was no ordinary matter. "Captain Kai, this doesn't sound like anything we know." A determined glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. "I have a feeling this might be a clue to some kind of fortuitous encounter. Since we found it, let's go see for ourselves." The leader's words seemed to add fuel to the fire, and the group roared in unison. "Let's go." The group quickly entered the area behind the waterfall where Shun Yi had been meditating. Passing through the curtain of white, splashing water, a spacious cave was revealed. Inside, there were clear signs of survival. Shun Yi pointed around and introduced, "I used to live here. The things haven't been touched, so probably no one has been here." Guan Yu looked around and clicked his tongue in amazement. "Wow, this cave is much bigger than I imagined." Jiang Kai meticulously examined every nook and cranny and turned to ask Shun, "But how did you find this place in the first place?" Shun Yi smiled wryly, recalling the old memory. "I originally just came up here to see if this place was suitable for cultivation. As a result, I ran into that light sphere. It shattered rocks everywhere and almost knocked me out. After I woke up, I started cultivating in the waterfall to recover. After that, I didn't dare to provoke the sphere anymore. Luckily, it wasn't interested in me either, so we coexisted peacefully." Meanwhile, Jiang Kai walked over and ran his hand along the deep dents on the cave wall. He silently assessed in his mind, "Asterisk, the rock walls here are extremely hard, but they were smashed like this by that light sphere. It shows how dangerous that thing is." Asterisk, a piercing, whistling sound echoed. Jiang Kai's eyes became incredibly sharp. He roared a warning, "It's here." Without a thousandth of a second's hesitation, he waved his hand. 3 life chaser daggers shot through the air, aimed straight at the approaching sphere of light. However, the light sphere weaved with bizarre agility. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth in shock. "So fast, my life chaser can't even touch its tail." This time, the sphere of light didn't flee but aggressively changed direction, aiming straight for Hu Yan like a cannonball. Shun Yi shouted, "Watch out." Hu Yan calmly took out her magic weapon and roared to activate her skill, Invincible Hailstorm. However, the sphere only grazed her ice shield before shooting straight up to the cave ceiling. The impact was so strong that it caused numerous large rocks on the ceiling to crack and come crashing down. Seeing Hu Yin in danger, Jiang Kai continuously threw life chaser daggers into the air to shatter the rocks falling on her head, while shouting, "Hu Yin, duck!" The life chaser daggers shattered the rocks, creating a blinding cloud of dust that allowed Hu Yin to escape. Jiang Kai's eyes tracked the sphere's trajectory, and he reminded the team, as it closes the distance, its path becomes clearer. Unexpectedly, the light sphere slammed into the cave wall and used the rebound force to shoot straight towards Ruanyu. Shun Yi quickly retreated to a safe corner, analyzing with sweat on his brow. The initial damage wasn't this strong. It seems to know there are more people here. The attack is several times stronger than before. Realizing the situation had escalated, Jiang Kai decided to go all out. He immediately activated his Gambler's Time and Ghost Eye Focus skills. His pupils contracted, capturing every movement of the target. 3 life chaser daggers once again whistled through the air. A sharp cry rang out. A throwing knife had accurately hit the sphere. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. "I hit it!" But his joy was short-lived as the sphere of light suddenly opened up, slowly swallowing the dagger like a living entity. Jiang Kai stared in disbelief. "It ate my life chaser." At this point, the sphere seemed to go berserk. It frantically slammed against the cave walls, causing sharp stalactites to rain down. A rock half the size of a person shot towards Jiang Kai. Fortunately, Ruan Yu was as fast as lightning, raising his shield to block it. Shun Yi also rushed over, using his spear to shatter the remaining fragments. The three of them formed a solid wall, shielding their leader. They shouted in unison, "Let us block it for you." While the sphere was hovering, about to change direction, Jiang Kai pulled out his strongest trump card. A brilliant card shone in his hand. Death card. The time has not come. Let's see if you can eat this. The death card transformed into a black beam and shot into the sphere. However, it began to contract, gradually clamping down and fusing the card into itself. Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. What? It can even swallow the death card. Sensing the threatening power, the sphere of light panicked and spun around, looking for an escape route. Hu Yin keenly noticed, "Oh no, it's trying to run." Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and chased after it with terrifying speed. "Give me back my death card." Ruan Yu and Shun Yi hurriedly followed. "Captain Kai, Guild Master, wait." Jiang Kai ran with all his might, cursing in his head, "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?" Reaching the end of the tunnel, he saw the sphere hovering in mid-air, radiating a strange spatial distortion. Through a mental connection, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I can sense the death card's presence with my mind. It's still here." Not missing the opportunity, he leaped forward, reaching out to touch the center of the sphere of light. The moment he made contact, a dazzling light exploded, swallowing everything. The system's voice echoed in the void. Instance accidentally blocked. Downgraded to a hidden secret realm. Detected secret realm blocked by a master trickster. Class exclusive artifact reward set to gambler class exclusive artifact. The scene changed abruptly. In the radiant god's domain, Jiang Kai rubbed his head, waking up groggily on unfamiliar ground. He looked around the space filled with brilliant light and muttered, "Where is this? What's a god's domain?" The hidden secret realm the voice mentioned seems completely different from the ones I've encountered before. Suddenly, he looked down at the grass beneath his feet. Wait a minute. That's the death card. He also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his teammates lying scattered around, safe and sound. The system's majestic voice once again echoed in his mind. "Congratulations on entering the hidden secret realm, the Radiant God's Domain. In 3 minutes, the demon army will launch an attack on the Radiant God's Domain. You and your teammates need to protect Radiant God's Command 300S. After completing the mission, the squad will receive a secret realm treasure, as well as an additional weapon reward based on each member's contribution. In this instance, S-rank items and items exceeding your current class cannot be used." Hearing the announcement, Jiang Kai was stunned for a moment. Ruan Yu's group also staggered to their feet, looking at each other in confusion. There's a secret realm inside that light sphere? Jiang Kai reached out to retrieve his death card, but it was completely ineffective. He clicked his tongue. "I can't retrieve the death card. As expected, god-tier weapons can't be used in this instance." Hu Yin pointed towards the central square, her voice full of astonishment. "What is that?" On a high platform, a statue of a goddess with outstretched wings was radiating a dazzling golden light. Jiang Kai recognized it immediately. This is the Radiant God's Command. It also mentioned a gambler-exclusive weapon earlier. If so, this is likely the second Sovereign God card, the Radiant God's Command. However, before his excitement could fade, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. Zhu Zi said worriedly, "Captain Kai, the ground is starting to shake." Jiang Kai immediately activated Ghost Eye Focus, his gaze extending into the distance. On the dark horizon, countless grotesque black figures were rapidly approaching. He swallowed hard. Their numbers are countless. It's the demon army. Ruan Yu drew his sword, ready to charge. "Guildmaster, do we need to go stop them?" Jiang Kai raised a hand to stop him, his brain working at full capacity to strategize. "No, if they reach the foot of the mountain, our defense line will be stretched too thin. The four of us can't hold such a long line. We'll stay here and block the entrance until the mission is over." A red notification panel appeared before his eyes. Demon attack countdown, 10 seconds. As the clock ticked down, Ruan Yu raised a bottle and drained it. He lifted his giant shield to defend. At the 7-second mark, Jiang Kai also held his sharp life chaser daggers between his fingers. Hu Yin and Shun Yi readied their weapons, holding their breath. As the first second passed, the protective shield collapsed. The hungry monsters swarmed in like a broken beehive. Jiang Kai stomped the ground and launched himself into the air, shouting, "Everyone engage." A life chaser dagger carrying flame, thrust, damage embedded itself in the head of the most ferocious three-headed monster, creating a stunning critical hit. But its skin was untouched. Yang Kai thrown it. No damage. Damn it, these beasts are immune to fire. He immediately changed tactics, focusing his power on physical attacks. In that case, I'll use Life Chaser for a direct attack. This time, 3 throwing knives sank deep into the monster's skull. The powerful impact sent it flying backward, crushing a group of smaller monsters. But the ones behind them continued to swarm forward, trampling over each other. He had to flexibly retreat, picking them off one by one. A shadow monster tried to pounce on him from his blind spot. Just then, Ruan Yu roared and charged forward like a tank. "Darling, I'm here." A violent shield bash combined with a sharp slash sent the monster flying. On the high mountain peak, dark clouds swirled and lightning tore across the sky. Hu Yin was chanting, her roar echoing, super invincible universe reigns summoning. A massive waterfall poured down from the sky like a broken dam, washing away hordes of monsters. Ruan Yu, in his bloodlust, playfully reached out to the monsters being washed away. "Hey beauties, don't run." "Hey!" Shini quickly grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. "Brother Ruan Yu, calm down." Ruan Yu struggled, whining, "Damn it, let me go. Don't stop me for having fun with the ladies." Suddenly, from deep within the floodwaters, a giant mud monster moved with terrifying speed. Ruan Yu stammered in shock. Captain Jiang Kai, what is that? I don't think I can stop them." Thanks to his superior agility, Jiang Kai saw through its nature. "What? That's a mud monster. The mud patches are sticking together, constantly absorbing the corpses of smaller monsters to grow larger." He looked at the system clock. There are still 180 seconds. I have to break their formation first. He threw a series of life chaser daggers at the mud patch, but they were like throwing small stones into a calm lake. They created an explosion, and then the mud immediately reformed as if nothing had happened. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. "No, the reinforcement speed is too fast. I can't keep up." He immediately changed direction, using a substitution skill to trick it. The system panel flashed. "You have entered a stealth state," leaving behind a shadow substitute as a decoy. He ordered, "Go." The monsters immediately swarmed the illusion. Jiang Kai turned to Shuni. "Let go of Ruan Yu." As if unleashed, Ruan Yu charged straight into the monster horde with a shield. "Come on, my darlings. Let this king give you a passionate kiss." While the mud monster was distracted, splitting its body to chase after him, Jiang Kai, in his invisible state, had slipped behind it. He threw a series of critical hit daggers. The explosion tore a huge hole in its mud body. He shouted a signal, "Hu Yin." Seizing the opportunity, Hu Yin swung her staff with all her might, activating a spell. "Tremble, you trash." A pillar of water, as sharp as a blade, split the air, piercing straight through the hole in the boss's chest. The torrent of water nearly destroyed the mud structure, freezing the surrounding monsters in place. As the remaining monsters struggled to swim closer to Hu Yin, Jiang Kai's life chaser daggers roared again, reaping lives. "This one will send you to hell." The bloody battle dragged on for another 2 minutes. From all directions, monsters continued to swarm endlessly. Jiang Kai panted, his stamina draining. "I'm about to run out of energy." There's still 3 hours left. Ruan Yu was still in a frenzy, slashing away. Another group of hot babes. This king likes it. But the monsters from behind seized the opportunity to bite his back. Shun Yi quickly provided support with a holy light aura, blocking the fatal blow, while Jiang Kai used flame thrust critical hits to clear out the surrounding monsters. The countdown was down to 10 seconds. The monsters went berserk, surging forward. Zhu Zi, outside, was already exhausted and had collapsed on the ground. Hu Yin trembled and retreated. 7 seconds, 5 seconds. The hungry monsters were closing in on their position. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. "Damn it, just a little more." In the midst of this life or death moment, Shun Yi let out a heart-wrenching scream and shot forward, blocking the formation. His blood boiling, he slammed his long spear into the ground, activating his ultimate skill, Vajra Indestructibility. A giant, golden illusionary figure appeared, enveloping Shun Yi's body. The pressure caused the ground to crack. Jiang Kai shouted anxiously, "Shan Yi." The skill's information flashed through his mind. Asterisk, this is the ascetic's Vajra indestructibility talent. After activation, it can strengthen the body for defense, granting immunity to all physical and spiritual damage. But at the same time, you can't act. The immunity effect only lasts for 3 seconds. Asterisk. The ferocious beast slammed into the golden wall. Shin-Yi coughed up blood, gritting his teeth to endure. It's not good. Shin-Yi can't hold on any longer. Jiang Kai seized the last precious moment, throwing all his remaining life chaser daggers. Now, life chaser, kill for me. The throwing knives turned into a rain of death, reaping the lives of the monsters swarming Shin-Yi. The system clock ticked to 0. A brilliant golden pillar of light from the giant god statue illuminated the entire sky. Jiang Kai looked up, overjoyed. This is a light shining on the sky, the radiant god's command. Under the purifying power of the light, the demon horde melted like snow under the sun, evaporating in an instant. Zhu Zi staggered to his feet, pointing and cheering, Captain Kai, look, the demon army is gone. Not only that, but warm beams of light shone on their bodies, restoring everyone's health bars to full. Jiang Kai sighed in relief. Could this be the healing effect of the radiant god's command? Huyan looked at her hands in amazement. So strong. The wounds are healing so fast. I feel full of power. Ruanyu woke up from his daze with a start, blinking and looking around. Shun-Yi also touched his chest, unable to hide his happy smile. I'm still alive. The system's gentle voice rang out again. Congratulations, challengers, for completing the trial. Based on the total damage the 4 of you dealt to the demon tribe, here are your rewards. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment the rewards were tallied. Challenger Shun-Yi receives the A-rank ascetic weapon, Asura Mirror. Description: the higher the difficulty of the training ground, the greater the benefits for the ascetic. The Asura Mirror can increase the difficulty of the training ground by 1 level, while also enhancing enlightenment to a certain degree. In an enlightened state, training efficiency is greatly increased. Shun-Yi clenched his fists. Excellent. Challenger Ruanyu receives the S-rank martyr weapon, Drunken God's Gourd. Detailed description: can increase the alcohol tolerance of an explorer with a martyr class by 50%. Increases the probability of entering an advanced drunken state by 30%. Jiang Kai analyzed, unable to hide his admiration. This is pretty good. Previous equipment at most increased alcohol tolerance by 20 to 30%. This thing can increase it by a full 50%, and it also increases the probability of entering an advanced drunken state by 30%. That's amazing. Ruanyu, with the Drunken God's Gourd, your chances of entering the drunken revelry state will be even higher. Next is the healer's reward. Challenger Huyan receives the unique grade fortune teller weapon, Wind and Thunderstaff. Description: Wind and Thunderstaff. Spirit plus 72, Strength plus 44, Agility plus 11. Effect 1. Increases the owner's spirit recovery by an additional 50%. Effect 2. Thunder Guidance, LV1. Use the Wind and Thunderstaff to summon a bolt of heavenly lightning, dealing 1/10,000th of the lightning's attack damage to the designated target. Can store up to 9 charges. Effect 3. Wind Control Chant LV1. Can control the power of the wind. Maintaining this effect after activation will consume spirit. Required materials for upgrade: lightning-struck wood, wind spirit. Huyan hugged the staff tightly, her eyes welling up. Is this the Wind and Thunder Staff? I, Huyan, have a unique grade weapon too. Ruanyu's jaw dropped in amazement. Wow, a unique grade weapon that can be upgraded. Huyan, you're going to develop so fast now. A sudden increase of over 70 spirit points, so strong. The effects are also very powerful. As expected of a unique grade weapon. Jiang Kai smiled in satisfaction. Everyone's harvest seems to be very good. With that, he looked up at the command tablet hovering in the air and thought, so the exclusive weapon for the gambler class will be the Radiant God's Command. As soon as the thought finished, the system announced, Challenger Jiang Kai receives the exclusive gambler weapon, the Sovereign God card, Radiant God's Command. All his teammates burst into cheers. It really is. The giant Radiant God's Command in the sky gradually shrank, turning into a gold-plated card that fell neatly into Jiang Kai's palm. Its stats immediately appeared. Radiant God's Command. Sovereign God card. Unique Gambler exclusive weapon. Increases the owner's basic attributes by 20%. Penetration plus 50%. Permanently increases critical hit rate by 15%. Increases critical hit damage by 150%. He silently assessed. Asterisk, these basic attributes are comparable to the death card. But the death card, while powerful, has a fatal flaw. Its consumption is too high. I wonder what the special effects of this Radiant God's Command will be. Asterisk. The hidden skill descriptions were gradually revealed. Effect 1. Ricochet. After encountering an indestructible enemy, the Radiant God's Command will automatically and continuously ricochet between obstacles. The ricochet damage inherits the user's attack attributes without consuming additional stamina or spirit. Jiankai was so excited he almost cheered. Asterisk, each ricochet carries the full damage potential, equivalent to a powerful attack. The key is that it doesn't consume additional stamina or spirit. Asterisk. It's like using one attack to get several free chances for damage. With proper control and the help of critical hits, dealing high damage is not a problem. Excellent. He continued reading. Effect 2. God's Descent. Consume your own power to radiate a halo with yourself as the center, creating an area of effect attack. This attack inherits all of the user's attack damage. When the kill count of God's Descent reaches 100 or more, it will refresh the status of the user and 4 surviving teammates within range whose total attributes are lower than the user's. The cooldown for this effect is 30 days. Effect 3. Artifact Soul Binding. The Radiant God's Command cannot be damaged. After obtaining it, it can be controlled, summoned, thrown, and retrieved through thought. Clutching the precious card, Jiankai formulated a new strategy in his head. Asterisk, this effect can restore the status of 5 people on the battlefield, including myself. Although the activation condition and cooldown are very harsh. Asterisk. Asterisk, for example, refreshing our status right now. But no matter what, this means I have another trump card with extremely powerful effects. Asterisk, suddenly. Huyen pointed towards the high platform. Everyone look, it's a treasure chest. Wan Yu urged impatiently. Captain Kai, hurry up and see what it is. Yeah. Jiang Kai walked over and gently opened the golden chest. A sparkling light emanated from it. Inside was filled with top-grade materials, radiating an overwhelming spiritual energy. He stood there stunned, momentarily speechless. Shen Yi carefully held a glossy black mineral, his eyes shining with fascination. Grafeneore. It can greatly increase the defensive hardness of defensive-type weapons. This is a top-grade material that master blacksmiths dream of. A feather from a dream bird, a king-rank monster. This texture is perfect for making a dream eater's nightmare clock. Gluethite. This is the main material for crafting high-grade solution masks. And there's the ultimate alchemy solvent. I heard it can perfectly dissolve and recombine any alchemical material. The value of this stuff is enough to buy the most prosperous commercial street in Holy Radiance. He swallowed hard and muttered to himself, the harvest from this secret realm. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Am I dreaming? Wan Yu reached out and pinched Shun Yi's cheek hard, making him yelp in pain. It's real, but Hu Yen looked troubled. Although these are all rare, high-quality materials, it seems none of them are usable by us. Shun Yi quickly dismissed her concern. There's one thing that can strengthen the wind and thunder staff, so that's good. Jiang Kai let out a hearty laugh and nodded in agreement. Our 4 pieces of equipment are already very good. We can trade these materials for everyone's class change materials later, which will save a lot of trouble. Hu Yen nodded in agreement. That's true. After all, just selling these for money would be very profitable. If our Sovereign God Guild wants to fight the Black Tortoise Guild to the end, we need to accumulate more capital. The notification panel once again lit up brightly before them. Treasure chest has been distributed. Please leave the Radiant God's domain within 1 minute. A swirling teleportation gate opened. Jiang Kai waved his hand, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Everyone, it's time to set off again. The team roared in unison, full of spirit. Let's go. In a ruined place, giant monsters were frantically destroying skyscrapers. Their roars echoed to the heavens. From a distance, a female figure shot forward like a lightning bolt, the sword in her hand flashing with a cold light. She shouted, "Die!" A sharp sword strike descended, splitting the monster in 2. She landed lightly, perfectly. Outside the simulation system, a female assistant was monitoring the screen, praising her endlessly. So skilled, as expected of the guildmaster. Her running speed broke the previous record again. The force of her attack is equivalent to a head-on collision with a train moving at 250 kilometers per hour. The assistant respectfully called out, "Guildmaster." He sure heard her and took off the VR headset. Wiping her sweat, she asked, How are things being handled? The female assistant reported. According to the plan, Xiang Fong should have been transferred to City L these past few days, where the beast god is frequently active. But our application was rejected. He sure frowned. Was it weighing? The assistant nodded in confirmation. Yes. After all, Xiang Fong has a fixed team in the Jiangzhou City War God Temple. Weighing won't agree, so we can't touch him for now. He sure smirked, a calculating look in her eyes. This was within my expectations. Xiang Fong is a member of the Black Tortoise Guild, yet he dares to protect Jiang Kai's family. He must have someone backing him. The assistant asked, Guild Master, should we continue? He sure waved her hand, a sinister smile on her face. To deal with Jiang Kai, there's a better opportunity now. The scene shifted to 2 days later. Jiang Kai's group had returned to the guild headquarters, exhausted. Ruan Yu stretched and yawned. I'm so tired these days. I miss my bed so much. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow right now. Jiang Kai chuckled and comforted his teammates. I know you two are very tired. In 2 days, we'll return to the land of the lost to search for treasure. For now, get some good rest. Ruan Yu and Hu Yin cheered in unison. Great. Long live Captain Kai. Just then, Jiang Kai's communication device beeped. Hu Yin curiously peeked over. Could it be that someone else wants to join our guild? Captain Kai, you're a very busy person now. However, the notification that appeared was an urgent red. Emergency combat notification. The map boss battle is about to begin. The pressure on the southeastern defense line is increasing rapidly. Your Sovereign God Guild, due to not meeting the minimum combatant requirement of 100 members, has been temporarily assigned to the Guangming Guild for cooperative defense. Within 1 hour, please confirm acceptance of the detailed arrangement instructions. Yang Keifronet. We've been assigned to the Guangming Guild to fight. Huyan also looked doubtful. But where did the Guangming Guild come from? If it's not a small-scale guild, we should have heard of it. Ruan Yu scratched his head. That's right. I don't remember them from the guild challenge competition. Sheni walked out from inside, pushed up his glasses, and explained in detail, when I was researching various guilds before, I noticed the Guangming Guild. It's a new guild established half a month ago, and it's growing very strong. The guild master is named Chun Chunshun. He's a 2-star war god in the Jiangzhou City War God Temple. I heard the War God Temple ranks war gods from low to high based on strength and achievements, like 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star war gods. Ruan Yu's jaw dropped. I can't believe the leader of the Guangming Guild is a 2-star master from the War God Temple. No wonder his recruitment ability is so strong, allowing a new guild to reach over 100 members. Shun Yi lowered his voice, emphasizing an important piece of information. Also, Chen Chunsheng has another identity. He is the former branch president of the Black Tortoise Guild. The group froze in unison. What? Jiang Kai connected the dots, his eyes turning sharp. Huyan analyzed. Captain Kai, you mean, people say the new Black Tortoise Guild master, he sure is quite ruthless. How could she so easily let a 2-star war god leave? Yang Ke Loghead coldly. It seems she's really eager to deal with me. Suddenly, the guild door was kicked open with a bang. A blond, arrogant man walked in, shouting rudely. Are the people of Sovereign God here? That was Lu Hong, a member of the Guangming Guild. Jiang Kai turned around, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Who is it? What stray dog is barking here, daring to barge into the Sovereign God Guild? Get out. Lu Hong laughed contemptuously. Guild? In front of my Guangming Guild? A bunch of small fries like you dare to call yourselves a guild? He operated his watch, projecting a 3-dimensional map. This is your mission in this defensive battle. If you fail to complete it, the Sovereign God Guild will bear the losses themselves. The mission clearly stated. The Sovereign God Squad must ensure a minimum of 4 participants and form a suicide squad to lure a king rank boss away from the defense line. Ruan Yu roared in anger. What kind of joke is this? Our average level isn't even 40. What kind of guild would let a team under level 40 lure a king rank boss? A normal level 40 team can't even handle a commander rank. And You want us to deal with a king rank? Are you crazy? Lu Hong sneered, his attitude extremely obnoxious. A normal team can't do it, but the Sovereign God Guild is different. You're the champions of the Global Championship, aren't you? What does that prove? It proves you're the strongest level 40 squad. Very capable. He moved close to Jiang Kai, glaring at him provocatively. Such a strong team should naturally go deal with the king rank ones. Don't you agree, Guild Master Jiang? Jiang Kai thought to himself, this guy is deliberately saying this to send us to our deaths. Lu Hong continued to lecture. You must know that with great power comes great responsibility. Look how good our Guangming Guild is entrusting such a heavy task to you. We value you. All right, I've delivered the message. We're leaving. We look forward to your spectacular performance then. His lackeys followed suit, laughing mockingly. Now let's see how arrogant they can be. That's right. Damn it. Jiang Kai smirked and glanced at Hu Yin. Hu Yin, the weather is scorching today, don't you think? Hu Yin understood and immediately raised her staff to chant. The sky above Lu Hong's group suddenly gathered dark clouds and rumbled with thunder. A torrential downpour rained down on them. Lu Hong wiped his face and nose, cursing, damn, what kind of freak weather is this? It rains just like that. Damn it, my clothes are soaked. As they scrambled away, the thundercloud stubbornly followed them, occasionally striking down with a few bolts of lightning. Ruan Yu laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Hey, big shots of the Guangming Guild. Run slower. Watch your step. Captain Kai, look at them running with their tails between their legs. They wanted to act like a big guild, but now they're just a bunch of drowned rats. Let's see them dare to come here and cause trouble again. Jiang Kai replied calmly. Our mission is only to lure the boss away, not to kill it. There might be a way to break this deadlock. He turned to instruct the other members. Hu Yin, Ruan Yu, rest well for the next 2 days. The morning after tomorrow, follow me to the land of the lost. Jiang Kai added. As for Shen Yi, while I'm gone, the guild is in your hands. Shen Yi confidently puffed out his chest. No problem, Guildmaster. The map boss battle is still some time away. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited. The next morning, at the teleportation gate to the land of the lost, Jiang Kai met Su Nuanyuan and Zhu Zi again. Zhu Zi asked anxiously, Jiang Kai, I just heard from Brother Lu that the Sovereign God Guild will participate in the boss battle and has been assigned to the Guangming Guild. Is this true? I heard the Guangming Guild's master, Chun Sheng, is from the Black Tortoise Guild. Won't you guys be in danger? Jiang Kai reassured him. It's true, but don't worry too much. I have a plan. Lu Jun walked up from behind, his voice full of apology. Commander Wei has been busy with other matters these past few days. By the time he heard the news, it was too late for him to intervene. Yankee smilet. I understand, Brother Lu. Some hurdles you have to overcome yourself. If it can't be avoided, then I might as well take this opportunity to test the skills of a king rank. He thought to himself, I can also try out the new Radiant Gods command I just got. Lu Jun patted his shoulder in admiration. As expected of the Jiang Kai, that Commander Wei and I know. Very brave. Jiang Kai suddenly remembered something. All right, Brother Lu, there's something I might still need to trouble you with. It's about your older brother and younger sister, right? Lu Yun nodded firmly. Don't worry about that. I've already arranged for people to protect them. Jiang Kai was grateful. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Jun urged. All right, it's getting late. Let's set off. In the central area of the Land of the Lost, Jiang Kai's team had just stepped out of the portal when they immediately ran into several familiar squads, including the Angler squad with Willis and Grimm. He wondered, exploring the Land of the Lost requires the whole team to act together. Why did only 2 people from the Angler squad come? When we clashed in the finals, I thought their teammates had died in battle. Now it seems this team only ever had 2 people. To dare to compete with just 2 people, they must be extremely confident in their strength. Willis and Grimm strode straight towards Jiang Kai's group. Zhu Zi whispered a reminder. That guy's coming. Willis smiled elegantly. Yahello Yankee. We meet again. Jiang Kai didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. What exactly was written in the letter you gave me last time? Willis shrugged. That letter wasn't for me. My class is a messenger. I'm just responsible for delivering letters. Yankee frowned. Not your letter? Then whose is it? Maintaining a mysterious expression, he said, "You don't need to know the identity of the sender. To be precise, he might not be human, but I must still congratulate you on defeating Visa and winning this slot." Jiang Kai pressed. "Then how do I open the letter? The sender isn't human? What does that mean?" Willis shook his head. "I don't know about that either. I can only tell you that if you can't open it, it means you're not yet qualified to read it." Yu pouted and interjected. "You don't know anything I ask. What's with the mysterious act? I think you're probably just talking nonsense." Willis smiled faintly. "Think whatever you want." Jiang Kai silently observed Willis's expression and assessed. My intuition tells me he's not lying. It seems I won't be able to get any valuable information from Willis. Just then, the system's voice rang out clearly throughout the space. "Welcome back to the championship competition zone. This zone has a total of 500 lost ruins. One key can be used to enter one exploration site. Each ruin contains 100 treasure chests. Each treasure chest contains only one item. The chests are divided into 4 tiers from low to high: bronze, silver, gold, and hidden purple. There's a low probability of a glowing treasure chest appearing. There are no wild beasts residing in the ruins, but there is a probability of fatal traps. Once a member dies, they will be logged off directly. After a ruin is opened, it will enter a sealed state until the squad completes its exploration. The exploration time for each squad is 1 hour. When the time is up, all members will be forcibly teleported back. This exploration will not be live-streamed, but the list of rewards received by the 3 teams will be fully announced. With that, 500 spatial gates open simultaneously." Willis smiled faintly. "Everyone only has 1 hour to explore. It seems that even if you won first place, that's all there is to it. Let's go." He waved. "Huh. What surprises will there be? I'm so excited." "Well then, good luck, my most adorable friend." Then the 2 of them stepped into a gate. Su Nuanyuan said worriedly, "Jiang Kai, since we won first place, we have to think of a way to maximize our benefits." Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. "That's right, I think so too." He took out 3 brilliant golden keys. "The Lost Ruins have no wild beasts, so it's relatively safe. We'll split into 3 teams and explore simultaneously. Zhu Zi and Nuanyuan will be one team. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu will be another. Everyone, watch out for traps. Even if you get a treasure chest, don't let your guard down." Hu Yin stroked her chin, did a little divination, and then reported, "Captain Kai, I did a quick divination. There might be an unexpected discovery in the northeast." Jiang Kai said decisively, "Then there's no time to waste. Let's move out." Everyone immediately split up and entered the gates in the northeast. Jiang Kai stepped through the portal, and the scenery around him instantly changed to a dense, dark forest. The system announced, "You have entered the Forest of Exile Ruin. Exploration time has officially begun." He frowned and looked around. "This is the Forest of Exile? The name doesn't sound like a good place. I wonder if Hu Yan's divination was accurate." After walking a few steps, an old bronze treasure chest came into view. Jiang Kai was wary. This easy? Could it be a trap? Without hesitation, he threw 3 life chaser daggers to scout the path. A few deafening explosions rang out, destroying the hidden traps. He carefully approached and opened the chest. Inside were 15 kilograms of Heavenly Star Oregon. 15 kilograms of Heavenly Star Oregon can be refined into Heavenly Star Jade. Can directly upgrade the tier of A-rank equipment. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. "I can't believe it's an enhancement material that can directly upgrade the tier of A-rank equipment." The reason most people's high-end equipment can't be upgraded is because they lack the corresponding enhancement materials. Therefore, the rarity of enhancement materials can be said to be even rarer than the equipment itself. He collected the item into his card and told himself, "This is just the lowest tier bronze treasure chest, and it already has Heavenly Star Oregon Excellent. Let's continue exploring." However, the deeper he went into the forest, the more violently the ground began to shake. Jiang Kai couldn't stand steady. This shaking feeling. What kind of monster is it? No, the rules clearly stated that there would be no monsters in the Lost Ruins. The ground in front of him suddenly cracked open, revealing streams of red-hot, bubbling magma. He realized with horror, wait, that's boiling magma. Could it be that opening treasure chests causes the entire forest to collapse into the underground magma? Damn it. No wonder it's called the Forest of Exile. Jiang Kai ran for his life from the spreading magma, screaming internally, "Hu Yin, you've really done it this time. At the same time, in the wasteland of Trial's ruin, Huyen was trudging through a sea of hot sand when she suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Strange. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Ruanyu, walking ahead, called out, Huyen, look, there really is a treasure chest here. And it's silver. We're so lucky. This is the 8th silver treasure chest we've found. Ruanyu, hurry up and open it. Ruanyu excitedly opened the chest. Inside was a fiery red crystal. Heart of the Crimson Flame Lord. Contains a crystal with the power of pure flame. Can be forged into a weapon, granting it permanent, powerful flame power. Ruanyu remarked, this is a crystal with fire attribute power. According to the description, this can enchant a weapon. As expected of a silver treasure chest, the stuff inside never disappoints. Huyen also sighed in relief. But I thought the wasteland of Trials would be terrifying. Turns out it's just some moving sand and a few dilapidated buildings to scare people. At this rate, we'll be able to finish exploring the surrounding areas soon. Ruanyu waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Let's push forward and explore it thoroughly. Let's go. In the maze garden ruin, Zhu Zi and Su Nuanyuan were also celebrating their loot. Found it. Congratulations on discovering the formula for level 120 Martial Apprentice class change materials. Zhu Zi was excited. I can't believe we hit the jackpot and found the level 120 class change formula. So lucky. However, they didn't notice the giant tree roots under their feet slowly reaching out like bloodthirsty snakes. Zhu Zi sensed the killing intent and swung his greatsword, chopping off several roots that were lunging at him. You're courting death. Another root managed to wrap around Su Nuanyuan's leg, but Zhu Zi quickly cut it off. He helped her up. Nuanyuan, are you okay? Su Nuanyuan kalach harchist. I'm fine. Luckily, you reacted quickly. Zhu Zi scratched his leg with a grimace. Every time we open a treasure chest, these weird things pop out. It's impossible to guard against. Although they're not poisonous, getting wrapped up is both itchy and numbing. It would be great if we could just burn them all. Su Nuanyuan smiled and took out a spray bottle. Maybe we can make them disappear without setting a fire. This is a spray that eliminates the scent of one's own kind. In theory, if we spray this, the plants will mistake us for decaying, dangerous kin, and won't dare to approach. She sprayed a thin mist on Zhu Zi's leg. Immediately, the remaining roots recoiled as if in fear. The two high-fived in celebration. We did it. At this rate, exploring the area within the time limit should be more than enough. In the military's observation room, the countdown showed only 20 minutes left. The harvest statistics appeared. Fire God Squad. Gold chest, Susi Sunuanuan-X5, Ujani Ruan X3. Total, 8 silver chests, Susi y Sunuanuan-X9, Ujani Ruan X10. Total, 19. Bronze chess, Yang, Ki Edu Zuzi ir Sunuanuan e Astonolika, Juyan Irwan Edvideshant. Total, 41. A high-ranking general frowned in confusion. What is Jiang Kai doing? 40 minutes have passed, and he's only opened 2 bronze treasure chests? That's right. Isn't Jiang Kai's strength supposed to be formidable? A monitoring officer reported urgently. Report. A purple treasure chest has appeared in the harvest lists of the Angler Squad and the Noble Snow Squad, respectively. The entire meeting room buzzed with excitement. A purple treasure chest? Could it contain the never-before-seen level 120 class change materials? Is the level 120 class about to appear? Doesn't that mean Country M and Country Y could become the focus of the entire Blue Star with this? There's not much time left. Country M and Country Y have already become the winners. Wei Ying looked at Jiang Kai's stats and muttered with concern. Something is wrong with Jiang Kai's performance. Could he be trapped by something? Another officer analyzed. That's possible. The Lost Ruins come in many types. Some have very low danger levels, while others can be fatal. Back in the Forest of Exile, Jiang Kai was fighting for his life in the Secret Realm. He ran desperately through the burning trees, barely finding a chance to open a silver chest. The collapse rate of this forest has indeed increased again. A giant burning tree suddenly fell towards his head. Thanks to his superior agility, Jiang Kai leaped high into the air, dodging the fatal blow. While hovering in the air, his sharp eyes spotted a dazzling light emanating from a crack below. It was a gold treasure chest. He gritted his teeth and decided, I have to risk it. Jiang Kai landed heavily and reached for the chest. A card flew out, bringing a satisfied smile to his lips. But the ground beneath his feet began to collapse severely. Oh no! The entire area is about to collapse completely. He used all his movement skills to cross the crumbling earth. His shoe accidentally slipped on a rock, and his shoe caught on the hot magma. The flame caught on his shoe and blazed up. He quickly put out the fire and continued to run. Hurry! I have to be faster. Damn it! The collapse is too fast. I can't shake it off. At this rate, I'll be swallowed up sooner or later. While desperately racing against death, a rainbow-like light suddenly radiated from a large rock that had been pushed up in front of him. Jiang Kai slammed on the brakes, turning his head to look back in utter shock. That light! Could it be the legendary glowing treasure chest, hidden inside the rocks that were pushed up? The countdown clock in the military observation room showed 58 minutes, 30 seconds. The Fire God Squad's achievement board suddenly updated with a purple chest obtained by Zhu Zi and Su Nuanyuan. The whole room burst into applause. Yuan Zhu and Su Nuanyuan have found a purple treasure chest. Excellent. They finally opened a purple treasure chest. However, the final ranking that appeared left everyone speechless. Fire God Squad, purple chest X1, gold chests X14, silver chests X33, bronze chests X67. Angler Squad, purple chests X2, gold chests X16, silver chests X, bronze chests X60. Noble Snow Squad, purple chest X1, gold chests X12, silver chests X25, bronze chests X5. An officer said regretfully, "What? The Angler Squad has already opened 2 purple treasure chests. The actual value of purple chests is the highest. Although the Fire God Squad ranks first in the total number of chests, they're still behind in the number of purple chests." Another person sighed. What a pity. I thought Captain Fire God could bring a surprise this time. Who knew his achievement would be at the bottom with 1 gold chest, 1 silver chest, and 2 bronze chests. Wei Ying crossed his arms, deep in thought. Jiang Kai, what kind of trouble are you in? At the Black Tortoise Guild headquarters, the Four Seasons flowers were gathered, watching the rankings and making sarcastic remarks. Dongxue pouted. Only 4 treasure chests? Didn't people boast that Jiang Kai is the strongest person under level 60 in the entire world? In the end, his achievement is not even a fraction of his teammates. Xiaohua took a sip of tea and added disdainfully, "The military's judgment is getting more and more interesting. They treat trash like this, who isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, like a treasure. To think that Guildmaster Huang was defeated by this waste. It's truly the greatest stain on the Black Tortoise Guild. If I meet him in the arena, I'll definitely beat him so hard he can't stand up." Xiuya nodded in agreement. First place in the global championship? That's just your past glory. Look at you now, failing repeatedly even in exploring ruins. It's not just embarrassing. Jiang Kai, it seems your value ends here. Yisha leaned back on the sofa, waving her hand dismissively. So boring. I even went to the trouble of arranging for the Guangming Guild to deal with Jiang Kai, but he turned out to be so weak. Isn't that good? Did you want to get your hands dirty for him? However, when the female assistant glanced at the updated screen in the final seconds, her pupils dilated to their maximum size. She screamed in terror, "What?" All 4 of the Four Seasons flowers jumped in surprise and turned around. What's wrong? How is this possible? On the global achievement board, in the last 3 seconds, Jiang Kai's information had been updated. This time, not only did he survive, but he also brought back a glowing treasure chest, the most precious and never-before-seen top-grade item. Flashing back to half a minute ago, in the collapsing forest of exile, Jiang Kai stood frozen before a treasure chest radiating a mystical 7-colored rainbow light, his heart pounding. This legendary, glowing treasure chest. It actually appeared in the mountain. Around him, the ground was crumbling, and streams of red-hot magma erupted as if to incinerate everything. However, a desperate glint appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. If there's no way out, then I'll bet everything. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured all his remaining strength into his legs and launched himself like an arrow straight towards the chest. In the smoke-filled air, he reached out and hugged the treasure to his chest. Yes, I got it. Jiang Kai immediately opened the chest. The dazzling light from within shone on his face, which was filled with utter astonishment. This is Before he could finish, a giant column of magma erupted from under his feet, shooting straight into the sky. Jiang Kai desperately stomped on the falling rocks to find a foothold. But everything that touched the magma melted instantly. The burning sensation seared his skin. He gritted his teeth bitterly. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Huyen, this is the good place you chose for me. Just as his body was about to be swallowed by the sea of fire and magma, the system's teleportation light flashed, pulling him from the brink of death in an instant. Outside, in the military's monitoring system, Hua Tianxian witnessed the entire spectacular escape. He was so excited that he slammed his hand on the table, cracking it. Amazing. This kid Jiang Kai is a god. He either does nothing, or he does something that leaves people speechless. He opened a glowing treasure chest in the last few seconds. How on earth did Jiang Kai do it? The other generals were just as excited. A glowing treasure chest? Doesn't that mean he could get materials for a level 140 class? Even if it's not level 140 materials, it's definitely the highest grade material available now. An officer laughed heartily. Jiang Kai almost fooled us. His harvest in the Land of the Lost is probably going to change Holy Radiance's standing on the international stage. Back in the central square of the Land of the Lost, a figure fell from the sky with a thud, creating a crater in the ground. Jiang Kai staggered to his feet, dusting himself off and muttering in a daze, "I'm still alive?" His teammates rushed over from a distance. "Juan, you cheered, it's Captain Kai." "Kai, what were you doing? Your entrance was so cool." Jiang Kai looked around and sighed in relief. "Everyone's here? The molten magma is gone. This is the Land of the Lost." He checked the system clock and was overjoyed to see the instance time had ended. He stood up straight. That's right. It must have been then. Seeing his leader's dirty, scorched clothes, Juan Yu asked with concern, "Captain Kai, what happened to you? You look strange. Did you have a bad harvest in the ruins and get upset?" Yuan Zhu waved his hand in front of Jiang Kai's face, his voice full of worry. "Jiang Kai, are you okay? Jiang Kai, don't scare me. It doesn't matter how many treasure chests you opened. Just do your best. Don't go into a ruin and come out an idiot. That would be a huge loss for us." In response to his teammates' concern, Jiang Kai's clenched fists slowly relaxed. A radiant smile spread across his face. From his hands, he lifted a small, compact chest that radiated a beautiful, sparkling seven-colored light. "This is..." Hu Yan's eyes widened, her hands covering her mouth as she gasped. "My God, a treasure chest that glows with a brilliant light. Could this be the one from the legends?" "Zuzi shotadixi, agluing tresurikest." "We got it." The group burst into joyous celebration, all rushing to hug Jiang Kai and jump up and down. Zhuzi slapped him hard on the back. "You kid, you weren't just exploring, you were clearly making a miracle." Sun Wanwan smiled until her eyes crinkled. "Wow, Jiang Kai, you're so cool." Just then, a voice full of envy and disbelief came from behind. "Is that really a glowing treasure chest? You guys opened a glowing treasure chest? How is that possible?" The group turned to see Alice's team. At this moment, they looked extremely pathetic, their clothes tattered and their bodies covered in wounds. Zhu Zi tilted his chin and replied coldly, "What's so impossible? Stop underestimating others. Don't forget, in the arena, you were the ones who lost to us." Huyan also crossed her arms and added a sharp, sarcastic comment. "That's right. Now you know the difference between first and third place after an hour of exploration, don't you?" Alice's chest heaved, her teeth grinding together. A teammate of hers stepped forward to argue. "What did you say?" But Alice turned and slapped him across the face. "Slap. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Get back here now." After that, she led her dejected followers away from the secret realm. Watching their resentful backs, Zhu Zi clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. Jiang Kai, look at their angry faces. It's so satisfying." Jiang Kai nodded, his eyes full of determination. "Strength is the most effective way to dispel all doubts." Everyone said in unison, "That's right." In another corner, Willis and Grimm quietly observed the celebration. Grimm nudged Willis with his elbow and asked, "Aren't we going to say hello to our old friend?" Willis smiled meaningfully and turned to leave. "No need. I think we'll meet again soon." A moment later, when the Fire God squad stepped out of the instance gate, a reception team was already waiting there. Leading them was a man in a neat military uniform with a calm demeanor. This person took a step forward and bowed slightly. Members of the Fire God Squad, congratulations on your outstanding achievements in this ruin exploration. Jiang Kai was a bit flustered and hadn't had time to respond before the person proactively extended his hand. You're Jiang Kai? Hello, I'm Qin Yu, the person in charge of the military committee. I wanted to meet the legendary Fire God Squad last time, but unfortunately, you had already left. I finally made it in time this time. Jiang Kai shook his hand firmly. Hello, Commander Qin. Hu Yin whispered in Su Nuanyuan's ear. Nuanyuan, what's a committee? Does it manage affairs? Su Nuanyuan nodded and explained in detail. You can think of it as a unified management organization for military affairs across the country. Even Commander Wei has to follow their management. Knowing the other party was a high-ranking figure, Jiang Kai got straight to the point. Commander Qin, are you here about the division of the spoils? I've already briefly discussed the distribution ratio with Brother Liu. Qin Yu waved his hand, his smile still very amiable. There's no hurry for that. From the announced spoils, we've gained the most in this competition zone. You've all worked hard today. We can discuss the detailed distribution at the military base tomorrow. What do you think? Hu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. I didn't expect Commander Qin to be so friendly. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. At this moment, a female assistant hurried to Qin Yu's side and whispered a report in his ear. Commander Qin. Qin Yu frowned. What is it? The female assistant lowered her voice, but Jiang Kai, with his sharp hearing, still overheard. It's about Xiangfang's transfer to City L. Yang is pupils contracted. He interrupted. What? Brother Xiang is being transferred to City L. City L? Isn't that the dangerous area where the beast god is highly active? Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. So, you know Xiangfang? Jiang Kai replied hastily. Brother Xiang is my friend. Commander Qin, what's this transfer all about? Qin Yu sighed, his expression turning serious. Xiangfang is under the management of the Black Tortoise Guild, but for some reason, they suddenly want to transfer him away. However, he's also a member of the Jiangzhong City War God Temple, and Commander Wei won't let him go. This matter has been at a stalemate. Huyan angrily tightened her grip on her staff. It's those evil people from the Black Tortoise Guild again. They're clearly making things difficult for Brother Xiang because he helped Captain Jiang Kai before. Zhu Zi roared, that's right. This is clearly using public office for private revenge. It's outrageous. Jiang Kai remained silent, but his hands were clenched so tightly that his veins bulged, his whole body trembling slightly with suppressed anger. Night fell, and the base was quiet. Jiang Kai stood alone, leaning against an ancient tree, his pensive eyes gazing at the starry sky. The sound of rustling footsteps approached. Yuanzhu walked over with 2 bottles of wine and nudged his friend's shoulder. It's late at night. Instead of sleeping, you're out here pretending to be deep in thought? Have a drink with me. Jiang Kai took the bottle and chuckled. Zhu Zi. Are you okay, Zhu Zi? Don't go around shouting #1 war god in the world and disturbing the public later. Yuanzhu laughed heartily, took a sip of wine, and teased. Someone said they saw a moon-gazing rock standing here from a distance. I guess it was you. So, are you thinking about Brother Xiang and the division of the spoils? Jiang Kai sighed heavily, his voice low. I can't help with Brother Xiang's situation. But as for the spoils, everyone on the battlefield already agreed. It's all up to you to arrange. Yuanzhu slung an arm around his shoulder, his tone becoming sincere and serious. Tomorrow, when you negotiate with the military, just say what you need to say. We have no objections. This is the reward you all risked your lives for. It concerns everyone's future. Nonsense. Jiang Kai turned to look at him, slightly surprised. Yuanzhu continued, each word hitting home. In my opinion, Jiang Kai, you're good at everything, except you think too much. You've trapped yourself in a vicious cycle, haven't you? What are we? We're brothers. We're a team. Everyone followed you and risked their lives. Do you think we're scheming over some materials? But Jiang Kai, no matter how good the items are they more important than everyone's feelings and the future of the guild? The Fire God Squad went from being a trash team in everyone's eyes to winning the national championship. Do you think we relied on these materials? We relied on trust, on being willing to entrust our backs to each other. Even with our last breath, we had to stubbornly carve out a path to survival from despair. It's the trust that even if our bones were shattered, we had to hold the final fortress for our brothers. These things are more precious than any material. Don't get your priorities mixed up. Hearing these heartfelt words, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Jiang Kai's heart for so long seemed to be lifted. Yuan Zhu clinked his bottle against us. So don't let unnecessary worries become your burden. You are our captain, the pillar of the Fire God Squad. We will support all your decisions unconditionally. Jiang Kai burst out laughing, the most sincere and relieved smile since he had returned. He clapped Zhu Zi on the shoulder. Zhu Zi, I was wrong. With you guys here, I will definitely act boldly and with confidence. The next morning, the Fire God Squad entered the military committee headquarters. The guards recognized them and immediately stood at attention. Please come in. When they entered the large meeting room, Qin Yu and other high-ranking officers were already seated at one side of the table. Jiang Kai stood up to greet them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Qin Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, calmly replying, We just arrived as well. Please have a seat. He turned and signaled. Nuanyuan. Su Nuanyuan stepped forward and operated the system interface. A series of treasure chests, shimmering with light, appeared on the large table. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Are these all the spoils from the ruins? Brother Jiang Kai, what's in the purple and glowing treasure chests? Have you finished discussing how to divide them? Jiang Kai clasped his hands together, his voice deep and steady. Yes. The purple treasure chest contains the key class change materials for a level 120 swordsman, a total of 10 sets. As for the glowing treasure chest, we're only keeping this one. The rest belongs to you. Qin Yu's face showed clear disbelief. He asked, You're keeping the reward from the glowing treasure chest? Jiang Kai nodded in confirmation. That's right. When I discussed the division of spoils with Brother Liu before, we agreed on 60% for us and 40% for the military. But these rewards are hard to measure in money, and they can't be divided absolutely equally. Qin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're right. To be honest, you're actually taking too little. But you also know that the glowing treasure chest is what the military values most. It might be able to change a lot of things. Before Qin Yu could finish, Zhu Zi shot up from his seat, cutting him off. Commander Qin, you could be more confident. Drop the mic. Qin Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Jiang Kai smiled and calmly dropped a bombshell. Because inside are 3 complete sets of level 140 martial apprentice class change materials. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the meeting room seemed to freeze. Qin Yu's expression shifted from surprise to shock. The other officers shot up from their chairs. 3 sets. There are 3 complete sets of level 140 martial apprentice materials. Qin Yu muttered in excitement. This means Holy Radiance not only has the hope of producing a level 140 martial apprentice, but 3 at once. Now, whether it's exploring the ghost planet or facing the beast god, we'll be much more confident. After a moment of shock, Qin Yu regained his composure and observed Jiang Kai, seeing the young man make his proposal without any intention of getting up to leave. The seasoned commander immediately understood. Brother Jiang Kai, why don't you just say it? What does the military need to trade for this card? Jiang Kai's lips curled, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. Commander Qin is straightforward. I have 4 conditions. First, I want 1 complete set of level 40 class change materials for Martial Apprentice, Doctor, Feng Shui Master, Martyr, Ascetic, and 2 sets of Destiny materials. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Destiny? You mean the defective materials? That's right, Jiang Kai confirmed. Qin Yu sighed in relief and smiled. These requests aren't difficult. I'll have someone get them from the warehouse for you later. What are your other conditions? Jiang Kai continued. Second, I've confirmed that Xiang Fong has wanted to leave the Black Tortoise Guild for a long time. But the guild is using the excuse that they spent a lot of money to train him and won't let him go. I hope the military will help him pay off his debt and recruit him. Qin Yu nodded in admiration. As expected, your relationship is very close. You're willing to use a treasure chest in your hand to exchange for his safety. I agree to this condition as well. Jiang Kai's voice became firm. Third, within 5 years, Commander Wei Ying cannot be transferred from Jiangzhou City. This request truly puzzled Qin Yu. Brother Jiang Kai, what is the reason for this request? Sitting next to him, Su Nuanyuan understood her leader's thoughts. Jiang Kai is worried the Black Tortoise Guild will take their anger out on Wei Ying because he once stood up for Lu Jun and indirectly helped the Fire God Squad. For someone like Wei Ying without a strong background, keeping him in Zhangzhong is the best way to protect him. Jiang Kai shrugged and replied vaguely, Commander Qin, the reasons are complicated. You just need to consider whether you can meet my condition. Although he didn't fully understand, Qin Yu still nodded in agreement. Although I still don't quite understand your intentions, I agree to this condition. What is your final condition? The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring as Jiang Kai enunciated each word. I want the Black Tortoise Guild to be disbanded from now on. The entire meeting room shot up like springs. What? A high-ranking officer slammed his hand on the table. Jiang Kai, what kind of joke is this? The Black Tortoise Guild is one of the 10 major guilds of Holy Radiance. They are a core force for pioneering on the front lines. Without them, our pioneering speed will slow down significantly. Behind the Black Tortoise Guild is the Black Tortoise military industry. Whether online or in real life, they're crucial to the overall strength of Holy Radiance. To request the dissolution of Black Tortoise, I'm afraid you've overestimated the limits of our intervention. Seeing their refusal, Jiang Kai coldly pushed back his chair and stood up. His teammates stood up with him. He bowed his head coolly. If that's the case, then consider my proposal unmade. We'll take our leave. Qin Yu hurriedly called after him, Jiang Kai, what use are the level 140 martial apprentice materials to you? You're not a martial apprentice. In the end, you can only sell them for money. How much do you want? Name your price. We can buy them. Jiang Kai turned his back, his tone filled with extreme arrogance. Buying an item that can change the status of a nation. How much money do you think is reasonable? But what a pity. No matter how much money, I won't sell. Qin Yu calculated in his head. Asterisk, it seems this kid is determined to deal with the Black Tortoise Guild. The role of the Black Tortoise Guild is of course important, but even if it's disbanded, its members and resources will be absorbed and merged by other guilds in Holy Radiance. From a national perspective, the overall strategy won't be weakened. Asterisk. Just as Jiang Kai reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly called out, Wait, you guys. Brother Jiang Kai, please stop. Jiang Kai stopped, but didn't turn around. Qin Yu sighed and negotiated. To be honest, I'm ashamed. I don't know what conflict you have with Black Tortoise that has reached this point, but frankly, disbanding Black Tortoise is indeed too difficult. However, I have a revised proposal. Perhaps you can consider it. At this moment, a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Kai's lips. Everything was going according to his script. He slowly turned around, his demeanor calm. Please speak, Commander Qin. Qin Yu made his final decision. Forcing the dissolution of a large-scale branch of the Black Tortoise Guild is the biggest concession we can make. At the luxurious headquarters of the Black Tortoise Guild, Shirshir's shrill scream tore through the quiet space. What? You want to dissolve the Black Tortoise Guild's branch in City S? How dare Jiang Kai make such a request? What? Dissolve the branch? From a meeting room, the high-level elders of the guild walked out, their faces ashen. One sighed and announced, Guild Master the committee is actually holding a meeting. Issuing the official document is just a matter of time. Shishi angrily kicked over a chair. What? Is the value of Black Tortoise not even equal to some class change materials? We've contributed so much to Holy Radiance's dozens of class change materials, and this is how we're treated. The elder frowned and reminded her, Guild Master don't be rash. The key issue is that Jiang Kai has the level 140 martial apprentice class change materials. This is something that can change Holy Radiance's ranking on the international stage. Shishi argued. Haven't we already sent people to explore new maps? Maybe we can gather those materials soon. Maybe, the elder said coldly, dismissing her. You also know how great the pressure from the Beast God is right now. We don't have time to wait for your maybe. Besides, you're only losing one branch. He threw her a warning glance. But there's no but. Guild Master you shouldn't have provoked Jiang Kai. After speaking, the group left, leaving Shirshir frozen in place. The phone in her hand fell to the carpet with a thud. Her whole body trembled, and then she burst into wild, unwilling laughter. The reason Black Tortoise can stand firm in the top 10 major guilds is thanks to the contributions of the City S branch. Half of the main team's members were recruited there. If it's disbanded, Our future strategy will suffer at least a 40% loss. She screamed tragically, grabbing her hair with both hands. After preparing for so long, just as everything was set, he turned the tables. Damn it. If he hadn't gotten the glowing treasure chest, he would have been a dead man soon enough. How dare he ride on my head? The phone on the floor suddenly rang. A cold voice from the other end of the line sounded like a death sentence. The resolution has been decided. Guildmaster please dissolve the City S branch before 3 p.m. tomorrow. Hanging up, he sure picked up the phone and smashed it against the wall, shattering it. The female assistant called out in alarm. Guildmaster. Hishishi's beautiful face was now twisted and distorted with hatred. Her nails dug into her palms until they drew blood. Jiangkai, I will kill you. The next morning, at the base of the Black Tortoise Guild's City S branch, the crowd of members was in an uproar, shocked by the order just posted on the notice board. Angry whispers arose. I don't understand what's happening. Why are we being disbanded? Is there some mistake? That's right. Black Tortoise is one of the 10 major guilds of Holy Radiance. How can a branch be disbanded just like that? We need an explanation. A manager, sweating profusely, tried to calm the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. This is a decision from headquarters, represented by Supervisor Sure. Before he could finish, a hot-tempered member shouted, On what grounds does she get to disband our branch right after taking office? That's right. Tell Sure to come here and explain herself. We need an explanation. This chaotic, confrontational scene was being broadcast live on the central screen of the Fire God Guild. Ruanyu munched on an apple, remarking with admiration, the military's efficiency is top-notch. It's only been a day, and they've already handled what they promised us. Huyen smiled until her eyes crinkled. Now, whenever I imagine Sure's twisted, angry face, I can't help but laugh. Just then, the guild door opened, and Jiang Kai walked in leisurely. He smiled and asked, Everyone's here? Zhu Zi waved him over eagerly. Captain Kai is here. Jiang Kai, why are you so late? Come watch the good show. You'll regret it if you miss it. Ruanyu chimed in. That's right. The Black Tortoise branch is in complete chaos right now. Jiang Kai pulled up a chair and replied calmly. Brother Liu just told me. The Black Tortoise branch in City S has been ordered to be completely dissolved by 3 p.m. today. Also, this has caused quite a stir within Black Tortoise. They've withdrawn from this map boss battle, and the Zhama Guild will take their place to ensure the firepower for the boss battle isn't affected. Huyen asked worriedly, What about the Guangming Guild? Jiang Kai tapped his fingers on the table, analyzing the situation. Although the Guangming Guild is supported by Black Tortoise, it's still independent. Not only will it not be affected, but it will even recruit former talent from Black Tortoise to enhance its strength. Huyen grumbled, So that means we still have to listen to that annoying Liu Heng's commands. Jiang Kai's eyes were cold, a faint smile on his lips. Perfect. I also want to see what tricks they can pull. The scene shifted to a small, quiet martial arts dojo. Jiang Kai's older brother was practicing basic strikes, sweat pouring down, soaking his tattered shirt. His younger sister ran in from outside, holding a stopwatch, and cheered happily, Great! 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 5 seconds faster than last time. Big brother, hurry up and wipe your sweat, or you'll catch a cold from the draft. The older brother took the towel, smiling gently. Let me do it myself. I'm not as weak as I used to be. At this rate, I think it won't be long before I can recover enough to help Kai. The younger sister pouted and reminded him. Even so, you have to be careful. You can't be like her second brother, always trying to be tough. At this moment, Jiang Kai was walking into the alley with a bag of fruit. He suddenly sneezed. No wonder I've been sneezing a lot lately. Turns out someone is bad-mouthing me. Hearing his voice, the little girl, Z, turned her head, her eyes shining. Yang Kai. Second brother. The older brother took the bag of fruit, smiling kindly. Kai, I saw your performance in the championship. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. Little Z pouted and complained. That's right, second brother, you were so cool. But you didn't say a word about something so important. I was so scared I almost fainted. Luckily, the military finally sent news that you were safe. Jiang Kai ruffled his little sister's hair, smiling gently. The situation was urgent then. I was also anxious. Sorry, Z. I made you and Big Brother worry. The little girl tilted her head proudly. It's good that you know. Don't scare me and Big Brother like that again. After the greetings, Jiang Kai's expression became more serious. Big Brother, let's put my matter aside for now. I came today not only to let you know I'm safe, but also to give you these 2 sets of class change materials. With that, he took out 2 vials from his pocket, sparkling with a beautiful golden liquid. The older brother and Z stared in amazement. This is, Jiang Kai explained in detail. These are 2 sets of Destiny materials. My gambler class originated from Destiny materials. I've analyzed that this special material can change a user's class to a corresponding one based on their characteristics. The older brother was amazed. It's that magical? Jiang Kai turned to his younger sister, his eyes filled with love. You're still young. I hope you can finish your studies first, then decide your own path. So, I'll keep your portion for you. The little girl nodded obediently. Jiang Kai turned back to his older brother, his tone becoming cautious. Big brother, you can go to the ghost planet any time, but the path will be much harder than you imagine. You have to think carefully. The older brother didn't hesitate, reaching out to take the vial, his eyes filled with determination. I've thought it through. When I was lying in that hospital bed, I wish I could recover quickly and go to the ghost planet to fight. It's just a pity this body is so weak. Hearing his older brother blame himself, both Jiang Kai and Z's hearts sank. It's because he worked himself to the bone to raise us that his body got sick. The older brother clenched the vial in his hand and told himself, but I heard that most explorers on the ghost planet have undergone long-term training. I have no basic experience, and my body is weak. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the novice trial, but I will definitely train with all my might. Jiang Kai placed a hand on his older brother's shoulder, conveying warmth and strong belief. Don't stress about the novice trial. I have a way. As for the path ahead, I believe you can definitely do it. When you reach the transcendent level and can extract attributes, you'll be able to slay beast gods, just like the Black God and Brother Xiang, and avenge our family. The older brother's eyes welled up with tears, and he nodded vigorously. Little Z looked at her 2 older brothers and smiled gently. Big brother's been cooking these past few days. I feel too idle. Big brother, you can talk with second brother for a while today. I'll call you both when dinner is ready. The older brother nodded lightly. All right, then. He turned to Jiang Kai with a worried look. Brother Xiang said your guild will be in charge of luring a king rank boss in this map boss battle. Jiang Kai remained silent. He didn't want to worry little Z, so he had kept everything from her. The older brother frowned and pressed. Kai, be honest. Are you sure you can retreat safely? Jiang Kai replied firmly. Don't worry, big brother. I'll be careful. That's a king rank boss, Kai. I'm worried that. The older brother trailed off, his sigh heavy. The map boss battle is not just about expanding Holy Radiance's territory on the ghost planet, but also a life-and-death game between the humans of Blue Star and the beast gods. This is a situation bought with the blood and bones of many previous generations. Its significance is immense. Jiang Kai clenched his fist decisively. The great battle is imminent. Luring a king rank boss, no matter how dangerous, someone has to do it. I can't back down, big brother. Are you angry? The older brother suddenly burst out laughing, his eyes filled with pride. You silly brother. I'm so happy. Seeing you grow up to be a man who can stand on his own 2 feet, I couldn't be happier. How can I hold you back? But there's one thing. You must protect yourself well. If you're tired, come home. And remember, Z and I are always behind you, supporting you unconditionally. Jiang Kai was moved and nodded. Big brother. A few days later, Hu Yen ran over with a radiant, joyful face. Spirit medium. Captain Kai, I'm a spirit medium now. Information. Hu Yen. Class. Spirit medium. Level. 41. Ruan Yu also ran over excitedly to show off. I've also changed my class to a berserker drunkard. Jiang Kai smiled and asked, so what are your talents? Hu Yen explained in detail, my talent is ghostly howl. Not only can I connect with spirits through the spirit world, but I can also command them to attack targets. Is the spirit's attack power high? Jiang Kai asked curiously. It's not that high right now. It's mainly for harassing targets, with a certain probability of causing a fear effect. Jiang Kai nodded and analyzed. The shortcomings in attack aren't too serious for now. Your control is already very strong. With the wind and thunder staff plus ghostly howl, it won't be easy for others to kill you. Hu Yen said smugly. I think so too. Ruan Yu quickly interjected. Captain Kai. As a berserker drunkard, my new talent is drunken song. Drunken song? That sounds even stronger than your previous drunken revelry. Ruan, hurry up and tell us what kind of madness drunken song is. Ruan excitedly recounted. This talent can activate my body's instincts and my true nature. It also has a certain probability of activating a true self state. True self state. That's right. Although I'm not too clear on it myself, this talent is very special. Different true self states will produce different effects based on the situation and my emotions at the time. Jiang Kai thought deeply. It sounds pretty amazing, though I've never heard of it. It's extremely rare for a martyr to change class to a berserker drunkard. Plus, with your personal talent, it's perfectly normal for it to be unheard of. In my opinion, the rarer it is, the more it means it has infinite possibilities. Ruan became even more excited. Yeah. Suddenly, the watch on Jiang Kai's wrist rang. Zhu Zi reported that he and Su Nuanyuan had also successfully changed their classes. Jiang Kai was thrilled. Excellent. Now we'll be even stronger when we fight together. That's right. He calculated, plus Shun Yi, who successfully changed his class 2 days ago. Now you all have a 100% increase in basic attributes from your new classes. And I've also reached level 40. I just need to find a class change materials to advance. Huyan asked, Captain Kai, are we continuing to kill monsters and level up today? Jiang Kai looked out at the distant sky, his voice firm. The map boss battle is the day after tomorrow. Call Shuni. We'll set off immediately for the quarantine zone to prepare for battle. The two were full of fighting spirit. Yes, sir. The next day, at Zhulu Ridge, the atmosphere was bustling with layers upon layers of military equipment. Lu Hong gave Jiang Kai a contemptuous look. Have you foreheard me clearly? The Sovereign God Guild's mission is to lure the king rank boss in that direction. Don't mess it up. Jiang Kai replied calmly. Don't worry, we won't mess it up. Lu Hong smiled faintly with a hidden meaning. Haha, just remember that. Do a good job. Don't die at the hands of the boss. After speaking, he turned and left. Hu Yan was annoyed. Damn it, look at that guy's face. He's clearly eager for us to go to our deaths. Ruan Yu also grumbled, that's right. Jiang Kai was extremely calm. When the time comes, listen to my command. We'll counter whatever they throw at us. In the distance, the Guangming Guild's master, Chun Chunsheng, gave cold instructions. When the time comes, you must ensure that Jiang Kai obediently goes to that place. Also, have the ambushers been chosen? Don't use people from our guild. The military forbids internal strife during a monster tide. Lu Hong nodded repeatedly, a cunning look on his face. Yes, guild master, rest assured. I've spent a large sum of money to hire secret masters to complete the mission. It won't be traced back to us. I will also personally set up an ambush nearby to ensure there are no mistakes. Chen Chunxing smiled with killing intent. Yankee, oh Yankee. Black Tortoise was once so glorious, yet it fell at your hands time and time again. This time, I will make sure you die without a burial place. As dawn broke, the ground suddenly shook violently. The monster tide surged out like a flood. The front line roared with artillery fire. The monsters were blown to pieces before they could even get close. A commander roared, hold the line, hold on until the 5 major guilds kill the boss. 7 squad, left wing, connect, hurry up. Suddenly, monsters burst from the ground, wreaking havoc. The commander ordered, Squad 3, surround the Golden Horn Crocodile Dragon. Do not let it break through the defense line. Squad 4, fire support, hurry up. However, the artillery shells hitting the Golden Horn Crocodile Dragons were like mosquito bites. The monster thrashed, sending soldiers flying. Requesting support. The strength of this crocodile dragon is too different from ours. We can't beat it. A soldier was caught in its jaws, screaming in pain before disappearing. The Fire God squad observed from a distance. Shini gritted his teeth. Damn it, is the armor of these beasts made of diamond? He continued worriedly. A commander rank Golden Horn Crocodile Dragon is already so hard to deal with. I can't imagine how terrifying a king rank monster would be. One you swallowed hard. Jiang Kai reassured them. Now is not the time to panic. No matter what, we must be ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, a roar echoed. Oh no, it's a king rank. A king rank monster is here. It was a level 120 king rank Razor Claw Tiger. It slammed down, cracking the ground and crushing everything. Lu Hong took the opportunity to force them. People of Sovereign God, listen up. You have 3 minutes to lure that king rank Razor Claw Tiger boss into the forest behind you and stall for 3 minutes until reinforcements arrive. If you fail the mission, you can just wait to be disbanded. Go! Ruan Yu was furious. Stall for 3 minutes? What kind of joke is this? You didn't mention any time requirement before. Hu Yin also snapped. That's right. And who the hell are you? On what grounds can you say we'll be disbanded? Lu Heng sneered. TSK, what time is it now? The monster tide is right in front of us. Don't you understand what it means to prioritize the bigger picture? Once this beast tears through our defenses, can you worthless trash handle the consequences? Go. If you have time to argue with me, you might as well think about what to do. He finished speaking and turned to leave. Shen Yi was worried. Guild Master, what should we do? Do we really have to do as he says? This is clearly a trap. Hu Yin was resolute. Captain Kai, we'll follow you. Witnessing the soldiers' casualties, Jiang Kai leaped into the air. Fire God Squad, engage. He threw a life chaser card, heavily injuring the tiger. It roared and chased after them. Run. The monster targeted Ruan Yu. Jiang Kai threw a life chaser, hitting it in the eye. Ruan Yu, get out of the way. Hu Yin immediately provided support. Water Spirit, come and see me. My invincible wind and rain chant skill creates a wind shield, helping us speed up. Let's keep running. Run towards the forest ahead. The boss used its raging howl to pull everyone in. Jiang Kai shouted, everyone be careful. Hu Yin cursed. The wind is too strong. Damn it. Is this its skill? Jiang Kai used a substitution to narrowly dodge its claws. Substitution, come back. Deep in the forest, Jiang Kai hid in a tree and observed. He recalled his instructions from the night before. Ruan Yu, although your wine can increase your combat power, it will also make you lose control. Once you encounter an opponent with overwhelming power, losing control is no different from death. So tomorrow, you are not to drink a single drop. Ruan Yu promised, understood. Jiang Kai added, if any of us are targeted by the monster, you provide support. As for Shen Yi, your defense is our most reliable fortress. When necessary, you and I will cooperate to stabilize the situation. Hu Yin smiled brightly. A small matter. Just leave it to me, the water spirit. Shan Yi nodded. Understood, Guild Master. The ideal situation is that we can avoid a direct confrontation with the king rank monster, lure it into the forest, and complete the mission. But the mission is dangerous, so I have to consider the worst case scenario. If in the end we can't avoid it, then we'll have to fight it to the death. Everyone, be prepared. Shen Yi said emotionally. Guild Master, to be able to fight a strong enemy with you is something I, Shen Yi, couldn't ask for more. Us too. The team put their hands together. For victory in this battle, the Fire God Squad will fight together to the end. Back in the present, the Razorclaw Tiger discovered Jiang Kai with its blood crystal tracking. It fired an energy beam. Jiang Kai somersaulted to dodge. Everyone was worried. Captain Kai, Guild Master. He threw a death card with flame thrust, injuring the boss, but it recovered extremely quickly. Its suction made Hu Yin despair. The suction is too strong. I can't control my body. We're about to be sucked in. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth. Damn it. The power difference is too great. Are we really going to end here? These 3 minutes are really too long. Shen Yi charged into the tiger's mouth with his Vajra indestructibility. Jiang Kai shouted, Shen Yi, try to hold on. He attacked frantically, but couldn't break the tiger's shield. What? The defense is unbreakable. Shen Yi said his last words. Guild Master, Hu Yin, Brother Ruan, the Sovereign God's mission depends on you. Hu Yin cried out, oh no. Could Shen Yi be trying to? Shen Yi shouted, what a pity. I can't fight alongside you all to the end. Everyone run. The monster bit down, crushing Shen Yi. Jiang Kai roared, Shang Yi. No. He threw his cards, filled with hatred. Captain Kai, run. Don't let Shen Yi's sacrifice be in vain. Reinforcements arrived in time to drive back the boss. Hu Yin sighed in relief. Phew, it's the rescue force. The transcendent battle team is here. Ruan Yu cheered, Captain Kai. Hu Yin, look. That night, Jiang Kai analyzed the situation. I'm afraid these 3 minutes weren't for the mission. The military probably didn't know. Hu Yin was shocked. Captain Kai, you mean this was a death trap set up for us by the Guangming Guild? He explained. A mistake in predicting the location? In a battle with a strong military presence and a determination to win, how could there be such a fatal mistake? Unless this was premeditated. I'm afraid some rats in the dark reported false military intelligence, deliberately delaying the dispatch of reinforcements. The two were furious. Shen Yi can't have died in vain. We can't suffer for nothing either. I'm definitely going to the Guangming Guild to demand an explanation. Lu Heng appeared, smiling sinisterly. Haha, so you were hiding here. You want an explanation? Fine. If you can leave here alive today. Jiang Kai recognized him. Lu Heng took off his mask. You got sharp eyes, kid. I didn't want to show myself personally, but I thought about it. After you're dead, I just need to collect your watches, alter the records, and then write a perfect report. After it's done, even if you want to frame me, the military will just see you as rabid dogs biting at anything. Hu Yin cursed. Lu Heng, you're despicable. Wan Yu roared. Hey, you surnamed Lu, you got some nerve. During a boss battle, when the entire army is fighting with all its might, you dare to violate military orders and start an internal conflict. Lu Heng sneered. Internal conflict? We're not having an internal conflict. Don't you dare slander me. It's clear that the three of you... No, the four of you were unfortunately seriously injured by King Rank Boss and died because you couldn't be healed. Hu Yin got into a stance. Cut the crap. Today, I, the water spirit, will act on behalf of heaven and take your dog life. Lu Heng ordered, shameless words. What are you standing there for? Kill them. Make it quick. Jiang Kai threw his cards. Just with you guys? Wan Yu, in his true self state, radiated sword energy. In my entire life, I, Wan Yu, have never been inferior to anyone. Huh, good wine. I can finally have a good fight. Hu Yin summoned lightning. What the hell? She can summon heavenly lightning? This aura, could it be? Could she be a hidden transcendent? Impossible. We couldn't beat a king rank monster, but you think we can't handle a bunch of nobodies like you? Now, hand over your lives. Lu Heng pressed his soldiers. Capture them for me. I'll increase the reward by 50%. Run. This woman is not normal. She is both heavenly lightning and ghosts. One controls the field, the other attacks fiercely. And that perverted drunkard. Whoever wants to fight can fight. I'm not fighting this battle. You're crazy. This fire god squad is full of lunatics. He used military order as a mountain to suppress Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, you're a smart one. Under military order as a mountain, both your body and spirit are heavily suppressed. If those two trash teammates of yours want to attack fiercely, let alone save you, they'll have a hard time protecting themselves. But your luck ends here. Now die for me. Jiang Kai used Holy Radiance Aura to blind Lu Heng. Careful, Captain Kai. Lu Heng broke through it with his divine might gem. See that? This is the absolute power of a level 60 king of soldiers. You will definitely die at my hands. But it was just a substitution. The real Jiang Kai appeared behind him. This is the power of a level 60 king of soldiers? Is that all? In a split second, Jiang Kai waved his hand and threw a death card, Wrath of the Gods, from behind, aiming straight for Lu Heng. The card turned into a black streak of light, tearing through the air and embedding itself in his back. Lu Heng screamed in pain, but the card only managed to pierce his defensive armor before bouncing off, leaving Jiang Kai stunned. He immediately retreated, maintaining a safe distance, and analyzed silently in his head, this armor can automatically protect its owner. Lu Heng twisted his neck to look at the tear on his back and gritted his teeth, cursing, "My precious armor!" He glared at the card hovering around Jiang Kai and laughed menacingly. "I remember this card of yours. You used it to kill that idiot Visa in the previous qualifier, didn't you?" Jiang Kai maintained a cold expression, not saying a word. Seeing his opponent's silence, Lu Heng became even more smug and burst out laughing. Even your last trump card has been locked down by me. Jiang Kai, you're at the end of your rope." With that, he tightened his grip on his long spear, his entire body encased in majestic armor, and charged straight at him like a tank, roaring, "Kneel and die." Jiang Kai's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashing with contempt. "Just you? You think you're worthy of deciding my life and death?" He waved his hand, continuously throwing several life chaser daggers. Lu Heng didn't flinch, activating his divine might gem for protection, creating a brilliant purple aura around himself as he continued to charge. He then used his military order as a mountain skill. An immense, invisible pressure descended, weighing down on Jiang Kai's body, his feet sinking deep into the ground. Lu Heng casually leaned to dodge his throwing knives while mocking. "You think a few pathetic knives can turn the tide? This blow will ensure you die without a burial place." From outside the barrier, Hu Yin and Wan Yu saw their leader in a weak position and anxiously prepared to rush to his aid. "Captain, be careful." However, Despite all the pressure, Jiang Kai's eyes remained frighteningly resolute. The moment Lu Heng was about to strike, the death card that had been knocked away earlier suddenly changed direction in midair. It shot back with terrifying speed and pierced through the back of Lu Heng's head. At the same time, Lu Heng's spear slammed into Jiang Kai's body. But he wasn't panicked at all, silently activating his final card. Lu Heng's eyes widened, his pupils dilating with unwillingness and terror. Impossible. How could you still have a second death card hidden? Jiang Kai reached out and gripped the spear embedded in his body. Blood seeped from his hand, but a cold, victorious smile spread across his lips. The game ends here. Under his mental control, the life chaser daggers that had been dodged earlier all turned around and embedded themselves in Lu Heng's back. Lu Heng coughed up blood and screamed tragically, "Impossible!" His body shattered into beams of light and vanished, leaving only a watch to fall to the ground. Jiang Kai quickly snatched the watch. As soon as he got his hands on the crucial evidence, his strength was depleted, and he fell to his knees. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu rushed over to support him. Captain Kai. An hour later, in a field camp, Jiang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely realized his body had been carefully bandaged, the faint smell of antiseptic in the air. Ruan Yu cheered happily. "Great. Captain Kai is awake." Hu Yan clutched her chest and sighed in relief, her voice still trembling slightly. "Captain Kai, that was too close this time. That guy's spear almost pierced your heart. Luckily, thanks to the healing medicine Wan gave us, I was able to give you emergency treatment." Jiang Kai struggled to sit up and look down at the wound on his chest, which had been staunched. "Thanks. Wait a minute. Did you two see what happened just now?" Hu Yan smiled and pulled Lu Heng's watch from her pocket. "Are you looking for this?" "Don't worry. Ruan Yu and I knew it was important, so we kept it for you." Jiang Kai took it and caressed the watch face. "Have you checked what's inside?" Hu Yan nodded, her expression turning serious. "Yes, there are some records in here. Lu Heng and Chunxing secretly hired assassins and came up with 3 plans to attack us. Our mission succeeding, but being ambushed midway was one of those plans." Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Oh, what were the other 2 plans?" Hu Yan put her hands on her hips, her voice full of indignation. "Speaking of which, I'm getting angry again. If we had failed the mission, they would have created a false narrative that our failure caused heavy casualties, then blamed it all on us. And if we had completed the mission but you, Captain Kai, had died and logged off, they would have expressed doubts about your abilities to the military, pressuring them not to protect you anymore." Jiang Kai laughed coldly, his eyes flashing with determination. It seems they won't stop until I'm dead. But now that I have the evidence, let's see who gets the last laugh." Ruan Yu slammed his fist into his palm, full of fighting spirit. "As long as we hand this evidence to the military, we can definitely uproot this Guangming guild." Jiang Kai waved his hand, signaling for calm. "That's right. We don't need to rush back to the base. Let's observe the battle situation first." The two replied in unison, "Understood." Outside, the battlefield was still shrouded in smoke and fire. The crackling sound of walkie-talkies echoed with urgent commands. "4th Platoon, calling 4th Platoon. New casualties have arrived. Requesting immediate support. I repeat, requesting immediate support." Interspersed were groans of pain. "Ugh, my leg. Hang in there." Standing on a high rock overlooking the tragic scene of blood flowing like rivers, the Fire God Squad was silent. Ruan Yu said with sorrow, "To fight against the monster tide this time, the military specially sent more defensive personnel, but the casualties are still very serious. People say that pioneering is getting harder and harder. I never really felt it before, but now I've finally experienced it." Jiang Kai nodded, his eyes heavy with thought. "That's right. For decades, Holy Radiance has explored 98,000 square kilometers of land. Every inch is soaked with the blood of our predecessors. The exploration of the ghost planet is related to the survival of Blue Star. Now, the exploration is facing many difficulties, and the threat from the Beast God is also increasing. We don't have much time left. Thinking about the bleak future of humanity, an indescribable frustration welled up in his heart. The next day, Jiang Kai was changing his own bandages in the tent. Hu Yan and Ruan Yu ran in from a distance, both reporting good news. We won. We won. Holy Radiance won. Hu Yen smiled brightly. News just came in. The military and the 10 major guilds joined forces and successfully killed the map boss. Jiang Kai sighed in relief. That's great. He suddenly remembered the other members. Right. How are Noanyuan and Juzi? Hu Yan's eyes twinkled mischievously. I knew you'd ask. I've already inquired. Not only are they both safe, but thanks to their outstanding performance, they're about to be officially commended by the military. Wan Yu rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. Captain Kai, do you think we should prepare a celebration party? Jiang Kai smiled in agreement. Well done. Shun, he has a green channel slot, so I think he should be able to return to the team soon. However, because the number of deaths this time was too high to prevent other monsters from attacking, the quarantine zone is still under lockdown. Hu Yen nodded. That's right. We can't go back to the Sovereign God Guild yet. Jiang Kai quickly threw on a jacket. I understand. The military is also considering our safety. Hu Yen asked further, all right, Captain Kai, the boss battle is over. So when are we handing over Lu Heng's watch? Or do you have other plans? Just then, a loud, arrogant shout came from outside the tent. Jiang Kai, get out here. Ruan Yu was startled, peeked through the tent flap, and then reported back nervously. It's Chunsheng. He brought a lot of people with him. Hu Yen angrily grabbed her staff. Chunsheng? He still has the nerve to come here? Let me settle this score with him. Jiang Kai calmly reached out and stopped Hu Yen. Don't be rash. I happen to want to meet him personally. In a sparse forest far from the camp, Jiang Kai and Chunsheng stood facing each other. In the distance, the subordinates of Guangming stood in a line, on high alert. Jiang Kai casually clasped his hands behind his back and asked mockingly, Guild Master Chun, what important matter brings you here with such a large army? Chun Chunsheng's face darkened. He enunciated each word, cut the crap. Hand it over. Jiang Kai maintained his nonchalant attitude, crossing his arms and smirking. Hand what over? Stop pretending with me. Lu Heng's watch. Commander Lu's watch? You should be looking for him, not asking me. It seems Guild Master Chen knew they were ambushing us in the forest all along. Chunsheng gritted his teeth. Jiang Kai, stop playing these games. After you returned to the base, you didn't immediately hand over the watch. Weren't you waiting to negotiate terms? But I'm not easily intimidated. I advise you to be sensible and hand over the watch. You may have backing, but what about your subordinates? Is their backing as strong as yours? Jiang Kai's smile vanished, his eyes as cold as ice. You dare touch my people? Just try it. Chun Chunsheng's face was defiant. So what if I do? Hand over the watch, and I can pretend nothing happened. Jiang Kai burst out laughing, mockingly. Chun Chunsheng frowned in anger. Jiang Kai, what the hell are you laughing at? Jiang Kai took a step forward, exuding a powerful pressure. You people ambushed me while I was fighting the monster tide, and now you want me to shut up as if you're doing me a favor? Chunsheng, I've met shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Threatening me? Let's see if your war god title can be saved after I hand the watch over to the military. Hearing the words, war god, Chun Chunsheng's expression immediately stiffened. He cursed internally, you bastard. This brat Jiang Kai is tougher than I thought. If we keep this up, I'm afraid both sides will suffer, Meanwhile, Jiang Kai was also silently calculating. Luckily, I researched this Chunsheng guy beforehand. Although he's cunning and ruthless, he has a fatal weakness. To him, losing the glory of being a war god is worse than death. Knowing he had the upper hand, Jiang Kai smiled and waited. As expected, Chunsheng had to back down. You want me to help you deal with the Black Tortoise Guild? Jiang Kai clapped his hands in applause. Guild Master Chun is indeed a smart man. The one who wants to deal with me is Black Tortoise. The Guangming Guild was just following orders. Even if I hand over the watch and they are punished without more concrete evidence, it still won't touch Sure and Black Tortoise. He tilted his head slightly and named his price. But I wonder if the terms Guild Master Chun is offering are worthy of the value of a war god title. Chunsheng was so angry his clenched fists trembled. But he still had to grit his teeth and accept. I will resign as Guild Master, take all my subordinates with me, and hand over the Guangming Guild to someone unrelated to Black Tortoise. Also, I'll give you another opportunity to deal with Black Tortoise. Jiang Kai raised an eyebrow curiously. What opportunity? Chunsheng explained in a rush. After you wiped out their City S branch, Black Tortoise lost all its reputation and its strength declined. Now, many elites are leaving one after another, no longer trusting Black Tortoise. To stabilize morale and prove their ability to rule again, the high-level management of Black Tortoise has issued an order. They must win the championship in the Grand Guild betting tournament. Jiang Kai repeated. The Grand Guild Betting Tournament? Chen Chunsheng explained in detail. That's right. This is a guild point betting competition held between the 10 major guilds and other guilds. The guilds and the 10 major guilds will send 100 masters to fight. The initial point value of the 5 major guilds is 100 points. During the betting phase, if the challenger is not knocked off the stage within the specified time, they can win the points for that round. The 10 major guilds participating need to use a corresponding amount of their own guild points to cover the bet. In short, the points in that round will belong to the participating major guild. After the competition ends, the 10 major guilds need to be re-ranked based on the remaining points in their hands minus the bet points they covered earlier. The guild that ranks last will have 10,000 guild points deducted. Jiang Kai summarized. Simply put, the 10 major guilds will act as the house, accepting challenges from others, and then compete for rankings. Chunqing nodded. You can understand it that way. Jiang Kai continued to analyze the rules. As long as you're not knocked off the stage within the specified time, you can win points. So what happens if I defeat a member of the 10 major guilds? Chunsheng sneered mockingly. Ha, defeat them? Just you? Those people are at least level 70 masters. Of course, confidence is good. If you can do it, you'll get triple the guild points. Hearing this, a perfect plan immediately formed in Jiang Kai's mind. He could both defeat Black Tortoise and quickly gain guild points. This was a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He asked directly, a competition of this level probably has participation restrictions, right? How can I participate? Chunsheng took out a dazzling golden invitation from his chest. Of course, this is an invitation to the competition. With it, your Sovereign God Guild can send people to participate. Jiang Kai, where's the watch? Don't play games with me. Jiang Kai calmly raised a hand to stop him. Not so fast. I promise not to hand the watch over to the military. But if you want it back, you still have to agree to one more condition of mine. Chunsheng lost his patience. What condition? Jiang Kai stared into his eyes. I want to know more intelligence about Black Tortoise. Chunsheng's eyes widened. What? You want me to be your spy? Jiang Kai shrugged, his expression innocent. Why put so harshly? We're partners. Chunsheng asked suspiciously. But why should I trust you? Jiang Kai laughed, his tone carrying absolute dominance. Because you have no other choice. Chunsheng's throat tightened. He was choking with anger, but his trembling hand still had to hand the invitation to Jiang Kai. You'd better do what you say. Jiang Kai happily took the card. A pleasure doing business with you. After the transaction was complete, Jiang Kai returned to his tent. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu ran over to greet him with sighs of relief. Captain, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back soon, Ruan Yu and I were about to go find Brother Liu for help. Yang Smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Look what this is. He held up the golden card. Hu Yin was surprised. This is an invitation to the grand betting tournament of the 10 major guilds. Jiang Kai nodded and explained. Simply put, it's an event where guild points are the stakes. The 10 major guilds act as the house, accepting challenges from masters from other guilds. To save their guild's reputation and win back the elites they've lost, the leadership of Black Tortoise is determined to win the championship of this tournament. Captain, you want to participate in this tournament? Jiang Kai clenched the card tightly. That's right. Thinking back on these past few days, whether it was almost dying in the mouth of a king rank boss or nearly falling for Liu Heng's scheme, we've been too passive. If Black Tortoise still won't let me go, then let's settle it fair and square in the arena with our strength. Both Hu Yin and Ruan Yu were filled with fighting spirit. Great. I've been waiting for this for a long time. It's time to let he sure see just how amazing our Captain Kai is. Hu Yin asked further. Captain Kai, when does this tournament start? In about a month. That night, Jiang Kai stood by a blazing bonfire. He gazed out at the dark forest, planning his strategy. To win within a month, the most reliable way is still to quickly complete my class change. It's just that my class is quite special, so I must find the destiny materials to change my class to level 41st. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoed from a distance. Help! Is anyone there? Help me! Jiang Kai immediately became alert, recalling Ruan Yu's earlier reminder. But because the number of casualties this time was too high to prevent other monsters from attacking, the quarantine belt is still under lockdown. He muttered, that's a cry for help. Could a monster have taken advantage of the night to sneak in and launch an attack? He immediately shot into the darkness, heading towards the sound. As he ran, He threw 3 life chaser daggers ahead to scout for any ambushes. Suddenly, a half-eaten apple fell from a treetop with a thud. Yankee froze. What was that? On a high branch, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was an exquisite fox demon girl. Jiang Kai's life chaser daggers were held suspended by some invisible force, obediently flying around her. The girl smiled charmingly, her voice clear. Hey, I just wanted to give an old friend I haven't seen in a long time a welcome gift. You're making such a big scene. Isn't that a bit much? Jiang Kai replied coldly. I don't remember us being friends. He stared intently at the fox ears on top of her head and realized. Asterisk, it's that fox demon from the Crimson Moon Forest. When on earth did she get here? To be able to silently break through the military's defense line in the surrounding area? Asterisk. The fox girl tilted her head and blinked. Saying that proves you haven't been able to forget me, doesn't it? Jiang Kai remained in a defensive stance, silent. She sighed and complained, the brats on this side were completely wiped out by you guys. How useless. What do you say? If I came to play with you for a bit, wouldn't tonight become more interesting? With that, she raised a finger, gathering a dazzling ball of light. Jiang Kai flinched and stepped back. What do you want to do? The fox girl giggled. This is really making me look forward to it. Then she flicked her finger, and the ball of light shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth and calculated. Asterisk in the death card plus the Radiant God's command blocker? Damn it, I have to risk it. Asterisk he activated both of his strongest skills at once. The light from the card and the Radiant God's command collided with the fox girl's sphere, creating a world-shaking explosion. Brilliant rays of light shot into the night sky, blooming like a spectacular fireworks display. Jiang Kai shielded his eyes, staring in amazement at the sparkling lights dancing in the air. What? Strangely, the lights didn't dissipate but slowly gathered, weaving together to form a floating image. It was a map. The fox girl's voice, filled with amusement, came from the void. I thought the last match would just be another boring human victory or defeat. I didn't expect you to be somewhat worth watching. Consider this a reward for successfully piquing my curiosity even more. Take what you need, it's inside. Don't waste my expectations. Remember my name. My name is Dongli. The giant map of light slowly shrank, condensing into a compact card. Dongli's voice faded and then disappeared. See you next time. Her figure vanished into the void, returning the forest to its silence. The card gently fell into Jiang Kai's palm. He muttered the strange name, Dongli. Jiang Kai brought the card back to the camp. In a corner of the tent, Hu Yin was still curled up in her blanket, fast asleep. However, from the tent entrance, a small, pure white fox snuck in. It gently leaped onto Hu Yan's bed. Suddenly, Hu Yan jumped and screamed in her sleep. How dare you? The little fox was startled and took a step back. But the next second, Hu Yan smacked her lips and went back to sleep, muttering, humph, humph. Messing with me, the water spirit, means you've met your match. Now you're scared, aren't you? The fox shook its head in frustration and jumped onto the head of the bed. Its eyes flashed with a strange light, as if recording the scene. In a distant place, Dongli watched Hu Yan's antics through the fox's eyes and laughed with amusement. Ha. As expected, she's not even peaceful in her sleep. But her smile quickly faded when she saw Hu Yan's body begin to curl up, her forehead dotted with sweat, her expression showing extreme fear. Dongli frowned. Having a nightmare? The poor little rabbit looks so uncomfortable. How ridiculous. Clearly a weak human body, unable to withstand a single blow. Why am I so curious? Is this unsettling dream the weakness you're hiding? Fine then, I'll make an exception tonight. Through the fox's illusion, Dongli reached out and gently touched Hu Yan's forehead, sending a warm stream of spiritual energy to soothe her panicked mind. Hu Yan's face gradually relaxed, and she sank into a peaceful sleep. Dongli smiled and whispered, "Sweet dreams, little rabbit." 3 days later, at the foot of Black Abyss Mountain, Jiang Kai, Hu Yan, and Ruan Yu stood on a high rock, looking down at the gloomy valley. Hu Yan looked doubtfully at the map in Jiang Kai's hand. Captain Kai, can we really find your class change materials in Black Abyss Mountain? But this place looks so ordinary. Jiang Kai was deep in thought. Asterisk whether it was leading me to the teleportation array or that mischievous prank the other night. That person named Dongli, though she likes to tease people, has never shown any real malice. The thing I want, the thing she said would be the Destiny class change material, Asterisk. Perhaps it's worth a gamble. He turned to explain to his two teammates. This is a hidden map, not a normal secret realm. When you enter a normal secret realm, you can feel fluctuations. But a hidden map is different. A hidden map is like a stable, overlapping space. It looks perfectly normal. Only when a special activation condition is met will the entrance officially appear. Captain Kai, so what do we do now? Jiang Kai held up the brilliant, glowing card Dongli had given him to eye level and nodded. The induction has been activated. As expected, this is the key. Without hesitation, he threw the card forward. The card spun in the air, drawing a path of pure white light that stretched across the void, heading straight for the distant mountain. Jiang Kai pointed forward. The hidden map is open. The entrance is hidden inside the mountain. The duration of this path is probably limited. Everyone, let's go. With that, he took the lead and charged forward. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu replied in unison. Yes, sir. The three of them ran like the wind on that magical path of light. When they reached the end of the light trail, Jiang Kai took a running leap into the air. At the same time, he shouted a signal, jump now. The three figures followed one after another, shooting into a small, swirling portal on the cliff face. As soon as they passed through the gate, their bodies were sucked into a spatial tunnel, hurtling at breakneck speed before falling freely like a meteor shower. Landing safely, Ruan Yu clutched his chest and sighed in relief. Captain Kai, are we still alive? Hu Yan's eyes widened, stunned by the scene before her. This scene, could this place be? Jiang Kai scanned the dense forest of ancient trees and lingering mist and nodded in confirmation. That's right. We found it. This is the hidden map. The system's clear, bell-like notification rang out. Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden map, Tianyin Valley. Jiang Kai tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes full of vigilance. What kind of monsters could be hiding in this dense forest? Huyen suddenly pointed towards a thicket of bushes. Look, something is moving over there. The two of them whipped around. A deafening roar echoed. From the darkness, a giant black panther shot out like an arrow, its blood-red eyes fixed on them. Ruan Yu screamed in panic, Captain Kai. Jiang Kai reacted as fast as lightning. He threw a series of flaming life chaser daggers straight at the beast. The daggers embedded themselves in the panther's body, the powerful force pushing it back several steps. But surprisingly, a faint purple light shield formed in front of the monster, blocking the damage from the daggers. Yang Kai frowned it. What? The shield radiated intense, purple energy, nullifying the force. He was horrified. Asterisk, no way. Did just use origin force? Impossible. This is too overpowered. What level of monster is this that it can summon origin force? Asterisk. The Black Panther growled and continued to charge towards the group. Jiang Kai stomped the ground and leaped into the air, throwing 3 more life chaser daggers. The cunning beast used its force shield again to deflect the attacks. It swung its 2 sharp claws down. Although it missed its target, the swipe still dug a deep hole in the ground. Thanks to his agility, Jiang Kai somersaulted away to create a safe distance. The Black Panther had no intention of letting him go. It turned and charged again. Jiang Kai continuously threw life chaser daggers to block its advance while shouting for support. Hu Yan. From a distance, Hu Yan swung her staff and chanted, unleashing her ultimate skill. Here I come. Ghostly howl. Grotesque phantoms rose from the ground. They shot through the Black Panther's body, catching it off guard. Its movements immediately stiffened. Hu Yan cheered triumphantly. Captain Kai, this Black Panther can't withstand spiritual attacks. It's been hit. Jiang Kai praised. Well done. He quickly analyzed the target's weakness. This thing has origin force backing to protect its body, so Life Chaser can't penetrate. However, if a scattered attack can't break the defense, then I'll focus all my power on one point. He immediately activated Ghost Eye Focus. His pupils contracted, and his reaction speed and power were raised to the maximum. He continuously threw Life Chaser daggers, all aimed precisely at a single point on the monster's shield. Break for me. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk a series of daggers hit the same spot. The origin force shield finally cracked and then shattered. Yang Kai smiled triumphantly. Finally broke through the armor. He drew his last 3 life chaser daggers, his eyes as cold as death. This final blow will finish you. The 3 daggers sank deep into the Black Panther's vital point, dealing massive damage. The monster let out a tragic roar and collapsed. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 65 Shadow Panther. You have obtained 1 common Shadow Panther corpse. You have obtained 1 basic Panther Spirit Essence. Warning, your experience points are full. You cannot receive any more experience points. Please upgrade your class as soon as possible." Jiang Kai walked over and picked up the Panther Spirit Essence. It was a purple sphere sparkling with a mysterious light. Ruanyu curiously approached. "I've seen plenty of corpse cards, but for this Black Panther monster to drop a crystal, that's really rare." Jiang Kai held up the crystal to the light. "Look inside it. It's even glowing." He smiled smugly. "A level 65 Shadow Panther? A hidden map is indeed strange. Monsters can even drop essences." He turned to ask Huyen. "Huyen, did you bring an appraisal scroll?" Huyen nodded confidently. "Of course I did." She took out the scroll and gently touched the sphere. A flash of light erupted, and an information panel appeared that made all 3 of them gasp in astonishment. Basic Panther Spirit Essence. Stores the energy of a Shadow Panther. Direct use can increase experience points by 5,000. Fusing 2 Panther Spirit Essences can create a Panther Spirit Essence with higher purity, increasing experience points even more. Basic Panther Spirit Essences cannot exist independently for long, nor can they be fused into a body. The lower the purity, the faster the energy evaporates. Please use it as soon as possible. Huyen couldn't believe her eyes. A Panther Spirit Essence not only increases experience points after use, but can also be upgraded after fusion. Ruanyu was also amazed. "That's right. This is the first time I've heard of something so magical." But he scratched his head in confusion. "But what does it mean that a basic Panther Spirit Essence can't be fused with a body? Does that mean a high-grade one can? But what's the use of fusing it with a body?" Jiang Kai held the sphere in his hand and thought, "Although I don't have any clues about the Destiny class change materials for now, this Panther Spirit Essence might bring other rewards." He tossed the sphere to Huyen and said decisively, "This thing has a time limit. Let's use it first. As for the answer to your question, we'll find out by testing it ourselves, won't we? Let's keep going. Let's see if there are any more small Panther packs gathered together. Helping the pack will increase efficiency." The 2 were full of fighting spirit. After searching for a while, the Fire God Squad found a pack of Panthers gathered together. Jiang Kai hid in the bushes, observing the 5 Shadow Panthers. He said quietly, "The Shadow Panther's central defense is its origin force backing. Although the origin force level isn't high, we still need to maintain a focused attack on the same point to break through the armor smoothly. Huyen, you use Ghostly Howl to restrain its movements and create an opportunity for me to break its armor. Ruanyu, you be flexible and wait for orders to protect Huyen." The 2 replied in unison, "Understood." Jiang Kai held the life chaser daggers between his fingers, a confident smile on his lips. "All right, then let's begin the fight." As soon as they burst out of their hiding spot, Huyen immediately cast her spell. "Hee, the water spirit is here." Ghostly Howl. Eerie phantoms emerged. They passed through the bodies of the Panthers, stunning them. She cheered, "All right, I've got them under control." However, 2 Panthers in the distance that weren't hit by the spell spotted their target and shot towards her. Huyen panicked. "Oh no, the fear spell has lost its effect." Jiang Kai immediately threw a life chaser dagger to block their path. However, the 2 Panthers were extremely cunning, gracefully weaving to dodge the attack. Jiang Kai shouted, "Huyen, focus your spirit and enhance your attack on them. Ruanyu, protect Huyen." As he spoke, he continuously threw daggers to distract them. The pack of Panthers instinctively activated their origin force shield for defense. One of them used its companion as a shield and unexpectedly broke through to Huyen. But Ruanyu was already prepared. He charged forward with his giant shield to block, smiling playfully. "Darling, come dance with this king." The panther opened its maw and swiped with its sharp claws, but only managed to scratch the sturdy shield. Protected by her teammate, Huyen focused all her power to chant a second time. "The appetizer is over. Now tremble." Ghostly Howl. This time, the ghost tore at the minds of the Panthers, completely disorienting them and making them roar in madness. Seeing the golden opportunity, Jiang Kai activated Ghost Eye Focus and muttered, "Now, let the hunt begin." He combined it with his Gambler's Time skill, raising his throwing speed to an unbelievable level. The Life Chaser daggers tore through the air, creating a series of deafening explosions. The system panel flashed continuously. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 65 Shadow Panther. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 68 Shadow Panther. Level 70, 72, and then level 75. 5 death announcements rang out crisply. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu ran over joyfully. Captain Kai, Jiang Kai collected the loot. Looking at the 5 basic panther spirit essences in his hand, he pondered, the appraisal information shows that these essences can be fused and upgraded. But I don't have a suitable fusion device right now. Ruan Yu rummaged through his bag and took out a small bottle, grinning. Maybe this will work. When I went to buy winemaking equipment, I bought a fusion device on the side. He suggested, how about we try fusing 2 first? Jiang Kai looked at the 5 crystals, a risky glint in his eyes. The energy is from the same source, and the system doesn't limit the quantity. Then let's go for a big gamble and fuse them all. He put all 5 crystals into the bottle. Immediately, the light inside surged violently, gradually turning a brilliant red. A moment later, a red beam of light shot into the air, condensing into a crystal that radiated a dazzling red light. The 3 of them cheered in unison. It worked. Jiang Kai picked up the new Panther Spirit Essence, unable to hide his surprise. It's a high-grade Panther Spirit Essence. The information panel appeared. Stores the energy of a Shadow Panther, obtained through artificial fusion. Direct use will increase experience points by 240,000. Can be fused with the body, increasing flame intensity by 10 points. Flame intensity description increases the temperature and damage of flames. Enhances destructive and penetrating effects against energy and physical defenses. Hu Yin and Ruan Yu rubbed their eyes, not believing what they had just read. What? The experience points from the Panther Spirit Essence increased several times over. Not only that, but after fusing with the body, it can also add 10 points of flame intensity to attacks. Right, Captain Kai, doesn't your arsonist glove also deal flame damage? Jiang Kai recalled the gloves that previously only dealt 10 damage per second. He analyzed, although my arsonist glove can also deal flame damage, the base damage isn't high. Killing opponents mainly relies on landing critical hits. 10 points of flame intensity? It's worth a try. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai swallowed the high-grade Panther Spirit Essence. Immediately, he felt a huge amount of heat explode from his chest, spreading through every blood vessel. He panted, my heart is suddenly beating so fast. This power, it feels like a rich, warm current is flooding my entire body. It's about to overflow. This is the feeling. He drew a life chaser dagger. He transferred the newly fused flame into it and threw it. The blazing dagger carried the power of a ferocious fire tiger. It embedded itself in the ancient tree in front of them. Boom! A violent explosion shook the ground. The high-intensity flame incinerated the tree to ashes in an instant. Jiang Kai looked at the empty patch of ground, amazed. So strong. The temperature and destructive power of this flame are completely different from before. He clenched his fists in joy. This effect is amazing. Captain Kai, this is just one high-grade Panther Spirit Essence, and it's already this powerful. If we can find more, your abilities will definitely reach a new level. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement. Hu Yin is right. The power of the Panther Spirit Essence is truly extraordinary. The opportunity to enter a hidden map is very rare. All right, let's continue moving forward. The hunt has just begun. The group cautiously moved deeper into the forest for 30 minutes. Suddenly, Jiang Kai raised his hand to signal a stop, frowning warily. It's too quiet. So quiet it's frightening. I have this chilling feeling of being watched. Hu Yin turned her head and, seeing Ruan Yu lagging behind, shouted, Hey, Ruan Yu, keep up. If you fall behind and get lost here, we're leaving you. Ruan Yu scrambled to catch up. Coming. Wait for me, you two. In his haste, his foot accidentally kicked a monster skull hidden in the grass. The skull rolled into a dark corner. Ugh. Oh, the sound seemed to awaken the predators lurking in the shadows. Blood-red eyes gradually appeared, sending a chill down all 3 of their spines. Hu Yin stammered, What? A pride of giant, golden-maned lion fiends charged straight at them with terrifying speed. Jiang Kai leaped into the air, shouting, Watch out. It's a pride of lions. He continuously threw flaming life chaser daggers. The attacks, carrying the newly upgraded flame intensity, transformed into fierce fire tigers. The Pride of Lion Fiends also activated their Origin Force shields to defend, but it was useless. The high-intensity flames easily pierced through their shields, incinerating and finishing them off in an instant. The notification panel flashed continuously. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a level 70 golden-maned lion fiend. 4 death announcements rang out in succession. Hu Yin and Wan Yu clapped and cheered. The Life Chaser, after increasing its flame intensity, broke through the lion fiend's Origin Force backing. Well done. As expected of Captain Kai, Jiang Kai retrieved his Life Chaser daggers and ordered, "Good. Keep up the attack." However, the Pride of Lion Fiends was not weak. They let out mournful howls and simultaneously spat out thick, viscous blood-red gas, which intertwined to form the skill blood mist diffusion. This blood mist was like an iron wall, blocking all of Jiang Kai's attacks. He frowned. The attacks can't deal damage. As Jiang Kai was having trouble, Hu Yin immediately provided support. "Captain Kai, let me give you a hand. Watch me." Ghostly howl. Eerie ghosts charged straight toward the Pride of Lions. Unexpectedly, the lions opened their mouths wide, revealing jagged fangs, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The powerful sound wave directly tore apart and swallowed Hu Yan's ghosts. Hu Yan was shocked. What? The spirits were corroded? Jiang Kai analyzed the situation, sweat beading on his forehead. The blood chi emanating from these lion fiends not only strengthens their backing, but also has a corrosive property. Unlike their initial ferocity, the Pride of Lions was now extremely cautious. They tightened their encirclement, slowly advancing step by step. Jiang Kai had a bad feeling. I feel like I've missed something. He activated Ghost Eye Focus and scanned the area. His eyes stopped on a lion fiend with brilliant golden fur standing far in the back. He had a realization. Wait a minute. It's that one. It's pulling the strings from behind, continuously releasing blood chi. The information panel displayed, Warlord Lion Fiend. At this moment, the lions in the front row all leaped, pouncing straight at Hu Yin. Hu Yin quickly retreated, but was still scratched on the arm by a sharp claw, blood gushing out. Jiang Kai, pained, threw a Life Chaser dagger for support, forcing the monster to retreat. Wan Yu also charged forward to block. My beauty, your fur is so thick. I like it." His shield bash sent a lion flying dozens of meters away. But the remaining lions immediately switched their target to Jiang Kai, surrounding him from all directions. Jiang Kai retreated while continuously throwing daggers to block their advance. Damn it, there are too many of them. If I keep getting tangled up like this, once my stamina runs out, everyone will die. He called out behind him. Hu Yin, how's your situation? Can you hold on? I'll hold back the one in the rear. I need you to immediately increase your offensive and support the attack. Hu Yin gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and replied resolutely, "Understood." Jiang Kai stomped the ground and shot up to the highest treetop. He held his Life Chaser daggers tightly and activated Gambler's Time. His eyes were fixed on the Warlord Lion Fiend boss, controlling the formation from behind. If that's the case, to catch the bandit, you must first catch the king. He gathered his strength and threw his Life Chaser daggers, which plunged down like a pack of fierce fire tigers. The boss's protective shield trembled violently, and cracks began to appear. Jiang Kai cheered, "It's working." He signaled to Hu Yin. Hu Yin also leaped into the air and swung her staff with all her might. "All of you, turn to dust for me." Raging thunder, ghostly howl. This time, the ghosts, carrying the power of lightning, frantically pierced through the Pride's defensive line, completely paralyzing them. But in just a moment, the lions roared again, trying to resist the control. Jiang Kai frowned and assessed. The fear spell is working, but the stronger the opponent, the weaker the control. To kill them with one blow, relying solely on the power of Life Chaser, is too inefficient. He raised his arm, and a brilliant golden card appeared. Radiant God's Command, Flame Thrust. The Sovereign God card, combined with the high-intensity flame, transformed into a dazzling streak of light, shooting towards the Warlord Lion Fiend boss with overwhelming killing intent.